Chapter 82. The Changing Nature of Ouyang. None of you ever let yourselves have any peace. Ouyang mumbled as he watched Xianxia walk into the kitchen, stretching lazily. He had been planning to attend a lecture today and couldn't afford to be late. When was the last time he arrived late for a lecture? 7 years ago, or was it 8? As he reminisced, Ouyang found himself unable to recall the last time he had attended. Third brother, I won't be back for lunch. I'm going to the lecture. Ouyang shouted towards the kitchen while heading for the door. Clang! Upon hearing Ouyang's intention to attend the lecture, Xianxia's hand trembled, causing the plate he held to crash to the floor. He even doubted whether his ears were functioning correctly. Was his senior brother really going to lecture? If his memory served him right, it had been 9 years, 2 months, and 13 days since his senior brother last attended one. Could something significant be happening in the sect? Xianxia's expression turned serious as he reached the door, uneasily pulling out a paper figure from his sleeve. After gently blowing on it, the paper transformed into a wisp of breeze that floated out of the kitchen. Crash! The stable cultivating Lung Ching song burst through the roof, sword in hand. His expression tinged with concern as he gazed in the direction Ouyang had departed. Could it be that this time, my brother has some unspoken troubles before venturing into the mortal realm? Bai Feiyu opened his room door, contemplating the grave expression on his face as he glanced at the grave marker hanging in the sky. The three of them understood Ouyang's temperament all too well. The notion that he was genuinely attending a lecture was absurd. He must be off gallivanting for some heroic escapade. Xiaofeng stealthily observed the courtyard, bewildered by the tense demeanor of his 3 senior brothers. Moments ago, the eldest brother had slapped the third brother, indicating that this was not just his imagination. Bai and Lung had certainly been eavesdropping from within. Otherwise, how could they have all come out at the same moment upon hearing the eldest brother mention attending a lecture? Their expressions, filled with apprehension, seemed more suited to a battle against demons than a mere lecture. Bai Feiyu looked at Lung Qingsong, who returned his gaze. They shared a silent understanding and nodded, just as they prepared to take flight on their swords. However, Xianxia spoke solemnly. Second brother, fourth junior, let us all go together. The senior brother surely does not wish for us to know something. I will use the concealment technique to mask our presence. Wait, senior brother, I want to go too. Xiaofeng exclaimed as he burst through his door, his voice ringing out. Ever since he arrived at the small peak, he had benefited from the assistance of his senior brothers, and now that the eldest brother was in trouble, despite his limited strength, he felt compelled to lend a hand. You just need to keep the little junior sister stable when she wakes up. The 3 of us will go. Xianxia replied curtly, casting a displeased glance at Xiaofeng. As he turned, he couldn't help but feel a twitch on his face. After being struck, these 3 must have been lurking at the door. Otherwise, how could they have all emerged at this moment? Xianxia extracted a yellow talisman from his sleeve, reciting an incantation as he tossed it into the air. The talisman expanded in the wind, gradually turning transparent, morphing into a colossal invisible cloak that enveloped the 3 of them. As the cloak settled upon them, they vanished from Xiaofeng's sight. Xiaofeng clenched his fists, inwardly lamenting his lack of strength to be of any assistance. It seemed he needed to train rigorously in the Forbidden Ground today. The spirit beasts he had previously battled in the Forbidden Ground sensed a disturbance, causing a ruckus outside the perimeter. The sun shines brightly, flowers smile at me, and the little birds chirp. Why do you carry a nuclear bomb on your back? Ouyang hummed a nursery rhyme as he made his way toward Qingyan Peak. This time an immortal realm had profoundly highlighted his shortcomings. For cultivators below the out-of-body stage, he could easily overpower them, but for those above, capable of separating their souls. Even if he could destroy their physical bodies, he had no means to contend with their souls. Initially, he had intended to inquire with the third brother about any methods, but before he could say much, the third brother almost acted inappropriately toward the little junior sister. It seemed wiser to consult the headmaster instead. After all, the headmaster, possessing the prowess of a versatile immortal, should have some secret techniques for defeating out-of-body cultivators, right? Realizing the importance of learning anew, Ouyang felt a surge of confidence, believing he would undoubtedly become a pillar of Qingyun's sect, and perhaps even, with good fortune, have a chance to establish a solid foundation. The thought of a bright future ahead compelled Ouyang to pull out the comprehensive guide to the 5 elemental techniques from his pocket, seeking the wind control technique to enhance his speed. Observing Ouyang sprinting toward Qingyun Peak, the expressions of the trio trailing behind became increasingly serious. His senior brother was actually employing techniques to hasten his journey. Clearly, it was an urgent matter. What could be so pressing that he wished to keep them in the dark? The trio exchanged glances, resolutely following Ouyang. Ouyang recalled that today was indeed the day Master Dengzuzi would expound on the teachings, and the foot of Qingyun Peak was already filled with inner disciples awaiting the lecture. After inquiring the two imposing stone lions for permission, Ouyang stepped onto the white jade steps of Qingyun Peak. Despite hastening his pace with wind control, he still arrived too late. The stone lions had already dozed off atop their stone pillars. As Ouyang reached the mountain gate, the lion on the right, significantly larger than the one on the left, opened its eyes and said, "The time to enter the mountain gate has passed. Those wishing to attend the lecture must wait until next time. Who dares to trespass?" A sharp slap echoed against the stone lion's face as it opened its eyes, ready to teach the audacious intruder a lesson. However, upon seeing Ouyang climbing over the barrier, it immediately leaped down from its high perch, adjusting its size to be appropriate and placing itself beneath Ouyang's feet, ingratiatingly saying, "Master, please take your time. Be careful not to fall. Hurry up and take me to the lecture. If I'm late, I'll twist your head off." Ouyang scolded the foolish creature beneath his feet. Didn't it see him coming? Why had it not opened the barrier? Stone creatures truly lacked intelligence. The stone lion quickly carried Ouyang over the barrier, casting a glance back at the other lion, who pretended to close its eyes, unwilling to engage in conversation, and inwardly sneered. "Not even licking the master? You deserve to remain at the gate forever." The stone lion leaped with Ouyang directly toward the summit of Qingyun Peak, with the trailing trio closely following behind. Who dares to forcefully breach the mountain gate? The other stone lion, sensing Ouyang's figure disappear, let out a sigh of relief, also detecting three silhouettes attempting to intrude under the concealment technique. Being a spirit creature born from stone, it was exceedingly sensitive to energy. With a cold sneer, the lion expanded in size, blocking the path of the three. Lung Qingsong and the others decided to drop the act. Lung Qingsong charged toward Qingyun Peak first, followed closely by Feiyu, while Qin Changsheng slightly lagged behind them. The stone lion had yet to react when the impatient trio, frustrated, delivered slaps to the face of the foolish obstruction in front of them. "Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear." The stone lion, recognizing the three individuals who had appeared before it after standing guard on the small hill for several months, could only grunt timidly after receiving 3 slaps, ultimately curling up with a look of grievance atop the stone pillar. Chapter 83. Is listening merely about having ears? Today marks the auspicious occasion of the sermon delivered by the esteemed master of Qingyun Peak. On this day, all inner disciples below the nascent soul stage gather at Qingyun Peak to partake in the teachings. The summit square is densely populated with countless tables, each accompanied by a meditative cultivator. From foundation establishment to nascent soul, nearly several hundred individuals await the arrival of the master seated upon the dais. The teachings of the master are so profound that even inner disciples of the nascent soul stage occasionally attend, for each session offers them fresh insights, regardless of their cultivation level. To the common eye, Master Dongshu embodies a level of cultivation that transcends human comprehension. His understanding of the Tao is nothing short of miraculous, far beyond the reach of these fledgling disciples. To hear Master Dongshu impart his wisdom is not merely an opportunity to attend a high-caliber lecture. It is a mark of honor. The master is not only the leader of the Qingyun sect, but is also hailed as the foremost figure in the contemporary cultivation world. Rumors abound that he has brushed against the threshold of the immortal realm. Invincible beneath the immortals, he is said to be able to exchange blows with those above. All inner disciples feel immensely privileged to be graced by the teachings of such a formidable cultivator. Listening to the master is tantamount to receiving his true inheritance. In essence, I, too, am a disciple of the master. Disciples flock eagerly to attend the sermon, with seats at a premium in the square. As the resonant chime of the copper bell rings thrice, a gentle breeze sweeps across the square, and a figure gradually materializes upon the dais. The appearance of this individual is accompanied by the sounds of wind and thunder. A fragrant aroma fills the air, and ethereal music faintly resonates. With an air of celestial elegance, adorned in a dark robe, hair pinned with a wooden hairpin, and holding a whisk, Master Dongshu embodies the essence of a transcendent being. His every gesture exudes a flowing Tao rhythm, and a palpable aura of true essence surrounds him, presenting an otherworldly visage. With a graceful sweep of his whisk, Master Dongshu activates the grand gathering array atop Qingyun Peak, enveloping the summit in a rich aura of spiritual energy. The dense spiritual essence coalesces in suffusing the entire peak in a celestial ambience, invigorating all who breathe it in. As one, The disciples rise and bow respectfully towards Master Dongshu, exclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to the Master." Master Dongshu nods appreciatively, casting a warm gaze upon the inner disciples. These are indeed the future hope of the Qingyun sect. In a calm and measured tone, he instructs, "Please take your seats. The sermon is about to commence." His words, though softly spoken, resonate clearly in the ears of all disciples. Once more, the disciples bow and dutifully settle into their seats, their ears perked in anticipation for the master's teachings. Master Dongshu discreetly nods, settling onto the cushion, ready to impart his wisdom, when suddenly, a thunderous lion's roar interrupts the serene atmosphere. The young master has arrived. Everyone, clear the way. The once tranquil square erupts with this unexpected announcement, nearly catching Master Dongshu off guard. All eyes were drawn towards the steps, where the immense stone lion, once stationed as a guardian, sprang forth. Bearing upon its back a youth clad in azure robes, his hair streaked with black. The lion met the slightly discontented gaze of the void child, feeling a twinge of guilt for its earlier bellow, which had indeed been rather loud. Yet, recalling the esteemed presence it carried, the lion regained its haughty demeanor. To gain favor in front of the sect leader for its master was a noble endeavor. Such a devoted companion surely deserved another infusion of true energy from its master. What a fortunate turn of events. Compared to the discontent of the sect leader, acquiring even a modicum of true energy from its master was of paramount importance. Did the sect leader of Qingyun Zone hold any sway over me, a mere stone lion? The lion's tail flicked with renewed vigor, brimming with pride as it awaited its master's praise. Ouyang, with a furrowed brow, surveyed the surrounding crowd, who gazed at him with expressions akin to bewildered fools. Even with his thick skin, he felt a flush of embarrassment. What nonsense was this fool shouting? Such disgraceful lines. Was he intent on social ruin? Ouyang leapt down from the lioness' back, delivering a swift kick to the creature while channeling a trickle of true energy into it. The lion, sensing the replenishment of its innate energy, rolled joyfully, fawning over Ouyang with exaggerated affection. "Roll, roll, roll!" Ouyang scolded the lion with irritation. The lion, understanding its master's command, complied, thinking it would merely wait for the next opportunity to earn more praise. Rising to its feet, the lion cast a dignified glance at the inner disciples who had turned to observe, momentarily transforming back into the formidable guardian beast of the mountain gate. Before bounding down the mountainside, Ouyang scanned the square. Lo and behold, it was brimming with onlookers, with no empty seats in sight. Senior brother, over here." A group of muscular disciples from the execution peak suddenly stood, waving fervently at Ouyang from the eastern side of the square. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as the disciples of Xingfeng, with whom he shared a familiar rapport. In the past, the master of Xingfeng, Li Yi, would often drag him to their peak under the pretense of discussing alchemical arts, though it was merely a guise to extort from him the latest sketches by Chen Changsheng. Through these interactions, he had grown well acquainted with the disciples of Xingfeng. Typically, these disciples, embodying brawn over brains, exuded an atmosphere of intensity, even clad in their Taoist robes. Their muscles stretched the fabric to its limits. Given that Xingfeng oversaw the regulations of Qingyun Zone, it was imperative they possess strength to manage the arrogant talents within their ranks. Among the entire sect, aside from the prideful sword cultivators of Jianjian Peak, who boasted incessantly of their superiority, the most formidable were undoubtedly the muscular brethren of Xingfeng. Ouyang approached swiftly, greeted warmly by the brawny disciples. "You there, stand up and offer my brother a seat. Brother, it's been a few days. You look even more dashing. Let us discuss sword techniques together one evening." Ouyang waved his hands around, effortlessly bantering among the multitude of muscular men, even managing to make a few of them blush with embarrassment. The disciples of Xingfeng were acutely aware that Ouyang was quite familiar with their master. On one occasion, after indulging in too much drink, he nearly engaged in a ritual of brotherhood. The square, which had been so quiet that one could hear a needle drop, suddenly erupted into a cacophony resembling a bustling marketplace. On the high platform, Dong Zuzi cleared his throat and declared silence. At the sound of their master's voice, the disciples of Xingfeng promptly quelled their excitement and settled into their seats. Dong Zuzi, astonished, observed Ouyang lounging among the brawny men, his hands resting on the table behind, gazing up at him nonchalantly. Had it been nearly a decade since this young man last attended one of his teachings? Was the sun rising in the west today? What could possibly bring him here? Was there some hidden agenda at play? Dong Zuzi discreetly glanced at the celestial realm above and coughed again, stating, "Today, we shall discuss the arts, the methods, the path, the practitioner, the beginning of cultivation, the initial stages of qi training." The essence of the Tao resonated throughout the square. Leaning back with his legs crossed, Ouyang attentively regarded Dong Zuzi as he spoke. Watching the master's mouth move, Ouyang felt as if he were a fish on land, mesmerized by the rhythmic opening and closing. Dong Zuzi's voice flowed into his left ear and out of his right, akin to a soothing lullaby, causing Ouyang's eyelids to grow heavier. In one fleeting moment, he resolved to stay awake, yet in the next, he tilted his head back, mouth agape, and succumbed to slumber. Barely 10 sentences into the lecture, a resounding snore emanated from him. Chapter 84. Only through learning can one feel fulfilled. Gurgling sounds echoed as Ouyang, having fallen asleep with his mouth wide open, gathered saliva in a pool. The rhythmic blend of snoring and gurgling created a peculiar cadence. A nearby disciple of Xianxia hesitantly nudged Ouyang, but he remained as unresponsive as a corpse, impervious to any attempts to rouse him. He was truly enjoying his sleep, evident by the drool escaping his lips. His snores grew louder, eventually drowning out Dong Zuzi's teachings. More and more individuals turned to witness Ouyang in deep slumber, incredulous that someone would dare to sleep so soundly during such an important lecture. Who was this disgraceful individual from whatever mountain? The newer disciples, having joined within the past decade, were indignant, upset that Ouyang was disrupting their opportunity to absorb the master's wisdom. Only the older brothers, who had been disciples for 10 years or more, gazed at the sleeping Ouyang as if stirred by some nostalgic memory. The veterans exchanged glances, seemingly waiting for something as they focused on Dong Zuzi atop the platform. The square was divided into two factions. One group glared at Ouyang in indignation, while the other watched Dong Zuzi, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Dong Zuzi's face twitched, a myriad of black lines appearing on his forehead as he regarded the slumbering Ouyang. "Did you manage to speak 10 sentences? How could that little rascal fall asleep so quickly?" Dong Zuzi also sensed the trio lurking quietly beyond the square, and a jolt of alarm coursed through him. Could it be that these rascals had come today to cause trouble for him? No, he was the sect leader. The dignity of the sect leader could not be undermined by a few mischievous youths. Dong Zuzi's expression grew solemn, and the profundity of his teachings deepened as he spoke. The disciples, who had been enraptured moments before, suddenly found themselves bewildered. Why had the teachings of their leader become so incomprehensible all at once? It was akin to having been learning phonetics in kindergarten only to be thrust into the complexities of advanced mathematics unexpectedly. The intertwining sounds of Dong Zuzi's teachings and Ouyang's snores enveloped the bewildered disciples in the square. Gradually, Dong Zuzi felt his eyelids growing heavier, his drowsiness intensifying, and his voice diminishing. They have arrived. The senior disciples who had joined the sect a decade ago eagerly took out their recording stones, filled with joy to capture this moment. Dong Zuzi's voice became ethereal and faint. Finally, he succumbed to the overwhelming tide of sleep, his head drooping as he fell into a deep, sweet slumber, even producing gentle snores. The alternating sounds of Dong Zuzi and Ouyang's snores echoed throughout the square, resonating harmoniously. It has happened. Whenever this fellow arrives, the sect leader inevitably falls asleep. Who would have thought that after 10 years, I would witness this scene again? Nostalgia washed over the older disciples, their eyes glistening with tears as they recorded the moment, then rising to surround Ouyang in jubilant cheer. This spectacle had once caused a tremendous uproar, drawing countless onlookers, many even believing that Ouyang was the nemesis of the sect leader. The nemesis of the sect leader. How impressive. Oh. The senior disciples cheered for Ouyang while the younger ones looked on in confusion. What does this mean? Wasn't he the sect leader delivering a lecture? What is happening now? How could the sect leader be asleep? What are the senior brothers celebrating? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The square was in disarray, akin to a bustling marketplace, while the lurking trio concealed beneath the steps fell into silence. I believe the senior brother may have simply wished to listen to the teachings and reminisce about his childhood, Qin Changshang said dryly to Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong. Bai Feiyu covered his face, wearing an expression of defeat, utterly perplexed by his senior brother's antics today that led to such embarrassment. Lung Qingsong fixated intently on the disciples of Xianxia around Ouyang, his expression icy, filled with confusion. Why were these Xingfeng disciples so intimate with his brother? Even closer than he himself was? It seemed he needed to visit Xingfeng soon to inquire about the sharpness of the swords wielded by its disciples. In the eyes of Lung Qingsong, a glimmer of cold light flashed as he affixed a label of death upon the faces of the muscular men. Since Ouyang had come here merely to listen to the teachings, the presence of the three was rendered somewhat superfluous. Just as Bai Feiyu prepared to depart, he suddenly paused, his instincts prompting him to gaze toward the horizon. "What is it, junior brother Bai?" Chen Chongqing inquired. Bai Feiyu, peering at the sky, shook his head in puzzlement. "It's nothing, just a peculiar sensation." Why had he sensed that the essence of his past life was converging toward Qingyun's sect? What could this mean? He addressed Lung Qingsong and Chen Chongsheng. "I shall not return just yet. I will wait until the lecture concludes to return with my senior brother." Lung Qingsong and Chen Chongsheng exchanged glances, with Chen Chongsheng stating, "In that case, I shall wait as well." Lung Qingsong, sword in hand, remained silent. Yet he stood resolutely in place. Meanwhile, atop the drum tower in the plaza of Qingyun Peak, a voluptuous female cultivator materialized, surveying the chaotic square before her. With a slight furrow of her brow, she coldly commanded, "Silence." Her chilling voice resonated in every ear, silencing the crowd as if they had been doused in cold water. The plaza fell so silent that one could hear a pin drop, save for the snores of Ouyang and Dong Shuzi. Zzz, snore, snore. Upon hearing the snores, the female cultivator looked up, her expression shifting to one of surprise upon spotting Ouyang, before her brow furrowed again as she regarded Dong Shuzi. The slumbering Dong Shuzi continued to snore blissfully, prompting the female cultivator to channel her true essence and deliver a resounding punch upon the giant bell of the drum tower. Clang! The sound reverberated through the plaza, accompanied by an invisible wave of true essence. Dong Shuzi jolted awake, rubbing his eyes in confusion. Huh? Was that thunder? Meanwhile, the oblivious Ouyang, still lost in slumber, shot upright, wiping drool from his mouth and gazing around at the encroaching crowd in bewilderment. Is class over? The female cultivator huffed disdainfully before vanishing once more. Thus, the lecture concluded in this absurd spectacle, and Ouyang, predictably, was left behind by the grinning Dong Shuzi. Once all the disciples had departed, a furious Dong Shuzi, his face flushed, bellowed at Ouyang, "Don't leave. If you dare, let us duel." Ouyang, unfazed by Dong Shuzi's outburst, nonchalantly cleaned his ears, feeling invigorated after such a lengthy study session. Indeed, only through learning does one feel truly fulfilled. Chapter 85. The Ancient Sword Immortal Tai Bai. As the trio prepared to return to their small peak to attend to their own matters, Dong Shuzi's voice echoed in their ears. "He stays, and you all stay." Lung Qingsong and the others halted momentarily, exchanging glances before dutifully presenting themselves before Ouyang. With an air of indifference, Ouyang gazed in astonishment at the three unexpected visitors, questioning them. "When did you three arrive?" Just as Chen Chongsheng was about to respond candidly, Bai Feiyu interjected, saying, "We have come to seek the master's guidance on matters of cultivation." "Really?" Ouyang scrutinized the trio with skepticism. Was it conceivable that they would approach the old man for advice on cultivation? Chen Chongsheng nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, senior brother. The three of us have felt our hearts waver in our path, and we have specifically come to inquire of the master." "Isn't that right, second brother?" Cold Qingsong, taken aback by Chen Chongsheng's shift of focus onto him, nevertheless nodded silently. Meanwhile, Dong Shuzi, amidst Ouyang's fervent discourse, observed the trio's composed approach and directed a scornful remark at Chen Chongsheng. Shouldn't the holy son of Qingyun's sacred land be in the forbidden area, contemplating the Qingyun secret treasure? Upon hearing Dong Shuzi's inquiry, Chen Chongsheng promptly bowed and replied, "Respected master, my true self is indeed in the forbidden area contemplating the treasure. What you see today is merely a manifestation of my essence." Dong Shuzi raised his gaze, noting that Chen Chongsheng's meridians flowed with vibrant energy, appearing as a genuine entity. Yet, the Chen Chongsheng within the forbidden area exhibited the same vitality. Who had taught this lad such puppetry? How could he so effectively blur the line between reality and illusion? With a cough, Dong Shuzi declared, "Follow me to the main hall." He then turned and proceeded towards the grand hall of Qingyun Peak. Ouyang took the lead, followed closely by the other three, who exchanged glances before trailing behind him. Upon entering the hall, they were greeted by an altar dedicated to the celestial wooden tablets. Dong Shuzi, holding 3 unadorned incense sticks, inserted them into the censer, and seated himself on the cushion before the altar, gesturing for the 4 to offer their incense. Ouyang led the others in a sequential offering, and as they departed, he casually snatched a sacrificial fruit from the altar to nibble on. The 4 sat opposite Dong Shuzi, contemplating what riddle the master might present. Dong Shuzi regarded the 4 youths before him, and even he could not help but acknowledge that at their age, he had merely been busying himself with trivial pursuits. Yet, these were already beginning to make their mark. The comparison was truly disheartening. Sighing deeply, Dong Shuzi addressed the 4 young individuals, saying a few days ago, "Your master contacted me from afar, requesting that I convey certain matters to you." Master? The 4 looked up at the mention of Ouyang, their own master, who rarely returned throughout the year. Why had he suddenly instructed the sect leader to relay something to them? Xianxia appeared perplexed, while Bai Feiyu seemed contemplative. Ouyang and Cold Qingsong exchanged knowing glances, suspecting it had something to do with the celestial secret realm that had recently appeared in the skies. Dong Shuzi continued, "You are aware that the celestial secret realm, which manifested a few days ago, is still suspended in the heavens, correct?" Before a response could be given, Dong Shuzi continued, "Your master has instructed me to share some ancient secrets regarding the mystical realm left behind by an immortal. This sanctuary was established by an ancient Sword Immortal and holds immense benefits for you. After all, it is the fruit of your master's arduous planning, and you must not let his intentions go unfulfilled." Ouyang and Xianxia appeared indifferent. After all, they did not cultivate the sword path, and thus had little interest in the treasures within this immortal realm. However, Lung Qingsong listened intently. After all, his elderly mentor had been scheming for him for quite some time, all for the sake of this mystical domain. He wondered what he might glean from such a sanctuary. Bai Feiyu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, astonished that the grave from his past life had been orchestrated by his own master. When this mystical realm emerged, Bai Feiyu sensed its presence and felt a strange familiarity with it. This sanctuary was none other than the small world he had once personally established in his previous life. How could he not be familiar with it? After his demise, he was unaware of who had erected a tombstone for him in the small world he had created, leading to the current situation where he was being manipulated posthumously by Ouyang. After all, Bai Feiyu, having fallen and then reincarnated, perceived the transition as merely a fleeting moment. Dong Shuzi organized his thoughts and spoke. "This immortal sanctuary is the legacy of the ancient Sword Immortal, Li Tai-bai. Li Tai-bai was the only Sword Immortal of the ancient era and was the formidable power that brought an end to the ancient immortal realm." As soon as Dong Shuzi's words fell, the expressions of the 4 seated there were nothing short of captivating. Ouyang's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. While others might be oblivious to Bai Feiyu's true nature, he was fully aware. Although Bai Feiyu's attribute panel had changed, the title following his name clearly read reincarnation of the ancient Sword Immortal. My goodness! Was this tomb indeed Bai Feiyu's from his previous life? His master had truly unearthed Bai Feiyu's grave to let his second disciple revel in it. Meanwhile, Lung Qingsong gazed on with admiration. Thinking about the Sword Immortal who had ended the ancient immortal realm, he believed he could achieve that as well. Upon hearing Dong Shuzi's words, Bai Feiyu's eyes sparkled with nostalgia as he looked up at Ouyang's figure ahead, his gaze becoming exceedingly complex. Xianxia maintained his indifferent demeanor, regarding the matter as one pertaining to his second senior brother and 4th junior brother, with little relevance to himself. Dong Shuzi's expression turned grave as he solemnly declared, "Regarding matters of the ancient era, the entire cultivation world has kept silent, with not a single written record. Only scattered legends. Do you know why that is?" The 4 shook their heads. They indeed knew of the ancient era, but had seen no documentation about it. Bai Feiyu shared the same curiosity. At what point did the era he inhabited come to be referred to as ancient? Dong Shuzi gazed at the 4 eager faces before him, feeling a surge of satisfaction at their thirst for knowledge. He had never experienced such a sense of fulfillment in his role as a mentor with these 4 unruly disciples. His junior brother's words rang true. These 4 were indeed those who would not rest until they saw results, clearing his throat to build suspense. He waved his whisk and spoke with a hint of reverie. In ancient times, there were indeed celestial beings. They sat high in the heavens, observing the great tides of the world. However, with the legendary Sword Immortal Li Tai-bai slaying the celestial beings, they descended like raindrops to the mortal realm, and henceforth, the existence of celestial beings ceased to be. At last, the moment for Little Bai had arrived. He urged everyone to anticipate what was to come, encouraging support through gifts and pledging his affection. In chapter 86, Ancient Secrets, an exclamation arose. So, after this figure, there were no more celestial beings? Did Li Tai Bai slay them all? How terrifying! Chen Changsheng inhaled sharply. In his previous life, during the apocalypse, he had witnessed those who ascended to immortality. The terror of those ascendants made even him, who had reached the tribulation stage, feel like an insignificant insect. He was astonished to learn of such formidable power in ancient times that could eradicate all celestial beings. Ling Qingsong felt his blood surge with excitement, envisioning a lone swordsman standing tall in the heavens, where every strike of his sword felled celestial beings. This was the ultimate aspiration of every sword cultivator, and even Ling Qingsong could not suppress his fervor. How fascinating! Li Bai is truly remarkable. Initially, I thought he was merely an ordinary ancient sword immortal. Who would have imagined he was a figure of such grandeur in his past life? Bai Feiyu, however, lowered his gaze, adopting an indifferent demeanor, even sporting a hint of mockery. Celestial beings? Do those entities even deserve the title? How laughable! Dong Shuzi's voice resonated within the grand hall as he recounted the ancient secrets he knew. In ancient times, the celestial gates remained unsealed, and those beyond the tribulation stage were considered celestial beings. During that era, celestial beings ruled the world, their shadows looming over all significant events until a sword immortal wielding a celestial sword emerged. Li Tai Bai, the sword immortal, ascended to the celestial gates thrice, yet chose to remain outside, slaying celestial beings and destroying the celestial gates, thus relegating them to mere legend. The era of ancient celestial beings came to a close, ushering in the present age. What do you think of Sword Immortal Li Tai Bai? Dong Shuzi's ethereal voice interrupted the boys who were envisioning the unparalleled aura of the legendary Sword Immortal. Chen Changsheng replied, somewhat dazed. The title of Sword Immortal is truly well-deserved. A Sword Immortal ought to be like this. Even the usually aloof Ling Qingsong offered high praise. Impressive, Ouyang expressed with his limited vocabulary. Only Bai Feiyu remained silent, his eyes reflecting a struggle within. Indeed, the spectacle of being able to slay celestial beings with a single sword is awe-inspiring, and now they could only bow in admiration. But do you understand the consequences? Dong Shuzi inquired. Upon hearing the words of Dong Shuzi, the three exchanged bewildered glances, while the struggle in Bai Feiyu's eyes became increasingly pronounced. Dong Shuzi spoke deliberately. Without the constraints of immortals, the conflict between the demonic factions, which has persisted since the ancient era of celestial beings, continues to rage even to this day. With the fall of the lofty immortals, the two opposing demonic sects have engaged in a bloody war that has lasted for millennia. Countless prodigies have met untimely deaths. Innumerable sects have been destroyed and their legacies severed. Moreover, countless souls have been reduced to mere echoes of history, simply referred to as countless bones. Therefore, this sword immortal you speak of, do you consider him a sword immortal or a sword demon? Dong Shuzi paused, allowing his question to linger in the air. This inquiry prompted contemplation among Ouyang and the others, while Bai Feiyu trembled slightly, tightly closing his eyes. Ouyang turned to Chen Changsheng, admitting, I truly struggle with such philosophical discussions. Understanding the unspoken cue, Chen Changsheng gathered his thoughts and replied, I believe this individual must indeed be a sword immortal. The path of the sword should be relentless, with a heart that comprehends the essence of the sword. In the presence of immortals, even in a world of peace, beings merely exist as livestock under the care of these celestial beings. It is far better for all to engage with the matters of the world. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Bai Feiyu's eyes widened, fixating on him with a flicker of relief. A sword immortal is a sword immortal. One must have faith solely in the sword they wield. What is a sword demon? Cold Qingsong chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Ouyang discreetly glanced at Bai Feiyu and addressed Dong Shuzi. I share the same view. Bai Feiyu observed the retreating figures of the three, momentarily at a loss for words. In his previous life, he had stood in opposition to everyone, even all sentient beings, severing their beliefs with the sword in his hand. This led to his becoming a figure of hatred, akin to a demon. Yet now, his three senior brothers echoed his sentiments in unison. In his past existence, he had but one close friend who ultimately perished because of him. Now, he found himself surrounded by three brothers who shared his ideals. Had he been born too early in his previous life? Otherwise, he would not have traversed such a lonely path, culminating in his tragic downfall. Across from them, Dong Shuzi, with a furrowed brow, gazed at the four obstinate disciples before him. His earnest attempts to enlighten them about the perils of defying destiny seemed to only invigorate their resolve. With a dismissive wave, he stated, "If you believe Li Taibai was not in the wrong, then I urge you to venture into that secret realm and discern the truth for yourselves, based on your own hearts." Ouyang shrugged nonchalantly. "I shall not go. I cannot comprehend it anyway. Let them handle it." Chen Changsheng shook his head, declaring, "I do not practice the sword path, nor will I attend. I have a multitude of matters to attend to, especially since I was pinned against the wall by Hu Yin yesterday." Chen Changsheng felt an unsettling lack of security within the Qingyan sect. He resolved to place a curse upon every living being in the vicinity, from the members of the sect to even the flora and fauna. Who would suspect that a seemingly unassuming fox was, in fact, a formidable figure in the tribulation stage? One could only wonder if a celestial stone monkey might emerge from the stones at the foot of the little peak. It was imperative to cast curses on all. Bai Feiyu similarly voiced his reluctance. "This secret realm contradicts my sword path. I shall not partake." The three of them expressed their refusal to enter the realm, primarily to avoid disrupting Lung Qingsong's pursuit of enlightenment in the sword path. Naturally, Lung Qingsong was aware of his senior brother's intentions, but chose to remain silent. He understood their camaraderie well enough not to impose upon them. Dong Shuzi let out a derisive scoff, saying, "You wish to go or not go at your whim. Such idealism. Step outside and see for yourselves. That secret realm hangs high in the sky. While mortals may not perceive it, who among cultivators, provided they are not blind, can fail to notice it?" One of the 9 sacred lands, the Sword Sect, sent word yesterday, expressing a desire to convene with the Qingyun sect. Not to mention the countless wandering cultivators, who would not covet the treasures hidden within the Immortal's secret realm. Bai Feiyu appeared perplexed. Although that place was a small world in a past life, he had no recollection of who had erected a tombstone for him. Treasures? What relics could a mere mortal like him possess in his past existence? Upon hearing Dong Shuzi's words, Ouyang rose nonchalantly, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire, and dismissively remarked, "Oh, is that so? Let them come." Chapter 87. Visitors from the Sword Sect. His elder had orchestrated plans for a long time, leading to the emergence of the little white tombstone from his past life. Also that the second brother could glean something from it. Should any blind fools dare to prance about before him, he would not hesitate to scatter their ashes. This time, he would certainly bring along the third brother. After scattering the ashes, even their soul would be revoked. Dong Shuzi, observing Ouyang's nonchalance, understood the thoughts of this rebellious child and spoke with a resigned tone. This time, the immortal secret realm will attract numerous sects, as well as countless wandering cultivators. Individual valor can only achieve fleeting glory. Moreover, the secret realm is a matter of opportunity, not merely strength. Can you surpass an immortal in power? Even the mightiest immortal must eventually perish. You old man truly have a loose tongue. Ouyang mused inwardly, yet he remained cautious. Dong Shuzi's words held truth. The little wight from his past life had indeed wreaked havoc upon immortals, who knew what he had concealed within his tomb. Hence, it was imperative to bring the little wight along. The second brother would charge ahead. He would remain in the center, the third brother on the left, and the little wight on the right. It appeared that all hands would be on deck for this expedition to the peak. Dong Shuzi cast a glance at the four, well aware that each of these 4 rascals, if unleashed, would stir up a tempest in the cultivation world. Yet, their current strength was still insufficient. The most powerful among them was merely Lung Qingsong at the nascent soul stage. The secret realm is on the verge of opening, and it is utterly impossible to elevate their realms within such a short span of time. Cultivating in the art of immortality is inherently a painstakingly slow endeavor. Even the most prodigious talents cannot leap through several levels in rapid succession. Can they? Both Chen Changsheng and Bai Feiyu have reached the golden core stage, with Bai Feiyu having only recently entered this realm. Despite their innate understanding, their power within the secret realm remains rather insufficient. This celestial secret realm has captured the attention of the entire world. Countless powerful cultivators are closely observing this extraordinary domain. Those reclusive, old masters and esteemed sects all yearn to stake their claim within this realm of immortals. No matter how gifted one might be, they pale in comparison to absolute strength. A nascent talent, yet to mature, holds no distinction from an ordinary cultivator in the eyes of seasoned practitioners. Unfortunately, The key to unlocking this celestial secret realm lies in the hands of a disciple from their own sect. That troublesome brat Ouyang not only fails to assist with sect affairs, but he also dares to create trouble from afar. Once again, the Xianxia sect has become the focal point of the entire cultivation world. Dong Shuzi sighed heavily, lightly tapping his head in frustration. Ouyang, too, pondered deeply, sharing the same concerns as Dong Shuzi, for the entire cultivation community is watching this secret realm closely. If dozens of tribulation-stage cultivators were to arrive, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Even if the second brother is the key to this realm's opening, and the third brother possesses innumerable hidden cards, they are still too young. Thus, the only glimmer of hope lies with Xiaobai. After all, it is his own domain. Xiaobai should be quite familiar with it, right? Old man, this time the four of us shall go together. Rest assured, I will look after them. Ouyang declared earnestly. I won't go. Bai Feiyu's voice suddenly rang out. The abruptness of the rebuttal caught Ouyang off guard, leaving him momentarily astonished as he gazed at Bai Feiyu in surprise. Bai Feiyu, however, was resolute, locking eyes with Ouyang as he firmly stated, I do not wish to go, not even a little. The atmosphere within the hall grew tense, with Lung Qingsong and Chen Changsheng turning their curious gazes toward Bai Feiyu. This fourth junior disciple had never spoken harshly to the eldest brother, yet he had never before rejected Ouyang's arrangements. This was Bai Feiyu's first instance of openly defying Ouyang's plans. Ouyang, observing Bai Feiyu's unwavering determination, suddenly broke into laughter and said, Very well, if you do not wish to go, then you shall remain behind. The second and third brothers, and I will proceed without you. Neither Lung Qingsong nor Chen Changsheng harbored any discontent toward Bai Feiyu. They were all brothers, and expressing their thoughts openly was a natural state for them. Lung Qingsong even felt that he would rather not trouble Ouyang and Chen Changsheng with his own affairs. Chen Changsheng, on the other hand, was indifferent, as he was not truly going in person. At worst, he could simply bring along more hidden cards. As Bai Feiyu regarded the smiling Ouyang, a figure suddenly emerged in his mind. Draped in a cerulean robe, an unrestrained figure stood beside himself, wearing a smile as he spoke. If you wish to go, Xiaobai, then let us embark together. That visage was not Ouyang's. Yet the Ouyang before him bore a striking resemblance to the other. Bai Feiyu's lips quivered as he lamented, Senior brother, I have my reasons. Ouyang patted Bai Feiyu's shoulder, saying, As brothers, there is no need for such formalities. Bai Feiyu lowered his gaze, acutely aware that his presence might be of little use and could even prove counterproductive. After his downfall, he possessed no recollection of the events that followed. Who could know who had erected his grave? Presently, he had utterly forsaken the path of his past life, embarking instead on a journey that was entirely antithetical. Bai Feiyu wished to avoid reminiscing and had no desire to entangle himself further with his former self. Dong Shuzi observed the four below with a sense of vexation. The secret realm had yet to commence, yet this rebellious group was already in disarray. Ouyang, you rascal, always boasting of being a page-turner. Mishandling the book could ignite calamity. Just as Dong Shuzi pondered his predicament, a resounding, boisterous laughter echoed from afar. Where's that old curmudgeon Dong Shuzi? Come forth and meet your demise. Startled, Dong Shuzi quickly recognized the voice's owner. His expression one of defeat as he stood and addressed the four. An old acquaintance has come to visit. You may return for now. No sooner had he spoken than the grand hall's doors were shattered by an overwhelming sword intent, the massive redwood doors splintering into fragments. Turning to look, Ouyang and the others beheld a middle-aged man in a white sword training garb, leaning against the doorframe, a smile gracing his face. So you are here, old cur. Dong Shuzi. Old swordsman, can't you knock? Must you always smash through my hall's doors? Do sword cultivators lack common sense? Dong Shuzi retorted sharply. Beside him, Lung Qingsong trembled, feeling a slight offense. The middle-aged man, unfazed, took a hearty swig from his wine gourd, his eyes widening in surprise as he beheld the four within the hall. Especially when he laid eyes on Lung Qingsong, his interest piqued. With enthusiasm, the middle-aged man raised his wine gourd towards the four. Gentlemen, would you care to join me at the Sword Sect? I shall take you as my direct disciples. Chapter 88. Master of the Sword Sect, Tai A. 3 gentlemen? Longsheng is now a son of the Qingyun Holy Land. He must be referring to us three, Ouyang thought, his admiration for the middle-aged man soaring as he considered the old man's discerning eye for talent. However, mindful of his own elder still being alive. He could only clasp his hands in regret and respond, "Thank you for your kind offer, esteemed senior, but we presently have no intention of changing sects." The middle-aged man cast a perplexed glance at Ouyang, baffled as he remarked, "I did not inquire about you. Why do you respond? Are you not aware of your own qualifications?" The elder Dong Shuzi erupted into laughter, only to swiftly regain his composure. Ouyang, with a frown etched across his face, regarded the middle-aged man before him, questioning the man's perception. How could such an unparalleled genius as himself go unnoticed? Had it not been for the impressive attributes displayed on the middle-aged man's panel, Ouyang would have unleashed a flurry of strikes upon him. Name: Tai, master of the Sword Sect. Cultivation level: 9th stage of Tribulation Transcendence. Root Bone 10. Charm 9. Luck 9. Swordsmanship aptitude 10. Exclusive skill: 1 sword flying immortal. Evaluation: with my sword, I can slay immortals. These individuals who ascend to the position of the 9 great sacred ground leaders are indeed extraordinary. The middle-aged man continued to regard Lung Qingsong by Fei Yu and Chun Changsheng with unwavering enthusiasm, declaring, "Our sword sect is the foremost authority among sword cultivators in the present age. Each year, over 1 million seek to join our ranks, yet only 1 is admitted annually. However, if the 3 of you are willing, I would gladly accept you as my direct disciples." The expression on Dong Shuzi's face was nothing short of exquisite. This shameless old fellow was brazenly attempting to poach disciples from the Qingyun sect right before his eyes. Yet, hearing this old man insult Ouyang brought him amusement, as he settled in to enjoy the spectacle. In Dong Shuzi's eyes, the sword sect's master bore a mark of danger upon his forehead. Chen Changsheng, meanwhile, regarded the sword sect leader with flickering eyes. In the memories of his previous life, his second senior brother had been a prodigious talent within the sword sect, obtaining the immortal's legacy in the secret realm and ultimately achieving the status of the world's first immortal during the apocalypse. For reasons unknown, this lifetime had transformed him into his senior brother, and the thought stirred a pang of envy within Chun Changsheng. In his past life, he and his senior brother had been the closest of companions, yet in this existence, it seemed that Lung Qingsong would be the first to encounter their senior brother. If the second senior brother were to follow the sword sect leader, would that not make him the second senior brother of the small mountain peak? This fleeting thought crossed Chun Changsheng's mind, only to be swiftly cast aside. He cherished the current small mountain peak too much, comprising the cool yet warm-hearted Lung Qingsong, the mature and steady Bai Fei Yu, the quirky little junior sister, and the self-reliant Xiao Shidi. In comparison to the solitude he had experienced in his previous life, where only he and his senior brother occupied the small mountain peak, this bustling camaraderie was a delightful change. The more he felt the weight of despair in the apocalypse, the more he treasured such beautiful moments. "Master, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave now," Ouyang announced to Dong Shuzi, preparing to lead his 3 rebellious disciples back to the small mountain peak. Casually, he cast a glance at Tai, already formulating a plan to deal with this old rascal. However, Tai, the master of the sword sect, stepped into Ouyang's path and, with sincerity, addressed the 3 behind Ouyang. "Truly, I'm the master of the sword sect. Trust me, I can help you unleash your full potential. If the sword sect can accomplish something, is it beyond the capabilities of the Qingyun sect?" With a cold sneer, Dong Shuzi spoke. Tai glanced at Dong Shuzi and replied earnestly, "Old scoundrel, you may be formidable, but when it comes to the sword path, my sword sect claims second place. Does your Qingyun sect dare to assert the first?" Dong Shuzi was rendered speechless by Tai's remark. Although he felt a 60% confidence in overpowering the old rascal before him, he had to concede that, in terms of swordsmanship, the sword sect undoubtedly held the title of the world's finest. The strength of the sword sect does not rely on any single swordsman, but rather on the countless great sword cultivators who have emerged from the sect over the millennia, each leaving behind a remarkable legacy before returning to the sword sect. The sword pool within the sect's forbidden grounds is imbued with the sword intent and profound rhyme of numerous great sword cultivators, embedded within each flying sword. Seeing Dong Shuzi fall silent, Tai gleefully addressed the 4 individuals behind Ouyang, saying, "You have all witnessed the wonders of this immortal's secret realm, do you not know? This realm houses my esteemed ancestor." The last of the group, Bai Fei Yu, perked up, his ears twitching in surprise as he looked up at the sword sect's leader. When had he become the ancestor of the sword sect? In his past life, though he was a sword immortal, he had always been solitary, until his demise. He had left no bloodline behind. Do you not believe me? Behold what I present. Tai A, having invested considerable effort, produced a piece of paper from his bosom and waved it before the crowd. This paper captured the attention of everyone in the grand hall, even drawing Dong Xiuzi's gaze. Tai triumphantly shook the paper, declaring, "This paper contains notes from an immortal, the diary of the legendary ancient Sword Immortal, Li Tai Bai." Upon hearing Tai A's words, Bai Feiyu, standing at the back, felt his face flush crimson, followed swiftly by a surge of shame and anger. Watching Tai A revel in his victory while brandishing the paper, Bai Feiyu found himself wishing more than ever to eliminate this individual. "I am the immortal. The immortal is me. I'm the foremost immortal in this world, the strongest of them all," Tai exclaimed, shaking his paper with fervor. As Tai recited the contents of the paper, Bai Feiyu nearly ground his teeth to dust. How could it be that his past self had perished so many years ago, only to be dragged out for public humiliation? The usually composed Bai Feiyu was utterly unhinged in that moment. Ouyang, with a peculiar expression, found it hard to suppress his laughter. He anticipated that the seemingly earnest and steady Bai Feiyu had been so melodramatic in his past life. Not only indulging in fanciful thoughts, but also keeping a diary. How amusing! What absurdity had he penned, mere doggerel. Truly remarkable. Tai A, having finished his dramatic reading, sighed in admiration for the profound insights contained within his esteemed ancestors' writings. Yet, aside from Tai, everyone else in the hall bore expressions of awkward amusement, torn between laughter and refraining from mocking someone else's ancestor. Tai, holding the paper aloft, provocatively addressed Dong Xiuzi, stating, "Though this immortal secret realm was summoned by your Qingyun sect, without an immortal relic, this realm cannot be activated. Thus, the advantage lies with our sword sect." Ouyang gazed upon the paper he held aloft, as if it were a treasured Taya. The individuals within the grand hall turned their attention to the parchment. For even Dong Xiuzi had never encountered the writings of an immortal, who would not wish to behold the script composed by a celestial being. As all eyes fell upon that sheet of paper, an unspoken thought emerged simultaneously in their hearts. The calligraphy of this Sword Immortal is lamentably unsightly. Chapter 89. The open sabotage by the sect master of the sword sect. The crooked characters writhed upon the paper like worms. Even if each stroke was imbued with the essence of the sword, possessing unparalleled might, one would expect at the very least a semblance of neatness. This wretched script, attributed to an ancient Sword Immortal, surely diminishes the esteemed reputation of that venerable figure. The assembly regarded the still proud Taya with peculiar expressions, offering silent condolences to the ancient Sword Immortal. Should that immortal still be among the living, upon discovering that his descendants flaunted his calligraphy in such a manner, one could only imagine he would swiftly replace the sword sect's master and cast this fool into the depths of the Eastern Sea. The typically composed Bai Feiyu was now panting heavily, observing the sword sect master reveling in his previous life's embarrassing diary. Were he possessed of the strength to do so, this imbecile would have been reduced to countless fragments by now. It was indeed a grand spectacle. Dong Xiuzi found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe the atrocious script, resorting instead to feeble flattery. Meanwhile, Ouyang found great amusement in the scene, relishing the sight of the foolish young man, who daily posed pretentiously in the trees, being publicly humiliated. Clearing his throat, Dong Xiuzi stated, "This matter concerning the immortal secret realm is of utmost significance. It concerns not only our sect, but also other sacred grounds that are likely to intervene. Why have you come solely to my abode?" Taya carefully stowed away his prized possession and languidly replied, "Other sects? All the elders beneath me in the sword sect have already accompanied their disciples to visit other sects. You, Qingyun's sect, are the only ones I have personally come to see. The sword sect is indeed domineering, for the sake of this immortal secret realm. They have even taken to blocking the mountain gates of others. Clearly, the sword sect possesses substantial knowledge regarding the treasures hidden within this realm." Ouyang, his eyes glinting with curiosity, inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed elder, what treasures lie within this immortal secret realm that warrant such significant efforts on your part?" Taya cast a disapproving glance at Ouyang, pondering why this mere chi refinement brat was so loquacious, seeking to assert his presence before him. Initially reluctant to respond, he reconsidered upon noticing the serious demeanor of Lung Qingsong and begrudgingly began, "Within this immortal secret realm lies the resting place of my ancestral forebear. containing both the secret treasures capable of slaying immortals and the swordsmanship inheritance of my esteemed ancestor. Lung Qingsong, positioned behind Ouyang, was instantly invigorated. The legacy of an ancient sword immortal capable of slaying celestial beings from the primordial era? As a pure sword cultivator, how could he resist such a tantalizing temptation? As cold Qingsong's eyes began to gleam ever brighter, Taya seductively proposed, "If you are willing to become my disciple, I can ensure that you acquire all that the immortal secret realm has to offer, and even the treasured Sword Immortal diaries I possess could be passed on to you." This individual still clings to his own dark past? Bai Feiyu glared at Taya with a mixture of shock and anger, marking the Sword Sect's leader on his personal blacklist. Although he longed for the immortal secret realm, Cold Qingsong could never abandon his humble mountain peak to join the Sword Sect. After hearing Taya's words, Cold Qingsong simply closed his eyes, gripping his sword, standing resolutely behind Ouyang, ignoring the old man's nonsensical ramblings. Does this fellow appear to lack intelligence? Ouyang's eyes sparkled with mischief. How absurd! What sort of Sword Immortal ink is this? I too possess immortal notes, Ouyang boldly declared to the smug Taya. Taya, who was reveling in showcasing his collection of Sword Immortal artifacts, turned to Ouyang, astonished that this seemingly ordinary lad dared to speak so arrogantly. Taya, his smile fading, looked at Ouyang with skepticism and inquired, "You, young man, possess immortal artifacts as well?" Ouyang chuckled and shouted to Taya, "Behold the hidden weapon." A book suddenly soared from Ouyang's sleeve, hurtling towards Taya. Chen Changsheng, upon seeing the familiar album Ouyang had flung, couldn't help but wince, casting a wry smile at his senior brother. Taya, unsuspecting, had little faith that an item tossed by a mere Qi Refinement Jr. could be an immortal artifact. He casually caught the album and glanced through it. Gasp! The expression on Taya's face transformed dramatically from indifference to irritation, then to astonishment, and finally to an insatiable curiosity. Swiftly concealing the album within his sleeve, he regarded Ouyang with an appreciative gaze and remarked, "Though you appear unremarkable, your cunning is quite sharp. I can reluctantly accept you as a gatekeeping disciple. Is a mere album sufficient to grant me the status of a gatekeeping disciple? Wait a moment. Does this old fellow mean it in the literal sense?" Initially dismissive, Ouyang quickly realized that the old swordsman before him was attempting to take advantage. Does he wish to claim my immortal artifact under such conditions? Return the album to me, Ouyang retorted irritably. However, Taya maintained an air of composure, stating, "I have urgent matters to discuss with your sect leader. You all may leave." What? This old man not only seeks to take advantage, but also to dismiss us? Just as Ouyang was about to voice his objections, the world around him spun, and by the time he regained his footing, the four of them found themselves outside the gates of Qingyan Peak. Inside the hall, only Dong Zuzi and Taya remained. Dong Zuzi glared at the disheveled Taya and chided. "What mischief were you up to with them?" Taya, casually walking to the wooden sign of heaven and earth, lit 3 incense sticks and turned to Dong Zuzi, stating, "The boy in white and black shares a connection with our sword sect. He is destined to become one of our disciples." In Taya's presence stood 2 youths, one clad in white by Feiyu, and the other adorned in dark attire, Lung Qingsong. Dong Shuzi let out a cold chuckle, declaring, "I believe the sword sect sword pool is destined to become a part of my Qingyan sect." Taya, taken aback, replied, "Is that so? Very well then. Once you relocate the sword pool, I shall take those 2 youngsters with me." Dong Shuzi, coughing a few times, regarded Taya with skepticism. "Is the sword pool of the sword sect truly less significant than those 2 youths?" Taya, unfazed, retorted, "The sword pool is but an inanimate object. As sword cultivators, we must strive for self-improvement. What value is there in clinging to paths trodden by our predecessors?" Dong Shuzi was left speechless, aware that Taya's cultivation level surpassed his own. However, he could not trade his disciples, Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong, for anything, even if it was a treasure from one of the 9 sacred lands. Looking at Taya, Dong Shuzi remarked, "Those young men are disciples of Ouyang. If you truly desire them, you should negotiate with him." "Blast it! How is that old man so fortunate?" Taya exclaimed incredulously. He then expressed his frustration. "Forget it. I may hold my own against you, but facing that old man is simply unbearable. The sword sect has always been cautious in accepting disciples. Is that child really of such importance?" Dong Shuzi inquired uncertainly. Taya sighed bitterly and replied softly, "It is said that the sword cultivators of my sect are the finest in the world, yet it has been ages since we have seen a true heir, myself included. Chapter 90. Danfeng brother, shall we return now? Lung Qing's song asked Ouyang. The lunch at Qingyun's sect was dreadful. The third brother's puppet must be cooking at home. Let us return for a meal, Ouyang suggested, glancing at Chen Changsheng, who nodded with a simple smile. Bai Feiyu, however, lacked the spirit to converse. Ever since his grave had been unearthed, memories he wished to forget replayed in his mind like a slideshow, some pleasant, but mostly painful. Noticing Bai Feiyu's low spirits, Ouyang clapped his hands and said, by the way, Tutu will begin her training today, and I need to prepare some medicinal herbs for her bath. Let's go to Danfeng to borrow some spiritual grass. Hearing Ouyang's words, Chen Changsheng sighed. Senior brother, have you forgotten? Danfeng posted a sign long ago at the mountain gate, forbidding our entry. What nonsense is this? We are all fellow disciples. The sign is merely a jest. No need to take it to heart. Ouyang responded with dissatisfaction. However, Chen Changsheng attempted to voice his thoughts, but Ouyang interrupted him, insisting, we must go to Danfeng. It is a matter of peaceful exchange between the small peak and Danfeng. How can there be discord among fellow disciples? Though he had said this, Chen Changsheng still wished to say more. Beside him, Lung Qingsong spoke up, brother, let us depart. Having ascended to the nascent soul stage, Lung Qingsong's sword-flying speed surpassed that of his earlier core formation stage by more than tenfold, prompting his rare act of volunteering. With a gentle toss of his sword, he pointed at it with a single finger, transforming the originally 3-foot-long Qin Feng sword into a colossal blade of 2 zhang in length. Ouyang gazed on with a hint of envy. The art of sword control could only be mastered by cultivators who had reached the foundation establishment stage. He pondered whether he would ever experience the thrill of flying on a sword in his lifetime. This thought reminded him of his increasingly lackluster system, which had yielded no rewards for over a month. Were it not for the ability to view his attributes panel, he might well have forgotten about this external aid altogether. The four ascended upon their flying swords, directing their flight towards Danfeng, the abode of the alchemists of the Qingyun sect. For practitioners, elixirs held immense significance. Ranging from the minor fasting pills to the major boundary-breaking pills, these precious concoctions originated from Danfeng. Thus, Danfeng was of paramount importance to the Qingyun sect. Even the lesser-quality qi gathering pills produced there would astound wandering cultivators who had never encountered such treasures. After all, the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 sacred lands, surpassed many so-called first-rate alchemical sects, despite not being primarily known for alchemy. Upon arriving at the entrance of Danfeng, the towering peak resembled a grand cauldron standing amidst heaven and earth, with the rich fragrance of herbs wafting towards them even before they drew near. Before they had dismounted from their flying swords, they caught sight of a massive wooden sign at the entrance of Danfeng. Ouyang and dogs are forbidden entry. Seek death. Lung Qingsong snorted coldly, raising his hand to unleash a sword qi that shattered the sign into splinters. The moment the sign burst apart, the disciple stationed at the mountain gate spotted Ouyang standing atop the flying sword. With a beaming smile, Ouyang enthusiastically waved at him. The disciple, who had been dozing against the gate, transitioned from surprise to anger, and finally to terror upon seeing Ouyang, channeling his true essence as he turned to scream towards Danfeng. Ouyang has arrived. With that piercing cry of fear echoing from the entrance, the once fragrant Danfeng erupted into chaos. Quick, hide everything. Activate the protective mountain formation. Summon the Guardian Squad from Xinfeng. Guardian Squad? Those muscle-bound fools are in league with him. Defend the Spirit Garden. We vow to coexist with the elixirs to the death. In an instant, the entire Danfeng was enveloped in a tragic atmosphere, with some shouting for the elixirs. We would rather die. Observing the once tranquil Danfeng descend into pandemonium, the expressions of Lung Qingsong and his companions towards Ouyang began to shift gradually. Ouyang forced a smile and said, see, I told you, we are all from the same lineage. Aren't the brothers of Dan, Peak, quite hospitable? The three remained silent, which only heightened Ouyang's embarrassment. Unable to contain himself any longer, he exclaimed, isn't it because of you ungrateful brats? Do you think those pills for breakthrough and the herbs you rely on daily were simply found on the street? They were obtained through my arduous efforts, shamelessly borrowed from Dan Peak. My reputation is tarnished because of you. The trio, Qing Song and the others, exchanged glances and understood the situation. The small peak produced nothing of value. Its medical skills were virtually useless. Even within the sect, the principle of equivalent exchange was upheld. Yet this small peak was utterly destitute. Their indifferent master, who acted like a mere bystander, left everything to Ouyang. Reflecting on their own lack of support for their senior brother, they realized they had only taken without giving, and now they even doubted his character. Even Bai Feiyu, usually composed, felt he had gone too far. Seeing the shame on the faces of the three, Ouyang felt a sense of relief. At least these three ungrateful souls had some conscience and recognized his struggles. The little foundation-building pills he consumed could indeed be considered his hard-earned reward, and thus he chose not to mention them again. The folks at Dan Peak truly lacked appreciation. Had they not agreed to lend? It was not as if they were unwilling to trade, yet they dared to erect a sign to humiliate their senior brother. Bai Feiyu frowned, looking at the chaos at Dan Peak with disdain. After all, they were merely herbs and pills. Was it really necessary to be so miserly? It was a disgrace for Dan Peak, one of the 12 peaks of Qingyan Sect. With a cold gaze, Qing Song directed his attention towards Dan Peak, knowing that insulting his brother was tantamount to insulting himself. Today, he would confront the Dan Peak. Chen Changsheng slightly stepped back behind the three, rummaging through his sleeves. "You little rascal, how dare you come here?" A resounding voice of anger erupted as a burst of brilliance rose from the summit of Dan Peak, swiftly arriving before Ouyang and the others. An elderly man, with white hair and beard, exuding an air of celestial wisdom, stood atop a cauldron, glaring fiercely at Ouyang. Ouyang chuckled and greeted him. "Uncle Dan Yuan, how have you been lately?" The elder, identified as Dan Yuan, pointed an accusatory finger at Ouyang and reprimanded, "You little brat. If you do not return the 100,000 foundation-building pills you stole today, I shall take your head." Chapter 91. This is how the Saint Son of Qingyan Sect operates. 100,000 foundation-building pills? Even the trio, Qing Song and the foundation establishment pill, is typically utilized by sects as a resource for outer disciples in their cultivation. While it may not be deemed particularly precious, the sheer quantity is astonishing. 100,000? The foundation establishment pill is a medicinal elixir that is only beneficial during the breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, serving as an auxiliary aid to facilitate the transformation of true energy into true essence. For an average person, one pill suffices. Those with lesser aptitude might require 2, and 3 is already the maximum. 100,000 could turn someone into a veritable foundation establishment pill. The trio, including Lung Qingsong, cast a glance at Ouyang, who had just been reflecting on his own selfishness. Now, they sought only an explanation. Feeling the piercing gazes behind him, Ouyang spoke up, somewhat aggrieved. "Master Dan Yuanzi, you were the one who said I could take as many as I wanted." You. Master Dan Yuanzi stammered, pointing at Ouyang, trembling with anger. That amounted to 100,000 foundation establishment pills. The entire stock of the Dan Peak had been consumed by this boy. Who could have known he had such an insatiable appetite? Initially, it was assumed he only required a few to break through. And since the foundation establishment pill is not particularly rare, he had been given the keys to the storeroom out of goodwill for his frequent contributions of illustrations. Little did they know that this would lead to inviting a wolf into the fold. In just one night, the entire storeroom supply of foundation establishment pills had been depleted by this lad, who in the inner sect of Qingyan Sect would casually refine foundation establishment pills. They were typically used for disciples to practice with, and then distributed to outer disciples as support for their cultivation. 100,000 foundation establishment pills represented the entire stock of the Dan Peak accumulated over more than a decade. This boy had consumed the equivalent of over a decade's worth of reserve for the outer sect in a single night. What was once merely a training tool had suddenly transformed into the most sought-after medicinal elixir for the outer sect. Consequently, the entire Dan Peak was thrown into chaos, with everyone from the Peak Master to the newest disciples sitting before the alchemical furnace, wide-eyed and sleepless for several nights to replenish the supply. Here was the esteemed Peak Master, a great cultivator in the ascension stage, toiling day and night at the alchemical furnace, refining foundation establishment pills. Now, whenever the words foundation establishment pill were uttered, the entire Dan Peak would instinctively feel nauseated. All of this was due to this insufferable brat. As they observed the furious master, Dan Yuanzi, trembling with indignation, Ouyang's companions lowered their heads, scarcely daring to look in the direction of the Dan Peak. To have committed such an act, their senior brother still brazenly came to the Dan Peak seeking resources. Truly, the audacity of their senior brother was remarkable. Even Lung Qingsong, gazing at the shattered wooden plaque struck by his sword aura, felt a pang of guilt towards the entire Dan Peak. For a moment, the atmosphere grew awkward, with Ouyang's companions nearly burying their heads beneath their flying swords in embarrassment. Ouyang himself felt quite aggrieved. He had come to the Dan Peak on several occasions to borrow items, and the brothers there had always been generous and gracious, which endeared him to the place. Thus, he had hurriedly collaborated with Chun Changsheng to produce a batch of illustrations overnight, intending to express his gratitude. Upon seeing the illustrations, Master Din Yuanzi was greatly comforted and even praised Ouyang for having taken on such a good disciple. Seizing the moment of the elder's good spirits, Ouyang ventured to pose a question he had long anticipated. Could one transcend to the foundation establishment stage through the use of foundation elixirs? Upon hearing Ouyang's inquiry, Dan Yuanzi waved his hand grandly, tossing Ouyang a key, indicating that such trivial matters should not trouble him. The storeroom was filled with foundation elixirs for Ouyang to consume at his leisure. He then succumbed to the enchanting allure of his third disciple's alchemical techniques. That evening, the entire Dan Peak was enveloped in an atmosphere of diligent study, with books being read with utmost seriousness, and some individuals even unable to suppress their enthusiastic applause. Thus, when Ouyang arrived at the storeroom of foundation elixirs, he found himself largely unobserved. To the practitioners of Dan Peak, foundation elixirs were merely trifles, easily concocted. Standing before the vast array of foundation elixirs, Ouyang felt an overwhelming sense of security, as if he had returned home. With such an abundance of elixirs, how could he possibly fail to reach the foundation establishment stage? However, while the prospect was delightful, reality proved to be harsh. He indulged from dusk until dawn. Yet all he received in return were incessant notifications of vital energy won. By the end, Ouyang's teeth ached, and he found no tangible benefit from his efforts. What a worthless endeavor. The promised foundation elixirs had yielded nothing beyond vital energy won. Were the alchemists of Dan Peak truly peddling counterfeit elixirs? Yet, gazing at the disarray within the storeroom, Ouyang felt it was time to make his escape. If he lingered any longer, he feared he might not be able to leave at all. Fortunately, as he departed from Dan Peak, he could still faintly hear the rustling of pages, and he couldn't help but marvel at the alchemists' unwavering dedication to their studies. With such industriousness, it seemed unlikely that the medical skills of his own humble peak would ever find practical application. In a fit of rage, Dan Yuanzi materialized before Ouyang, seizing his wrist with a fierce grip and declaring, "Come with me to meet the sect leader. Even if I must perish at the gates of Qingyun Peak today, I shall demand an explanation." Surprised by the elder's fervor, Ouyang's heart raced, and he immediately turned to his 3 junior brothers for assistance. In times of battle, even kin would unite. It was the moment to demonstrate the bonds of brotherhood. Yet, Qing Song and the others merely lowered their heads, pretending as if nothing were amiss. "What? Is this how you treat your elder brother? Your indifference shall not go unpunished." Frustrated by the trio's evasiveness, Ouyang's ire flared. Upon spotting Chun Changsheng, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. He quickly addressed Dan Yuanzi with a smile. "Uncle Master, please do not be hasty. Allow me to explain. I have my reasons." "My reasons? What could possibly justify consuming 100,000 foundation elixirs?" Dan Yuanzi scoffed. Ouyang pointed towards Chun Changsheng, saying, "Uncle Master, do you not recall the holy son of Qingyun, Chun Changsheng, who vanquished demons on behalf of our sect during the grand competition?" At the mention of his name, Chun Changsheng snapped his head up, alarmed. "Oh no, my senior brother intends to sell me out? I must flee." But just as he attempted to escape, 2 hands firmly gripped his shoulders, rendering him immobile. A faint voice, almost ethereal, reached Chun Changsheng's ears. "Do not leave. This matter requires your intervention, lest the entire small peak become the target of scorn within the Qingyun sect." Beside him, Lung Qingsong remained silent. Yet the pressure of his hand on Chun Changsheng's shoulder intensified. Dan Yuanzi, filled with suspicion, turned to Chun Changsheng and inquired, "Why does this lad, already in the core formation stage, require a foundation establishment pill? Has my esteemed uncle forgotten my disciple's remarkable skill? The activation of those hundreds of puppets demands resources of astronomical proportions." Ouyang quickly devised a plan in his mind, while his words were imbued with righteous fervor. "Even so, I require 100,000 foundation establishment pills." Dan Yuanzi immediately interjected. "Hold on, esteemed uncle," Ouyang exclaimed, breaking free from Dan Yuanzi's grasp. With a triumphant gesture towards the heavens, he proclaimed, "Esteemed uncle, have you forgotten? The sect leader once declared that encountering the Holy Sun is akin to encountering the sect leader himself. Thus, the items utilized by the Holy Sun are also those of the sect leader, and therefore, it is the sect leader who shall bear the cost of these 100,000 Foundation establishment pills. At that moment, Dong Zuzi, still conversing with Taiye in the Grand Hall, suddenly sneezed loudly. Achoo! In Chapter 92, Chen Chongqing was sold at an excellent price. Ouyang exhibited a demeanor of petty triumph, as if he himself were the holy son of the Qingyun sacred land. The number of disciples from the Dan Peak gathering at the mountain gate continued to swell, all united in their disdainful gazes directed at Ouyang upon the flying sword. Meanwhile, cultivators from other peaks, hearing of the commotion at the Dan Peak, hastily took to their swords to witness the spectacle. After all, it is in the nature of beings to indulge in gossip. As a cultivator of the great ascension stage, Dan Yuanzi naturally found it hard to believe Ouyang's fanciful claims. However, with the Holy Sun present, he turned to Chen Chongqing, his expression tinged with doubt, and asked, "Holy Sun, can we trust this scoundrel's words?" Chen Chongqing, drenched in sweat, felt the pressure of the hands upon his shoulders threatening to shatter his puppet, and he could only manage a smile as he replied, "Esteemed uncle, you may not be aware, but the remnants of the demon clan are insidious and cunning. The more individuals who know, the greater the risk of arousing their suspicion. Thus, I resorted to this course of action, requesting my senior brother to borrow a few. It must be said that this endeavor to eradicate the remnants of the demon clan should rightfully be attributed to the Dan Peak." As these words left Chen Chongqing's lips, Dan Yuanzi's face brightened, and he burst into hearty laughter. Although the Dan Peak is esteemed as a vital stronghold of the Qingyun sect, to speak frankly, it primarily serves as logistical support. Chen Chongqing's assertion that their efforts in annihilating the demon clan's remnants merited recognition instantly illuminated Dan Yuanzi's countenance. And even the disciples of the Dan Peak felt a sense of pride in Chen Chongqing's words. It turns out that the Holy Sun's triumph over the demon clan is partly attributable to our Dan Peak. News of this would surely spread, proclaiming that the Holy Sun's victory over the demon clan was a testament to the Dan Peak's merit. In the future, it shall be known that the Holy Sun's eradication of the demon clan is our Dan Peak's accomplishment. As the word spread, the sentiment grew. The Holy Sun belongs to our Dan Peak. Does this mean that the Qingyun sect will henceforth be ours? I always said that the enthusiastic senior brother who offers to share his illustrated albums could not be a villain. Hey, just a moment ago, did you not say you wish to feast upon his flesh? What nonsense are you talking about? A robust, middle-aged man, blushing with embarrassment, playfully struck the disciple beside him. A sense of pride naturally welled up among the disciples of Dan Peak, for despite its position at the bottom of the 12 peaks in terms of combat prowess, it was the future heir of Dan Peak who single-handedly eradicated the remnants of the demon clan. Moreover, the disciples tirelessly crafted foundation-building pills day and night for the young master, contributing their share. Thus, in a roundabout way, they could claim a part in the extermination of the demon remnants. Does the significance of those 100,000 foundation-building pills matter? The young master himself stated they were utilized for the annihilation of the demons. Do you doubt it? To see the young master is akin to seeing the sect leader. If you have the audacity, go ask the patriarch. Dan Yuanji's face beamed with a smile, a stark contrast to his earlier flustered demeanor, and his gaze towards Ouyang and his companions grew increasingly benevolent. Might I inquire what brings the young master to our Dan Peak this time? Dan Yuanzi inquired cheerfully. Uncle Master, with the recent drop in temperature, I thought to procure some spiritual herbs to nourish the young master after his battle against the demon remnants. Ouyang promptly responded. You are aware of the immense energy he expended during that confrontation, which even endangered his foundation. Hence he has been recuperating. Beside him, Chen Chongqing's lips twitched, as if he had tasted something unpleasant, and he forced a grimace while nodding. Oh, the young master is unwell? Dan Yuanji immediately expressed concern. I have 10 second-tier enlightenment pills. Would the young master require them? Thank you for your concern, Uncle Master. Chen Chongqing began to decline Dan Yuanji's goodwill, but was silenced by Ouyang's hand over his mouth. Ouyang, with a sheepish grin, said, That would be rather embarrassing. I dare not refuse such a generous offering from an elder. I shall accept it on behalf of the young master. Receiving the white jade vial handed over by Dan Yuanji, the aromatic scent of the medicinal concoction wafted through even the confines of the bottle, invigorating the senses. What a splendid treasure! It now belongs to Ouyang. Ouyang thought, flipping his hand, causing the vial to vanish, replaced by a piece of paper detailing the medicinal ingredients penned by the elusive Ouyang. Uncle Master, please take a look at these herbs. They are what we require. Ouyang respectfully presented the paper to Dan Yuanji. With a flick of his hand, Dan Yuanji summoned the paper from Ouyang's grasp, observing the listed spiritual herbs. He stroked his beard, frowning slightly as he remarked, the Qiling grass, white beast fruit, and green fox leaf are all essential for crafting the spirit beast breakthrough pill. These are not meant for human consumption. Does the young master truly require such items? Ouyang's eyes glimmered as he replied, Uncle Master, have you forgotten about those puppets? They are not human. Chun Chongqing's lips twitched once more. After all, those puppets were indeed products of his own divided soul, making them akin to extensions of himself. Dan Yuanji nodded, speaking grandly, since the young master requires them. Dan Peak shall certainly lend its full support. I shall have preparations made at once. Ouyang's heart leapt with joy as he retrieved a stack of illustrated volumes from his storage bag, presenting them to Dan Yuanji with a bow, stating, This is the latest batch of illustrated volumes. I humbly request you to appreciate them, Uncle Master. With a grand wave of his hand, Dan Yuanji made the volumes disappear from Lung Qingsong's grasp, joyfully exclaiming, My child, since you have come, there is no need to bring anything along. Ouyang chuckled and replied, Uncle Master, what are you saying? The Pill Peak and the Little Mountain Peak are as close as brothers. You see, I fear the medicinal herbs may not suffice. Should we perhaps double the amount? Dan Yuanji squinted his eyes, swiftly appearing before Ouyang, lowering his head and saying, Don't push your luck, young man. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Ouyang whispered back, Uncle Master, I have brought the Holy Sun with me this time. Let him write an IOU under the name of the sect leader for double the amount, and have him write you a note for triple. You can claim reimbursement from the sect leader. Triple? How about fivefold? Dan Yuanji retorted, display set. Fourfold. If not, I shall leave. And include those 100,000 Foundation establishment pills in the note. My junior brother can also have his name associated with Pill Peak, Ouyang bargained. Upon hearing Ouyang's final remark, Dan Yuanji's heart stirred, and when he glanced at Qin Changsheng, he regarded him as one would a cherished piglet raised since childhood. Let's strike a pact, Dan Yuanji said in a low voice. Absolutely unalterable. Ouyang extended his palm. The two struck their palms together 3 times, and Dan Yuanji laughed heartily, waving his hand and proclaiming, Today, Pill Peak hosts a banquet for Little Mountain Peak. From this day forth, Little Mountain Peak and Pill Peak shall be sworn brothers. Cheers erupted from the disciples of Pill Peak, for from now on, the future spokesperson of the cultivation world, the Holy Son of Qingyun Sect, would also be regarded as one of their own. The two continued to discuss their scheme to deceive the sect leader, oblivious to the presence of Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu. At that moment, Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu finally understood why their senior brother was so well liked by the disciples of other peaks. His meticulousness in affairs was truly impeccable. Only Chun Changsheng appeared dazed, nearly biting his own molars to pieces. The meal concluded with joy for both hosts and guests. As they departed, Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu each carried a massive bundle, while the enthusiastic disciples of Pill Peak continually stuffed medicinal herbs into the packages. After all, these were necessities for their future holy son, and having a surplus was always prudent. Amidst the kind gazes of Ouyang and Dan Yuanji, Qin Changxing trembled as he inscribed Dong Shuzi's name on the IOU. Chapter 93. A Cauldron Stewing 2-2. In the courtyard of Little Mountain Peak, a large pot had been set up, with Ouyang and Qin Changxing tending to the fire, while Lung Qingsong hammered away at the rooftop. And Bai Feiyu stared vacantly at his own grave in the sky. Tutu had been taken by Xiao Feng to the forbidden area to play with spirit beasts and had yet to return. Senior brother, what prompted you to seek out teachings today? Qin Changsheng tentatively inquired. Lung Qingsong paused momentarily in his hammering, while Bai Feiyu blinked and perked up his ears. Ouyang, shaking the firewood in his hands, suddenly smacked his forehead and exclaimed, Darn it, I want to ask the old man if there were any advanced techniques I could learn. And I completely forgot about it. Lung Qingsong resumed wielding his hammer, while Bai Feiyu returned to his days. Advanced techniques? Qin Changsheng swallowed hard, but remained silent. Although my senior brother differs from the remarkably talented senior brother of my past life, his mastery of fundamental techniques is nothing short of extraordinary, even capable of endowing inanimate objects with sentience. This alone fills me with awe. The art of elemental evasion has nearly become a sect secret. What need is there for advanced techniques? While this notion lingers in my mind, I am reluctant to undermine my senior brother's confidence. After all, transcending to the foundation establishment stage has always been his fervent aspiration. By the way, are you three following me? Ouyang casually inquired. The rhythm of the hammer striking the roof noticeably quickened, while Bai Feiyu's dazed expression deepened. A chill ran down my spine, and I forced a chuckle, saying, "We merely heard that senior brother was going to attend a lecture, so we came to see how he would embarrass the sect leader. Are you truly that idol?" Ouyang glanced at the cold Qing song and Bai Feiyu on the roof, then at the perspiring Chun Changsheng, choosing not to expose the situation. "Senior brother, where did you procure the formula that aids junior sister's cultivation?" Chun Changsheng asked, curiosity evident in his voice. "You don't know where it came from?" Ouyang replied with a sidelong glance, hinting at something. Understanding dawned on Chun Changsheng, and he turned to look at the sunbathing Zhonghu Huyin in the courtyard. Rising to approach him, "Senior, may I have a word?" Chun Changsheng bowed slightly and spoke softly to Zhonghu. Zhonghu Huyin glanced at Chun Changsheng, lazily rose to his feet, shook off his fur, and sauntered out of the courtyard. Once Zhonghu exited, Chun Changsheng gathered a few strands of fur from where Zhonghu had lain and followed him outside. "What do you intend to do, kid?" Huyin asked, reclining on the steps in a relaxed posture as he regarded Chun Changsheng. Chun Changsheng humbly bowed, addressing Huyin, "Senior, yesterday I was bewitched, and today senior brother has reprimanded me. I have wronged junior sister. I hope you can forgive me." Huyin waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I witnessed it." Ouyang's slap was quite resounding, and I am satisfied. Then, with an air of wisdom, he advised Chun Changsheng, "Young one, you have countless years ahead to seek your own path. Do not rush for quick success, for it may harm many, and in the end, you will realize that apart from yourself, you'll have nothing left." Chun Changsheng attentively listened to the teachings of the venerable Zhonghu, adopting a demeanor of earnest acceptance. Zhonghu flicked his tail and turned back into the courtyard. Hidden within his long sleeves, Chun Changsheng tightly clutched the strands of Zhonghu's fur. "Are you reporting me to senior brother? Is the tribulation phase truly formidable? Has no one else passed through it?" Chun Changsheng observed Huyin swaggering about, maintaining an unperturbed expression. The water in the pot boiled, and Ouyang directed Chun Changsheng to add the spiritual herbs into the pot. One cannot deny the superior quality of the spiritual herbs from the Dan Peak. Having confirmed with Huyin, the herbs brought along would suffice for Hu Tu for several months. Once the resources are exhausted, let Changsheng draft an IOU at Danfeng. After all, it is written under the name of Dong Shuzi, which bears no connection to my humble mountain peak, as various spiritual herbs were added to the boiling water. A rich and enchanting medicinal aroma wafted forth from the pot. Huyan's gaze sharpened, and with a flick of his claw, a droplet of essence flew from his talon and fell into the cauldron. The already fragrant concoction was instantly infused with an intoxicating scent, reminiscent of the annual Yunnan specialties. Ouyang placed the lid on the pot and adjusted the fire beneath the iron vessel, reducing the roaring flames to a gentle simmer. Straightening his weary back, Ouyang barely had time to stretch before he heard the joyous laughter of Hu Tu, accompanied by vibrant music and the sound of dragon roars and birdsong. Hu Tu and Xiao Feng had returned. As the exhilarating music quickened, Xiao Feng leapt gracefully, landing in the courtyard with Hu Tu on his back. Upon entering the courtyard, Hu Tu was immediately enveloped by the rich aroma of the medicinal concoction. "Eldest brother, what delectable dish are you preparing?" Hu Tu inquired with curiosity. Ouyang chuckled and replied, "Guess." Hu Tu sniffed eagerly and said, "Is it a medicinal dish?" The third brother's medicinal meals are always fragrant and delicious. Ouyang let out a strange cry and called to Chun Changsheng, "Third, hold Tu down and toss her into the pot." Before Hu Tu could comprehend, her body was airborne, and she fell directly into the iron cauldron, clothes and all. Had her identity as a spiritual fox been exposed? What should she do? Would her brothers consume her? Grandfather had indeed been right to caution her about revealing her identity. Panic surged within Hu Tu. Beside her, Chun Changsheng, witnessing her distress, quickly reassured her, "Little junior sister, this is a medicinal bath to strengthen your body. From today onward, you shall commence your cultivation." Only then did Hu Tu feel at ease, casting a fierce glare at her unsympathetic eldest brother, but she still favored the third brother, who had treated her to candy the night before. Leaning over the edge of the iron pot, Hu Tu blinked her eyes at Chun Changsheng. Faced with such innocent eyes, Chun Changsheng recalled the events of the previous day, feeling an even deeper sense of guilt. He sheepishly addressed Hu Tutu. What are you staring at, Tutu? Suddenly, Hu Tutu burst into laughter, exclaiming, Tutu likes third brother the most. Upon hearing her words, Chun Changsheng, already burdened with guilt, felt even worse. Just as he intended to apologize to Tutu for his previous actions, Ouyang's voice rang out from afar. Third, hurry and serve the food. I'm starving. Turning his head, Chun Changsheng saw Ouyang smiling at him, with the transcendent fox Hu Yin squatting nearby. He patted Hu Tutu's head, a smile returning to his face as he declared, Eldest brother, I also like Tutu the most. Chapter 94, A Night Conversation with Bai Feiyu. The seemingly boiling water posed no threat to Hu Tutu, who was at the core formation stage. Once the medicinal power of the spiritual herbs was unleashed and entered the body of Hu Tutu, she felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her. It was akin to sleeping under a thick quilt beside a blazing furnace in the sweltering heat of summer. It's so hot. Woe is me, senior brother. I can't endure this any longer. Hu Tutu lamented, propping herself against the edge of the pot. A towel atop her head, her small face flushed as she gazed at Chen Changsheng, who was meticulously monitoring the fire. No way, little junior sister. Just hold on a bit longer. You're almost done with 2 full hours, Chen Changsheng replied without a hint of compassion. Hu Tutu turned over, sitting despondently in the pot, feeling a wave of frustration. I'm so hungry. Woe is me. Although Hu Tutu, who had reached the core formation stage, no longer needed to eat, the ingrained habit of having 3 meals a day from her time on the small peak made her stomach grumble reflexively. No, Grandpa said I must be a well-fed ghost, even in death. Hu Tutu glanced at the fragrant medicinal bath, licking her lips, finding the aroma quite agreeable, and surmising the taste might also be pleasant. She cupped her hands around the potion, took a sip, and the ethereal fragrance of the spiritual herbs along with an indescribable sense of satisfaction invigorated her in an instant. Slurp. Woe is me, Grandpa. I'm going to be boiled alive. Senior brother, must it really take so long? Xiaofeng, who was stoking the fire beneath the furnace, looked at the weeping Hu Tutu, drinking the potion, and compassionately inquired of Chun Changsheng. With a smile gracing his face, Chun Changsheng replied, Tutu possesses exceptional talent. Yet she is rather lethargic. Despite having reached the core formation stage, she still cannot wield sword techniques. This lack of skill is detrimental to her, and my insistence is ultimately for her own good. Xiaofeng observed Hu Tutu, who lay contentedly in the pot, licking her lips in satisfaction, and affectionately remarked, Little junior sister need not exert herself so. With us around, no one can harm her. Chen Changsheng shot Xiaofeng a quizzical glance and said, We can shield her for a time, but what about for a lifetime? She must forge her own path. Xiaofeng nodded obediently, adding more firewood to the flames. Chen Changsheng, increasingly puzzled by Xiaofeng, wondered if his junior brother had yet to realize that Tutu was, in fact, a fox spirit. Could the future emperor of humanity truly be oblivious to the presence of a spiritual fox in their midst? Shaking his head, Chen Changsheng kept a vigilant eye on the fire. After 2 hours of simmering, he extracted Hu Tutu from the iron pot, who was now deeply asleep. With a flick of his hand, he cast a cleansing spell upon her. Hu Tutu's garments gradually dried, and the remnants of the medicinal residue vanished. I'll carry Tutu back to her room to rest. You should drink the remaining potion from the pot, Chun Changsheng instructed Xiaofeng as he cradled Hu Tutu. Huh? Me drink this? Xiaofeng exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at himself. Indeed, it would be a waste to discard this potion, and it is perfect for nourishing the 5 divine beasts behind you. Drinking it will be beneficial. As Chen Changsheng walked, he spoke to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, gazing at the cauldron of medicinal liquid before him, fell into deep contemplation. Just moments ago, the junior sister had soaked in it for 2 hours. Now, did he really have to drink the bathwater? The bathwater of his junior sister? Well, perhaps it wasn't entirely out of the question. A flush crept across Xiaofeng's face as he shook his head, dispelling the impure thoughts that had invaded his mind. With muscles taut, he lifted the iron pot brimming with the concoction and, opening his mouth, gulped it all down in one go. In the dead of night, tranquility enveloped the small peak. Under the moonlight's gentle glow, Bai Feiyu pushed open his door and made his way towards Long Qingsong's room. Upon reaching the threshold, Bai Feiyu knocked softly and called out, Second senior brother, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Guomin, came Long Qingsong's voice from within. Bai Feiyu entered, closed the door behind him, and was momentarily taken aback by the room's arrangement. It was cluttered with planks, tiles, and an array of repair tools. Hammers, shovels, saws, and planes filled the space. This hardly resembled the quarters of a sword cultivator. One might even liken it to a carpenter's workshop. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Lung Qingsong looked at Bai Feiyu with curiosity and asked, "What is it?" Bai Feiyu surveyed the surroundings, found a stool, and sat opposite Lung Qingsong, looking earnestly into his eyes. "Second senior brother, I have my reasons for not venturing into the immortal's secret realm." Lung Qingsong nodded in understanding. Bai Feiyu recognized that beneath his senior brother's stoic exterior lay a warm heart. Having spent countless days and nights with one another, Lung Qingsong could grasp Bai Feiyu's unspoken thoughts. "Senior brother, since your return from the mortal realm, has your sword heart remained untainted?" Bai Feiyu inquired. Lung Qingsong nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it confirmed Bai Feiyu's suspicions. The path that Lung Qingsong sought to tread was precisely the one he himself had traversed in a past life. Yet, it was precisely because he had walked that path that Bai Feiyu resolved to intervene tonight, hoping to prevent Lung Qingsong from repeating his own mistakes. That path ultimately led to a dead end. Bai Feiyu looked intently at Lung Qingsong and asked, "Have you ever considered the possibility that one day your sword might break?" With a puzzled glance, Lung Qingsong turned inward to examine his dantian. How could his junior brother, who was merely at the core formation stage, know that his life-bound sword had been shattered by his own hand? "I have considered it," Lung Qingsong replied. You have?" Bai Feiyu was taken aback by this response. Sword cultivators are often proud, and those aspiring to be the masters of myriad swords are even more so. It seemed inconceivable that one would contemplate the breaking of their sword. They're driven to sever all obstacles in their path. Those who tread this road possess unwavering faith in their ability to cleave through all that exists. Thus, with a contemplative expression, Lung Qingsong pondered the notion of his sword shattering. Bai Feiyu, scratching his head, inquired, "Senior brother, how could you ever contemplate that your sword might break?" Confounded by Bai Feiyu's apparent oblivion to the reality of his own life-bound sword's fracture, Lung Qingsong replied earnestly, "Because it has indeed broken." With a sudden and incredulous rise, Bai Feiyu gazed at Lung Qingsong, exclaiming, "What did you say? Broken?" Chapter 95. "Then I shall cease my quest for the Tao, and let the Tao seek me." Bai Feiyu's face was awash with urgency. He could not fathom how Lung Qingsong still drew breath. The life-bound sword of a sword cultivator was synonymous with their very existence. How could Lung Qingsong nonchalantly declare its rupture? Upon the sword's shattering, the sword's essence would consume its master, leading to an immediate demise. With fervor, Bai Feiyu rushed before Lung Qingsong, seizing his wrist and channeling a surge of true essence into him. Such an act of transferring true essence into another's body was a grave taboo among practitioners, for it could easily obliterate Lung Qingsong's meridians and dantian. Yet, in his reckless desperation, Bai Feiyu committed this folly. To Bai Feiyu's surprise, Lung Qingsong offered no resistance. Instead, he regarded his usually more mature junior with a hint of tenderness, witnessing his disarray due to the severance of his life-bound sword. What a perplexing situation. How could the sword be both shattered and yet not? Bai Feiyu released Lung Qingsong's wrist, murmuring to himself. As he delved deeper into Lung Qingsong's dantian with his true essence, he beheld a nascent soul serenely seated within. In its embrace lay the fragmented sword, which was indeed Lung Qingsong's life-bound sword. Though the broken sword appeared somewhat indistinct and unstable, Bai Feiyu could still perceive the purest essence of sword intent flowing from it, identical to that which he had known in a past life. How could a severed life-bound sword maintain its form and even exude sword intent? This was unprecedented, inconceivable. Even in ancient times, even the Sword Immortal Bai would not dare to acknowledge such a phenomenon. It has long been an unyielding tenet that each sword cultivator possesses but a single life-bound sword, a rule established since the inception of cultivation. Yet here stood a sword cultivator with his life-bound sword cleaved in twain, remarkably intact, as if nothing had transpired. With a complex expression, Bai Feiyu regarded Lung Qingsong and inquired, "Senior brother, are you aware of the consequences of a life-bound sword's fracture?" Indeed, Lung Qingsong nodded, seemingly cognizant of the repercussions such a rupture entailed. "Who did this?" Bai Feiyu pressed. A flicker of unease crossed Lung Qingsong's stern visage. He could hardly admit to having succumbed to worldly emotions and having shattered his own sword. Such confessions would never pass his lips. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Master." Lung Qingsong's thoughts were remarkably unadulterated. Ultimately, From the moment he and his elder brother entered this world, it was evident that their master had orchestrated this intricate web, leading to the present outcome. Claiming that the master had severed their fates would not be an exaggeration. Which master, you might wonder? Upon hearing Lung Qingsong mention Ouyang, Bai Feiyu's mind immediately conjured the image of those penetrating eyes that seemed capable of seeing through all. Bai Feiyu could not fathom what this nearly omniscient cultivator was scheming. Yet, the shattering of one's life sword was nearly fatal for a sword cultivator. This was a certainty for Bai Feiyu, a sword immortal, from this point onward. Lung Qingsong would be unable to tread the path of sword cultivation. For Lung Qingsong, this was akin to a death sentence. Yet, why did that broken sword still resonate with sword intent? Moreover, the sword intent was so pure, almost identical to the one he had possessed in his previous life. Are you not afraid of what master might do to you? Bai Feiyu inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling the audacious words. Lung Qingsong paused, seemingly never having contemplated this, and shook his head, stating, I trust him. At this juncture, a hint of a smile graced the lips of the usually stoic Lung Qingsong. This was the man who allowed him to flaunt his presence without restraint, the one with whom he and his elder brother could bicker freely and exhibit their whims. The first man in his life to evoke a paternal feeling. Naturally, he trusted him. Furthermore, his elder brother held immense faith in their master. With that conviction, Lung Qingsong felt he had no reason to doubt. Now was Bai Feiyu's turn to be taken aback. He struggled to comprehend why Lung Qingsong would utter such sentiments. He was acutely aware that Lung Qingsong's path of swordsmanship was that of the master of 1,000 swords. It was the most formidable sword path in existence. Only by transcending emotions and maintaining an untainted heart could one become the master of 1,000 swords. Yet, it seemed that, in comparison to his pursuit of the death, Lung Qingsong held something far more significant, perhaps even more precious than his own path. So precious that he could unhesitatingly follow orders and willingly sever his own life sword. The seemingly indifferent Lung Qingsong had transformed into the most sentimental individual. How could the path of the master of 1,000 swords possibly continue? Bai Feiyu's thoughts drifted to his previous life, before he had attained the status of a sword immortal. He too had once shattered his life sword, drowning his sorrows in drink, lost and disoriented. Xiao Bai, if you continue down this path, you will ruin yourself. A figure in a blue robe expressed concern, addressing him. I am but a useless being now. What does it matter if I ruin myself? The one known as Li Tai Bai, inebriated, tilted his head back to pour more wine into his mouth, slurring, I have a way to help you reforge your life sword. Trust me. The blue-robed figure asserted with unwavering conviction. Li Tai Bai erupted into laughter, his mirth laced with desolation. Then, lowering his head, he shouted at the blue-robed figure, Get lost. It's impossible. I'm already a useless being. Are you here to pity me? Just go away. However, later, that azure robe proved successful. Li Tai Bai's faded sword returned, even surpassing its former glory. Yet Li Tai Bai could no longer find a trace of that azure robe. He had thoroughly embarked on the supreme path of the sword, achieving the status of a sword immortal, yet ultimately met with a tragic demise. This path was a dead end, an absolute road, requiring the annihilation of all emotions, leaving only the sword path in one's heart to truly attain the so-called transcendence of emotional detachment. A flicker of pain crossed Bai Feiyu's eyes. This was also the reason he chose not to follow the path of his past life. This path was destined to have an end, and the outcome was inevitably bleak. Therefore, he chose to walk the path where all things were his sword, even if he could not reach the heights of his past life. He no longer wished to endure that kind of suffering. Senior brother, what would you do if the path you tread leads you to the most agonizing choice? Bai Feiyu asked, his gaze somewhat vacant as he looked at Lung Qingsong. Lung Qingsong observed the noticeably disheveled Bai Feiyu and replied softly, I am not alone. I have you all. But what if the choice you face is precisely this? Bai Feiyu fixed his gaze intently on Lung Qingsong. Lung Qingsong's eyes sharpened, and he seemed to transform into a sword, earnestly looking at Bai Feiyu and declaring, that path is erroneous. The path itself cannot be wrong. Bai Feiyu, equally unyielding, responded, Then I shall not seek the path. Let the path seek me. Chapter 96. Is the nascent soul stage difficult? Then I shall not seek the path. Let the path seek me. Lung Qingsong spoke with an assertive tone, delivering an even more commanding statement, causing Bai Feiyu to momentarily freeze in expression. Ha ha! Bai Feiyu suddenly erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Concerned for his seemingly deranged laughter, Long Qingsong reached out to steady Bai Feiyu's shoulder. Yet, Bai Feiyu abruptly looked up at Long Qingsong and said, "Senior brother, I have made my decision. This time, I shall accompany you into the immortal secret realm. I want to see how the path seeks you." Long Qingsong stared at the eagerly expectant Bai Feiyu and shook his head, saying, "No need." He originally believed that his strength alone was sufficient. Now with the addition of his elder brother and the third brother, Long Qingsong felt they could conquer the world without risking Bai Feiyu, who was still at the third tier of the Golden Core stage. Bai Feiyu, seeing Long Qingsong shake his head, thought it was merely out of concern for his well-being, and smilingly replied, "Initially, I was reluctant to go there due to personal reasons, but now I am more eager to witness how my senior brother's sword path unfolds." Long Qingsong continued to shake his head, stating, "You are too weak." His intention was to convey that with Bai Feiyu's current strength at the Golden Core stage, he did not wish for him to face danger in the immortal secret realm. Upon hearing Long Qingsong's words, Bai Feiyu's expression stiffened. Was he being underestimated? The entire small peak now seemed to reflect its own inadequacy. How had the once preeminent self, who always stood several steps ahead of others, fallen to the bottom? Bai Feiyu believed that Long Qingsong looked down upon him, and with a derisive laugh, he remarked, "Is a nascent soul stage truly so difficult?" Upon hearing Bai Feiyu's words, Long Qingsong realized the misunderstanding and was about to clarify when he sensed the turmoil of Bai Feiyu's true essence. Bai Feiyu slightly closed his eyes and murmured, "All things are my sword. All things are my path." The true essence within him surged in response to this declaration, spinning wildly within his dantian as it fervently absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. The originally clear night sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. The tribulation of the three thunders, typically appearing only during the transformation stage, manifested once more atop the small peak. Xianxia, seated at the summit, lifted his head in confusion and activated the recording stone, murmuring, "Is Junior Brother Bai breaking through?" Indeed, one can never underestimate Junior Brother Bai's speed in transcending realms. In Xianxia's memory, Bai Feiyu had ascended through 3 realms, first from no cultivation to chi refinement, then from chi refinement to foundation establishment, and lastly, just last month, from foundation establishment to golden core. Now, he was poised to break through from golden core to nascent soul. It appeared as though the 9 minor realms within each major realm were inconsequential to Bai Feiyu. Breaking through seemed as effortless as drinking water. Why had he never heard of such an exceptional talent in his previous life? Perhaps it was because his life had ended too soon to witness such a genius in action. Yet, this presented an opportunity for him, as he had lingered at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage for far too long. The spectacle of the nascent soul's 3 thunders was undeniably captivating. He had always sought a suitable moment to discreetly break through in a hidden location, only to find that Bai Feiyu had unwittingly provided him with an opportunity before he could enact his plans. Xianxia's Golden Core began to rotate, preparing to seize this chance to ascend to the nascent soul stage. If both were to break through simultaneously, the might of the 3 thunders would undoubtedly be amplified. However, among those daring enough to draw their swords against the heavens, no one truly regarded a mere tribulation with any gravity. Bai Feiyu's realm was rapidly advancing, climbing almost a level per second without pause. Golden Core 4th layer, 5th layer, 6th layer, 7th layer, 8th layer, 9th layer. Bai Feiyu opened his eyes and commanded, "Come forth." The golden core within his dantian shattered explosively, revealing a 1-inch nascent soul that bore an uncanny resemblance to Bai Feiyu. Its body was a lustrous white, exuding a sword intent that flowed gracefully. Yet unlike Long Qingsong's transformation, Bai Feiyu's nascent soul bore no sword in hand. Can one truly be called a sword cultivator without a destined sword? The primordial infant emerged from the golden core, gracefully seated within the dantian, fervently absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Not only did the primordial infant radiate a profound sword intent, but countless iridescent hues also danced around it. In the next moment, Xianxia experienced a similar transformation, his golden core fracturing into an infant. However, Xianxia's primordial infant was peculiarly distinct. It was not merely a diminutive version of himself, but rather a bizarre entity with 3 heads and 6 arms, reminiscent of the 3rd Prince Neza. Slowly, Xianxia opened his eyes, having unknowingly transcended to the primordial infant stage. The unusual form of his primordial infant undoubtedly had a profound connection to his rebirth. The priority now was to hasten his breakthrough to the out-of-body stage and discern the true nature of his soul. On the small peak, dark clouds gathered momentarily, and after a couple of muffled rumbles of thunder, they dissipated, revealing a clear sky once more. The moon shone ever more brightly, seemingly mocking the nascent tribulations that dared not even gather fully. Bai Feiyu, having just stepped into the primordial infant stage, turned to Lung Qingsong with a smile, inquiring if his strength was sufficient. Lung Qingsong regarded Bai Feiyu, his expression devoid of emotion. After all, who hadn't transitioned into the primordial infant stage consecutively? What was there to boast about? Yet he still shook his head and replied, "No, you cannot go." Having just entered the primordial infant stage, Bai Feiyu's foundation was unstable, and it was imperative for him to solidify his realm. Feeling belittled by Lung Qingsong's dismissal, Bai Feiyu retorted with a cold smile. "Is it the way of the Lord of 10,000 swords that gives you such confidence?" Lung Qingsong looked at Bai Feiyu in bewilderment. Was his junior brother indeed lacking in judgment, concern for him, and yet he chose to mock? It was clear that Bai Feiyu as primordial infant lacked a sword spirit. Although his own spirit sword had been severed, he still possessed a fragment, while Bai Feiyu had none. It was far more crucial for him to diligently cultivate his sword spirit on the small peak than to venture into the realm of immortals. In a succinct summary, Lung Qingsong's thoughts could be distilled into 5 words. You cannot defeat me. Boom! The newly repaired roof of Lung Qingsong's abode was instantly blown away by the surge of true essence unleashed by Bai Feiyu. With a stern expression, Bai Feiyu addressed Lung Qingsong. "Then today, I wish to seek your guidance." Lung Qingsong rose, irritated that this brat had demolished his freshly repaired roof. Tomorrow, his senior brother would undoubtedly berate him. With a frown, Lung Qingsong declared, "I shall not hold back." Bai Feiyu sneered, "I welcome the challenge." Chapter 97. The sunlight today is exceedingly blinding. Hututu enjoyed a remarkably restful slumber, a sleep so profound that he did not even dream, awakening only at dawn, as if cradled in his mother's embrace. Upon waking, Hututu felt invigorated, brimming with vitality. Clearly, the medicinal bath he indulged in yesterday had proven exceedingly beneficial. Today, he resolved to immerse himself in another rejuvenating soak. As Hututu mustered his courage, he pushed open the door to his room. Upon entering, he beheld his senior brother brandishing a paper fan, chastising his second and fourth brothers. Xiao Feng sat quietly on a small stool, eating his meal, too afraid to lift his gaze, fearing the flames of wrath might engulf him. Ouyang Qi's tongue flickered as he berated Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, seated on cushions in the courtyard, pointing an accusatory finger at them. As he scolded, the fan in his hand occasionally struck the heads of Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu. The two, heads bowed, endured Ouyang's reprimands in silence. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously huffed, turning away to avoid eye contact. Oomph, oomph, slap, slap. Yet again, the fan descended upon their heads, courtesy of Ouyang. "Eldest brother, it's time for breakfast," Chen Changshang announced as he emerged from the kitchen, balancing a tray of food, while a recording stone discreetly captured the moments of embarrassment for Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu. Is tearing down a house an essential skill for sword cultivators? Oomph. All they do is fight. Is cultivation merely about violence? It's about understanding human relationships. Ouyang, filled with frustration, scolded the 2 wayward disciples. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu raised their heads in unison. Speaking of human relationships, it seemed rather ironic for the senior brother, who had pilfered 100,000 foundation building pills from Danfeng, to lecture them. What? Unwilling to accept? Ouyang, noticing their defiance, raised his hand and struck them with the fan once more. The 2 lowered their heads again, obediently enduring their senior brother's tirade. Ouyang's throat grew parched from his scolding. When would these 2 wayward disciples allow him some peace? They had kept him awake at night with their ruckus in the courtyard. If it weren't for the roof they had nearly destroyed, he might have continued sleeping soundly. Chen Changsheng, with a cup of tea in hand, approached Ouyang with a considerate demeanor, offering the beverage. "Eldest brother, drink some tea." Second brother and Bai are merely sparring in swordplay. They just lost control of their strength for a moment. Let them repair the roof afterward. The food is getting cold. Let us allow them to eat first. Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu gazed at Chen Changsheng with gratitude, appreciating their third brother's thoughtfulness and understanding. However, they failed to notice that the small recording stone in Chun Chongqing's hand was capturing their every moment. Ouyang accepted the tea, gulping it down with a hint of irritation. You two are not permitted to eat until the roof is repaired. Off you go. The two felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. They would rather face a grueling battle than endure Ouyang's nagging. They stood up, inadvertently locking eyes once more. Oof, oof. Ouyang resumed his breakfast, while Lung Ching Song and Bai Feiyu busily hammered nails on the roof. Eldest brother, I'm done eating. I'll take junior sister to the forbidden area for training. Xiao Feng said cautiously after waiting for Hu Tutu to finish his meal. Junior brother, you may go on your own. I wish for senior brother to accompany me. Hu Tutu wiped his mouth and addressed Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng felt as if struck by an arrow to his heart, his entire being trembling. Just yesterday, the junior sister had declared her fondness for spending time with him. Dejected, Xiao Feng descended the mountain. Surely today, in the forbidden grounds, the spirit beasts would face a calamity. What has happened to this foolish lad? Ouyang watched in confusion as the despondent Xiao Feng made his way down the mountain. Suddenly, a voice echoed within him. Young man, today I shall communicate with you. Teach Tutu the cultivation method of the spirit fox. Ouyang turned to the sunbathing Tsanghu Huyen, nodded, and spoke to the eager Hu Tutu, who was preparing to fly with a paper crane alongside senior brother. Tutu, from today onward, you shall begin your training. Ah, must I really learn? Hu Tutu's face fell, the smile evaporating as he recalled his distaste for cultivation. During his time on Xianxia Mountain, he had never enjoyed it. Had he known, he would have joined junior brother in playing within the forbidden grounds. Senior brother, I shall check if junior brother has left. Hu Tutu retreated while flashing a smile at Ouyang. As a self-proclaimed underachiever, Ouyang was well aware of Hu Tutu's intentions and swiftly seized him by the collar. Lifting him up, Hu Tutu flailed his little feet, pouting as he called out to Chun Chongqing. Third brother, Tutu likes you the most. Please save me. Chun Chongqing chuckled, observing Ouyang and Hu Tutu, while two others were busy repairing the roof. Everything before him appeared so delightful. Ouyang pressed Hu Tutu onto a bench, and she squirmed as if pricked by a thorn. With a stern expression, Ouyang addressed Hu Tutu. If you do not take this seriously, there will be no lunch for you today. Upon hearing Ouyang's reprimand, Hu Tutu promptly sat still, muttering, I dislike senior brother the most. Once Hu Tutu settled down, Sanghu Huyan's voice resonated. First, explain to her the difference between spirit foxes and demon foxes. She is vastly different from ordinary demon foxes. The innate Tao body of a spirit fox should cultivate its demon essence according to the human method. Ouyang recited Sanghu's words, merely replacing Hu Tutu's name with human, noting the distinction in cultivation methods between humans and demons. Hu Tutu understood she could only cultivate using the human methods. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired, Senior brother, why do the fox demon clans not share our cultivation methods? Her heart raced. How close she came to revealing her fox identity. This was quite a predicament. She had no knowledge of how demon clans cultivated. Ouyang scratched his head, spotting Sanghu Huyen, and an idea sparked as he approached the Sanghu. Sensing Ouyang's intentions, Sanghu Huyen prepared to explain, but was suddenly struck by a foreboding thought as Ouyang drew near. Ouyang seized the concealed fox, Huyen, lifting him with a whisper. Surely you do not wish for your identity as a fox demon to be revealed, do you? Enraged, Huyen was about to retort, but restrained himself, fearing the exposure of his true nature. More importantly, the sheer volume of Ouyang's energy rendered him, a practitioner at the tribulation stage, utterly subdued. What manner of creature was this? Amidst Hu Tutu's astonished exclamations, Ouyang bound the concealed fox to a tree, brandishing a twig as he grinned and declared, Look, we have mistaken this handsome fellow for a demon. Allow me to elucidate this matter further. Huyen, his eyes devoid of spirit and secured to the tree, had his precious pair of lychees covered by a cloth, watching Hu Tutu, who was filled with both astonishment and delight, as though his own fox life had lost all color. In this state, it was imperative that his identity as an eight-tailed fox remained concealed. He looked up at the glaring sun of the morning, remarking, The sunlight today is particularly blinding. Chapter 98. The green cloud peak is stirred again. Despite having lost all dignity as a formidable practitioner at the tribulation stage, Hu Tutu before him possessed a promising future. Moreover, he was now merely a pet fox named Handsome. What did it matter if he was seen? As he engaged in self-hypnosis, Yin began to convey the distinctions between the cultivation practices of humans and demons to Ouyang. Ouyang, regurgitating what he had learned, stammered, in human cultivation. The 5 hearts correspond to the 5 elements, harmonizing yin and yang, and cultivating qi. After only a few sentences, he yawned. Ouyang felt his eyelids growing heavier, and the stick in his hand poked at the concealed fox repeatedly, nearly causing him to inadvertently strike the fox down. With a large yawn, Ouyang succumbed to slumber, leaning against the tree, leaving Hu Tu with a perplexed expression as he watched the instructor who had lulled himself to sleep. Why has the senior brother fallen asleep? Was he not meant to impart to me the methods of cultivation? Hu Tu gazed at the peacefully slumbering Ouyang, unwilling to disturb his rest. The warm morning sun enveloped them, and listening to Ouyang's gentle snoring felt like a lullaby, causing Hu Tu's eyelids to grow heavier. He too nodded off, slumped in his seat. Bound to the tree, Huyan's heart bled with frustration. What were these 2 imbeciles doing? Here he was, a practitioner at the tribulation stage, bound to a tree like a mere reference point, while these 2 fools simply fell asleep. Glancing at the sleeping Ouyang, he felt tears welling up. He had thought he had exhausted his tears during his time on Xianxia Mountain, but now, even at the tribulation stage, he was on the verge of tears due to the antics of these 2 rascals. You impudent boy, come forth. Wake your senior brother and junior sister. Unable to disturb the hammering cold Ching Song and by Fei Yu on the rooftop, Huyan directed his thoughts toward Chun Changsheng, who was concocting a medicinal bath in the kitchen. Chun Changsheng, hearing the commotion, emerged from the kitchen, chuckling at the scene before him. In the gentle embrace of the morning sun, Ouyang leaned against a tree, tilting his head in a whimsical manner. 2 individuals were lost in a blissful slumber, while Huyan, bound by ropes, gazed at himself with an expression bordering on tears. Enraged, Huyan communicated with Chun Changsheng, urging him to awaken his senior brother and junior sister, insisting that his senior brother would be more effective in delivering the teachings, as he had succumbed to sleep even more quickly than his junior sister. Chun Changsheng replied telepathically, I neglected to inform you, esteemed senior. My elder brother cannot comprehend or impart teachings, not even if the sect leader were present. Are you doing this on purpose? Why did you not mention it sooner? Huyan questioned, his irritation palpable. The senior did not inquire, so I refrained from speaking. I must prepare a medicinal bath for my junior sister now. Farewell. Chun Changsheng turned away and returned to the kitchen, effectively silencing Huyan's voice in his mind. Unhand me from this rope. Huyan could no longer contain his frustration and cursed Ouyang telepathically. The very rope binding him was the peculiar one that had ensnared him in the forbidden grounds, rendering escape impossible. Oblivious to his plight, Ouyang remained in a deep slumber, even unconsciously smacking his lips. As noon approached, the distant sound of 3 resonant bell tolls echoed through the air. The bell of Qingyun's sect had sounded, awakening both Ouyang and Hu Tu from their dreams. The duo, one large and one small, simultaneously stretched, wiping the drool from the corners of their mouths in perfect synchrony. Indeed, a fulfilling study session brings comfort akin to a restorative sleep. Release me from these bindings. Huyan's feeble voice resonated within Ouyang's mind. Turning to look, Ouyang noticed Huyan's once bright eyes now dull and lifeless, bound to the tree. In the future, I shall seek your guidance whenever I suffer from insomnia, Ouyang remarked while untying Huyan's ropes. Feeling the numbness in his restrained limbs, Huyan tossed aside the towel that had shielded the lychee and glared at Ouyang. His voice a low growl. Study? What nonsense! Meanwhile, the tolling of the bell had also attracted the attention of others on the small peak. Lung Qingsong paused his hammering to glance at Bai Feiyu, sneering inwardly. It seems only my junior brother can be so slow. I have completed laying the wooden boards while he has barely made progress on half. In matters of roofing, Lung Qingsong held more confidence than in wielding his sword. Bai Feiyu, feeling the sharp gaze aimed at him, raised his head to meet Lung Qingsong's provocative expression, silently mocking. A swordsman takes pride in roofing? How absurd! With mutual disdain, the two exchanged cold snorts. A wretched bell that tolls incessantly. One might think the Qingyun sect faces annihilation daily. Ouyang grumbled as he gazed towards Qingyun Peak. Chun Changsheng approached Ouyang and softly inquired, So, senior brother, shall we proceed? Indeed, I shall go. This time, we are likely to discuss the matters concerning the immortal secret realm. Second brother, let's descend and investigate. Ouyang called out to the cold Qing Song atop the roof. With a nimble leap, Qing Song gracefully descended, followed closely by Bai Feiyu. Xiao Bai, you shall keep watch over Tu, We'll be back shortly. Ouyang instructed by Feiyu. Bai Feiyu shook his head and replied, No, I have made up my mind to accompany you. Ouyang glanced at Bai Feiyu and gently urged, It's no trouble, Xiao Bai. Do not push yourself. However, Bai Feiyu seemed transformed, declaring, Master brother, there is no need to persuade me. I have resolved to join you. I want to go. I want to go. You did not take me last time. Hu Tu chimed in, insisting. After a moment of contemplation, Ouyang suggested, Let us leave a note for sixth brother. With the quiet fox in the corner still mending its emotional wounds, the group set off towards Qingyun's sect. Upon reaching the entrance of Qingyun Peak, they found a throng of people already trekking towards the grand hall at the summit. Two colossal stone lions stood proudly, demanding the passphrase from the disciples of the sect. The moment Ouyang appeared, a smaller stone lion transformed into a cub and lunged towards him, fervently licking his shoes, its tail wagging like a fan. What are you doing? Ouyang frowned, retracting his foot, yet the stone lion persistently advanced, fixated on licking his shoes with fervor. Master, can't you see? I'm still licking. The stone lion exclaimed as it continued its task. Ouyang, exasperated, kicked the stone lion, saying, Go away. Don't disgust me. Meanwhile, the larger stone lion at the entrance regarded its diligent counterpart with disdain, internally scoffing, With such servitude, you shall forever remain a mere gatekeeper. Chapter 99. The sword in the hands of the sword cultivator is the path. After delivering several kicks to the stone lion, Ouyang still sent a pulse of true energy into it. After all, it was his loyal companion. Despite the reprimands, he would not withhold treats from it. The stone lion, rolling about on the ground from the kicks, felt the warmth of the newfound source of true energy coursing through its body. Yes, this is the sensation. I crave more. It couldn't help but vocalize in delight. Thus, the onlookers witnessed a peculiar scene. Ouyang kicking the once proud stone lion, which rolled around yet emitted sounds of bliss. So this stone lion enjoys such treatment? They mused, a flicker of understanding dawning upon them. They would surely try this tactic next time, recognizing it as a splendid opportunity to charm the guardian beast of Qingyun Peak. Declining the offer from another stone lion that had bent down to escort them to the summit, Ouyang led his companions upward. Although there were thousands of inner disciples in Qingyun's sect, the path up Qingyun Peak was exceedingly long and prohibited from flying on swords, resulting in a relatively uncrowded ascent. Instead, the scenery atop Qingyun Peak is sufficient to make one forget the weariness of the journey, deeply captivating with its breathtaking beauty. A flock of celestial cranes soars around the mountain, while exotic flowers and rare grasses vie for attention, further enveloped by ethereal mists formed from the essence of heaven and earth. Occasionally, there are pavilions and stone benches for weary travelers to rest. Climbing Qingyun Peak is akin to embarking on a delightful excursion, akin to a collective team-building experience on a small mountain. Hu Tu, adorned in a delicate white dress, sports two little buns fashioned by Ouyang Ben, bobbing merrily with her every movement. Grasping Ouyang's hand, she inquires, Senior brother, does Qingyun Sect provide meals today? Being a child, her concerns lie not with the purpose of their visit, but rather with the quality of food. Ouyang, with a hint of disdain, replies, The food at Qingyun Sect is utterly dreadful. The inhabitants of this mountain hardly eat, so the meals are quite perfunctory. Little 3, let us catch a few plump cranes and roast them for a feast. Dressed in a purple robe and wearing a white mask, Xianxia nods, his gaze fixed on the cranes in the sky, identifying a leading bird, his focus sharpening. The white crane, soaring leisurely through the air, uncontrollably veers towards Ouyang's group, closely trailing them, poised for capture. In stark contrast, Lung Qingsong, clad in black attire and gripping his sword, and Bai Feiyu in white, with a long sword suspended at his waist, both were sour expressions after their recent skirmish, deliberately avoiding conversation. Ouyang, uninterested in the details of their altercation, is nonetheless curious about what could have provoked the usually composed by to such a state of anger. Ouyang's senior brother has arrived. It's been so long. Let us practice fencing together sometime. I've missed you dearly. As they walk, they encounter numerous acquaintances of Ouyang from other peaks, for he is quite popular within the Qingyun Sect, easily making friends through his artistic charm. Throughout their journey, inner disciples greet him warmly, and Ouyang reciprocates with a smile, effortlessly engaging in playful banter. In contrast, Chun Changsheng, recently appointed as the son of the sacred land of Qingyun, garners little attention, leaving others with a vague sense of familiarity, struggling to recall where they might have seen him before. The disgruntled Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, having avoided social interactions, are similarly unrecognized, with few people aware of them. Everyone's memory recalls the young man who, years prior, single-handedly challenged the entire Wanjian peak, certainly one of these two. Holding Ouyang's hand, who Tutu gazes at her senior brother with admiration, astonished by his popularity within the Qingyan sect. Truly, he is deserving of the title of senior brother. I adore you, senior brother, she exclaims. A young girl, her face adorned with a radiant smile, skipped joyfully while holding Ouyang's hand, her two loose pigtails bobbing playfully atop her head. Chen Changsheng casually set up a pot by the roadside, raising his hand to reveal a gleaming kitchen knife, while a crane, long awaiting its fate, eagerly stretched its neck in anticipation. Yet, the scene was too gruesome, and with a glance, Ouyang subtly signaled to Chen Changsheng. Understanding the unspoken message, Chen Changsheng led the crane into the nearby woods, returning later with the creature prepared for the pot. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group joined the last batch of hikers ascending to the summit of Qingyan Peak. Upon reaching the Grand Hall, disciples from various peaks had already gathered in their designated areas, a sea of faces filling the space. Ouyang and his companions found a patch of ground to sit upon. Unlike other peaks that boasted over 100 disciples, their small peak had only 6 members. Thus, their presence made the area appear somewhat sparse. The ancient bell tolled 3 times, and Dong Zuzi along with Taya emerged from the hall. Dong Zuzi radiated an aura of Tao, a colorful Dharma wheel spinning behind him, and with a floating dust in hand, he moved with the grace of an enlightened being. Taya, the leader of the Sword Sect, emanated a sharp sword intent, standing there like a blade itself, his mere presence exuding an invisible sharpness that deterred gazes. Dong Zuzi stepped forward and spoke softly, yet his voice resonated in the ears of all present. Today, I have summoned the disciples of our sect for a singular purpose, the celestial secret realm that is opened in the heavens. Within this realm lies immense opportunity and great fortune, but it is also fraught with significant peril and danger. This is Taya, the leader of the Sword Sect. After discussions with him, we have decided that our Qingyan sect and the Sword Sect shall each send 3 individuals to collaborate with wandering cultivators in exploring the celestial secret realm. As he concluded, Dong Zizi cast a glance towards the small peak and continued, Our Qingyan sect shall dispatch the holy son of Qingyun, Chen Changsheng, the eldest disciple Ouyang, and the second disciple Lung Qingsong. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone understood that the opening of the celestial secret realm promised substantial opportunities. Disciples eagerly anticipated seizing a share of fortune, believing themselves destined for greatness. Yet the words of the sect leader chilled their spirits. Why were they not permitted to participate? Why did the small peak claim all 3 slots? Even if they occupied all 3, why were the unaligned wandering cultivators allowed entry, while they, with superior aptitude, were barred? Dong Zuzi's decision sparked dissatisfaction among all, many feeling as though their chances were being unjustly stripped away. The hall descended into chaos, with the leaders of various peaks voicing their discontent over the sect leader's choice. Silence. Dong Zuzi called out sharply, restoring order to the assembly. Now let's invite Taya, the leader of the Sword Sect, to elucidate the reasoning behind this decision, aware that his proclamation would surely evoke discontent within the Qingyan sect. Dong Zuzi had tactfully placed the onus on Taya. The master of the Sword Sect, Taya, took a step forward, and an overwhelming sword intent surged forth toward the plaza below. Under the magnificent sword aura emanating from this sovereign, even the peak masters could not help but feel their hearts race, let alone the disciples below, who struggled to endure. Tai swept his gaze across the gathering, disdainfully uttering, Explanation? Do you deem yourselves worthy to listen? Sword cultivators in this world have always been thus. They speak not of reason, for the sword in hand is the very essence of reason. As Tai's words echoed, they ignited a wave of indignation among the crowd. How dare he act so arrogantly within the Qingyan sect? Was the Sword Sect's master truly formidable? Did he believe he could intimidate them with mere cultivation? Did he think that the Qingyan sect lacked masters? All being one of the 9 sacred grounds, how could the Sword Sect presume to impose its will upon them? Is he that impressive? Come to my chambers tonight. Let me see. Beside him, Dong Shuzi could not refrain from sending a mental message to Tai, urging him to temper his words. This was not the Sword Sect, and his usual tactics would not sway the assembly of the Qingyan sect. Yet, disregarding Dong Shuzi's counsel, Tai stepped forward once more, unleashing a tsunami of sword intent that bore down upon them like the weight of a mountain. It felt as though a colossal meteor had struck them, and this step was akin to another meteor crashing onto the first. The disciples of the Qinyun sect were instantly overwhelmed, collapsing en masse, for the sword intent of a tribulation stage master was far beyond what they, who had yet to even reach the out-of-body stage, could withstand. Standing at the forefront, Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu braced themselves against the torrential sword intent. Although they too struggled, their legs trembling, they managed to hold back the onslaught reminiscent of a mountainous might. Tai observed the scene below with keen clarity, and as he turned his gaze toward Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, a deeper appreciation gleamed in his eyes. With a slight withdrawal of his sword intent, Tai's voice resonated again. Doubt me? If you possess the capability, come and challenge me. He taunted the thousands gathered, exuding unparalleled arrogance, yet under such immense sword intent. The inner disciples found it challenging even to rise, let alone retaliate. It was sheer bullying. Tai, noticing the defiance in the eyes of those who dared not speak out, chuckled coldly and produced an ancient scroll from his robes, casting it into the air. The paper unfurled in the wind, rapidly enveloping half the plaza. This is the authentic artifact of my sect's ancestor, the ancient sword Immortal Tai Bai, as well as the method to unlock this immortal S secret realm. My ancestor S realm grants you 3 slots. Are you not content? The scroll, which cast an enigmatic aura across half the plaza, left the peak masters in awe the moment they beheld it. They could sense the resonance of the Tao, yet its true nature eluded their understanding, appearing almost as something transcending the Tao itself. Laws? As this thought surfaced in the minds of the peak masters, they could not suppress their excitement. The chasm between the Great Ascension and the Tribulation stages lay precisely in the existence of Tao and laws. To my astonishment, I have encountered a piece of parchment adorned with its own cryptic laws. As the less accomplished disciples strained to gaze upon this paper, an unbidden thought emerged in their minds. How utterly grotesque these characters are. Scrawled in an uneven hand across the vast sheet were the words, I am the Immortal. The Immortal is me. I am the foremost immortal in this world, the mightiest of all. Is this some sort of jest? Can such a thing truly be the work of an ancient sword immortal? All gazes turned to the self-satisfied Tai, who appeared somewhat eccentric. Meanwhile, at the summit of a small peak, Bai Feiyu's complexion had turned an alarming shade of liver. He stared at the parchment in the sky, which indeed bore the markings of his own past diary. He could scarcely believe that after so many years, his own black history would be resurrected to haunt him. To call oneself an elder, and yet engage in such shameful antics. One day, this sword cultivator named Tai would find himself bound and made to reflect upon his act. Bai Feiyu seethed inwardly. Once Tai had finished flaunting his ancestor's handwritten diary, he smugly proclaimed, this immortal's secret realm rightfully belongs to my sword sect. Granting you 3 quotas is already a considerable concession to your Qinyun sect. So, this immortal realm was indeed a legacy from the sword sect's forebears. The ancestors' possessions are theirs to wield. The sword cultivators, it seemed, had little to do with this matter. Many inner disciples felt regret, but wisely refrained from further comments. Only the disciples of the Questioning Sword Peak harbored resentment. Hundreds of disciples from Questioning Sword Peak cast eager glances toward their peak master. This immortal realm belonged to an ancient sword immortal. Who among them would not be tempted? Even the peak master, Xianxia, could not quell his inner turmoil. He rose to address the platform, saying, Might I inquire, esteemed sword sect leader, why, if you have allocated 3 quotas to my Qinyun sect, have you not included any disciples from Questioning Sword Peak? Do you believe us to be inconsequential? Though Xianxia had attained the Great Ascension and comprehended his own path, he felt compelled to stand up for his disciples, as it was his duty as their leader. What does it matter to me? Whoever goes is not for me to decide. Tai remarked, casting a glance at the Great Ascension level 6 Xianxia. All the disciples of Questioning Sword Peak turned their eyes toward Dongzizi. This was the immortal realm for sword cultivators. Why were there no positions for them? The sect leader shows favoritism. There is a hidden agenda. We demand fairness and justice. Though they dared not voice it openly, the disciples of Questioning Sword Peak, under Tai's overwhelming sword intent, rose together in silent protest, supporting one another. Tai turned to Dongzuzi and could not help but communicate mentally. How do you manage the sect? Old man, how can they dare to voice their discontent over your decisions? In my sword sect, such individuals would have been tied up and made to face the consequences long ago. Dong Shuzi cast a fierce glare at Tai A, asserting that the Qingyun sect, unlike the dogmatic sword sect, certainly allows for divergent opinions. However, it was indeed unjust for the disciples of the sword-seeking peak. Slowly, Dong Shuzi began to speak. The immortal secret realm holds little allure for cultivators above the integration stage. Hence, I have drafted this list to present to our holy son, Qin Changsheng of the Qingyun sacred land. With that, Dong Shuzi deftly shifted the blame, declaring that the list was not his own creation, but rather that of holy son Qin Changsheng. If there are grievances, direct them towards him, not me. Upon hearing Dong Shuzi's words, Tai retracted his sword intent and turned his gaze towards Ouyang and his entourage with a look of anticipation. Upon hearing Dong Shuzi's statement, Xianxia understood that Dong Shuzi would not interfere with the disciples of the sword-seeking peak, seeking an explanation from the small mountain peak, and subtly signaled to those behind him. The disciples of the sword-seeking peak, comprehending the unspoken cue, turned in unison, swords in hand, and headed towards the location of the small mountain peak. The remaining inner disciples instantly entered a state of eager anticipation. After all, who in the Qingyun sect was unaware of the discord between the small mountain peak and the sword-seeking peak? This was a spectacle to behold. As a multitude of disciples from the sword-seeking peak approached Ouyang and his companions, a young man donned in a practice uniform stepped forward, addressing the assembly from the small mountain peak with a solemn tone. Holy Son, please step forth and grant our sword-seeking peak justice. Ouyang rose, gazing at the young man before him, and then bowed deeply towards the grand hall, proclaiming, "This is Ouyang, the senior brother of the small mountain peak," requesting the sect master to retract the decree. Was this an act of submission? All present gazed at Ouyang in astonishment, momentarily bewildered by his actions. Yet Ouyang continued, "This time, our small mountain peak seeks the participation of 4 individuals. I implore the sword sect master to grant us 1 additional spot." As soon as Ouyang's words fell, a wave of uproar ensued. Were they becoming insatiable? There were only 3 spots in total, and the small mountain peak had already claimed them all, yet they still sought 1 more. The hundreds of disciples from the sword-seeking peak, their hands trembling around their swords, felt their fury reaching its zenith. Were it not for the sect master's presence, they would have relished the opportunity to dismantle the insufferable Ouyang. The grievances of years past, stemming from the destruction of the sword-seeking peak's restroom, remained unavenged, and now, with new enmities added to old, they plotted to ensnare Ouyang in a sack once they descended from Qingyun Peak. The disciples of the sword-seeking peak, gazing at the grinning Ouyang, had already condemned him to an untimely demise. Meanwhile, Ouyang, who had instigated the mockery, was acutely aware of his own plight. Xiao Bai had explicitly stated before the sect master and the sword sect master that he would not be attending. Yet here he was again. The sect master and the sword sect master, who had agreed to play along with his charade, insisted that his 3 brothers should accompany him, compelling him to dismantle his own pretense once more. Truly, being the senior brother was a burdensome task. Ouyang glanced at the 2 prominent figures on the high platform, both of whom glared at him with indignation, but he steeled himself and declared, "My 4th junior brother possesses extraordinary talent, reminiscent of a Sword Immortal. Thus, I beseech the sword sect master to kindly grant us 1 more spot." Silence enveloped the high platform, until a disciple from the Sword Inquiry Peak could no longer contain his wrath. The youth, leading the charge, pressed his hand firmly upon the hilt of his sword and, addressing Ouyang with a fierce voice, exclaimed, "Ouyang, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe the swords of the Sword Inquiry Peak lack sharpness?" Ouyang regarded the youth before him, finding his face strangely familiar, yet unable to recall his identity at that moment. Embarrassed, he inquired, "Might I ask who you are?" The youth could no longer restrain himself and drew his sword, pointing it directly at Ouyang. "The humiliation from years past, you may have forgotten, but I, Zhou Sheng, shall never let it fade." Zhou Sheng. The name struck a chord within Ouyang's memory. After a moment of contemplation, he finally unearthed the recollection from the depths of his mind. It seemed that a few years after he and his 2nd brother ascended the mountain gate, the disciples of the Sword Inquiry Peak had petitioned the sect leader, seeking to absorb the smaller peak, which housed only a handful of individuals, into their own ranks due to their overwhelming numbers. Before the sect leader could respond, this group had stormed the entrance of the small peak, clamoring to transform it into the 2nd peak of the Sword Inquiry. Ouyang, known for his fiery temperament, could not tolerate the audacity of these brainless sword cultivators. That very night, He ventured to the Sword Inquiry Peak and obliterated all their toilets. From that night onward, save for the unfortunate souls who needed to relieve themselves, the Sword Inquiry Peak was engulfed in an overwhelming stench for a fortnight. Those witless sword cultivators were forced to camp at the mountain gate for an entire month, while disciples from other peaks took care to avoid the vicinity. Ouyang recalled that during the explosion, this Xianxia had been one of the unfortunate souls caught needing to use the restroom, brandishing a gaudy outfit and pursuing Ouyang, who at the time could barely wield a spell, throughout the night. Ultimately, it was Ouyang's second brother who took a sword to the Sword Inquiry Peak. Although no resolution was reached, the sight of his brother's nonchalance, as if he had merely stepped out for groceries, made Ouyang aware that the matter had been settled. From that day forth, the notion of establishing a second peak at the Sword Inquiry was never mentioned again. Following this incident, a remarkable tale began to circulate within the Xianxia sect. It was said that one day, a disciple from the small peak, wielding a sword without the use of true essence, had single-handedly overwhelmed the entire Sword Inquiry Peak with sheer swordsmanship, leaving the inner disciples in lamentation. Even the peak master had to intervene, yet the individual managed to withstand strike. As memories flooded back, a smile graced Ouyang's face, and he regarded Xianxia with familiarity. "Ah, so it is you? Brother Zhou. We were childhood friends, and I still vividly recall our mischievous days together." Xianxia's face twitched at Ouyang's words, realizing that he had the audacity to bring up the past. Having endured humiliation and diligently trained, he had ascended to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage before the age of 50, all in pursuit of vengeance. With a cold stare fixed on Ouyang, Xianxia declared, "Ouyang, I do not wish to revisit the past. Today, the Sword Inquiry Peak must secure a place for me. That is my demand. Brother Zhou is truly formidable. Brother Zhou is magnificent. No wonder he is the foremost genius of our Sword Inquiry Peak." The disciples of the Wanjian Peak behind him lavished praise upon Xianxia. It is customary to refrain from striking those who wear a smile. How could one be so radiant yet refuse to grant face to another? Ouyang's smile faded, realizing that this dimwit was resolutely unwilling to seek a peaceful resolution. He shrugged and spoke. "You see, if you wish for any of us to withdraw, you may speak to them directly. I have no objections." Xianxia was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Ouyang to be so generous. His gaze shifted to the masked Xianxia, the scion of the Xianxia sacred land, who had once summoned hundreds of puppets comparable to those in the nascent soul stage to vanquish the Buddhist sect's holy son, striking fear into the remnants of the demonic clan. They had all borne witness. He himself had been unceremoniously expelled from the mustard seed space by Xianxia. This was a man to be reckoned with. Standing with a sword in hand, Lung Qingsong, a nascent soul cultivator, was an enigma. Xianxia could not discern his cultivation level, suggesting that he too had reached the nascent soul stage. Xianxia's heart raced. If memory served him right, Lung Qingsong was merely in his teens. How could he have already attained the same level of prowess? Was this the mark of a born sword cultivator? Years ago, Lung Qingsong had single-handedly challenged the entire Wanjian Peak. His strength was undoubtedly profound, making him another person to avoid inciting. Xianxia's gaze returned to Ouyang, a mere qi refinement stage cultivator, seemingly insignificant. Yet Ouyang was the senior brother of Lung Qingsong. Should Xianxia provoke Ouyang, the sword-bearing Lung Qingsong would undoubtedly draw his sword in an instant. In the past, to avenge Ouyang, that madman had dared to confront even the peak master. Xianxia glanced among the three, momentarily perplexed, when a sudden inspiration struck him. Had Ouyang not requested another quota, the 4th junior brother? That left only the lad in white. Little was known about this individual from the small peak, but he appeared quite presentable, clearly a decorative figure. Xianxia made up his mind, carefully choosing his words. "The sect master has designated the 3 of you, and I shall not question the sect master's judgment. Since you mentioned wanting another spot, let this quota be granted to us at Wanjian Peak. I believe that young man in white would have no objections." All eyes turned towards the standing by Feiyu, whose expression darkened upon hearing this. Was it now the case that anyone could belittle him? Had he, once a Sword Immortal in his past life, fallen to such depths? What audacity for anyone to bark at him. Bai Feiyu straightened, a smile gracing his face, his right hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. His demeanor was warm and inviting, yet it emanated an icy chill. Suddenly, the long swords atop Xianxia Peak resonated with a vibrating hum, All who bore a long sword were astonished to find their blades emitting a sound of their own accord. The swords held by the disciples of Wan Jian Peak struggled to break free from their grips, unsheathing themselves and turning to point accusingly at their own masters. Bai Feiyu strolled leisurely to stand before Zhou Sheng, his smile warm as he spoke. Do you have a problem with my venture into the Immortal's secret realm? Or shall I inquire further? Who else is there besides you? Chapter 102. Whose turn is it next? The voice was gentle yet resonant. Bai Feiyu gazed at the terrified Zhou Sheng, his warm smile unwavering. In his past life, as a Sword Immortal, he had always been the center of attention, never subjected to such disdain, having disguised himself as a pig to consume tigers atop the small peak. He never anticipated that someone would truly regard him as a mere swine today. Could it be that too long in such a guise would lead others to mistake him for a pig? If so, it was time for him to showcase his unmatched prowess. Since being unearthed from his grave, Bai Feiyu had harbored a lingering breath of indignation. After being belittled by Lung Qingsong and ending in a stalemate during their skirmish the previous night, he was determined to vent his frustrations today. With one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, he wore a genial smile and exuded a gentle gaze, yet all present felt a bone-chilling cold. There was not a trace of sword intent emanating from him. He merely stood there, without even stirring his true essence. Yet, this alone was enough to provoke the swords of all disciples from the Asking Sword Peak to leap from their sheaths, pointing toward their master, igniting a cacophony among the onlookers. Goodness, did Zhou Sheng pick the strongest among us? Who is this? What kind of marvels emerge from a small peak? This brother is so handsome. Why doesn't he visit our punishment peak more often? I absolutely adore this brother's demeanor. Dressed in white, Bai Feiyu possessed an astonishing charm value of 11, signifying that his allure was capable of eclipsing everyone present. Coupled with his remarkable swordplay, as a myriad of swords rose, he became a veritable heartthrob among both young men and women. News of Bai Feiyu began to spread like wildfire among the inner disciples of Qingyun Sect through their communication stones. Meanwhile, Tai, observing from the spectator stand, pondered for a moment before turning to Dong Shuzi and inquired, "Is this your sword sect or mine? How is it that such a promising talent has found its way to you?" The disciples below were unaware of the intricacies. But as one of the most formidable sword cultivators in existence, Tai could discern that Bai Feiyu had transcended the realms of true essence and Dao rhyme. Instead, he had tapped into principles of a higher order. Though it was but a wisp for a Yuanying stage cultivator, even Tai, as the sword sect's master, had never encountered such a phenomenon. That young man in white must indeed be a prodigy. A smile could scarcely be contained on Dong Shuzi's face, as he regarded Bai Feiyu with an eye that foresaw a bright future, with his eldest disciple Ling Feng unsuitable for the position of sect master, and his second disciple being a remnant of the demonic clan. Dong Shuzi could only set his sights on the talent brimming from the small peak. As the eldest disciple, Ouyang was not within Dong Shuzi's consideration, for he was simply too eccentric and his cultivation far too low. Although his reserves of true qi were astonishing, and he inexplicably possessed the ability to awaken spiritual intelligence, Ouyang's fleeting lifespan posed a critical flaw. In a sect steeped in the passage of time, an unstable leader would inevitably incite turmoil within the clan. The sword wielded by Lung Qingsong is exceedingly sharp and remarkably pure, rendering it ill-suited for the position of the sect leader. Such a temperament could lead the sect toward an extreme path. Thus, the individuals who captured Dong Shuzi's attention were Chun Changsheng and Bai Feiyu, both of whom possessed astonishing talent and steadfast character, making them ideal candidates for the position of sect leader. Consequently, during the sect competition, Dong Shuzi decisively appointed Chun Changsheng as the holy son of the Qingyun sacred land, both to provide an explanation to the world and because he held great hopes for Chun Changsheng. However, Chun Changsheng harbored a critical flaw. He was excessively cautious, barring unforeseen circumstances. Even his journey to contemplate and comprehend the Qingyun secret treasure was undertaken with a clone. As one of the 9 sacred lands, the Qingyun sect requires a leader who embodies both composure and sharpness, ensuring the enduring prosperity of the sect. Bai Feiyu, standing before him, perfectly exemplified these qualities, calm in demeanor, yet possessing a keen edge, with remarkable talent yet free from arrogance. To Dong Shuzi, Bai Feiyu emerged as the quintessential successor to the sect leadership. Regrettably, he was not his disciple. Ouyang truly was fortunate to have found such gifted disciples. He had conferred with Tai about the impending immortal secret realm, which would undoubtedly attract wandering cultivators from across the land. Discovering untapped gems among these wandering souls to accept as disciples would be a delightful surprise. Dong Shuzi's gaze fell upon Ouyang, who stood behind by Fei Yu, confident that this young man would present him with an unexpected delight. Whether he could secure a worthy disciple hinged entirely on him. Ouyang glanced at Zhou Shang, feeling a twinge of pity for him. Xiao Bai had always maintained a good temperament, yet he had grown somewhat irritable since his grave had been disturbed. Encountering him at this moment was akin to inviting trouble. Zhou Shang looked at the long sword that had accompanied him for decades, its tip unwaveringly aimed at him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What transpired? Why was his trusted sword suddenly drawn against him? This sword had been his companion for many years. A confidant he held in utmost trust. He never anticipated that one day it would point accusingly at him. For a sword cultivator, the sword is of utmost value and cannot be trifled with. The disciples of one Jian Peak behind Zhou Shang similarly could not fathom a day when their swords would betray them. Calm your mind. A sharp command resonated within the hearts of all one Jian Peak disciples, snapping them back to reality. The pure Xianxia, seated at the front, closed his eyes in silence. His expression tinged with melancholy. What sorcery have you employed? Draw your sword and face me in a fair duel. Awakened by his master's voice, Zhou Shang shouted at Bai Fei Yu, grasping the hilt of the flying sword before him and directing its point at Bai Fei Yu. With a swift motion, hundreds of Wenjian Peak disciples seized their own swords, pointing them at Bai Fei Yu. For a sword cultivator, having one sword taken is an unparalleled humiliation in life. With one hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, Bai Fei Yu surveyed the disciples of the Sword Inquiry Peak and gently commanded, "Return to sheath." The hundreds of disciples, who had initially pointed their swords at him, felt their blades slip from their grasp, returning to their scabbards. Bai Fei Yu approached Zhou Shang, standing resolutely with his sword, and gazed into Zhou Shang's incredulous expression, softly declaring, "Draw your sword? You are not worthy of my blade." Overwhelmed by ridicule, Zhou Shang could no longer maintain his composure. He summoned his true essence, drawing forth his long sword and lunged at Bai Fei Yu. Bai Fei Yu's gaze sharpened as he stepped back, evading the sweeping strike. With a swift motion, he struck Zhou Shang's wrist with the hilt of his sword, then ascended the scabbard to tap Zhou Shang's dantian. Zhou Shang's true essence faltered, his meridians in disarray, causing him to collapse into unconsciousness. A swift defeat. The fourth stage of the nascent soul was thus vanquished. Bai Fei Yu slightly shifted his body, allowing space for Zhou Shang to fall, and turned his attention to the remaining disciples of the Sword Inquiry Peak, warmly inquiring, "Who shall be next?" In the 103rd chapter, the secret realm is about to open. Bai Fei Yu's gentle voice resonated once more. This time, the hundreds of disciples from the Sword Inquiry Peak clutched their swords tightly, yet dared not draw them. As the atmosphere fell into a stalemate, Xianxia, who had been seated in silence with closed eyes, slowly opened them and addressed the high platform with a respectful gesture, saying, "Master, the Sword Inquiry Peak has no objections to the list proposed for the Holy Sun." The disciples of the Sword Inquiry Peak, resembling wilted eggplants, carried the unconscious Zhou Shang back to Xianxia, having been similarly challenged by two different sword cultivators from the same peak. Is the Sword Inquiry Peak truly the strongest among the sword cultivators of the Qinyan sect? Observing the pallid faces of his disciples, Xianxia's voice boomed as he reprimanded. "From the moment you began your sword training, you should have understood the multitude and strength of sword cultivators in this world. Do not assume that being disciples of the Sword Inquiry Peak in the Qinyan sect grants you the right to be arrogant. Beyond the heavens, there are more heavens. Beyond men, there are greater men. This failure is one you cannot deny. Can you still call yourselves sword cultivators? Do you honor the swords you wield?" Hearing their master's admonition, the disciples of the Sword Inquiry Peak hung their heads in shame, bowing to Xianxia in acceptance of his teachings. "Go, pay your respects to that senior brother. This lesson was imparted by him, and it serves as a proper reprimand for your usual arrogance." Xianxia continued his admonition. The disciples exchanged glances, their eyes filled with defiance yet unwilling to oppose their master's command, and reluctantly turned to Bai Fei Yu, bowing deeply as they spoke. "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance." Clad in white, Bai Fei Yu regarded Xianxia with admiration. This peak master was indeed a commendable teacher, not only chastising his disciples for their arrogance, but also inspiring them to strive for self-improvement. Bai Fei Yu slightly inclined his body and said to Xianxia in this exchange, "I too have learned valuable lessons. Xianxia gazed at the humble and courteous Bai Feiyu, sighing deeply. It was truly unfortunate that such a promising talent was not his own disciple. The pure young master nodded at Bai Feiyu with a sense of regret for talent, and said, "Make sure to visit Wanjian Peak more often in the future." Bai Feiyu acknowledged with a nod. Dong Shuzi observed the happenings below the stage with satisfaction, his admiration for Bai Feiyu reaching new heights. This young man truly was becoming more to his liking. Dong Shuzi then inquired, "If that is the case, do any other peaks have objections?" The other disciples from various sects, who had been mere spectators, no longer held any dissenting views. If Wanjian Peak, a gathering place for sword cultivators, had no objections, what could they possibly say? However, Bai Feiyu's emergence this time allowed the entire Qingyun sect to witness the true prowess of the small peak. The phrase "the small peak produces monsters" had been firmly established. The outcome was one of universal delight, and the sect's recruitment had come to a close. Aside from the group from the small peak, the other inner disciples dispersed in pairs towards the foot of the mountain, with enough gossip to sustain them for several days. Those who did not attend truly missed out and were eager to return and share the news with others. Once the square was cleared of people, Dong Shuzi and Tai descended gracefully before Ouyang and his companions. Tai stepped forward, his eyes gleaming as he addressed Bai Feiyu, "Young man, would you consider joining my sword sect? I can take you as my disciple, and in return, you shall be my junior brother. Just give me the nod, and I will bestow upon you my treasured notes of the immortal." Upon hearing Tai mention the so-called notes of the immortal, Bai Feiyu instinctively frowned. This old fellow would undoubtedly be in for a surprise from him in the future. Ouyang, somewhat displeased, turned to Dong Shuzi and said, "Old man, why allow wandering cultivators to participate in this immortal secret realm? This realm was clearly summoned by my second disciple." Dong Shuzi, stroking his long beard, chuckled. "With the opening of this immortal secret realm, I discussed with Tai the possibility of discovering some promising talents to take as disciples. What level of disciples does this old man even consider? Doesn't he have any self-awareness? One is a son of the Devil Clan, and the other's background remains unclear. How could he still think of taking on disciples? There are so many outer sect disciples. Why fish for talent among wandering cultivators?" Ouyang mused to himself, rolling his eyes in disbelief. When he could not persuade Bai Feiyu to betray his sect, Tai sighed deeply and turned to Ouyang, saying, "What do you understand? Do you know what lies within this immortal secret realm?" Ouyang glanced at Bai Feiyu and retorted without hesitation, "What could possibly be inside? Are there dozens of ancient sisters dancing on the coffin of the Sword Immortal?" Bai Feiyu twitched at the comment, while Tai shot a fierce glare at Ouyang, exclaiming, "Although this immortal secret realm was opened by your junior brother, it is meant to find a successor for my ancestor, the Sword Immortally Tai Bai. Wait, does my second disciple intend to inherit the legacy of Xiao Bai's past life?" Ouyang's heart raced at Tai's words, realizing that his master had orchestrated a scheme for over a decade, perhaps for this very purpose. Tai observed the silent Ouyang and then turned to Lung Qing Song and Bai Feiyu, asking, "Do you know why I instructed people to block the entrances to the 9 great sacred places, preventing their participation? Because the inheritance of the Sword Immortal mandates that whoever receives it must become a disciple of our sword sect. This is unacceptable. I object vehemently." Ouyang immediately expressed his dissent. Tai gazed in astonishment at the youth before him. Having lived for such a long time, his discerning eye could easily perceive that Ouyang, although merely at the chi refinement stage, was indeed the focal point of the conversation among the few present. By what right? This lad appears to be merely at the 9th level of chi refinement. How could he command the respect and obedience of those behind him? Dong Shuzi coughed lightly and remarked, "The secret realm was initiated by a disciple of our Qingyun sect. Thus the sword sect's leader has exceptionally granted our sect a quota of 4. Even if you were to obtain the Sword Immortal's inheritance, it would merely serve as a title within the sword sect. There is no obligation to become a disciple of the sword sect." Upon hearing this, Ouyang felt a sense of relief and could not help but inquire, "May I ask, Master, when and where will the secret realm of the celestial beings be opened?" Tai snorted and replied, "Where will be opened depends on your junior brother. He is the one who summoned this secret realm, so it is naturally up to him to initiate it. As for when, that hinges upon when he can comprehend this celestial note." Tai once again retrieved that treasured celestial artifact from his bosom, reluctantly handing it to Lung Qing Song and admonishing, "Be careful with this. Should anything go awry, I shall flay you alive." Lung Qingsong solemnly accepted the paper, bowing in gratitude to Tai. Tai surveyed the group and announced, "Tomorrow, I shall escort you down the mountain." The Sword Sect has declared that the opening of the Celestial Secret Realm will occur within the confines of a sword-forging city under our jurisdiction. We shall proceed there to unveil the Secret Realm. Ouyang nodded, intending to gather everyone for a discussion on how to approach this Celestial Secret Realm. When Dong Shuzi placed a hand upon Ouyang's shoulder, Dong Shuzi's peculiar voice echoed behind Ouyang. "Do not depart just yet. I have heard that someone was writing IOUs in my name yesterday. Do you know anything about this?" Chapter 104. Chun Changxing's reminiscence of Lung Qingsong's previous life. Ouyang returned to the small peak with a look of morose defeat, accompanied by the others. Once back, they congregated, throwing Hu Tutu into the pot for a soak. Xiaofeng tended to the fire, and the four of them fell into deep discussion regarding their upcoming expedition to the Celestial Secret Realm. As he added kindling to the flames, Xiaofeng cast a glance at his senior brothers gathered around the stone table under the tree and felt a twinge of envy. When would he possess the strength to sit among them, sharing laughter and camaraderie? Nevertheless, he had developed a solid foundation. The arduous practice of recent days had not been in vain. At the very least, he now possessed some depth. Xiaofeng gently grasped a piece of firewood, and as he did, scales began to form on the back of his originally slender hand. In an instant, a flash of azure light enveloped him. As if nothing had transpired. "Junior brother, it's so hot. I feel like I'm being cooked alive." Hu Tutu, drenched in sweat, lay exhausted by the edge of the pot, weakly addressing Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng regained his senses and promptly apologized to Tutu, diligently igniting his own fire. For he wished to enjoy a drink after his junior sister had prepared her bath. He was not a pervert. His aversion to this substance stemmed solely from the demands of cultivation. Consuming it was beneficial for him, as it was his third senior brother who had advised him to partake. The flames illuminated Xiaofeng's face, rendering it crimson, as he continually hypnotized himself in his thoughts. Ouyang, leaning on the table, surveyed the three unruly disciples before fixing his gaze on Bai Fei Yu and inquired, "Little Bai, before ascending the mountain, did you encounter any old beggar who spoke to you about the secrets of this immortal realm?" Bai Fei Yu stared at Ouyang in bewilderment, recalling that he had merely fabricated a story about an old beggar's identity to illustrate how ancient body cultivators practice their art. Who would coincidentally encounter a beggar possessing such profound knowledge? Moreover, regarding his own grave, he was utterly oblivious. In his previous life, he had perished in haste, leaving no time to tend to his burial site. He had no knowledge of who had erected the grave. Observing Bai Fei Yu shaking his head, Ouyang privately lamented the lost opportunity. He had expected that Little Bai would possess at least some insight about his own grave. Yet it seemed that Little Bai was entirely ignorant even of what lay within it. A rather irresponsible oversight. "Ahem, brother. I did come across an old beggar before ascending the mountain who spoke of certain matters pertaining to the immortal realm." Chun Changsheng interjected, raising his hand. Bai Fei Yu turned to Chun Changsheng in astonishment. Was it truly possible that someone had fortuitously encountered this old beggar? Lung Qingsong also appeared taken aback, recalling his time as a beggar in Maple Leaf City, wondering why he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Ouyang suddenly remembered that the third disciple was not a reincarnated individual. How could he be unaware of the secrets of the immortal realm? Ignoring the clumsy excuse from his own disciple, he urged Chun Changsheng, "Third brother, do share with us what you know." Chun Changsheng cleared his throat, feigning recollection while actually contemplating how to convey the details of the immortal realm without revealing his true identity. "As far as I understand, the appearance of the immortal realm can be observed throughout the cultivation world, as it is essentially a world unto itself, a small realm opened by the powerful beings of ancient times." As he continued to feign remembrance, he elaborated, "Within the immortal realm, there exist treasures left behind by various ancient masters, such as scriptures, legacies, magical artifacts, and rare materials. Each immortal realm represents a significant opportunity. However, as the Sword Sect Master Tai has said, if an immortal realm is meant to seek out a successor, one must ponder what might lie within such a realm." Chun Changsheng deliberately created a moment of suspense before speaking. Ouyang, somewhat bewildered, replied, "What could it be? Of course, it's about the inheritance." Chun Changsheng exchanged glances with the other two, realizing that their senior brother sometimes feigned ignorance, but at times he was genuinely dim-witted. Observing the peculiar expressions on the faces of the three unruly disciples, Ouyang instantly recognized that he was the one left in the dark, exasperatedly exclaiming, "Can you just finish your sentence at once?" Xianxia had no choice but to continue. It's not hard to deduce. If the purpose is to find an heir, then this immortal secret realm must certainly be fraught with trials. That Sword Immortal would undoubtedly set various challenges to select a successor. Lung Qingsong fell into contemplation. When Xianxia had posed his question, they had also considered this possibility, but what kind of trials could those left by a Sword Immortal entail? Bai Feiyu was also deep in thought, pondering what trials his past self might have devised. Yet, his former self had never contemplated such matters. Ouyang, in a daze, inquired, "What trials?" With a wry smile, Xianxia shrugged, saying, "Senior brother, I have never been inside. How would I know?" Ouyang realized that Xianxia, as a reincarnator, was indeed unaware of what transpired within the immortal secret realm and had to let it go. After speaking, Xianxia turned his gaze toward Lung Qingsong. In the future, Lung Qingsong, originally a disciple of the Sword Sect, would stand out among the multitude of cultivators entering the secret realm, ultimately becoming the heir of the ancient Sword Immortal Bai. The opening of this immortal secret realm had occurred nearly a decade ahead of schedule. It should have opened 10 years later, yet for some unknown reason, it was now accessible. Could it be that Lung Qingsong's choice to join the Qingyun sect instead of the Sword Sect had altered the timeline? This would mean that the significant events from his previous life could increasingly work against him. Yet, what truly transpired within the secret realm remained a mystery. 4. The only one to emerge from the entire realm was Lung Qingsong himself. All the other sword cultivators had perished within. This incident had led to a wave of resistance against the Sword Sect among the loose cultivators, who believed that Lung Qingsong had sacrificed all the sword cultivators who entered the secret realm for the sake of the Sword Sect's inheritance. Consequently, Xianxia had no knowledge of what lay within, let alone the fact that he had been merely an ordinary youth, newly embarking on the path of cultivation, entirely oblivious to such affairs, only hearing rumors about them. In the end, Lung Qingsong, due to the inheritance from Sword Immortal Bai, successfully ascended to immortality, becoming the first immortal in this world. However, after achieving immortality, Lung Qingsong ceased to intervene in the affairs between humanity and the demon race. And in the very next moment after his ascension, he vanished from the world, never to be seen again. In this lifetime, however, his second senior brother was nothing like the cold and ruthless figure from Legends. He had not joined the Sword Sect, but had instead become a member of a small peak within the Qingyun sect. It remains uncertain whether he would tread the same path as Xianxia remembered. Xianxia let out a soft sigh within his heart. After all, it was a celestial being. In the midst of the discussion among the four, the paper crane of the sect leader, Dong Shuzi, arrived at the small peak, informing Ouyang and the others that in 3 days, Taiye would lead them to the sword-forging city of the Sword Sect. The paper crane landed quietly on the stone table, and the four stared at each other for a moment before Ouyang waved his hand, signaling the 3 rebellious disciples to attend to their own matters. Lung Qingsong, clutching the precious paper adorned with hasty scribbles, returned to his room, sensing that this paper would greatly aid his future path. Bai Feiyu, with a nail clenched in his mouth, returned to the rooftop, which was still under repair. Just as Xianxia was about to leave, Ouyang placed a hand on his shoulder and inquired, "Xianxia, you have been contemplating the Qingyun sacred treasure for some time now. When will it manifest? Have you gained any insights?" Xianxia paused and replied, "It should be a matter of a couple of days. For me, it is merely about solidifying my foundation. The Qingyun sacred treasure does not hold much significance for me." Ouyang acknowledged this with a sound, gesturing for Xianxia to prepare the meal. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up the paper crane from the stone table and infused it with a strand of true essence. Suddenly, the previously rigid paper crane became infused with vitality, circling around Ouyang before soaring towards Qingyun Peak. As night fell, Ouyang, who was accustomed to retiring early, sat upright on his bed as if awaiting something. Suddenly, a whisk appeared before him, accompanied by Dong Shuzi's voice emanating from it. "Seize it." Ouyang extended his hand and grasped the whisk, experiencing a whirlwind of sensations before regaining his bearings, finding himself inside the grand hall of Qingyun sect. Dong Shuzi stood with his back to Ouyang, holding the paper crane, his gaze fixed upon the characters representing heaven and earth on the offering table, silent. Ouyang settled onto a cushion, waiting for Dong Shuzi to pose his inquiries. "Can you be certain? Is it truly named Lin Feng?" Dong Shuzi asked softly, clutching the paper crane. Ouyang lazily responded, "There is no mistake. He bears an uncanny resemblance to your demonic sect's holy son." Dong Shuzi swayed slightly, appearing somewhat despondent, yet turned to Ouyang with a hint of gratitude in his gaze. "Young man, I'm heartened that you could share this with me." Ouyang shook his head, stating, "As a disciple of Qingyun's sect, this matter is of great importance. So I would like to hear your plans." "What plans? Does a mere waste of the out-of-body stage require my scheming?" Dong Shuzi looked at Ouyang in bewilderment. Before Ouyang could respond, Dong Shuzi abruptly commanded, "Come forth." On the cushion opposite Ouyang, the space began to distort, and Lin Feng, who had been comprehending the Qingyun's sacred treasure in the Forbidden Grounds, was transported by Dong Shuzi's formidable power. Startled, Lin Feng slightly opened his eyes, the first sight greeting him being the smiling Ouyang, who waved at him. "Old Ling, still awake? Ouyang, how did my senior brother end up here?" Ling Feng looked at Ouyang with a hint of confusion and spoke. Behind him, a cold snort emanated from Dong Shuzi. "Unfilial son, why do you not kneel?" Startled, Ling Feng hurriedly turned his head and knelt before Dong Shuzi, his heart already understanding. Ouyang must have informed the sect leader about the matter of killing Lin Feng. Now, he needed to contemplate how to navigate this inquiry. After drifting in an unknown space for tens of thousands of years, he had finally re-emerged and regained his body. His temperament and cunning were now far beyond what the incarnation of Lin Feng could compare to. Dong Shuzi gazed at the disciple he had raised, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes, yet he still admonished coldly, "I ask you, is the Lin Feng that Ouyang encountered this time related to you?" Upon hearing the name Lin Feng, Ling Feng realized that Ouyang possessed the ability to probe others' identities. After all, the name Lin Feng was known only to him and his current self. However, this became his greatest leverage for a comeback, for he was indeed Ling Feng. This was his body. His spirit and body were perfectly aligned, rendering him indistinguishable even before an immortal. Moreover, during his time in that endless, he had long deduced the path taken by his master. Thus he was unperturbed about the risk of his identity being exposed. With a calm gaze, Ling Feng lowered his head respectfully and spoke. "Yes, it is related to me." Ouyang, observing Ling Feng kneeling, had anticipated how he might defend himself, yet was taken aback by Ling Feng's forthright admission. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure emanated from Dong Shuzi. With furious eyes, he glared at his kneeling disciple and bellowed, "You have colluded with the demon race. Do you not know that such a crime deserves death?" Ling Feng abruptly lifted his head and declared loudly to Dong Shuzi, "Master, Lin Feng is indeed related to me, but I have no ties with the demon race. Speak." Dong Shuzi fixed his gaze on his disciple, the overwhelming pressure causing Ling Feng, who had only just entered the out-of-body stage, to feel a sense of suffocation. Behind him, Ouyang casually rested his hands on his head, eager to see how Ling Feng would argue his case. "Master, several years ago, after I broke through to the nascent soul stage, I was plagued by a heart demon, hindering my progress. It was only after the death of my junior brother, or rather, the remnants of the demon race, that I was able to truly sever the heart demon, allowing my Tao heart to become clear. Thus, I finally broke through to the out-of-body stage. That Lin Feng is the manifestation of the heart demon I severed." Ling Feng spoke, each word deliberate and resolute. "Heart demon?" Dong Shuzi paused for a moment. He was well aware of his disciple's deep-seated heart demon. As a disciple of the sect leader, Ling Feng's talent was considered top tier, yet after Ouyang brought Lung Qingsong into the sect, all the glory had been overshadowed by Lung Qingsong, leading Ling Feng to gradually fade into obscurity. Moreover, one cannot overlook Bai Feiyu and Chen Changsheng, the latter of whom has ascended to become the holy son of the Qingyun sect, basking in unparalleled glory. For Ling Feng, who has been a prodigy since childhood, this reality is undeniably a heavy blow, compounded by the fact that his junior brother, belonging to the demonic clan, was slain by Chen Changsheng. Ling Feng has faced an unrelenting barrage of challenges. Remarkably, amidst such turmoil, he has managed to conquer his inner demons. What is more perplexing is that he has yet to impart the teachings of this path to him. How could he have achieved this? With a resolute expression, Ling Feng rose and declared, rather than calling it an inner demon, "It is more accurate to say that I have severed the other version of myself, the timid, insecure part that was overly concerned with others' perceptions and lived in their shadows. When I expelled him from my soul, I realized my own path and understood what I ought to pursue." His words resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the Grand Hall. Under the discerning gaze of Dong Shuzi, A peak tribulation stage master who is unrivaled in the mortal realm. Ling Feng's soul exhibited no flaws. Indeed, it was remarkably robust. Is it conceivable to sever one's conscious inner demons? It is possible, for Dong Zuzi comprehends the essence of such cultivation, as it aligns with his own path, the method of severing the three corpses. Chapter 106, The Vow. Ling Feng's declarations were resounding and stirring. Ouyang, observing Ling Feng's attributes, felt a flicker of confusion. Name, Ling Feng, eldest disciple of the sect leader. Cultivation, third stage of out-of-body. Root bone, 8. Luck, 8. Charisma, 9. Soul qualification, 101. Exclusive skill, illusory reflection. Evaluation. The sect leader's eldest disciple has undergone astonishing changes following the loss of his junior brother. Although the reliability of his system has diminished, it still allows for the inference of some fundamental information. Compared to before, Ling Feng's attributes have shifted dramatically, with only his root bone and luck remaining unchanged. Initially, Ouyang believed Ling Feng's altered attributes were a result of his grief, yet he was taken aback to hear Ling Feng speak of slaying his inner demons. Could such a feat truly bring about such profound transformation? Dong Zuzi gazed at the seemingly transformed eldest disciple, feeling an unfamiliarity wash over him. Confidence, determination, and composure. Ling Feng appeared to have regained the essence of the prodigy he once was, having prepared to relinquish his aspirations for this disciple. Dong Zuzi was astonished to witness Ling Feng rediscovering himself, even embarking on a path akin to his own. The boy's soul shows no signs of distress. It is in perfect harmony with his body, devoid of any indication of possession. Furthermore, the term slaying the inner demon he employs may not be entirely accurate. I can assure you that if what he claims is true, then indeed, such a severance would yield significant transformation. Dong Zuzi's voice resonated in Ouyang's ear. Ouyang remained silent, yet his mind was racing with thoughts, pondering the true nature of the situation. If it is indeed Ling Feng who has vanquished his inner demons, then why has the system manifested such anomalies? Who is the figure resembling Xianxia, known as Lin Feng? Ouyang, standing behind Ling Feng, inquired, Old Ling, why does Lin Feng bear such an uncanny resemblance to Xianxia? Is he also of the demon clan? Ling Feng had anticipated Ouyang's question. He turned to face Ouyang and replied, though Xianxia belongs to the demon clan, he was my junior disciple. After burying him, I severed the heart demon at his grave. Beyond that, I cannot say. However, if you ever discover him committing any heinous acts, do not hesitate to eliminate him on the spot. After saying this, Ling Feng knelt before Dong Zuzi, proclaiming, the heart demon has been removed from my disciple, yet it still lingers outside. This is indeed my disciple's responsibility, so I implore the sect leader to impose punishment. Although Ling Feng professed ignorance, both Ouyang and Dong Zuzi discerned his implication. The heart demon Ling Feng had vanquished had taken possession of Xianxia's body. Dong Zuzi was greatly pleased, astonished that this wayward disciple had provided him such a delightful surprise. Ling Feng now bore the weight of responsibility befitting a sect leader. It seemed that his disciples were indeed formidable. Everything fell into place, yet Ouyang remained unconvinced. Could the mere severance of a heart demon truly instigate such a significant transformation in a person's attributes? Lost in thought, Ouyang pondered deeply but found no clarity. He had not anticipated Ling Feng's candid acknowledgement of Lin Feng's connection to him, nor that Lin Feng was the very heart demon he had severed. Ouyang had relayed this matter to Dong Zuzi, believing that, in the presence of such a supreme figure, even if Ling Feng possessed extraordinary means, he could not evade exposure. Yet, he was taken aback by Ling Feng's forthrightness in confessing. Dong Zuzi then affirmed the potential veracity of Ling Feng's claims. Facing Ouyang directly, Ling Feng had indeed acknowledged a connection. Was this the unforeseen consequence of Old San preemptively eliminating the demon clan's holy son, Xianxia? Ouyang sighed and, with a respectful gesture towards Ling Feng, said, Old Ling, I apologize for my suspicions. Ling Feng smiled serenely and responded, Brother Ouyang, whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely up to you. However, I, Ling Feng, am guiltless. Success. He had wagered correctly. The very fact that Ouyang stood before him, ready to confront him, indicated limitations in Ouyang's ability to discern identities. Ouyang's perceptive methods could not distinguish the existence of two individuals simultaneously occupying this world. Ling Feng, having drifted as a vengeful spirit for an unfathomable duration, had developed a profound depth of character and cunning. He himself considered his sanity questionable, now embodying a rationally mad individual. Yet, does this world lack math? What difference does one more make? Ouyang rubbed his brow and, bowing to Dong Shuzi, declared, Sect leader, I have no further questions. Dong Shuzi nodded slightly. In his eyes, Ling Feng's words and the fluctuations of his emotions, as well as the alignment of his body and spirit, posed no issues. The sole concern was that Ling Feng, after vanquishing his inner demons, allowed them to escape, resulting in this grave calamity. He regretted never having imparted this vital lesson to his disciple and never anticipated that. Given Ling Feng's aptitude, he would attain an understanding of the path that belonged to one in the tribulation stage through sheer effort. Since this is the case, return to the Azure Cloud secret treasure and continue your observation of the Tao, Dong Shuzi said, preparing to raise his hand to send Ling Feng away. However, Ouyang interjected, Wait a moment, I have a thought to share. Ling Feng turned to Ouyang, awaiting his inquiry. Ouyang smiled and said, Master, old Ling, although I have dealt with Lin Feng's physical form, his soul has fled. My cultivation is insufficient to confront his spirit. While I am uncertain about the dangers posed by inner demons, his actions that day were exceedingly ruthless. Therefore, completely eliminating old Ling's inner demons is of paramount importance. Dong Shuzi pondered for a moment, then looked at Ling Feng and said, Since it is your inner demon, you should possess a faint awareness of it. Once you have completed your observation of the Tao, descend the mountain and eradicate your own inner demons. Ling Feng nodded and responded, This is indeed my responsibility. Please rest assured, Master and Senior Brother Ouyang, I shall eliminate the inner demon and bear the consequences it has wrought. Make a vow, old Ling. Ouyang's voice echoed from behind Ling Feng. Startled by the resolute tone, Ling Feng turned to Ouyang and smiled. All right. Given Ling Feng's declaration to eradicate the inner demon, Ouyang, skeptical of his words, insisted that Ling Feng make a celestial vow. Such a vow is binding for cultivators. Ling Feng raised his right hand and proclaimed loudly, Ling Feng, swear to the heavens that within 10 years, I will eradicate the inner demon Lin Feng. Should I fail to do so, I shall perish. Let the heavens bear witness. A thunderous roar echoed thrice above the azure cloud peak hall. The celestial vow had been acknowledged by the heavens. Dong Shuzi waved his hand, sending Ling Feng back to the azure cloud secret treasure, then called out to Ouyang, who was preparing to leave, Young man, consider this a plea from me. If you must kill him in the future, could you spare him once? I beg you. Ouyang paused, not turning around, but nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 107. Is the Sword Sect Master so arrogant? After Ouyang departed, Dong Shuzi's figure became even more stooped. The once ethereal leader of the Azure Cloud sect now resembled a helpless old man. He did not perceive any abnormalities in Ling Feng. He agreed with Ling Feng's explanation, as he had once been in a similar situation. However, Ouyang's unwavering conviction that Ling Feng harbored issues, coupled with his subtle coercion for Ling Feng to make a celestial vow, alerted Dong Shuzi to an unsettling discrepancy. It was too ordinary. Ling Feng's demeanor was too normal. The exploration of the Tao is not achieved through a moment of sudden enlightenment, but rather through gradual refinement and repeated validation, leading to what is often referred to as an epiphany. Each revelation is, in truth, an explosion of countless accumulations. While those endowed with exceptional talent may find it easier to gather knowledge, they too require time to cultivate their gifts. The peculiar beings residing on the minor peaks are anything but ordinary. Thus, Dong Shuzi has no desire to contemplate these oddities. However, Ling Feng, having been nurtured by Dong Shuzi since childhood, is intimately familiar to him. Therefore, this moment of enlightenment ultimately reflects Dong Shuzi's own understanding of the Tao, which gives rise to his doubts. This pinnacle of the cultivation world, once the unrivaled prodigy of an era, now finds himself engulfed in confusion. The future appears inscrutable to him. Yet, Dong Shuzi is acutely aware that, regardless of the circumstances, he must shoulder all burdens until the next generation of prodigies can rise, even if it costs him his life. 3 days have passed. Ouyang and his companions awaited at the mountain gate. As today marks the day Tai would escort them to the Sword Sect. This time, the elite combat forces of the minor peak are mobilized. It must be noted that Xianxia, who accompanies them, remains but a mere puppet in this endeavor. Nevertheless, this could be considered the most vulnerable moment for the minor peak, especially with Ling Feng lurking at Qingyun's sect, a presence shrouded in mystery. Moreover, the formation established by Chun Changsheng persists even after the Qingyun sect has been decimated. After much deliberation, Ouyang devised arrangements that he himself deemed somewhat unnecessary. First, the instruction of Hutu-Tu's cultivation would be entrusted entirely to the puppet of the third brother, as Ouyang, to say the least, could easily doze off even while merely listening to teachings. Thus, this responsibility could only fall to the one among the few who are aware of Hutu's true identity. Chen Changsheng. Second, the daily meals of Hutu-Tu and Xiao Feng, along with Hutu-Tu's medicinal baths, would also require Changsheng's involvement. The precise ratios of medicinal herbs, the intensity of the heat, and after the herbs have been utilized, Changsheng would need to continue procuring debts at Dan Peak. The minor peak cannot afford to lose Chun Changsheng, just as the West cannot afford to lose Jerusalem. Once the arrangements were completed, Ouyang patted Chun Changsheng's shoulder with reassurance, and the four of them positioned themselves at the mountain gate in anticipation of Tai's arrival. Lung Qingsong, clad in black attire, wielded a long sword, his countenance stern and serious, standing at the ready. Bai Feiyu, adorned in white garments and with a green sword at his waist, stood quietly, a gentle smile illuminating his features, as warm and radiant as if embedded in light. Chun Changsheng, donning a white mask and a purple robe adorned with a golden belt, stood quietly behind the three, his hands clasped before him. If one's gaze were to drift away from him, it would seem as though he might vanish from memory in the blink of an eye. Ouyang leaned against the steps, dressed in a blue robe, his hands resting on the stone slab as he gazed at the sky. A great swirl of luminous energy approached from afar, trailing long clouds of mist behind it. The billowing clouds, rolling in its wake, cascaded down like a waterfall, a phenomenon resulting from high-speed flight without the activation of true essence protection. When the cultivators usually take to the skies, they envelop themselves in true essence. Otherwise, at such high speeds, not only would their flight be compromised, but their physical bodies and meridians would also sustain damage. Yet, Taya soared through the air with sheer physical prowess, showcasing an astonishing level of bodily strength. Truly terrifying. It was unexpected for a sword cultivator like Taya to have honed his physique to such an extent. As Liu Guang came to a halt, Taya's figure appeared before the four spirited youths. Upon seeing the four young men awaiting him on the stone steps, a smile blossomed on Taya's face, reminiscent of his own youthful self. Taya addressed the four below him. "Are you ready to embark, my young cubs?" Ouyang, wearing a smile, retorted, "Third brother, make your move." Chun Changsheng, with his hands concealed within his sleeves, suddenly spread them wide, and the myriad formations hidden around the small mountain peaks sprang to life. Golden array patterns emerged in the air, layering upon one another, nearly illuminating the entire mountain. Even Taya was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what these youngsters were up to. Before he could inquire, an overwhelming surge of true essence emanated from below, causing him to feel a sense of suffocation. It was a colossal hand of true essence, reaching out towards him. Goodness, these youngsters are attempting a rebellion. Filled with fury, Taya's sword intent erupted instantaneously. However, as a formidable being at the tribulation stage, he did not regard the antics of these juniors with much concern, a decision he would later come to regret. Ouyang's hand of true essence moved with remarkable speed, almost instantaneously reaching Taya and aiming to grasp him. Although voluminous, the hand, composed merely of uncondensed true essence, dared to seize him. Taya let out a cold laugh, his aura manifesting like a sharp sword, prepared to disperse this hand of true essence. In the next moment, the confident expression on Taya's face froze. He realized that the hand of true essence was wholly unaffected by his sword intent. Countless sword energies surged into the hand, vanishing as if they had sunk into the ocean. Something is amiss. Taya thought of unleashing his full power, but it was too late. The hand of true essence had firmly grasped him. Ouyang, tightening his fist, looked at the previously arrogant Taya and sneered. "Come down." The fist retracted sharp, and the hand of true essence rapidly retreated towards a small mountain peak. With a thud, Taya was unceremoniously slammed down before the four, momentarily dazed by Ouyang's forceful throw. Ouyang, with a sinister smile, pulled out the rope gifted to him by his master and tossed it to Lung Qingsong, saying, "Second brother, bind him for me." Goodness. Isn't that Hu Yun's binding rope? Taya's heart raced at the sight of the familiar rope. Lung Qingsong, swiftly looped the rope around Taya's neck. And in an instant, the profound, true essence within Taya's dantian retracted completely, leaving no trace of response. Taya felt his body grow sluggish, his limbs gradually losing their strength. Damn it, they even laced it with poison. Tai lay limply on the ground, still bound by Lung Qingsong, in an attempt to conceal his presence. Ouyang stealthily observed the familiar scene from the courtyard, feeling a twinge of irritation. Why was this old man not subjected to the same binding techniques as himself? Suspended from a tree, Tai gazed in astonishment at Ouyang, initially believing him to be merely a waste of the qi refining stage, only to discover the immense power he possessed. Ouyang, observing Tai hanging from the tree, let out a sigh of relief, having initially feared that the binding might be insufficient. Thus, he had doubled the potency of the binding, seeing that only Tai's eyes and mouth could move. Xianxia not only heeded his advice, but had also added a bit extra. What do you intend to do? I am the Sect Master of the Sword Sect. Tai shouted at Ouyang. Oh, is the Sect Master of the Sword Sect so imposing? Did you give my second brother a piece of paper yesterday? One piece is enough for whom? He inquired. At that moment, Tai finally realized and chuckled. Are you referring to the Immortal's treasured inscription? One is sufficient. It doesn't require more to open the secret realm. It's all the same. Stop right there. I have more to explain. Tai attempted to continue, but Ouyang, still grinning, pointed behind him and said, bring me a few more copies. One for each person. One for each person? Do you think the Immortal's treasures are as abundant as cabbages? Despite being the Sect Master of the Sword Sect, he possessed only a few cherished artifacts, treating them as treasured collectibles, which he dared to admire only when alone. This young man audaciously suggested one for each person. If he truly had that many, wouldn't he have achieved immortality long ago? However, Ouyang was not inclined to listen to the ramblings of the old man before him. He approached and began to search Tai's person. As a Sect Master of one of the 9 sacred grounds, surely must have some hidden treasures. No one would believe otherwise. Had it not been for Lung Qingsong mentioning the importance of that piece of paper to him the previous night, Ouyang would not have gone to such lengths to capture this old fellow. As Ouyang rummaged through Tai's belongings, Tai finally understood why Dong Shuzi had specifically advised him to be courteous to this qi refining lad. This young man was rather unusual. How dared he kidnap the Sect Master of one of the 9 sacred grounds? Did he not fear igniting a conflict between the 2 major sects? Are you seeking death? Release me before my wrath ignites. After searching for some time, Ouyang found nothing except for yesterday's sketchbook from Tai's inner pocket, which appeared pristine when he had discarded it, but was now frayed after a single night. The old fellow seemed rather impoverished, yet his anger was quite intense. With a hint of disdain, Ouyang shoved the sketchbook back into Tai's embrace, grinning at the visibly irate Tai as he clapped his hands. From all directions emerged a dozen puppets resembling Chun Chongsheng, each holding a slab of recording stone. The scene unfolded with a 360-degree, unobstructed view of Tai bound to a tree, captured meticulously by the recording stone. Each frame was instantaneously backed up elsewhere. The leader of the Sword Sect, Ouyang, pointed at the recording stones held by the puppets behind him and whispered a sinister smile toward Tai. Surely, you wouldn't want your bound appearance to be circulated throughout the cultivation world, would you? Ouyang threatened ominously. Curse it, this lad is even more ruthless than Hu Yun. Tai's expression shifted from fury to shock, and finally to indignation, as he adopted a fawning demeanor and addressed Ouyang. Let us discuss this calmly, my friend. Whatever you desire, I shall certainly fulfill. Speaking of which, isn't there a technique that allows one to transfer their entire cultivation to another? How about you transfer all your abilities to me? Ouyang inquired with curiosity. Tai retorted angrily. Wouldn't that mean my demise? That is of no concern to me. Try again. How about a few volumes of the Immortal's diary? Do you think they grow on trees? I only have a few pages. I brought just one this time. Damn it. Nothing is acceptable. I might have bound you for naught. Curse it. I didn't consent to being bound. That one do. I can't release you without gaining something in return. Tai scratched his head, pondering. How about I write you an IOU? I'll make it up to you when I return to the Sword Sect. Ouyang's anger flared instantly. Damn it. Only a fool would let you exploit him in such a manner. I've written countless IOUs myself, and when have I ever repaid them? He was infuriated that this old rascal dared to attempt such a trick on him. Suddenly, Ouyang's gaze fell upon the long sword at Tai A's waist. The blue-green sheath and the light blue cloud-patterned hilt were evidently of considerable worth. He unsheathed the sword and tossed it to the cold and aloof Xianxia behind him. Smiling at Tai, let us settle this with this sword, shall we? Tai, witnessing Ouyang removing his long sword, scoffed, This sword can only be drawn by the leaders of my sword sect. With curiosity, Xianxia effortlessly drew the sword from its sheath, a chilling light shimmering across its surface, rendering it a striking piece of art. Wow, this sword can only be wielded by the sword sect's leader, a symbol of authority, and is indeed a superior Dao instrument. Anyone who draws it, except its rightful owner, would be instantly drained of their true essence by its overwhelming force. Yet, Xianxia has drawn it without consequence. Damn it, before I even perish, this sword has recognized Xianxia as its master. Upon further contemplation, it dawned on him that this meant Xianxia was exceptionally suited for the sword sect's legacy, as if he were born to embody its essence. Ha ha ha, I told you, you share a fateful bond with my sword sect. Come to my sect, and I shall ensure you become the leader. They exclaimed, his delight evident even while bound to the tree, never forgetting to try and poach talent. Xianxia merely rolled his eyes, showing no interest in Tai's invitation, casually sheathing the sword and tossing it to Bai Feiyu. As fellow sword practitioners, Bai Feiyu caught the sword with a sense of curiosity akin to that of a young master visiting a brothel, captivated by the allure of a fine blade. He yearned to draw it forth and return it to its sheath. With ease, Bai Feiyu extracted the sword, leaving Tai in a state of astonishment. He had never witnessed anyone draw this sword before, let alone two individuals in one day. Bai Feiyu toyed with the sword, acknowledging its quality, yet ultimately returned it to its sheath and tossed it to Xianxia. Catching the long sword, Xianxia observed his second senior brother and fourth junior brother effortlessly draw it, yet found himself struggling despite his lack of interest in swordsmanship. There was no need for him to draw it. Discarding the sword as one might throw away refuse, he sent it carelessly onto the stone steps. Bound to a tree, Tai exhaled in relief. Had Xianxia drawn the sword, it would have tarnished the reputation of the sect's emblem. Taking a deep breath, Tai addressed Ouyang. In our sword sect, we possess a sword inquiry pool, accessible only to inner disciples for contemplation. I can grant permission for your two junior brothers to visit and obtain any fortune therein. They may take whatever they find. I shall not impede them. Seeing Tai's earnestness, Ouyang, though skeptical, took out paper and pen, drafting an IOU before stuffing the pen into Tai's mouth. With humiliation, Tai signed the document with his mouth. Ouyang, satisfied, examined the note closely. The writing of sword practitioners was notoriously ugly, lacking even the charm of a dog's paw print. Content: Ouyang tucked the IOU into his pocket and turned to the bound Tai, feigning surprise. Oh. What brings you here, Master Tai? What are you doing up in that tree? Gritting his teeth, Tai managed to smile. I'm merely taking a stroll. Chapter 109. The First Escape. Hey kid, the IOU's written. Why am I still tied up? Tai glared at the insolent youth. Truly, in the sword sect, one would never dare to bind him to a tree. Even a sideways glance from Traitor would suffice for him to cast them into the sword inquiry pool. As the esteemed leader of the sword sect, revered by sword practitioners across the land, Tai had never felt so constrained. Ouyang nodded, snapping his fingers, causing the ropes binding Tai to fall away. The moment the ropes released him, Tai vanished from sight, only to reappear with his long sword poised against Ouyang's neck. In that instant of disappearance, Ouyang summoned his inner energy. Boom! The vast tide of energy surged forth, propelling Tai away. In the overwhelming wave of true chi, Tai's sword trembled, distorting the space before its tip. A beam of sword light shot towards Ouyang's cheek. He tilted his head slightly, yet still felt a lock of hair severed by the sword's aura. Young man, this is your repayment. Tai scoffed softly, sheathing his long sword. Ouyang touched his severed hair, restraining the three individuals behind him who were eager to act. A hint of helplessness flickering in his gaze. Although he possessed sufficient vital energy to contend with those in the tribulation phase, his shortcomings were glaringly evident. His offensive methods were rather singular. He could either hastily employ some rudimentary techniques or unleash an overwhelming surge of vital energy to suppress his opponents. Yet, both approaches bore their own distinct drawbacks. Against weaker cultivators, he could effortlessly execute a series of strikes, but when confronted with truly formidable adversaries, these methods proved excessively slow. The techniques employed by Tai A, which could directly rupture space, seemed entirely incongruous with modern science, leaving him utterly defenseless. What he desperately needed was a means to combat top-tier experts and counter the souls of cultivators at the out-of-body stage and beyond. As Tai A made his move, the three individuals behind Ouyang were about to intervene, but were halted by him. It was rather unreasonable for a leader of one of the 9 sacred grounds to be toyed with by a mere few. Some degree of punishment was indeed warranted. However, being the leader of one of 9 sacred grounds meant that the debt he had written would be acknowledged, regardless of their reluctance. Thus, it was only fitting for Tai A to teach him a lesson. After all, one cannot always take advantage without facing consequences. Can they? Are you able to accompany me now? Tai A inquired, gazing at the four. Ouyang nodded, casting a glance at Xianxia, who also nodded in agreement. Last night, Ouyang had specifically tasked him with keeping a close watch on Lingfeng. The two were currently deep in contemplation regarding the Qingyun treasure in a restricted area of the Qingyun sect. And Xianxia had not detected any anomalies with senior brother Ling. Ouyang had seen the large luminous orb, having gazed at it for an extended period without comprehending its purpose, ultimately leaving him perplexed. However, he had been escorted by Dong Shuzi during that visit, so he remained unaware of the orb's precise location within the Forbidden Grounds. Seated in a secluded chamber atop a small peak, Xianxia held a paper figure resembling Lingfeng. His senior brother had specifically instructed him to keep a close eye on Lingfeng, implying that the events his elder brother encountered in the mortal realm were somehow related to Lingfeng. It seemed prudent for him to prepare for contingencies. Deep in thought, Xianxia contemplated the incident from 2 days prior, when Lingfeng was suddenly transported away by spatial distortion. Upon his return, though he maintained an expressionless demeanor, Xianxia keenly sensed the disarray in Lingfeng's aura. Ouyang's slap had roused him, yet did not disrupt his thoughts. His lifelong creed was to eradicate all threats in their infancy. Xianxia's fingers stirred slightly, causing the paper figure resembling Lingfeng to levitate, standing before him in the void. He formed a hand seal and pointed at the paper figure, exclaiming, "Awaken." 2 points of fire ignited atop and beneath the paper figure. The arcane incantation flowed from Xianxia's lips, causing the paper figure to tremble slightly. Gradually, the once unadorned paper figure morphed into the likeness of Lingfeng. Xianxia intoned sharply, 3 bows a day, lest one forget. The limit is 3 sevens, and it concludes at noon. Rise. Instantly, several black stripes appeared on the paper figure, binding it like chains. Xianxia bowed thrice before the figure and then raised his hand, causing the paper figure to stand upon the altar in the secret chamber. Brother Ling, I hope there are no issues. Otherwise, even if your soul does not scatter, you may suffer grievous harm to your spirit, he murmured, gazing at the paper figure on the altar. This secret technique was an ancient curse Xianxia had learned in a mystical realm in his past life. The 7 arrows of the nail-headed book. This curse was known for its ability to kill invisibly, utilizing the victim's hair, skin, or blood to create a paper effigy. With daily bows for 21 days until noon, the victim's soul would scatter, vanishing into the ether. The cursed individual would remain oblivious to their fate until death, with no signs for others to discern. This spell was exceedingly fearsome. It was said that even immortals could perish from its effects. Having completed this, Xianxia returned to his meditative posture, reconnecting his consciousness to the puppet still envisioned within the Qingyun's secret treasure. Feeling Lingfeng's breath steady and normal, he exhaled in relief, redirecting his focus to the treasure. Ouyang merely advised Xianxia to keep a close watch on Lingfeng, while Xianxia directly invoked the curse upon Lingfeng. Although the mental knot had been untied, his cautious nature remained a habitual challenge. Tai A lifted his long sword, slicing through the void, creating a fissure before the assembled group. Turning to the 4, he declared, "Now that you are prepared, follow me to Sword-Casting City. Remember, from this moment forth, you are no longer disciples of the Qingyun sect, but wandering cultivators." Ouyang, perplexed, inquired, "Why must we conceal our identities?" Tai scoffed disdainfully. "There are countless cultivators in this world, many of whom possess talents rivaling those of the inner disciples of the 9 great sacred lands. Yet, the majority are foolish mediocrities. If you wish to avoid becoming targets under the banner of the 9 great sacred lands, why not embrace the role of wandering cultivators? Then why allow them to participate in this immortal secret realm while the 9 great sacred lands do not?" Ouyang questioned, pondering aloud. After all, what tempest could wandering cultivators stir against the might of the united 9 great sacred lands? Senior brother, can the 9 great sacred lands truly withstand all the cultivators of the world? Xianxia tugged at Ouyang's sleeve, whispering, this world comprises more than just the 9 sacred lands. Numerous wandering cultivators roam the vastness between heaven and earth. Taiye did not respond, merely stepping into the fissure and intoning, the great way is 50. Heaven transforms into 4 nines. We evade 1. The immortal secret realm may seem trivial to the 9 great sacred lands, yet for the wandering cultivators, it represented an opportunity to escape. Chapter 110, Fortuity. Taiye stepped into the void, vanishing before the eyes of the 4. Ouyang Gang attempted to follow, but a hand restrained him. Xianxia smiled at Ouyang and said, Senior brother, allow me to go first. If there are any issues, I shall not be a hindrance. After all, it is merely a puppet. The outcome is inconsequential. Once Xianxia entered the space, Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong also passed Ouyang to proceed inside. They were acutely aware of their senior brother's low cultivation level and feared unforeseen complications. Ouyang looked on with gratitude as his 3 wayward disciples prioritized his safety. When the 3 disappeared into the rift, Ouyang finally stepped forward. However, misfortune awaited him. Ouyang suddenly found himself suspended in midair, plummeting towards a vast lake below. What in the world? He exclaimed, hastily retrieving his copy of Fundamentals of the 5 Elements escape technique in search of a means to save himself. Yet, the act of flipping through the pages could not match the speed of his descent. With a resounding crash, Ouyang plunged into the lake. Fortunately, his protective aura shielded him. For from such a height, even as a practitioner of the 9th level of Qi cultivation, he would have been gravely injured had he not been safeguarded. Emerging from the water, Ouyang gazed at the almost dripping blue sky, struggling to comprehend the bizarre situation. Wasn't Taiye supposed to transport everyone to the Sword Sect? How had he ended up in this wretched place? Wait, Ouyang turned to survey his surroundings. Apart from the ripples he created, the area was eerily still, resembling a tranquil painting. Had he been the only one transported to this dreadful locale? A shudder coursed through Ouyang, and he unleashed his inner energy, propelling himself towards the shore with the vigor of a machine. The closer he swam to the bank, the heavier his heart became. Though he could see the lush trees lining the shore, no matter how fast or how long he swam, the distance remained insurmountable. What on earth was this place? Increasingly perplexed, Ouyang consulted his book, memorizing the energy pathways of the technique before tucking it away. While he still remembered, he extended his arms and clapped his hands together, exclaiming, Earth Spike Technique. Boom, boom, boom. The immense lake erupted with thunderous roars as colossal waves surged from its depths. A gigantic stone pillar thrusting Ouyang skyward. Perched atop the pillar, he surveyed the lake below, feeling an unsettling disquiet since his arrival. As the pillar ascended to an astonishing height, the landscape unfolded before him. It was a vast volcanic crater, a dormant volcano having formed this expansive lake over countless years. The sapphire waters were encircled by verdant trees, exuding an air of tranquility and mystery. Ouyang finally discerned the source of his unease. It was the profound silence that enveloped the area, devoid of even a single chirp or call from creatures. Even the splashes created by the pillar's emergence were eerily silent. This place harbored an uncanny secret. Why am I the only one who has arrived here? Could it be that the old man from the Sword Sect has played a trick on me? Ouyang gazed down at the lake, extracting the tome titled Fundamentals of the 5 Elements Escape Techniques. Since clarity eluded him, he resolved to obliterate this place. A true master magic does not merely conjure fireballs. That would be beneath him. Ouyang glanced at the first page of the tome, where the initial spell was fireball, and a cold smile crept across his face. What monstrous creatures lurk in this bizarre realm? With a single fireball unleashed, the Taoist would surely perform miracles. Just as Ouyang prepared to transform this wretched location into a mountain of flames, a solemn voice resonated around him. After countless millennia, are you the one I have awaited? Do you enjoy playing tricks? Ouyang chuckled derisively, closing the book and raising his right hand, commanding, Fireball! Boom! A colossal fireball, reminiscent of the sun, materialized in Ouyang's grasp, rapidly expanding under his chi. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed the size of the lake. With this fireball, even a dormant volcano would erupt. Wait, hold on. Temper that fury. I am merely curious as to how you managed to enter. The once solemn voice now bore an edge of panic. It had not anticipated Ouyang's audacity in conjuring such a massive fireball. Reluctantly, the voice materialized before Ouyang. Ouyang, with the fireball in hand, regarded the apparition with a peculiar expression as forgotten memories surged within him. Short brown fur, a body elongated like a sausage, diminutive limbs, and large ears. Was this not reminiscent of a dachshund from his past life? What manner of creature are you? Ouyang inquired, eyeing the floating dachshund with perplexity. As you can see, I am a dog. The dachshund replied candidly. What is this place? Ouyang surveyed his surroundings and asked. This is a small world of immortals, and I am its guardian, awaiting the arrival of a fated individual. The dachshund declared with confidence. Good heavens, could this be my destiny? Is my fortune manifesting so unexpectedly in this realm of immortals? Am I to become the inheritor of their legacy? Is my foundation finally solidifying? Ouyang gazed at the dachshund with delight, eagerly pressing quickly, I am the one. Present me with the treasures. The dachshund tilted its head, contemplating a refusal. But upon seeing the threatening fireball in Ouyang's hand, it had no choice. After waiting for an uncountable number of years, how could it have anticipated encountering such a brigand? Reluctantly, it approached Ouyang, settling at his feet, and said, Very well, I yield. Use all your skills and techniques upon me. Ouyang clenched his right hand, causing the fireball to vanish within his grasp. He lifted his foot and sent the dachshund flying, then retrieved the tome titled Fundamentals of the 5 Elemental Techniques, resolving to find a more merciless method to obliterate this place. Master, I am truly a treasure left behind by an immortal. How can you not believe me? Do not strike. Do not strike. Look at me. Utilize me. I am indeed a precious artifact. The dachshund promptly returned to Ouyang's side, pawing at his pant leg with urgency. A treasure? Ouyang glanced down, regarding the dachshund with a disbelieving expression. A canine-shaped artifact? When did the standards of treasures sink so low? The treasures within the 9 great sacred lands would be ashamed to associate with you. The dachshund, noticing Ouyang's skepticism, eagerly attempted to showcase its worth. Truly, Master, I am an unconventional weapon. With sufficient true essence, I could even slay an immortal for you. I am an indispensable asset for daily life, an invaluable treasure for both extermination and plunder. In its fervent self-promotion, the dachshund reminded Ouyang of his past life and sales. Perhaps out of pity, Ouyang drew a long sword from his storage pouch and, with a powerful swing, struck the dachshund. Clang! The long sword collided with the dachshund, producing a sound akin to metal striking rock, and the sword shattered upon impact. What the? It actually possesses some quality. This long sword is certainly a magical tool. Although I cannot activate its formations, its hardness exceeds that of an ordinary sword. I never anticipated it would break so easily against this dachshund. Could it be that this creature truly is a treasure left by an immortal? Chapter 111, Secret Technique, Celestial Dash of the Dog. Ouyang curiously lifted the dachshund, which felt rather heavy, its fur indistinguishable from genuine leather, yet its texture was undeniably robust. His system's attribute panel could only identify living beings engaged in cultivation, proving useless against magical artifacts. Upon seeing that no attribute panel appeared for the dachshund, Ouyang concluded that it was not a demon cultivator. You aren't a real dog? Ouyang inquired, astonished as he held the dachshund aloft. The dachshund confidently replied, I am a treasure, the mightiest artifact in the world. How peculiar that the master of this celestial realm has chosen a dog as a treasure. Is the expectation to unleash it in battle? Ouyang felt a burgeoning curiosity regarding the immortal behind this small world. The dachshund, momentarily lost in thought, spoke. Time has passed too long for me to know, but I distinctly remember these matters in my mind, and I await the heir to this secret realm. Am I that heir? Ouyang asked, pointing to himself. The dachshund pondered for a moment, then grinned with a human-like expression, saying, I do not know. But since you are the only one to arrive after such a long time, let us just say you are. Is it really that casual? The scene of Little by selecting a successor was grand, yet here it resembled a supermarket promotion for cabbage. Ouyang expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, Hey, the legendary Sword Immortal's secret realm is renowned throughout the world, yet yours is so obscure. Isn't it a bit lacking? The dachshund murmured, a hint of confusion in its voice. Legendary Sword Immortal? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. It seems somewhat familiar, but I can't quite recall. Indeed, it was one thing for a treasure to be a dog, but now it seemed afflicted with amnesia. Ouyang examined the dachshund from every angle, only to discover, to his astonishment, that this dachshund was neither male nor female. Goodness, a hermaphrodite, though a treasure. Being scrutinized in such a manner made the dachshund instinctively feel a sense of shame. It barked at Ouyang. "What are you looking at?" Ouyang, lowering the dog's leg, regarded it with a peculiar gaze and remarked, "You truly cannot distinguish between male and female?" The dachshund felt a wave of humiliation wash over it and retorted, "I am a treasure. Have you ever seen a magical artifact that differentiates between genders?" This did seem to clarify a few things, and Ouyang looked at the dachshund with a tinge of pity. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Ouyang's sympathetic gaze, the dachshund asked, "What s with that look?" Ouyang replied, "I merely pity you. You will never know the joy of being a little male dog, nor can you experience the comfort of being a little female dog." The dachshund fell into contemplation, pondering whether this unexpected successor truly was up to the task. It felt as though he lacked a certain sophistication. Ouyang reclined against a stone pillar, gazing at the boundless blue sky, and inquired, "So how can we get out of here?" The dachshund sat beside Ouyang, also staring at the heavens, and said, "I have no idea. If I did, I wouldn't have been trapped here for countless years." With a voice tinged with desolation and helplessness, it reflected on the years spent gazing at the unchanging scenery, realizing that even as a treasure, solitude could be overwhelming. "What is your name?" Ouyang turned to the somewhat dejected dachshund and asked. "A name?" The dachshund pondered for a moment before shaking its head. "I have forgotten what my name is." Intrigued, Ouyang, who fancied himself a naming genius, sat up and said, "Let me give you a name. Just a moment." After some thought, he suddenly remembered how Hu Tutu had named the square-shaped Tibetan fox Handsome. Why couldn't this dachshund be called Pretty Boy? A flash of inspiration struck Ouyang as he clapped his right hand against his left palm, exclaiming, and he pulled the dachshund closer, declaring from now on, "You shall be called Pretty Boy." The dachshund observed Ouyang's elation, akin to a moment of enlightenment, and suddenly, a vision of a figure in a green robe flashed through its mind. Its nose tinged with moisture, and for reasons unknown, tears began to fall. The droplets streamed from the corners of the dachshund's eyes, landing on the ground and transforming into a sparkling gem. "What's wrong? Is that name unappealing?" Ouyang gazed at the suddenly weeping dachshund, perplexed, and asked, "Why are you crying?" "Everything seems fine. I just feel a sudden gust of wind." The dachshund blinked and replied, "How strange." Ouyang picked up the tears that had transformed into gems, wondering if even treasures could weep. The dachshund, now aptly named Handsome Boy, felt a flicker of joy. After countless years of living in a daze, he could finally communicate again, and he had a name that suited his image perfectly. "Handsome Boy, since you are a treasure left behind in this celestial realm, what purpose do you serve?" Ouyang inquired. The dachshund pondered for a moment before responding, "I can speak, jump, walk, and sleep." "I meant what use do you have, not whether you are useless," Ouyang clarified. He playfully lifted the dachshund by the belly with his left hand and pinched its hind legs with his right, mimicking a gun, while exclaiming bang, bang, bang. The dachshund, feeling utterly resigned, allowed Ouyang to manipulate him like a toy gun, questioning whether selecting such an heir was truly wise. Suddenly, an idea struck Ouyang, and he channeled a surge of energy into the dachshund's hind legs. Instantly, the dachshund felt something enter its body, causing a rising heat and a surge of power extending from its belly to its throat. With a retch, the dachshund expelled a swift wave of energy, not vomit, but a rapid blast of energy that shot forth from its mouth. This energy wave traveled so swiftly that it reached the distant volcano, causing a landslide of debris to tumble down. In the aftermath, signs of a shattered space began to emerge. Ouyang watched in astonishment as the fabric of reality began to fracture, realizing the true potential of Handsome Boy. It turned out that Handsome Boy could not only engage in close combat, but also transform into a long-range weapon capable of sniping enemies from afar. The power seemed to amplify the energy 100-fold. Goodness, a divine dog. If I were to channel all my energy into Handsome Boy, would that be akin to launching a nuclear bomb? Ouyang mused, stroking the dachshund's head earnestly. "Let me try to expand your capacity." Before Handsome Boy could react, an overwhelming force surged within him. "No, my body can't take it. I need to release it." He howled in distress. As he opened his mouth, a cataclysmic wave of light erupted forth. Ouyang watched as the wave shattered the surrounding space, grinning as he declared, "Secret technique, Celestial Dog Flash." Chapter 112. Do you dare to betray your brother? Boom, 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 boom. in a moment of desperation, raised his sword to block the incoming strike from Bai Fei Yu's flying sword. With a swift kick, he sent Xianxia sprawling away. Meanwhile, Lung Qingsong had already been thrust into the depths of the sword questioning pool by his own sword chi. I truly have no idea where that lad has gone, Tai stated, his gaze fixed upon Bai Fei Yu, whose eyes were as cold as ice. God knows why, after we were transported here, it was just the three of us, myself, Lung Qingsong, and yet Ouyang remains unseen. After waiting for a while with no sign of Ouyang, the three troublesome youngsters seemed to have conspired and launched their assault upon him. The extreme sharpness of Lung Qingsong's sword intent, the subtle resonance of law within Bai Fei Yu's Dao rhythm, and the relentless barrage of yellow talismans and puppet from the masked youth overwhelmed him. In an instant, even the peak of the tribulation phase found himself unable to hold his ground. Although Tai was compelled to show restraint and did not take the lives of the three, he could not help but wonder what kind of freaks these youngsters were. Had they gone mad? How could three nascent souls suppress a tribulation phase being in an instant? Such words would make even a dog shake its head in disbelief. Yet the coordination and timing of these three youngsters were impeccably precise, leaving Tai momentarily flustered. A tear was made in his sleeve by Lung Qingsong's strike. He was, after all, a being at the pinnacle of the tribulation phase. What right did these three nascent soul youths have? As Bai Fei Yu, whose attack was blocked by Tai sword, felt the flow of Dao rhythm in his eyes, he softly commanded, "Sword, come." Countless flying swords surged upwards from the lake below, aimed directly at Tai. With a single hand wave and a cold snort, Tai commanded, "Return." The multitude of flying swords summoned by Bai Fei Yu fell back down. Seizing the opportunity, a purple figure darted forward. Xianxia, with a flourish of his sleeves, unleashed a multitude of yellow talismans from within, raising a finger before his face and declaring loudly, "Stand back." Bai Fei Yu landed in an instant, leaving only Tai and Xianxia enveloped by the yellow talismans. "Explode!" Xianxia shouted, his body transforming into a streak of white light. The numerous yellow talismans formed a barrier, encapsulating the blast radius. A brilliant white light erupted within the cube-shaped shield formed by the yellow talismans. The powerful explosion distorted the cube, yet it firmly contained the surging force within. Tai, somewhat disheveled, tore through the fabric of space, emerging from the void, cursing under his breath at the madness of this young man who had resorted to self-detonation without provocation. Before Tai could fully step out of the void, a sharp sword intent lunged directly at his face, just as he intended to lift his sword to deflect Lung Qingsong's oncoming strike. Bai Fei Yu's voice rang out from below, "Drop it." As a being of the tribulation phase, Tai's hand hesitated mid-lift, with Lung Qingsong's long sword already at the ready before him. "Get lost." Tai barked coldly, unleashing an unparalleled sword intent that erupted from within him, manifesting a lotus shape around his body. The once advancing Lung Qingsong was sent flying back by this overwhelming sword intent. Bai Fei Yu gazed at the ethereal sword intent emanating from Tai, his expression suddenly becoming serious. No wonder he had sensed a sword intent that felt intimately familiar during his time at Qingyan Sect. It turned out that this old man Tai had indeed cultivated a sword intent that belonged to him. But wait, before his death in his previous life, he had been utterly alone, leaving behind no bloodline whatsoever. How had Tai acquired his innate sword intent? At that moment, Xianxia appeared beside Bai Fei Yu, his aura somewhat disordered. The puppet's self-detonation had been executed a bit too hastily, causing his true essence to flow sluggishly for a time. Lung Qingsong landed on Bai Fei Yu's right side, taking a few steps back, casting a stern glance at Tai. As the leader, Bai Fei Yu's eyes shimmered with the flow of Dao, realizing that the sword intent he was truly cultivating was his own from his past life. This possibility suggested that he might indeed have a chance to vanquish the old man before him. After all, he was exceedingly familiar with his own innate sword intent from his previous existence. Tai, observing the three individuals before him, was filled with astonishment. What manner of monsters were these three brats to have forced him, a being at the transcendent stage, into such a predicament? Even though he had suppressed most of his cultivation and refrained from employing various techniques, to have elicited his innate sword intent solely with their nascent soul-level powers? Was the current younger generation all composed of such prodigies? After Ouyang failed to emerge from the spatial rift, the three had firmly concluded that Tai had manipulated the situation. Lung Qingsong's intuition insisted that it was indeed related to Tai. Moreover, both Bai Feiyu from his past life and Xianxia from the future had employed techniques of the transcendent stage. This method of tearing through space was one he had mastered in his previous life. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of Tai. Bai Feiyu was unwilling to afford the opponent any opportunity for contemplation and whispered, "Second brother, you attack first. I will take the lead, and third brother will mount a surprise assault. We shall repeat this thrice, and I will seek out any weaknesses." With a sharp command, Bai Feiyu urged, "Let us commence." Lung Qingsong charged forth. However, just then, a rift in space suddenly tore open, and Ouyang emerged, cradling a handsome dog. Feeling as though he had received an epic enhancement, Ouyang strutted out with the dog tucked under his arm, brimming with confidence. Yet, upon his arrival, he misstepped and fell into a free fall. "Damn it! Lift me up, dog!" Ouyang shouted at the wiener dog nestled in his elbow. "I'm merely a dog. Have you ever seen a flying dog?" The wiener dog retorted, rolling its eyes at Ouyang, still holding a grudge from earlier misadventures. Did he expect it to save him? Not a chance. Just as Ouyang prepared to retaliate, he noticed his second brother soaring towards him, stirring feelings of warmth within. Ah, how gratifying to see my own offspring. But why was he wielding a sword? Ouyang found himself positioned precisely between Tai and Lung Qingsong, who, in his eagerness, charged forward with a fierce sword intent. Upon seeing Ouyang's sudden appearance, Lung Qingsong briefly faltered, yet his long sword could not be retracted in time. In a moment of free fall, Ouyang watched in astonishment as his erstwhile companion, wielding a sword, charged towards him. Caught off guard, he barely had time to react before the blade was upon him. "Goodness, are you attempting fratricide?" Ouyang exclaimed, swiftly drawing his sausage dog and swinging it towards Lung Qingsong's sword. A resounding clash echoed as the dog let out a joyful bark, sending Lung Qingsong hurtling backward. With a thunderous crash, Ouyang landed on the ground, half of his body sinking into the earth. Frowning, he extricated himself from the soil and turned his gaze towards the other two wayward youths. Bai Feiyu and Xianxia, upon seeing Ouyang, instantly withdrew their true essence. One looking to the left and the other to the right, indicating their disassociation from the matter. Ultimately, it was the unfortunate Lung Qingsong who hung his head low, being reprimanded by Ouyang, who had him by the ear. Chapter 113, The Wooden Hairpin. Having grasped the situation, Ouyang felt a surge of emotion. Yet he understood the necessity of maintaining decorum before the leader of the Tai sword sect. "Come here and apologize," he commanded, tugging at Lung Qingsong's ear as he approached the stern-faced Tai, who stood atop the mountain. "Apologize," Ouyang insisted, delivering a light slap to the back of Lung Qingsong's head as a lesson. Lung Qingsong cast a glance at Tai, reluctantly huffing, and bent slightly in deference. Bai Feiyu offered a respectful bow to Tai, his curiosity piqued about how Tai had managed to cultivate his own innate sword intent. Xianxia, donning a mask, bowed earnestly and muttered an apology. Tai remained expressionless, observing Ouyang as he continued to chastise Lung Qingsong, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features. Just moments ago, these three rascals had been audacious enough to challenge even him, resorting to self-destructive tactics as if they had nothing to lose. Yet, upon Ouyang's arrival, they transformed into docile lambs, especially Lung Qingsong, who, despite having wielded his sword with such ferocity, now stood slightly bent, subjected to Ouyang's reprimands. What kind of enchantment could inspire such unwavering obedience from these rebellious youths? Was it merely the title of senior brother? Tai was skeptical. As a transcendent being, he had witnessed too much and knew that true respect could not be garnered without the weight of power or bloodline. The respect of a sword cultivator is earned through the blade in their hand. What gave Ouyang such authority? Was it merely his abundant true essence? "Master, please forgive me for the jest. My three wayward disciples are not accustomed to venturing out. Their sudden exposure has left them somewhat startled," Ouyang chuckled, cradling his dog as he addressed Tai. Tai, with a cold demeanor, waved his tattered sleeve dismissively, considering the matter closed. As the leader of a sword sect and a formidable figure in the tribulation stage, being compelled by three juniors in the nascent soul stage to reveal his innate sword intent was indeed a source of embarrassment. Bai Feiyu, noticing the sausage dog nestled in Ouyang's embrace, curiously inquired, "Brother, where did you just go?" Lung Qingsong and Xianxia also turned their gazes toward the scene. Tai looked at Ouyang, pondering why this young man had emerged so late from the space rift he had personally created. Moreover, the rift Ouyang had just exited was evidently not one that Tae had opened. Ouyang chuckled, raising his new pet, a dachshund, and declared, "This is my new companion, Beauty. I just returned from a certain immortal's secret realm, where I found him. A dog?" The four present regarded the dachshund with skepticism, hardly believing Ouyang's fanciful tale. What kind of place was this immortal's secret realm that one could enter and exit at will? And how could Ouyang possibly have retrieved a dog in less than 2 minutes? Tae stroked his chin, eyeing the dog thoughtfully, a flicker of recognition stirring within him. It felt as if he had seen this creature somewhere before. Ouyang, sensing the disbelief from his companions, also felt that his words were somewhat far-fetched. Yet he insisted that he was speaking the truth, whether they chose to believe him or not. In high spirits due to his epic enhancement, Ouyang surveyed his surroundings. Aside from a vast lake, there were undulating mountain peaks, reminiscent of the secret realm he had just visited, yet this place vibrated with life. Curiously, he inquired, "Sect leader, what is this place?" Tae snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction as he replied, "This is the sword questioning pool of my sword sect. Not only does it house the paired swords left by generations of my sect's great practitioners, but is also said to contain treasures from the ancient era left by immortals. Only inner disciples have the opportunity to enter and contemplate here. This time, I am making an exception for you. Bring forth the promissory note and recording stones." Ah, great figures are indeed true to their word. Ouyang retrieved the promissory note, regretting not asking for a larger sum, but he bore the pain and handed it to Tae. He exchanged a knowing glance with Xianxia, who promptly produced a pile of recording stones from his storage bag, stating, "Sect leader, they are all here. Not a single one was left behind." Tae coldly snorted, a sword intent swiftly obliterating all the recording stones in Xianxia's hands and reducing the promissory note to ashes before he turned to leave, saying, After one day, I will transport you all to the sword-forging city." With that, he tore the fabric of space and vanished as if fleeing from a pestilence, leaving Ouyang and the others exchanging bewildered glances. The sword questioning pool? Ouyang cradled his head, gazing at the lake before him, its placid surface rippling in the gentle breeze as the surrounding trees rustled. There were no swords to be seen, not even a mere iron rod. Was this truly the sword questioning pool? Noting Ouyang's confusion, Xianxia spoke up, "Eldest senior brother, I sense that beneath this lake lies something extraordinary, and a multitude of it." Lung Qingsong furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the lake, remarking, "It's quite noisy." Bai Feiyu, well aware that countless flying swords resided beneath the surface, noted that the flying sword he had summoned earlier had indeed emerged from the lake. Ouyang cleared his throat, feigning understanding as he spoke. "Indeed, I too sense that there are numerous treasures beneath this lake. This rare opportunity must be cherished." Xianxia nodded, yet his gaze lingered upon the dachshund nestled under Ouyang's elbow. The hidden fox atop the small peak was undoubtedly a formidable expert in the tribulation stage, and the dog's origins seemed peculiar. He resolved to seize a few of its fur when the opportunity arose. Conversely, Lung Qingsong shook his head and remarked, "Nonsense. Within the countless years of the sword sect's history, innumerable great beings have left behind their swords, each imbued with the insights of their swordsmanship." However, Lung Qingsong held these sword techniques in disdain. For him, his own sword path was unparalleled and required no supplementation from the teachings found here. His path was flawless. Bai Feiyu, intrigued, approached the lakeside, his fingers grazing the surface of the water. An inexplicable sense of familiarity surged from the depths, as if something were beckoning him. "Rise," Bai Feiyu murmured. As his voice echoed, the lake began to bubble, resonating with countless sword cries that reverberated through the heavens. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An uncountable number of flying swords erupted from the lake, suspended in midair, each radiating a distinct essence of sword intent. Some were sharp and fierce, others gentle and serene, some grand and imposing, while others were enigmatic. Numerous blades, resembling treasures of the highest order, clamored before Bai Feiyu, eager for him to make a selection. Rising to his feet, Bai Feiyu reached out in a daze, as a streak of luminous energy descended into his hand. It was a wooden hairpin. Chapter 114, The Past Life of Little White. Little White, do you sword cultivators always wear such sour expressions? You aspire to become a sword immortal? What a coincidence, for I yearn to be the mightiest swordsmith. Oh, the hands of the sword immortal are quite skilled, Capable of crafting wooden hairpins too? If your primary sword breaks, simply retrieve it. I believe in you. The intricate memories of a past life surged within by Feiyu's consciousness. The image of a flowing green robe perpetually draped upon him, filled with laughter and mischief, carelessly chewing on a blade of grass. He spoke as if trying to exhaust all his words in this lifetime. His attire hung loosely, hair tousled, yet his eyes sparkled like a crystal-clear pool. In that previous existence, he was known as Li Taibai, forever cradling his sword, eyes closed in contemplation of his path. While the owner of the green robe would frequently tease him, like a shadow trailing behind, claiming to forge the strongest sword in the world for him. The green robe had entered Li Taibai's life unexpectedly, and they became inseparable. Together, they traversed the entire continent and even ventured to the immortal islands across the seas. They shouted atop snow-capped mountains, witnessing avalanches cascading down and rode whales through the vast ocean, braving the winds and waves. Upon the verdant grass, one may lie for an entire day, inhaling the fresh fragrance of the grass, and succumb to a drowsy slumber. Two wanderers traversed the world, etching a resounding name for themselves in history. Some even began to refer to themselves as Sword Immortals. In such moments, the figure clad in azure would tug at his companion, inquiring what title he should adopt. At that time, Li Taibai, engrossed in the path of the sword and free from distractions, often found this companion somewhat bothersome, feeling that it impeded his comprehension of the supreme, enigmatic truths of the infinite Tao. Having been accompanied by the sword since his earliest memories, he was accustomed to solitude. Thus, the sudden presence of a companion rendered Li Taibai somewhat disoriented. However, as time passed, he grew accustomed to it, and the absence of that incessant chatter left him feeling oddly unsettled. The two became steadfast friends, journeying across the vast continent together. In those days, Li sought to discover his own path and pondered the direction his sword should take. The sky was low, and people dared not raise their voices for fear of disturbing the celestial beings above. It was an age imbued with the divine, yet one in which countless souls lived in trepidation. The myriad, intricate rituals and the cruel offerings of blood and flesh filled Li Taibai with revulsion. For the first time, he questioned the nature of divinity. Must those exalted beings remain forever aloof? Such thoughts, however, were unspoken, for in that era, they were deemed heretical and taboo. Yet, within his heart, a seed of rebellion took root. It was at this juncture that conflicts arose between him and the figure in azure. The latter, a most devout believer, viewed the celestial beings with only admiration and gratitude, even attempting to persuade Li Taibai to revere his family's deity. Upon hearing such sentiments, Li Taibai felt a surge of disdain and instinctively queried, could the divine ever err? How could the immortals be mistaken? They are divine, the figure in azure replied with conviction. In that moment, Li Taibai understood that their paths had irrevocably diverged. After much contemplation, he resolved to part ways, embarking on a solitary quest for the supreme sword path. It was said that this sword path was the mightiest in the realm, one that had eluded mastery since the dawn of existence. No one, not even the immortals, could wield it. Li Taibai, too, found himself unable to grasp it. Though he discovered this sword path, it summoned retribution from the heavens. The immortals, perched high above, would never permit an ant to wield such power. Li Taibai faltered, his life-bound sword shattered by the celestial beings, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. From a prodigy of unparalleled talent to a being incapable of perceiving even the essence of the sword. It was a devastating blow for one who had been prideful since birth. Li Taibai became a shadow of his former self, drowning his sorrows in wine, aimlessly existing in this world. Cursed by the celestial beings, those who are despised by the immortals are to be scorned in that era. Li Taibai was born into a reputable family, thus no one dared to take his life. However, he was not spared from harsh words and frequent beatings. Li Taibai did not resist. He allowed others to insult and assault him, resulting in a body perpetually adorned with both old and fresh wounds. It is uncertain how long such days endured. Once again, that figure in azure garments appeared before him, supporting him as they departed from the city. The incessant chatter filled Li Taibai's ears, while he, having lost all hope for life, resembled a mere shell of a person. He would not open his mouth to eat, nor would he swallow water, existing like a lifeless being. Upon witnessing the azure-clad figure draw forth a long sword, the once gifted Li Taibai felt a surge of terror deep within. He never wished to touch a sword again in this lifetime. Xiao Bai, you will rediscover your destined sword. I believe in you. The figure in azure, chewing on a blade of grass, spoke with unwavering confidence. Find? How can I find it? I am but a useless being now. How could that be possible? I never wish to practice swordsmanship again. Li Taibai suddenly erupted in frenzy, shouting at the azure figure. The figure merely stood with hands tucked into their sleeves, a blade of grass in their mouth, smiling at him. At some point, the azure figure departed, leaving him alone once more. Endless days and nights led Li Taibai to contemplate death. In truth, he had long become a mindless waste, incapable of thought. What difference was there between living and dying in such a state? Suddenly, Bai Feiyu's gaze froze upon a scene. Before a colossal sword furnace, the azure figure stood, both desolate and resolute, as flames raged beneath, spitting tongues of fire like venomous serpents. The grass he had perpetually chewed was now severed in two. He parted his lips, expelling the remnants, inhaled deeply, and turned to face Bai Feiyu. The youth, strikingly handsome yet adorned with a bittersweet smile, moved his lips silently towards Bai Feiyu. It seemed as though time had transcended. Bai Feiyu strained to hear something. But the youth turned away and leaped into the sword furnace, and in an instant, flames engulfed Bai Feiyu's vision, as if time itself began to fracture, drawing him back into reality. The wooden hairpin in his hand bore evident scorch marks. Bai Feiyu, clutching the hairpin in his left hand, gazed upward for a prolonged moment. Today's sky was an exquisite blue, as if it could flow into his eyes. Suddenly, he raised his right hand to shield his eyes and murmured softly, "OGZ, I curse you." Chapter 115, A Man and a Dog. What is Xiao Bai doing standing there? Ouyang, holding the dog, looked at Bai Feiyu's silhouette with a puzzled expression and quietly inquired of Chen Chongsheng. Perhaps Brother Bai is recalling something sorrowful. Chen Chongsheng replied softly. Could it be that he was reminded of a past girlfriend, stirred by the scenery? Ouyang gazed at Bai Feiyu with a look of curiosity. This fellow, who always appeared so composed and mature, turned out to have a rather playful side. Dressed entirely in white, Bai Feiyu stood with his back to the trio, surrounded by tens of thousands of flying swords emanating an ethereal sword intent, patiently awaiting his selection. These swords hovered in the void, waiting for but one person. This scene was truly a spectacle that could only belong to Bai Feiyu. It brought to mind the verse, "I am the immortal is me. I am the foremost immortal in the world, the strongest of all." Alas, his literary talent was lacking, and his handwriting left much to be desired. Suddenly, Bai Feiyu turned and approached Ouyang and the others, as the myriad sword behind him let out a mournful cry, descending like dumplings back into the sword pool. It was as if they were cast aside after being teased by a rogue. The fallen swords splashed water everywhere in a fit of indignation. Bai Feiyu strode towards Ouyang, his gaze fixed, and raised his hand to grasp at Ouyang's head. Just as Ouyang prepared to block with his dog, Bai Feiyu effortlessly plucked the hairpin from Ouyang's hair. In that fleeting moment, before Ouyang's hair fell, Bai Feiyu inserted the wooden pin into his locks. Indeed, it was not meant to be. Bai Feiyu sighed softly, removing the pin and leaving Ouyang with his hair in disarray, stunned in place. "What's wrong with you?" Ouyang fumed, his temper flaring as he raised his dog to unleash a retort at the dapper Bai Feiyu. However, Bai Feiyu tossed the wooden pin to Lung Qingsong, saying, "This pin is akin to that piece of paper. It is precisely what you need. Reflect upon it well." Lung Qingsong accepted the pin, glancing at it. Although it appeared ordinary, it emanated a resonance of Tao that felt familiar. Very well, he nodded in agreement, willing to accept the goodwill of his fellow disciples without hesitation. Bai Feiyu found a large stone to recline upon, gazing at the blue sky and the lake, feeling a heaviness in his mind. Ever since his grave had been disturbed, memories of the deceased had begun to assail him relentlessly, filling him with annoyance and even a tinge of revulsion. He was Bai Feiyu, not the ancient Li Taibai. He shared no connection with that figure. He repeatedly tried to convince himself of this, yet deep down, he understood that mere forgetfulness could not resolve his turmoil. Some debts could not be paid off simply by ignoring them. The figure who had plunged into the sword furnace, sacrificing himself for the sword, not only helped him reclaim his fated sword, but also opened the door to the supreme sword path. Thus, the Sword Immortal Li Taibai emerged, and the persona that once called him Little White vanished forever. What a rogue indeed, engaging in such selfless acts. Did he ever consider his own opinion? Bai Feiyu felt a storm of frustration within, as if his heart were entangled in a chaotic web. "Chongsheng, focus. Can't you exert a little more effort?" "Master." I can't seem to grasp it. It feels rather peculiar. Stay still just for a moment, just for a moment. Master, is this dog really all right? What nonsense! If it weren't, why be doing this? A cacophony erupted around them as Ouyang and Xianxia shouted, causing the previously somewhat irritated by Fei Yu to sit up and cast a displeased glance in Ouyang's direction. Ouyang and Xianxia were each holding one of the Dakshag's limbs, one pressing down on its front paw and the other on its hind leg. While Ouyang rummaged through the dog's fur, the dachshund struggled desperately, resisting their invasive handling. Are you two so idle that you must treat a dog in such a bizarre manner? Bai Feiyu remarked with dissatisfaction towards Ouyang. Fourth junior brother. This dog is truly strange. It seems to possess a physical form, yet simultaneously lacks one. Xianxia responded while grappling with the dog's front paw. Although his hands were firmly gripping the dog's paw, it felt as though he grasped nothing but air. Even when he employed his spiritual power, the emptiness remained profoundly palpable. His attempts to pluck a few hairs from the dachshund were utterly futile. Whenever he managed to pull out a hair, it would inexplicably return to its original place. Despite countless attempts, the outcome remained unchanged, leaving Xianxia bewildered. What exactly was this creature? It was neither flesh nor spirit. What constituted the essence of this dog? Ouyang, however, remained unfazed, marveling at the fact that this dachshund seemingly lacked a digestive system, implying it did not require sustenance. Am I not a treasured artifact left by an immortal? Is this how you treat a treasure? The dachshund exclaimed, thrashing against their grasp while crying out in indignation. As one of the most formidable treasures in existence, why was it subjected to such humiliation, and twice in a single day? The first time, Ouyang had checked whether it was male or female, and the second time, it underwent yet another thorough examination. Moreover, the lad holding its front paw had already plucked its fur hundreds of times in mere moments. Did it not have any pride as a treasured artifact? A treasure? Xianxia suddenly grasped the situation. Currently, he had a puppet in a certain location within the Qingyun Sect's forbidden area, studying a treasure. If this dog were indeed a treasure, its peculiar condition could certainly be elucidated. After all, as the strongest artifact in the universe, possessing enigmatic abilities would be entirely reasonable. Speaking of which, had Master truly ventured into the immortal's secret realm and retrieved a dog from there? Xianxia tugged at the corner of his mouth, casting a glance at the ever-curious Ouyang, who was intently examining the dachshund. His senior brother truly possessed remarkable fortune. Bai Feiyu's ears twitched as he rose and approached. Squatting before the dachshund for a closer inspection, a glimmer flickered in his eyes, and in an instant, he swiftly grasped the dachshund's tail, lifting it effortlessly. Enough already. The dachshund, suddenly hoisted, lifted its head to gaze at Bai Feiyu, who was playfully dangling its tail. Upon locking eyes with Bai Feiyu's fleetingly radiant gaze, the dachshund froze, its own eyes sparkling with a similar brilliance. The two engaged in a silent exchange, a moment suspended in time. Chapter 116. The Fates are intertwined. Bai Feiyu and the dachshund maintained their gaze for an extended period, reminiscent of long-lost lovers sharing a poignant moment. A familiar yet foreign voice resonated in Bai Feiyu's ear, accompanied by the subtle cadence of the Tao, which caressed his senses. Upon hearing this voice, the usually unflappable Bai Feiyu stood motionless, struck by a wave of nostalgia. This voice was all too familiar, a remnant of his past life as Li Tai Bai, the owner of the Azure Robe, the one unfulfilled regret of his previous existence. OGZ, the melodic essence of the Tao harmonized with the laws Bai Feiyu was currently cultivating, causing the perfect sword heart he had meticulously refined for nearly a decade to pulse in resonance. The esoteric nuances of the Tao propelled Bai Feiyu's comprehension of his own path to unprecedented heights. Though his realm had not ascended, his understanding of the laws governing his path had deepened significantly. The out-of-body stage, where the soul can depart from the body, signifies the mark of a true master. The cultivation journey encompasses 9 realms, each characterized by distinctive advancements. For instance, the Qi refinement stage allows the practitioner to cultivate true Qi, marking the inception of their journey. The foundation establishment stage solidifies true Qi into true essence, while the core formation stage transfigures true essence into a golden core. These 3 realms represent the initial stages of cultivation, reliant on innate talent and resources. Given sufficient time and resources, even a dog could ascend to the core formation stage. However, the transformation of the infant stage, which metamorphoses the golden core into an infant soul, poses the first significant obstacle for cultivators. It is fraught with the tribulations of thunder to test the practitioner's talent and constitution, alongside the critical moment of whether the transformation can succeed. Should one fail, the golden core might shatter without achieving the infant soul, resulting in a regression to the foundation establishment stage, forcing a restart of the arduous journey. Once the transformation succeeds, cultivators at the infant soul stage can begin to sense the existence of their own soul. The subsequent out-of-body stage pertains specifically to the soul. Masters at the out-of-body stage can allow their soul to depart from their physical form, while those at the divided spirit stage can separate their soul into yin and yang aspects. These three stages distinctly differentiate ordinary practitioners from true masters. The ability to perceive the soul, coupled with the soul's detachment from the corporeal body, endows the practitioner with a sort of resurrection coin. Even if the physical form is destroyed, the soul may wander through the realms of existence. Although further cultivation may be hindered, survival remains possible. The act of seizing another's body is merely the manipulation of a puppet by the soul. Ling Feng's situation is an extraordinarily unique existence. For those in the integration realm, the soul is once again fused with the body, granting an initial awareness of the Tao's essence. Each practitioner in this realm has attained a preliminary understanding of their own Tao, holding an almost obsessive sense of recognition towards it. The process of refining one's Tao extends into the Great Ascendant stage, while those in the Tribulation stage amalgamate the Tao into their personal laws. These three realms represent the pinnacle of practitioners in this world, with few entities capable of obstructing their paths. If one can perceive the existence of their soul across realms, it may be deemed a rare talent. The comprehension of laws is a lengthy journey of self-awareness and refinement. However, grasping these laws necessitates the soul's perception of the world. Without the soul's presence, there is no opportunity to sense the Tao's existence, let alone the laws. Yet Bai Feiyu at the nascent soul stage has already achieved the ability to perceive and even utilize these laws. This is no longer astonishing, for there are no words to adequately describe this phenomenon for practitioners. A subtle essence of the Tao flowed between the Dachshund and Bai Feiyu as the transmission of teachings enveloped him, plunging him into a realm of profound mystery. Ouyang, cradling the dog, gazed with confusion at the intimate connection unfolding between Bai Feiyu and the handsome figure. Ouyang, unable to comprehend the situation and struggling with the basics of qi cultivation, found himself alienated from such profound matters. The Dachshund Ouyang had brought back from the immortal's secret realm indeed bore the mark of a legacy left behind by an immortal. It was unforeseen that Ouyang's lowly cultivation would coincide with the very teachings left by that immortal. Just as Ouyang contemplated speaking, he was halted by a telepathic message from Xianxia. Senior brother, do not move. Little Bai is comprehending the Tao. Do not disturb him, though unaware of the specifics. Xianxia, who had reached the tribulation stage in the future, immediately discerned that Bai Feiyu was in a state of enlightenment. Could one truly attain such understanding merely by gazing at this peculiar dog? Xianxia's curiosity regarding the dog's identity deepened. Ouyang, feeling increasingly restless under the instruction to remain still, began to feel an overwhelming itch. Yet out of respect for little Bai's enlightenment, he refrained from moving. The more he resisted, the more it felt as though 1,000 ants were crawling upon him. With Ouyang holding the dog, and Xianxia grasping its front legs, Bai Feiyu's eyes narrowed slightly. The three of them, along with the dog, engaged in a silent game of freeze, embodying a tableau of stillness. As time gradually flowed from day into the depths of night, Ouyang felt the muscles in his calves begin to cramp. At last, the aura of Bai Feiyu became erratic. And suddenly, a sound akin to a bursting balloon pierced the night air. Bai Feiyu awakened from his contemplation, his ethereal presence slowly solidifying. Ouyang observed Bai Feiyu blink. Instantly realizing the ordeal had concluded, he plopped down on the ground, clutching his dachshund, and trembled as he spoke to Xianxia, third brother. Boil some water and prepare me a meal. I can't go on any longer. Bai Feiyu regarded the sausage dog in Ouyang's arms with a complex expression. The dachshund seemed devoid of any recollection of earlier events, merely bewildered by the abrupt transition from day to night. Truly, fate plays tricks upon us. It was astonishing to discover that he had indeed inherited the legacy of Itizi. Bai Feiyu sighed softly within. reflecting on how he had forsaken the supreme swordsmanship of his past life to completely distinguish himself from it. Yet, the path he now cultivated mirrored precisely that of a Tizi from his previous existence. This connection had awakened the celestial inheritance within the Dachshund, as a Tizi himself had once imparted wisdom upon by Feiyu. The original heir, Ouyang, had missed the celestial transmission due to his insufficient cultivation level, while by Feiyu, through his current practice, found himself intertwined once more with his past life. Ironically, in his quest to sever ties with his former self, and to completely detach from the Sword Immortal Tai, he had instead manifested as a Tizi of his previous life. Was this fate? Bai Feiyu gazed up at the heavens, a flicker of trepidation surging within him. It seemed as though from the moment of his reincarnation, he had become a mere pawn on a chessboard, with unseen hands intertwining his destiny with that of his former self, almost as if it were Chapter 117, Inheritance. In his past life, he had been the sharpest of swords, bringing an era to its end. But what of this life? Bai Feiyu found himself engulfed in confusion, suddenly feeling a sense of fear towards the path he had chosen. Despite being a path of his own selection, it had ultimately led him back into the web of his former existence. Could it be that unseen forces were still orchestrating the course of his life? Third brother, how in the world did you let the dog escape? Ouyang's frantic voice rang in Bai Feiyu's ears, followed by a cacophony of chaos as Ouyang and Xianxia chased after the Dachshund around the sword pool. As the treasured Dachshund, it could no longer endure Ouyang's scrutinizing gaze. Seizing an opportunity, it broke free from Xianxia's grasp and dashed away with all its might. Ouyang's cries echoed as he and Xianxia pursued. Meanwhile, Qing Song, who was immersed in understanding the wooden hairpin and the celestial ink treasures, slightly opened his eyes. His aura of sword intent surged forth, and countless sword energies shot towards the fleeing Dachshund, encompassing Ouyang and Xianxia in its wake. A whirlwind of flying sand and stones, intermingled with Ouyang's furious curses directed at Lung Qing Song, rendered the scene even more chaotic. Bai Feiyu chuckled softly, casting aside the confusion that had plagued his heart. In this lifetime, he was no longer the unparalleled Sword Immortal Tai, but a being endowed with far more than in his previous existence. The moment he laid eyes on Ouyang, he instinctively associated him with a figure clad in green from his past life. Though their appearances diverged, their demeanor, expressions, and even the cadence of their speech bore an uncanny resemblance. Both exuded a carefree, unruly spirit. Thus, after Bai Feiyu's reincarnation, upon first encountering Ouyang and hearing him speak, his gaze never strayed from him. Yet, as time passed, the image of that green-clad figure receded, and the two became entirely distinct individuals. The figure in green, though spirited, held an unwavering devotion to his beliefs, valuing them even above life itself. In stark contrast, Ouyang was fundamentally different. Bai Feiyu could not articulate the exact nature of this divergence, but he had transitioned from perceiving Ouyang as the reincarnation of that green-clad figure to wholeheartedly acknowledging Ouyang as he was. The only certainty Bai Feiyu harbored was, should he ever seek to upend the world, his senior brother would undoubtedly first deliver a sharp reprimand before standing resolutely in his defense. The figure in green was the devoted follower of the ancient Sword Immortal Tai, while Ouyang was Bai Feiyu's senior brother. Bai Feiyu was no longer the solitary figure wielding a sword against the heavens. He was now an ordinary disciple of the Qingyan Sect. Even if he were to once again become a pawn, if Li Tai could question the heavens with his sword in his past life, then what was to stop Bai Feiyu from doing the same in this life? Embracing the role of a pawn, he was determined to make his own moves beyond the confines of the board. A flicker of light danced in Bai Feiyu's eyes, his expression serene. The previously trembling and bewildered resolve of his heart had solidified once more. As a great cultivator who had once ascended to the pinnacle in his former life, there was little that could sway his conviction regarding the path he had chosen. Bai Feiyu turned his gaze towards Lung Qing Song, who sat upon a massive stone, one hand clutching his diary and the other grasping the wooden hairpin he had gifted to Ouyang. These two items bore the remnants of his past life's essence. It appeared that Master Hu Yin intended for Lung Qing Song to tread a path akin to his own in the previous life. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu was embarking on the journey of Ouyang Zhizi from his past. This suggested that he too would eventually face choices reminiscent of those Ouyang Zhizi had encountered. Bai Feiyu paused momentarily, then shook his head with a smile. It was unlikely. In this lifetime, he was not alone. He had a master, brothers, and a rather unpredictable senior brother. Ouyang apprehended the fleeing sausage dog, firmly pinning it down with a wicked grin as he exclaimed, "Where do you think you're running off to? Let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." The ability to inspire enlightenment in his junior brother at a mere whim, coupled with the fact that the dog was akin to a self-propelling cannon, indicated that the sausage dog possessed capabilities yet unknown to him. The enigmatic canine within the mystical realm of the immortal certainly harbors profound secrets. Shouldn't we delve into this further? The dashing little creature, desperately wriggling to escape Ouyang's grasp, considered itself a treasured artifact, the most esteemed of all, yet had not been properly revered or worshipped. Instead, it had endured the indignity of having its hind legs twisted multiple times in a single day. Even now, though it had been reduced to the form of a dog, did it not deserve dignity? As the dachshund contemplated resistance, it suddenly felt a warmth in its lower abdomen. That familiar, swelling sensation returning. Ouyang, with a mischievous grin, gazed upon the dachshund, having already infused his vital energy into its being. Under Ouyang's wicked gaze, the dachshund bent low and, with a retch, expelled a surge of energy that shot forth like a cannonball towards the ground. Boom! The tremendous explosion caused the entire sword-wielding pool to tremble slightly. Ouyang lifted the dachshund, smiling as he remarked, "If you behave and stay by my side, you surely wouldn't want to find yourself retching for no reason, would you? You would want anyone to discover how you yelped into light just moments ago. Would you?" The dachshund stared at Ouyang, who, in its eyes, seemed to sprout two horns, resembling a malevolent spirit emerging from the netherworld. Just as Ouyang prepared to thoroughly investigate the dachshund's depths, a sharp call from behind the massive boulder interrupted him. A colossal blue lotus bud began to materialize behind the cold Xianxia. There, seated upon a stone, was Bai Feiyu, propping himself up with one hand while the other clutched a wine gourd, continuously pouring wine into his mouth. Bai Feiyu did not utilize his vital essence to dissipate the effects of the alcohol, and soon his eyes grew hazy. He gazed towards the blue lotus where Xianxia stood, as though glimpsing his former self. The air resonated with countless sword sounds, a symphony of buzzing that reverberated throughout the heavens, as if the entire world of swordsmanship was rejoicing in celebration. Xianxia, perched upon the boulder, slightly opened his eyes, within which two blue lotuses bloomed. Meanwhile, the lotus bud behind him trembled, its petals tightly sealed, as beads of sweat began to form on Xianxia's stern visage. The already inebriated Bai Feiyu, his attire somewhat disheveled, rose to his feet and, observing Xianxia, suddenly smiled and softly murmured, "No need to wait for me. The flower is ready to bloom." No sooner had Bai Feiyu spoken than Xianxia's cold snort sounded. Bloom. The once tightly closed petals unfurled magnificently, stretching outward in full splendor. The flower blossomed to its 12th tier, reaching the pinnacle of its beauty. Meanwhile, countless flying swords emerged from the sword-wielding pool. Though they broke the surface, they did not hover as they had when Bai Feiyu was present, but rather skimmed just above the water, as if possessed by spirit, gently bowing their tips towards Xianxia. In a moment of the 12th tier of the Blue Lotus, all swords recognized me as their true essence. Chapter 118. The Sword Immortally Tie By. The Blue Lotus blooms, and thousands of swords converge. The essence of the Tao flows gracefully upon the azure lotus, a delicate aura enveloping it. Cold Xianxia, clad in a sleek black ensemble, sits serenely atop the lotus's stamen, reminiscent of a newborn. A faint azure lotus flower materializes between his brows, and the currents of Tao swirl within his eyes. Only those in the stage of integration can touch the Tao, and only those in the great ascension stage can crystallize its essence. Yet, Cold Xianxia, despite being in the nascent soul stage, dares to forcefully condense the rhythm of the Tao. Alas, having only just entered the nascent soul stage and still grappling with the intricacies of his own spirit, he finds it exceedingly arduous to reach higher realms. The Tao's resonance in his gaze dissipates swiftly, and the lotus between his brows begins to fade. Such an effortless failure is not characteristic of Cold Xianxia. Even in defeat, he must leave something behind. Otherwise, how could he justify the title of Child of the Plane? Just as the currents of Tao were on the verge of vanishing, Cold Xianxia's eyes sharpened momentarily, seizing that fleeting essence. Though he did not fully crystallize the Tao's resonance, he nonetheless subdued that wisp of Tao. With determination, he forcibly pressed it into his dantian, where the nascent soul, seated in meditation, raised the broken sword in hand. The wisp of Tao transformed into the semblance of a sword blade upon the broken sword. Although this ethereal blade appeared insubstantial compared to the lower half of the sword, it nonetheless signified the restoration of his life-bound sword, which Cold Qingsong himself had shattered. The previously ephemeral celestial secret realm in the heavens seemed to awaken, slowly revealing its full form as a grand circular palace manifested in this world. This small world, forged by the supreme might of immortals, had transcended the confines of the earthly realm, allowing all within this world to witness the emergence of the secret realm. Behind Cold Qingsong, a colossal azure lotus rose slowly, soaring towards the celestial secret realm above. Tai hastily tore through the fabric of space, emerging in shock to behold Cold Qingsong, eyes closed, seated atop a massive stone. The ancestral master of the sword sect is present. Could this lad be your reincarnation? I was gone but a moment, and this boy has already comprehended the ancestral master's azure lotus sword intent. As the peak master of the sword sect, even I am left bewildered. I began practicing swordsmanship at 5, entered the nascent soul stage at 18, reached the great ascension stage at 48, and pondered the celestial treasures left by the ancestral master. At 88, I broke through to the tribulation stage, finally crystallizing the azure lotus sword intent, an unparalleled achievement in the sword sect's history. Is Cold Qingsong even 18? In the nascent soul stage? Comprehending the azure lotus sword intent of the sword sect's ancestral master? Comparing myself, hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius of the sword sect, to Cold Qingsong, I feel as though I have lived my life as a mere dog. This cannot stand. The secret realm must not be opened at the sword pool. Tai gazed at the celestial secret realm slowly descending toward this world, resolve forming in his heart. This is the sword sect's secret realm. If it opens here, shall we allow wandering cultivators to enjoy the day trip to our sword pool? Do they think my sword sect's secret realm is a mere tourist attraction? Tai called out to Ouyang and the others. I shall first escort this lad to the sword forging city. Others will come to guide you afterward. Before Ouyang and the others could utter a word, Tai swiftly appeared before Lung Qingsong. Just as Lung Qingsong was about to refuse, he felt Tai's hand firmly grip his shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished from the spot. Although Lung Qingsong had been taken away, the celestial secret realm above showed no signs of halting, drawing ever closer to Ouyang and his companions, as if an entire world were tilting towards them. Suddenly, a hand gently pressed upon the entirety of the secret realm, bringing it to a standstill. A colossal figure emerged beyond the realm, towering to an unimaginable height, akin to a giant reaching for the heavens. In the grasp of this figure, the secret realm resembled a mere crystal orb. As the silhouette became increasingly discernible, it was clad in garments as white as snow, with hair flowing like the wind. Ethereal sounds resonated, and the aura of profound mystery surged forth. Though the face remained obscured, the azure lotus mark between the brows was unmistakably clear. Yet, what captured the attention most was the long sword, shaped like a lotus, formed from a stream of azure energy, slightly angled behind the figure. Bai Feiyu recognized at once that this apparition was none other than his former self from a previous life, the Sword Immortal Tai Bai. With a hint of nostalgia, he gazed at his past incarnation and suddenly turned to Chun Changsheng, inquiring, Senior Brother Chun, if you could live your life anew, what would you choose to do? Still reeling from the shock of the celestial being's descent, Chun Changsheng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Bai Feiyu's question. Did Bai Shidi realize his identity as a reincarnator? Swallowing hard, he turned to respond, but found Bai Feiyu lost in contemplation of the heavenly Sword Immortal. With a sigh of relief, he was about to speak when Ouyang interjected, singing out, If I could start over, I would choose Li. The peculiar melody drew the attention of both Chun Changsheng and Bai Feiyu, who turned to Ouyang, who was humming with a dog at his side. Although the tune had an odd quality, it was nonetheless pleasing to the ear and particularly fitting for the moment. If I could start over, I would choose Li Tai Bai. Bai Feiyu chuckled lightly, pondering how few would speculate about his merits and flaws from ancient times. Ouyang, still humming, was taken aback by Bai Feiyu's words. Had it not been for his knowledge of Bai Feiyu as the reincarnation of the ancient Sword Immortal Li Tai Bai, he would have been tempted to grasp Bai Feiyu by the collar and inquire about the astonishing transformation. The figure slightly parted its lips, and a voice, filled with solemn authority, resonated in the ears of Ouyang and the others, akin to thunderclaps. Who am I? I am the world, invincible, the focus of all. The most handsome, the strongest, Sword cultivatorly. Tai-bai. With an extraordinarily dignified tone, it uttered words steeped in youthful bravado, leaving the three standing there utterly petrified. Presumably, the expressions of any cultivator capable of hearing this voice mirrored the astonishment of the trio. Still immersed in the grandeur of witnessing his past self as the Sword Immortally Tai-bai, Bai Feiyu's face flushed with embarrassment. Who on earth had constructed this tomb for him? This had effectively led to his social demise within the entire realm of cultivation. Why the pretentious words he often boasted of in his youth resurfaced now? Listening from an outsider's perspective was truly excruciating. Bai Feiyu silently screamed within. Who on earth is responsible for this? I will not let them off easily. Ouyang chuckled softly, teasingly addressing Chun Changsheng. Although this old fellow is a sword immortal with an impressive entrance, it is evident that his cultural level is rather low. With such a flamboyant entrance paired with such a clumsy opening line, Changsheng, I could burst from laughter. Chun Changsheng, slightly dazed, nodded in rare agreement, saying, My senior brother is correct. If I were his friend, I would consider throwing myself against a tofu slab right now. What do you think, Xiaobai? Bai Feiyu, typically composed, shifted slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his chest, and with a strained smile, gritted his teeth. Indeed, I concur. Chapter 119, The Sword Casting City. After the figure in the sky uttered an extraordinarily juvenile statement, it vanished from sight. The secret realm hovered steadily in midair, no longer descending. The secret realm became vividly visible. Even the rivets on the palace door were discernible. Suddenly, the grand palace doors swung open with a crash, and a beam of azure light projected from the secret realm into the world below. This azure light resembled a jade column, slanting between the immortal realm and this world, akin to a staircase. Was it the entrance to the secret realm? Ouyang gazed at the light column, sensing it was quite distant from him. A streak of light soared from afar and landed, revealing a sword cultivator clad in a white robe, a long sword slung across his back, who respectfully clasped his hands and inquired, I ask if you are friends from Qingyan Sect. Ouyang stepped forward to return the greeting. Indeed. Has the sect leader sent my senior brother to summon us? The sword cultivator replied. The master has decreed that the three of you accompany me to the sword casting city. Please, esteemed seniors. He slightly raised his head, gesturing for them to proceed. Though he was inviting them, it conveyed an air of arrogance. It is a widely accepted notion within the cultivation community that sword cultivators often exhibit such pretentiousness. Chun Changsheng summoned his flying sword, and the three followed the sword cultivator towards the sword casting city. Upon exiting the inner gates of the sword sect, the sky became lively. Countless streaks of light, like Ouyang and his companions, surged toward the sword casting city. These were fellow sword cultivators. Ouyang observed and easily distinguished between the sect's sword cultivators and those of the rogue cultivators. Sect sword cultivators typically traveled in groups, clad in uniform attire, whereas rogue sword cultivators seldom traveled in pairs. They preferred solitude. Given the haughty demeanor of sword cultivators, who often carried themselves as if they were the best in the world, it was a rarity for a rogue cultivator to have friends. However, the number of rogue sword cultivators far surpassed that of sect sword cultivators. After all, those who practice the sword are inherently unruly. How could they possibly confine themselves within a sect? There is even a saying among rogue sword cultivators. The sword cultivators of the sword sect are unremarkable. The truly powerful sword cultivators disdain serving as lapdogs. Rogue sword cultivators are the strongest. Their own swords are the mightiest. The sheer number of sword cultivators was overwhelming, filling the sky with radiant streaks of light. From the newly initiated cultivators to the profound masters whose realms are indiscernible. The assembly of sword cultivators in the city of sword forging is a sight to behold. The sword reigns supreme among weapons, while the blade is regarded as the king of all arms. Although blade cultivators possess a slight edge over their sword-wielding counterparts, their numbers pale in comparison. The reason? Wielding a sword is simply more elegant than brandishing a blade. Strength is of little consequence. What truly matters is the allure of presentation. Adorned in white robes with a long blade at their side, one cannot deny the grace of a 3-foot azure sword. Are all these individuals converging upon the city of sword forging to participate in the celestial secret realm? Such a multitude. Ouyang observed the countless streams of light racing past him, incredulously inquiring. Rest assured, senior brother. These scattered cultivators are merely a gaggle of pretenders seeking entry into the secret realm. They still require the endorsement of our Sword Sect, retorted a disciple of the Sword Sect with disdain. Ouyang regarded the arrogant disciple with a sense of irony. Had he not been a disciple of the esteemed Qingyun Sect, one of the 9 sacred grounds, he might have found himself included among those pretenders. Is the Sword Sect not afraid of offending the sword cultivators of the world? Ouyang curiously asked. With a scoff, the Sword Sect disciple replied, Fear them? Have they consulted the sword in my hand? Generally, sword cultivators eschew reason. For the sword itself embodies their principles. Arrogant, yet not particularly formidable. This sentiment was not Ouyang's, but rather an observation from the system panel, which he discovered while examining the attributes of the Sword Sect disciple before him. Name, Songmu, disciple of the Sword Sect's leader. Cultivation level, nascent soul 9th stage root bone. 9 charisma, 7 luck, 8 swordsmanship aptitude, 9 exclusive skill. Azure Lotus Sword Song evaluation, arrogant, yet not particularly strong. Is this truly the disciple of the Sword Sect's leader, one of the 9 sacred grounds? Their attributes are inferior to the current Lingfeng. How disappointing. No wonder upon arriving at the Qingyun Sect, Ta-E was so eager to accept us as disciples. It appears the Sword Sect is genuinely in need of talent. Ouyang mused with a sense of revelation. While Ouyang was immersed in his thoughts, a colossal city emerged before him. The massive walls, constructed from gray stone, bore countless sword marks, remnants of the sword intent left by innumerable sword cultivators over the ages. A mere glance at the walls was enough to evoke a piercing sensation. Even Chun, Changsheng, and Bai Feiyu felt a weight in their hearts upon confronting the walls, while Ouyang remained unfazed, his low realm rendering him oblivious to the sword intent, thus experiencing no pressure. There are benefits to having a low cultivation level. Observing the pockmarked walls, Ouyang could only lament. These sword cultivators lacked decorum. Such splendid walls have been marred with unsightly scars, as if a dog had lifted its leg upon encountering a telephone pole. Yet Songmu proudly gestured toward the walls, declaring, These marks are the testament of countless sword cultivators who have visited the Sword Sect over the millennia. For sword cultivators, the Sword Sect is indeed a place of pilgrimage. With an expression of haughty pride, he seemed to challenge those around him to acknowledge his superiority. Ouyang raised his hand and echoed a couple of times, generally not inclined to engage in disputes with the foolish. Countless sword cultivators flew to the city walls of the sword forging city, landing to walk into the city. At the city gate, disciples of the Sword Sect, clad in white, were stationed to guard. This sword forging city forbids flying on swords. Ouyang and his companions also descended, following the throng of sword cultivators into the city. All were sword cultivators, each bearing a sword. Some hung from their waists, some clutched to their chests, and others strapped to their backs, predominantly dressed in white. In a bid to blend in, Chun Changsheng retrieved a sword from his storage bag and attached it to his waist. Ouyang rummaged through his own storage bag, only to recall that during his time in the unknown immortal's secret realm, he had broken his sword while testing the strength of the dachshund. He had not brought an extra sword. Contemplating for a moment, Ouyang took out a rope from his storage bag and tied the dog to his waist. The dachshund, caught by surprise, found itself hoisted at Ouyang's side, just as it intended to protest. It was astonished to discover that the rope seemed to possess a strange force that sealed its powers. What the predicament? Just as the dachshund was about to voice its dissent, Ouyang swiftly clamped its mouth shut, warning it to remain silent, or else face a dire consequence. While others bore swords at their waists, Ouyang had a slender brown dachshund. Fortunately, the dachshund was thin, and as everyone hurried into the city, no one noticed the unusual sight. Yet it felt akin to a lone husky squatting among a pack of wolves. Though not conspicuous, it undeniably felt out of place. Chun Changsheng and Bai Feiyu involuntarily took a step back, creating a slight distance from Ouyang to avoid being recognized as his companions. Bai Feiyu wore an expression of defeat, lamenting his senior brother's perpetual divergence from conventional thought. Only Chun Changsheng internally marveled. This lifetime senior brother remained as impulsive as in the last. Chapter 120. Another child of destiny emerges. Sword cultivators from all corners gathered at the Sword Sect's sword forging city for this grand occasion, where 2 core formation disciples stood guard at the city gate. Yet, even these 2 disciples commanded respect. Any cultivator above the nascent soul stage passing by would address them as senior brother. This is the esteemed status that the Sword Sect holds in the hearts of sword cultivators. One of the 9 sacred lands, known for its stringent entry requirements and its exclusive focus on sword cultivation. Every disciple emerging from the Sword Sect is destined to become a formidable figure in the realm of swordsmanship. The two core formation disciples wore haughty expressions, practically looking down upon anyone who dared to greet them, even those at the out-of-body stage. Sword cultivators often bore a countenance that invited conflict, making them the first to face the brunt of confrontation in the cultivation world. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the sword-forging city, drawing the attention of the surrounding sword cultivators. Upon witnessing the unfolding excitement, Ouyang's eyes lit up as he pulled out some sunflower seeds from his storage bag and pushed forward. Are you Sword Sect disciples so brazen? Is entry denied to those who are not sword cultivators? A young man clad in a blue robe vociferously pointed at the disciples of the Sword Sect, his expression a tempest of anger and frustration, tinged with a suppressed weepiness as he sought the sympathy of the surrounding wandering cultivators. Unfortunately, his pleas fell upon deaf ears. The sword-wielding wanderers observed with cold indifference, while those who were not part of the wandering sect felt a flicker of empathy but dared not act out within the Sword Sect's dominion. The Sword Sect had long proclaimed to the world that this event in the immortal realm was a grand occasion for sword cultivators, with the vast majority of the wandering cultivators present being sword practitioners themselves. Many non-sword cultivators, like the young man, sought to test their luck, but without exception, they were thwarted by two disciples of the Sword Sect. Distinguishing sword cultivators is a simple task. The essence of their initiation lies in the mastery of sword energy. How can one be deemed a sword practitioner if they cannot even condense sword energy? Thus, when a non-sword cultivator suddenly emerged among them, the other sword-wielding wanderers would unite in their exclusion. With the number of participants already high, the pressure of competition was palpable. Why would anyone welcome an additional rival who did not belong to their discipline? Upon realizing he had failed to resonate with the wandering cultivators around him, the young man appeared despondent, lowering his head to murmur, "Is there truly no path for wandering cultivators beyond the 9 great sacred lands?" Though his voice was barely above a whisper, it reached the ears of those nearby, igniting a shared sentiment among them. Compared to the 9 great sacred lands, the resources available to wandering cultivators were woefully scant. While they fought tooth and nail over a mere low-grade spirit stone, they heard tales of the 9 great sacred lands using low-grade spirit stones to pave their floors. Is there any justice in this world? The young man's lament resonated deeply, sparking a chorus of agreement among the crowd. As the cacophony of voices swelled, discontent with the Sword Sect's domineering attitude became increasingly palpable. Wait, how does this large man possess such refined tea skills? Ouyang, munching on seeds, hesitated as he scrutinized the young man's attributes. Name, Xianxia, Child of Fortune. Cultivation level, core formation, 2nd layer. Root bone, 6. Charm, 6. Luck, 102. Divination aptitude, 101. Exclusive skill, heavenly transformation technique. Evaluation, a great child of fortune. With him, one could conquer the world. Here stood yet another chosen one, and it was Ouyang's first encounter with someone boasting such remarkable attributes. However, instinctively, he found himself disliking the young man before him. It seemed that if he could just bring him back to the Xianxia sect, he could fulfill his system's first task. Yet for reasons unknown, he could not bring himself to feel any fondness for the youth. The young man's appearance was not striking, yet he possessed a certain refined handsomeness, and his darting eyes, constantly surveying the surroundings, left Ouyang feeling decidedly uncomfortable. A child of fortune, you say? The heavenly transformation technique? Such attributes seemed perfectly aligned with the requirements of his own master for disciples. Was it not a sign that his master's legacy would continue? So why, then, did he find it so difficult to warm to this young man? Ouyang introspected, yet found himself unable to discern any rationale. Suddenly, a young man voiced his aspirations with fervor. I have a dream. I yearn for a world devoid of distinctions among rogue cultivators, where all practitioners pursue the path of immortality together. His voice resonated with strength and conviction, stirring the hearts of the rogue cultivators. Hurry! Well said. The youth seemed to be swept up by the fervor of the crowd, a copper coin appearing in his hand, which he let drop to the ground, propelling himself half out of the throng as he declared, I have a dream that rogue cultivators may raise their voices and receive the respect they rightfully deserve. Indeed, it should be this way. The rogue cultivators, having never witnessed such a scene, were astounded that someone dared to stand up to one of the 9 great sacred lands, the Sword Sect, without regard for their own safety. This cultivator was, in their eyes, a true hero. The young man's impassioned speech garnered the support of countless rogue cultivators, some even rallying to his side as his protectors. Amidst the crowd, Ouyang keenly observed the youth's erratic gaze. Despite the fervor in his voice and the fullness of his emotions, it failed to mask the calculating mind beneath. How intriguing! Ouyang finished his sunflower seeds, clapped his hands, and stepped back from the crowd. Standing beside Song Mu, he jested, "Hey, brother, if the Sword Sect remains silent, the forging city will surely be overwhelmed." Song Mu, still aloof, cast a dismissive glance at the youth fervently embraced by the rogue cultivators and replied nonchalantly, "It matters not. Let them create a ruckus. I shall intervene." Where did this fellow's confidence stem from? Among the multitude of rogue cultivators at the forging city's gates, there were plenty of formidable beings at the nascent soul stage. What made Song Mu so audacious? Ouyang pondered, yet turned his attention back to the youth. At that moment, the young man stood atop a makeshift platform constructed from the magical tools of a dozen cultivators, addressing two disciples of the Sword Sect at the city's entrance. However, his impassioned and galvanizing words fell flat before the two Sword Sect disciples, who maintained a haughty demeanor, seemingly indifferent. The rogue cultivators' reasonable demands were disregarded, and the crowd began to surge toward the city gates. Although they harbored fear towards one of the 9 great sacred lands, they believed that collective action could not be met with lethal consequences. They had valid grievances after all. Finally, Song Mu, standing beside Ouyang, turned his head to face the throng advancing toward the gates of the forging city, his brow furrowed in concern. With a flick of his finger, he summoned his sword, which transformed into a streak of azure light soaring into the sky. He leaped onto the blade, landing before the city gates with his hands clasped behind his back, and bellowed, "I am Ta-E, the master of the Sword Sect. Dare to advance further, and you shall perish." Chapter 121. In broad daylight, Ouyang retrieved another handful of sunflower seeds from his storage bag and began to snack once more. He had expected that this brother Song, with his air of confidence, would possess some formidable trump card, but this, Master Ta-E, it carried a hint of oppressive background. However, confronted by the throngs of people, this statement proved to be remarkably effective. The scattered cultivators, who had initially surged toward the city gate, abruptly halted in their tracks. The figure before them, a white-clad sword cultivator standing with his sword, proclaimed himself to be a direct disciple of the Sword Sect's leader. Was he not, then, the anticipated successor of the Sword Sect? The title of one of the 9 sacred lands was already intimidating enough, and now, with the emergence of a direct disciple, who would dare to advance further? The gazes of the scattered cultivators turned towards Zhao Qiansun, who stood upon the high platform. Zhao Qiansun himself was taken aback to discover a direct disciple of the Sword Sect at the city gate. His mind raced, and he spoke earnestly. "Fellow cultivators, we do not intend to coerce the Sword Sect. We merely present reasonable demands. Thus, we shall sit quietly before the gate, offering no resistance, simply sitting in silence. I trust that the Sword Sect, being one of the 9 sacred lands, will provide us with a satisfactory response." The scattered cultivators surrounding Zhao Qiansun nodded in agreement, preparing to heed his call and sit in protest. Who dared to demand an explanation from them? A voice rang out from the distance, belonging to Ta-E, as an immense wave of true essence, imbued with unparalleled sword intent, surged from within the city towards the gate. The scattered cultivators, who had intended to sit in peaceful protest against the Sword Sect's tyranny, found themselves tossed around by the overwhelming force of true energy, regardless of their cultivation levels. Zhao Qiansun, standing on the platform, braced himself with his hands in front, struggling to maintain his stance, while many of those inspired by his speech shielded him from the onslaught. Ta-E, radiating sword intent, stood atop the city tower and surveyed the scattered cultivators outside, his gaze momentarily pausing on Ouyang and his group before he disdainfully scoffed, "A bunch of mere fowl and dogs." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Ouyang squinted at Ta-E atop the city wall, silently taking note of the encounter. Meanwhile, the tens of thousands of scattered cultivators lacked even the courage to look up at Ta-E. This renowned figure, known as the second strongest in the world, had a notorious temper. Even disciples of sects would face his wrath without hesitation. Was the Sword Sect truly resorting to such bullying tactics? How unworthy of being one of the 9 sacred lands. Observing the emergence of Ta-E, Zhao Qiansun sensed the scattered cultivators wavering in their resolve and immediately raised his voice. Tai turned his gaze toward Zhao Qiansun and lifted his hand, causing the space around them to warp. A chill ran down Zhao Qiansun's spine as he raised his fingers in a desperate attempt to flee, but it was too late. A powerful force pulled him in, and when he next appeared, he found himself grasped by the neck in Tai's hand. Tai surveyed the gathered cultivators with a cold snort, declaring, "When did it become necessary for other cultivators to intervene in matters concerning sword cultivators? Has the sword in their hands grown rusty?" At these words, the sword cultivators amidst the crowd felt a wave of shame wash over them. Zhao Qiansun attempted to retort, but Tai's grip on his neck was unyielding. With his true essence seemingly snuffed out, the scattered cultivators began to show signs of disintegration under Tai's oppressive presence. Taking a step forward, Tai proclaimed loudly, "This secret realm is the tomb of my sword sect's ancestor, Li Taibai. All sword cultivators are welcome to come. Does my sword sect stand in their way?" Upon hearing Tai's words, Zhao Qiansun's countenance turned ashen, realizing that all his prior efforts had been in vain. Yet, Tai continued to speak. "As the foremost sect of sword cultivators, it is our duty to strategize for the benefit of all sword practitioners. Do you not feel a sense of shame for so easily heeding the provocations of others and standing against your own kind?" He asserted that one's path is grasped firmly in one's own hands and should not be a mere gift from others. "Can you still hold your swords?" Tai's voice, devoid of any magical enhancement, resonated through the crowd, stirring a great commotion. Countless sword cultivators emerged from the throng, advancing to the city gate, turning to draw their swords against the scattered practitioners. Zhao Qiansun, with a face of despair, saw his earlier momentum utterly reversed by Tai's few words. The sword sect held a singularly unique position among the 9 sacred lands, as it accepted only sword cultivators. Pure sword masters, disdainful of other paths, placed their faith solely in the swords they wielded. Thus, it was entirely justifiable for the sword sect, as the pinnacle of sword practitioners, to forge a path for its disciples. After all, anyone could enter the sword forging city, regardless of age or cultivation level, as long as they could manifest sword energy. The sword sect's actions were not at fault. Zhao Qiansun had merely attempted to impose his sense of righteousness upon the sect, which had now backfired. The sword cultivators within the scattered practitioners stood firmly in opposition. Daya, grasping Qiansun, placed a foot upon the city gate and laughed heartily. "We sword practitioners trust in the sword we hold, in the essence of sword intent, and the principles of the sword path. All else pales in comparison. Do you understand? Abide by the will of the sword sect's master." The sword cultivators and scattered practitioners of the city gate stood resolutely with their swords raised, responding loudly in agreement. Sword cultivators are proud, often exuding an air of arrogance, and they frequently endure the harshest trials and tribulations as a result. Yet, this very tenacity has forged them into the most formidable combatants among all practitioners. "Open the city gates. Let the sword cultivators enter," Tai proclaimed once more. As the gates swung open again, all sword cultivators sheathed their swords, offering a slight bow to Tai above the gate before entering the city. Ouyang retreated to stand before by Feiyu and remarked, "What do you think enabled that old fellow Tai to regain the upper hand?" "The disparity in strength is somewhat too great," Feiyu responded, despite his dissatisfaction with the old man's revelations of his past. However, he couldn't deny that Tai's words resonated deeply with him. The sect master first exerted pressure through strength, then through influence, and finally with words, achieving a complete turnaround. After pondering, Xianxia articulated the most comprehensive answer. Ouyang chuckled and shook his head while gazing at Tai on the city gate. Meanwhile, Tai fixed his gaze on Zhao Qiansun, lamenting inwardly what a pity. This lad is brimming with cunning and possesses remarkable talent. But alas, he is not a sword cultivator. Otherwise, I would have been quite inclined to recruit him into the sword sect. Tai tossed Zhao Qiansun to the ground, observing the young man's defiance with a smile. "Do you understand where you faltered?" Zhao Qiansun coughed twice, rubbed his neck, and turned to Tai, saying, "The strength of the sword sect's master is formidable. Naturally, I am no match." Tai let out a hearty laugh, lowered his head to regard Zhao Qiansun, and remarked, "Young man, your intellect is quite sharp, far superior to that of the insipid youths in the sword sect. However, your machinations will not carry you to the end. You must understand that no matter how far you advance, there is one principle you must adhere to." "Ouyang, turning to face the two rebellious disciples before him. And Tai, atop the city wall, spoke simultaneously, upright and above board. Chapter 122. Does a sword cultivator not require a sword? Outside the sword forging city, order had been restored, with sword cultivators entering the city in an orderly fashion, due to Tai's presence. The two disciples at the gate were courteous and diligent in their duties. It was not until Ouyang and his companions approached the entrance that the two disciples of the sword sect halted. Ouyang, brother, only sword cultivators are permitted to enter the city. One of the disciples stated politely. What qualifies one as a sword cultivator? Ouyang inquired, tilting his head. One must at least possess a sword, I presume? The disciple shot a glance at Tai on the city wall and patiently continued. Do I not have one? Ouyang retorted, tugging at the sausage dog hanging from his waist. The disciple glanced at the dog, which appeared utterly disinterested, and replied, Brother, a sword cultivator should also be able to wield sword energy. No? With a smile, Ouyang drew forth the sausage dog, channeling his vital energy into it, causing it to emit a retching sound. He then waved the sausage dog, amplifying the vital energy into a crescent-shaped wave that surged skyward. Who says I cannot wield sword energy? Ouyang declared, performing a couple of flourishes with the dog before coolly reattaching it to his waist. The two disciples from the sword sect stared in disbelief at the sausage dog at Ouyang's side, incredulous that this creature could indeed be considered a sword. In essence, sword energy is merely the vital essence infused into a sword, released through sword techniques. Once a cultivator reaches the foundation establishment stage, they can typically learn a few sword techniques to unleash sword energy. Lacking sword intent, even the most rudimentary sword energy can be produced with a handful of techniques, allowing most cultivators to claim the title of sword cultivator. Thus, Ouyang, with the aid of his canine companion, successfully manifested an advanced technique achievable only at the foundation establishment stage. Ouyang had indeed experienced an epic enhancement. With a spring in his step, Ouyang entered the sword forging city with his companions, leaving behind the sword sect disciples, who were left pondering their existence. Inside the sword forging city, the atmosphere was already bustling, with sword cultivators everywhere, each accompanied by their respective swords. The buildings were scattered haphazardly, and the sound of metal clanging echoed from every structure. Sword Forging City boasts the finest swordsmiths in the realm. The sword represents the lifeblood of the sword cultivator, and the swordsmith is the one who grants the sword cultivator a second life. Such is the wisdom inscribed by our sword sect upon the eternal stone tablet. Song Mu, having reappeared by Ouyang's side, began to elaborate on the city and its significance. Upon hearing these words, Bai Feiyu felt a tumultuous stir within, as various signs indicated that the founder of this sword sect was undoubtedly linked to him and Atizi in a significant manner. Atizi had forged a sword for him with his own body, and now, having fallen at that very moment, he wondered who had constructed such a tomb for him in this miniature world, while also establishing the sword sect under his name. Bai Feiyu was now exceedingly eager to uncover the true identity of the first sect master of this sword sect. Meanwhile, Ouyang curiously interjected, since the swordsmith has granted the sword cultivators a second life, shouldn't they address him as father? Upon hearing Ouyang's remark, not only did Song Mu beside him falter, but Bai Feiyu behind him also paused in surprise. It was an unwelcome notion for anyone to suddenly gain an extra paternal figure. Clearing his throat to suppress his urge to draw his sword, Song Mu composedly stated, for this upcoming opening of the Immortal's secret realm, our sword sect will only send 3 individuals. Since my senior brothers are 4 in total, I wish to clarify this in advance. Observing the aloof demeanor of Song Mu, Ouyang could easily deduce that this young man was preparing to put on a show. With a stoic expression, Song Mu declared, although we are all from the 9 sacred grounds, only one may inherit the Immortal's legacy. Once we enter the secret realm, we shall rely on our own abilities. I must apologize in advance to my senior brothers. It was as if he anticipated that upon entering the secret realm, Ouyang and his companions would be swiftly dispatched by his sword. Hearing Song Mu's unrelenting words, the 2 companions of Ouyang looked at him in astonishment, questioning why this young man was so audacious. Approaching Bai Feiyu, Song Mu clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, I beg your pardon, senior brother. Bai Feiyu nodded in acknowledgement, and then affixed a label of doom upon Song Mu's forehead. As he approached Chun Changsheng, before Song Mu could utter a word, Chun Changsheng cheerfully clasped his hands and said, I hope Brother Song will show mercy. Song Mu nodded and replied, certainly. when Song Mu turned away. A single hair fell from the tip of his hair and drifted into Chun Chongqing's hand, who gently grasped it and tucked it into his sleeve. While not exceptionally powerful, Song Mu certainly exuded a commanding presence. It must be said that extending a courteous greeting prior to action was quite polite. However, it was the first time Ouyang witnessed someone offend two individuals from the same small peak simultaneously. His master had advised him to extend proper greetings, perhaps fearing that he might strike too hard and harm the camaraderie among the 9 sacred grounds. By taking this approach, Song Mu thought to himself, he would not need to hold back once they were within the immortal's secret realm. A cultivator must strive with all their might for their path. How could they possibly hold back? My sincere apologies to all the senior brothers of Qinyan's sect. Song Mu silently expressed regret within himself, yet his cool demeanor remained unchanged. Ouyang felt a twinge of sympathy and was about to urge him to ease off, when suddenly a brilliant azure light erupted in the swordsmith city, and the towering azure beam transformed into a tangible presence. The voice of Tai resonated within the span of an incense stick. All sword cultivators shall proceed to the immortal's secret realm. You may take to the skies upon your swords. It begins now. It seems that the second brother has successfully opened the immortal's secret realm. All the sword cultivators from Sword Forging City simultaneously drew their swords, soaring into the sky towards the azure light pillar. Countless streams of light rushed towards the azure pillar, painting the entire sky as if adorned with myriad colorful ribbons. Let us proceed. Ouyang addressed the 2 companions behind him. Although we are unaware of the circumstances on the second brother's side, we must endeavor to intercept all these individuals before he acquires the inheritance. Master, are we to kill? Chun Chongqing inquired. Despite their years of cultivation, none had ever taken a life. It is likely that only Lung Qingsong had witnessed bloodshed on the entire small peak. Ouyang pondered for a moment before responding. It matters not. Since they dare to enter, they must be prepared for both killing and being killed. Furthermore, as we are now rogue cultivators, our actions bear no relation to Qinyan's sect. Bai Feiyu and Chun Chongqing exchanged glances. This was the first time their senior brother had granted such permission, particularly against those with whom they held no enmity. Chun Chongqing unsheathed his sword, and together with the 2 others, they soared towards the azure light pillar. Numerous sword cultivators surged towards the azure pillar, crashing directly into it. Ouyang and his companions followed suit, plunging into the light. Upon entering the azure pillar, they were enveloped in a blue haze. In the next moment, the brightness returned, and Ouyang found himself standing atop a large tree, with Bai Feiyu and Chun Chongqing nowhere in sight. Before Ouyang could gather his thoughts, a familiar voice reached his ears. Zhao Qiansan, appearing quite disgruntled, suddenly materialized beside him and lamented, "What on earth is this place?" Chapter 123, A Match of Wits. Clad in a blue Dao robe, Zhao Qiansan gazed at Ouyang with a moment of surprise before regaining his composure. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow cultivator, I'm Zhao Qiansan, a rogue cultivator." Ouyang reciprocated the gesture, replying, "I am Ouyang, also a rogue cultivator." Upon hearing Ouyang identify himself as a rogue cultivator, Zhao Qiansan's eyes lit up and he enthusiastically said, "You too are a rogue? In that case, we can support each other within the secret realm. Though your cultivation is merely at the Qi refinement stage, rest assured I, Zhao Qiansan, greatly enjoy making friends." Zhao Qiansan patted his chest in assurance. After all, Ouyang, being only at the 9th level of Qi refinement, posed no threat to him. Still, he took note of the striking dog tied at Ouyang's waist, intrigued that he could not discern its true nature. Ouyang, delighted by Zhao Qiansan's fondness for friendship, warmly grasped his hand and exclaimed, "What a coincidence! I too cherish friendship. I shall rely on Brother Zhao this time." Zhao Qiansan grandly assured him that as long as he had meat to eat, he would never shortchange his brother. The bond between them rapidly deepened, resembling the camaraderie of long-lost friends. Suddenly, a voice resonated throughout the sky. "Since you have chosen to come here, it must be that you seek the inheritance of the world's strongest and most handsome Sword Immortal. Venture forth, seek your destiny. For I have concealed my legacy deep within this celestial tomb. Do you perceive those who stand beside you? The first trial demands the elimination of your adversary before you." A beam of golden light darted towards Ouyang's eyes, igniting an instant fury within him as he unsheathed his dagger, aiming it at Zhao, Qian, and Sunday. The 2, who had previously shared a moment of camaraderie, now faced each other with drawn blades. Just as the fierce hound was poised to sink its teeth into Zhao Qiansun's neck, 3 copper coins were deftly pinched between Zhao's fingers, and he flung them toward Ouyang's face. Clang! The coins clattered to the ground beside Ouyang, while the hound, now fixated on Zhao's neck, prepared to strike. Stop! Zhao commanded sharply, retracting the coins into his sleeve. The spot where Zhao had stood transformed into a wooden dummy, and the hound, named Jingzai, lunged at it, tearing it into splinters. A voice echoed from the heavens once more. I was merely jesting. Remember, you must both pass this trial together. 4 half of you shall be eliminated. Thus, strive to survive together. Now, let me outline the rules. Rule 1. The elimination of a companion equates to mutual elimination. Rule 2. From a total of 139,000 participants, only 5,000 shall remain. Rule 3. The operational area is initially a 30-kilometer radius, which will diminish every half hour. Rule 4. Life and death are of no concern. You may choose to forfeit at will. Rule 5. Those at the out-of-body stage and above will automatically advance to the next round. Rule 6. To mitigate excessive casualties, any injury will result in disqualification. Rule 7. Beyond these stipulations, no further rules shall apply. As the voice faded, a radiant light illuminated the ground at Ouyang's feet, piercing through the forest. He realized he stood at the very edge of the 30-kilometer boundary. Is this akin to a battle royale? Indeed, this game seems tailored for eternal life. Upon grasping the rules, Ouyang swiftly recognized the essence of this trial. It mirrored the popular games of his former life. The cunning and resourceful would emerge victorious. And for those with longevity, success could be achieved even with eyes closed. After the voice receded, the air was filled with a cacophony of explosions, cries, and the clash of combat. Tens of thousands of sword cultivators were crammed into this arena. If you do not eliminate others, they will eliminate you. Henceforth, every encounter would be with an enemy. The only allies would be those assigned to him at this moment. This trial would test whether 2 individuals could persevere until only 5,000 remained. If Ouyang were alone, he would harbor no concerns. However, the presence of a burdensome companion, whom he found rather displeasing, filled him with distaste. This sly, shifty-eyed fellow harbored ill intentions. How could a paragon of virtue like Ouyang team up with him? Yet, he was left wondering about the fates of Xiaobai and Changsheng. Were they also randomly assigned? At the same time, Bai Feiyu and Changsheng found themselves perched upon a tree, observing the fierce melee unfolding below, where countless sword cultivators were embroiled in battle. Changsheng, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, crouched upon the branch, while Bai Feiyu leaned against the trunk, both watching the chaos below as if it were an entertaining spectacle. Senior brother, your concealment talisman is quite impressive, Bai Feiyu remarked with a hint of admiration. It is merely a rudimentary technique for masking one's presence. Yet after Changsheng's enhancement with the yellow talisman, even formidable cultivators at the out-of-body stage cannot discern its presence. Changsheng shook his head with a smile, subtly stowing away a paper effigy resembling Bai Feiyu, and chuckled. It is merely a trivial trick unworthy of grand discussion. I cannot help but wonder how senior brother is faring. I harbor some concern. Concern? Does senior brother require our worry? Bai Feiyu responded, surprised. Given his senior brother's vast reservoir of qi, Changsheng's anxiety seemed to stem from the formidable opponents his senior brother might encounter. I fear that in a moment of exhilaration, senior brother might inadvertently breach this immortal's secret realm, jeopardizing the inheritance meant for our second senior brother. Changsheng remarked with a grin. Upon hearing this, Bai Feiyu too felt a pang of worry. They all understood that their senior brother's eccentricities were well known. Though he appeared lackadaisical, they were acutely aware that once he became fervent, he would disregard all caution. As they continued to watch the unfolding drama, they hoped that Ouyang would temper his exuberance. Meanwhile, Ouyang nonchalantly secured his weapon back to his waist, while Zhao Qiansun was drenched in cold sweat, yet still wore a smile. Zhao Qiansun's mind was ablaze with curses. How could someone with such reflexes and nonchalance have effortlessly deflected his full force? He had completely misjudged Ouyang, who turned out to be a cunningly deceptive master cultivator. The peculiar creature tethered to his waist could disregard his protective aura and lunge towards his throat. Had he not swiftly employed a substitution technique, he might have met a dire fate. What a treacherous situation. One moment, they shared a bond of camaraderie, and the next, Ouyang was attacking him. Who exactly was this individual, so audaciously shameless? Ah, Brother Zhao, it seems we must join forces, Ouyang exclaimed with a smile. Zhao Qiansan, shedding any previous contempt, responded with a grin. Indeed, from now on, I shall follow your lead, brother. Not at all. I shall rely heavily on your guidance, Ouyang replied, waving his hand with a cheerful demeanor. As if their earlier confrontation had been but a fleeting moment, the two resumed their camaraderie, linking arms as they began to strategize. Chapter 124. Am I to play the game of challenges honestly? Brother, in this secret realm, there are tens of thousands of sword cultivators, including numerous masters at the out-of-body and spirit division stages. With so many practitioners, it is beyond human capability. We must proceed with utmost caution. Zhao Qiansun nervously spoke up. His meaning was clear. Playing it safe could win the game, but going out and recklessly showing off wasn't something a sane person would do. Moreover, the rules stated that a hegemony stage cultivator could directly advance to the next level. That meant among the scattered cultivators present, there might even be hegemony stage or higher experts. Ouyang glanced at Zhao Qiansun and smirked crookedly. You're absolutely right, senior brother. But I've decided not to be a human anymore. With that, he pulled out Xianxia again. Ouyang held the dog, one hand gripping its hind legs, the other supporting its belly, and shouted toward the distant palace. Senior brother, have you heard this saying? Zhao Qiansun stared at Ouyang's bizarre posture, a sense of unease rising in his chest. He was about to ask something when Ouyang aimed between Xianxia's ears and casually said, one blast, make the immortal kneel. Massive amounts of true energy poured into Xianxia's body. At first, the little dachshund looked pained, but gradually it seemed to enjoy the sensation, letting out a comfortable whimper as it started to relish the full-bodied energy. When the true energy reached a critical point, Xianxia suddenly opened its mouth. A colossal wave of true energy erupted from its jaws, hurtling toward the distant Xiao's tomb. The enormous shockwave descended like a calamity from heaven. Everything in its path, trees, boulders, was instantly erased from the world, as if wiped out by an invisible eraser. The destructive power of this move was like a glitch in reality itself, consuming everything it touched. The wave slammed into Xiao's tomb, only to be met by a white barrier of righteous energy. Like a giant rock hitting a thin bamboo sheet, the barrier dented deeply, then quickly slid aside, redirecting the energy wave skyward, sending it crashing into the depths above. When the wave struck the sky of the immortal secret realm, its power shattered the heavens. The sky of the secret realm cracked like a broken mirror, fragments raining down, but in the next instant, the sky instantly restored itself. Ouyang felt it immediately. The secret realm seemed a little smaller now. He realized that by sending Xianxia's blast, he had essentially blown open this unknown secret realm. His secret technique, sky-soaring dog flash, could apparently break through the space of a secret realm in an instant. He grinned crookedly. Well then, a 1T hold back. Ouyang lifted the dog again, preparing to fire hundreds of true energy blasts at the secret realm. After all, his true energy was plentiful, and his recovery was faster than his consumption. He could just blow this realm apart, advance level by level, like some computer game, following the rules quietly. No, in his previous life, he even used cheats for solitaire. Now, he was definitely going to flip the whole table. A torrent of genuine energy once again converged within the body of the handsome dog, causing its abdomen to swell, and an expression of unusual comfort began to adorn its canine face. It had acclimatized to this influx of vital energy, even experiencing a sense of joy. The sensation of fullness surged forth in an instant, evoking a myriad of emotional fluctuations, prompting the dog to silently implore, more. Just as Ouyang prepared to unleash a barrage of treasures within the celestial realm, a sudden urgent voice pierced the air. Emergency rule. In this round, the use of vital energy is prohibited. All participants must engage in combat utilizing sword techniques, sword strikes, and sword intent. As the voice faded, the entire celestial realm abruptly lost the presence of elemental energy. The once swollen abdomen of the handsome dog instantly returned to its original state. Countless sword cultivators, who had been fervently battling with their vital energies, felt their internal energies vanish, nearly causing their meridians to reverse. However, many still coughed up blood. The most unfortunate were the sword cultivators soaring through the sky, plummeting from above like ducks shot down mid-flight. Those lightly injured sustained minor wounds, while the severely unfortunate were promptly disqualified. Perched upon a tree, Bai Feiyu and Xianxia exchanged glances recognizing that the earlier shockwave undoubtedly originated from their senior brother. They had only just expressed concern about their senior brother's potential misstep when Ouyang had already commenced. Ouyang, too, sensed the vast reservoir of vital energy within his dantian, lying still and undisturbed, revealing that even with such immense energy at his disposal, he could only mobilize a fraction of it. What manner of being is a celestial? How could they achieve such a state? A gust of wind brushed against Ouyang's ear, and a voice from the heavens suddenly rang out. "Damn it! Don't mess with me." The voice was fleeting, leaving Ouyang questioning his sanity. Was this voice that of a celestial being? Or perhaps the spirit of Li Tai Bai? No, that couldn't be right. Xiao Bai had already been reincarnated, so it shouldn't be Li Tai Bai's spirit. The celestial realm was a domain established by celestial beings through their immense power, suggesting that the rules within this realm could indeed be dictated by the celestials themselves. This realization settled in Ouyang's mind, enhancing his understanding of the miniature world forged by celestials. The celestial constructs were not as stable as the original world, and celestials, as the architects of these realms, could freely amend their regulations. In essence, within their own domains, celestials were invincible. Ouyang possessed only a vague concept of the ancient celestials. Regardless of their immense strength and antiquity, were they not ultimately subdued by Xiao Bai, who treated them like mere livestock? If a celestial could alter the rules of their domain to prohibit the use of elemental energy, could they themselves still wield it? Given the circumstances, when Ouyang encountered the mastermind behind these events, he resolved to give the dog a few test strikes to gauge its depths. As a result of Ouyang's disruptive influence, the once graceful duel between sword cultivators, characterized by soaring sword energies and rampant sword intent, devolved into a brawl reminiscent of street thugs. You strike me with a sword, and I shall respond with a kick. The once magnificent sword techniques, devoid of true energy, have merely become ostentatious displays, far less practical than a simple brick. The cacophony of curses and cries fills the air. Everyone is certain that some scoundrel has instigated the alterations to the rules of this stage. Moments ago, a wave of true energy surged forth, akin to a roaring tsunami, propelling Zhao Qian's son aside. Zhao Qian's son, astonished, gazed at the dog in hand, while the unperturbed Ouyang exhaled imaginary smoke from the dog's mouth, smiling and gesturing dismissively at himself. Chapter 125. The Dog-Wielding War God. Stripped of true essence. The once flamboyant sword cultivators have become exceedingly cautious, forming pairs and standing back-to-back, ever vigilant. No one dares to strike first unless absolutely necessary. Consequently, the rate of elimination has slowed dramatically, as all move cautiously towards the palace, the once tranquil gravesite now bustling with voices, the atmosphere palpably tense. No one knows who might suddenly launch an attack and eliminate them. Without true essence, even cultivators in the out-of-body and spirit division stages are reluctant to act recklessly. Although the out-of-body cultivators possess comprehension of sword intent and spiritual attacks, the absence of true essence significantly diminishes the potency of their sword intent. Furthermore, the toll on one's own spirit from these attacks is quite substantial. To be the first to expose oneself risks becoming a target for collective elimination. Even the most formidable out-of-body cultivator, lacking true essence, stands merely as a swordsman with a few extra years of practice compared to a common cultivator. Senior brother, didn't the elder brother instruct us to clear the obstacles for cold senior brother? Shouldn't we remove some of these hindrances? Bai Feiyu inquired, observing the growing throng of cultivators before him. Although Bai Feiyu had yet to taste blood, in his past life, he had ascended to sword immortality, becoming a life in the hands of Li Tai Bai, countless times over. Is that so? Didn't the elder brother say that since they entered with a determination to die, we should leave none alive? Chen Changsheng replied, his brow furrowed. Without true essence, engaging aimlessly will make us targets. It is perhaps wiser to act last? Senior brother must have prepared something, Bai Feiyu said with resignation, aware that his third senior brother, usually exceedingly cautious, could be ruthlessly decisive when he chose to act. Chen Changsheng chuckled modestly. Although we cannot wield true essence, I have brought along some puppets, so we should be well equipped. Some? Sufficient to eliminate everyone in an instant? Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Bai Feiyu crossed his arms, refraining from preparing for action, convinced that his third senior brother had devised a strategy. As more sword cultivators gathered, the circle grew smaller, gradually leading to some friction, yet overall, restraint prevailed. Until one individual appeared, shattering this delicate balance. A figure clad in a blue robe appeared, holding a peculiar dog that seemed to defy explanation. Wherever it went, chaos ensued. The dog would attack anyone in sight, its body impervious to swords and strikes. Even when a cultivator attempted to block its advance with a blade, the ferocious creature would stretch its neck to bite. Those unfortunate enough to be struck by the dog or the blue-clad figure were summarily eliminated from the contest, regardless of their strength. In an instant, the serene square transformed into a battleground, with sword cultivators scrambling to avoid the tumult. Meanwhile, a cultivator in blue stood vigilant, ready to shield the blue-robed figure from attacks from behind. Countless coins flew from his fingers, each finding its mark with precision, a testament to his remarkable skill. Thus, the legend of the dog-wielding war god began to circulate among the sword cultivators. Ouyang, panting heavily while clutching the peculiar dog, sprinted towards the palace, cursing the mastermind behind this ordeal 1,000 times over. He found himself at the outermost layer, where the circle constricted, forcing him to keep running. After covering over 20 kilometers, he reflected that had it not been for the relentless training he endured as a youth, he might have long since been eliminated. With the dog in tow, Ouyang found the sword cultivators woefully slow. His audacious entrance into their ranks aimed to eliminate as many as possible, thereby reducing the competition for his second brother. Stripped of their true essence, these cultivators were little more than ordinary individuals at his level. Ouyang thrived on overpowering such weaklings. After years of honing his skills in the chi refinement stage, how could they dare to challenge him? Though his second brother seemed almost guaranteed to succeed, Ouyang remained wary of unforeseen variables. Once sufficient competitors had been eliminated, he could drag along Zhao, Qian, and Sun for a graceful exit. However, as the sword cultivators united against him, Ouyang found himself outmatched, his fists struggling against a multitude of foes. Had it not been for the dog's formidable size and fierce demeanor, he might have succumbed to the onslaught of blades. Beside him, Zhao Qian's son lamented their dire situation. The rules dictated that if one was eliminated, the other would follow suit. Ouyang charged forward recklessly, brandishing the dog, while Zhao could only protect him from the surrounding threats, fearful that a single misstep would spell disaster for them both. This reckless bravery only incited the collective wrath of the sword cultivators, who united in their pursuit of the audacious dog wielder. The atmosphere thickened with hostility. The sword cultivators rallied together. How humiliating it would be to be ousted by a mere dog. The creature even had the audacity to turn and bite. The thought of being eliminated with a single bite ignited their fury. They longed to exchange places with the dog itself, but only if it meant Ouyang would be the one to fall first. The sword cultivators unsheathed their blades, charging toward Ouyang, though they lacked true essence. Each swordsman possessed their unique sword techniques, maneuvers, or skills. While these may seem insufficient before the comprehension of sword intent by formidable practitioners, they remained the proud arsenal of the sword cultivators. A collective assault? Do you think I fear you? Ouyang scoffed coldly, brandishing his weapon. Although his internal energy was limited, it sufficed to deal with these melee combatants. Cradling his weapon, he gestured as if loading it, raising it toward the crowd with a sinister smile, proclaiming, "Today, all of you shall perish." With a rapid succession of sounds, Ouyang's internal energy surged continuously into his weapon. Having conducted prior experiments, the loyal companion understood its master's intent. Unleashing a volley of shots. In an instant, Ouyang transformed into an assault rifle-wielding warrior, dominating the scene against the natives brandishing metal scraps, delivering a devastating disparity in power. Countless energy projectiles rained down upon the sword cultivators. Those struck were swiftly eliminated and transported out of the battlefield. Behold, the times have changed. Who still brandishes mere scraps as a show of prowess? True masters strike unerringly. At least in the realm of marksmanship, Ouyang boldly claimed the second position, with none daring to contest his assertion. A multitude of sword cultivators, humiliated, were swiftly dispatched, their loyal companion in a froth of excitement. The eliminated sword cultivators were instantly transported out of the immortal's secret realm, and an uproar of curses ensued. There are dark machinations within this realm. There are cheats among us. As most were rogue cultivators, the rumors spread rapidly. Soon, a fearsome title emerged in the cultivation world. This fearsome figure, amidst the ranks of sword cultivators, wielding a long brown dog, wreaked havoc, earning the moniker, the dog-wielding war deity. Chapter 126, Ascending the Sword Platform. The originally intended trial had devolved into a farce due to Ouyang's disruptive presence. Perhaps the orchestrators behind the scenes had not anticipated the emergence of such an anomaly. The previously contracting energy circle accelerated abruptly, seemingly eager to conclude this farce. Faced with the rapidly shrinking circle, the sword cultivators who had initially intended to bide their time and observe were suddenly compelled into action. Those who hesitated were directly eliminated, prompting the outer circle of sword cultivators to join the fray, resulting in utter chaos. The once united front of sword cultivators, determined to eliminate Ouyang, found themselves not only contending with his ferocious firepower, but also facing betrayal from those behind them. Amidst the turmoil stood Ouyang, weapon in hand, a force to be reckoned with. In that moment, he felt the weight of oppressive pressure from the realm. Here, at least, were foundational practitioners, yet, with their true essence suppressed, they were even weaker than himself, a mere chi refining stage cultivator. Ouyang's relentless assault felled them like grass before the scythe. Ouyang harbored an illusion of being invincible in this realm. "Senior brother, will you make your move?" Bai Feiyu asked, a hint of a smirk gracing his lips as he surveyed the chaotic scene. Whether to act or not, it is always prudent to remain prepared. The arena is contracting at an alarming rate. It seems intent on reaching its goal of 5,000 participants ahead of schedule. "Junior brother Bai, do you not find something peculiar?" "Peculiar? What do you mean?" Bai Feiyu responded, perplexed. If the aim is to identify a successor, why pair individuals together? Clearly, only one can inherit the legacy. Qin Changsheng remarked softly, observing Ouyang, who was cackling wildly amidst the fray. Pairing individuals? Bai Feiyu echoed, furrowing his brow. Indeed, in his previous life, had he truly required a successor for the transcendent swordsmanship of Taishang Wangqing, only one individual would suffice. Why then the pairing? At that moment, Bai Feiyu recalled Utizi, who had been inseparable from him in his past existence. Could it be that Utizi had constructed this grave for him? This thought briefly crossed his mind, but was swiftly dismissed. Utizi had sacrificed himself to help him reconstruct his fated sword. He could not have possibly built this tomb. Yet if it were not Utizi, who else would remember his past before ascending to the status of Sword Immortal? Moreover, the voice that had just announced the rules, Bai Feiyu was certain it was the voice from his previous life. This individual not only had the capability to erect a tomb within his small world, but could also pass down his innate sword intent. Even more terrifying was the fact that they could orchestrate this trial using his own likeness. Apart from Utizi, Bai Feiyu could think of no other. Was it possible that Utizi had not perished, but instead lived on within his own realm? Bai Feiyu's heart was shaken, his hands trembling uncontrollably. "Senior brother, make your move. Let's swiftly bring this farce to an end." Bai Feiyu's voice quivered as he unsheathed his sword from his waist, speaking in a hushed tone. If Utizi truly lived, he longed to reunite with this old friend, for whom he had felt a lifetime of remorse. Qin Changsheng cast a surprised glance at Bai Feiyu. His usually composed fourth junior had been acting unusually ever since they left the small peak. Yet, Qin Changsheng merely nodded, raising a finger before his eyes and gazing into the tumultuous arena, softly intoning, "Rise." In an instant, countless hands wielding dual swords emerged from beneath the feet of the sword cultivators, piercing through the ground. Hundreds of puppets clad in purple surged forth from the earth. Though these puppets could not harness true essence, they were animated by Qin Changsheng's spirit, as he had previously embedded numerous puppets nearby, waiting for the moment when the participant count approached 5,000 to eliminate a substantial number. However, with Xiao Bai already poised with her sword, Qin Changsheng had no choice but to deploy the puppets prematurely, striving to expel the sword cultivators. The bewildered sword cultivators, caught off guard, were swiftly disqualified. Rule 7. Anyone struck will be deemed eliminated. Hundreds of puppets, seemingly unafraid of life and death, surged toward the nearby sword cultivators. Their desperate tactics ruthlessly eliminating countless swordsmen once more. The chaotic scene in the arena quieted significantly. After the commotion caused by Ouyang and Qin Changsheng, the once numerous assembly of sword cultivators, initially exceeding 100,000, had dwindled to less than 1/5 of its original size. The puppets continued their relentless harvesting. Although they did not slay their opponents, their strikes were merciless. The swords of the cultivators, aimed at the puppets with slashes, thrusts, and chops, proved ineffective. For the puppets were not living beings. They were sustained solely by Qin Changsheng's spirit, existing beyond the realm of conventional rules. As the second variable emerged, the voice orchestrating this entire affair could no longer remain composed. The previously indifferent tone now brimmed with irritation. This round is over. On to the next. It was infuriating that a meticulously crafted challenge had been turned into chaos by two inexplicable anomalies from who knows where. Anyone caught in this mess would find it repugnant. No sooner had the words been spoken than everyone was transported to the grand palace before them. A long staircase of white jade appeared before all. The voice regained its indifferent demeanor and intoned, "No infighting is permitted. Cross this sword platform and push open the door to this secret realm, and you shall earn the right to inherit my legacy." The warning was heavy with meaning, unmistakably clear. Cease the audacious antics and ascend the platform with decorum. Xianxia, somewhat regretful, pulled his sleeves together, having initially intended to exploit the moment of confusion to reap another harvest, only to realize that opportunity had slipped away. Originally designed to accommodate 5,000 cultivators, the ranks had swelled by several tens of thousands. This staircase was likely intended to genuinely sift out those worthy of qualification. Tens of thousands, their hearts still racing, stood before the sword platform, immensely relieved to have avoided elimination. The previous turmoil felt dreamlike, the rapidly contracting light, the chaotic figure wielding a dog in a frenzy, and the sudden appearance of hundreds of formidable puppets. The overwhelming elements nearly left these inexperienced sword cultivators breathless. Meanwhile, a sizable space had cleared around Ouyang, who nonchalantly secured the exhausted and frothing young man back at his waist. Zhao Qiansan, nowhere to be found, lamented his ill fortune in teaming up with Ouyang this time. Big brother, Xianxia and Bai Feiyu positioned themselves beside Ouyang, who gazed vacantly at the palace before. Inquiring, Xianxia, Xiao Bai, do you see any sword platform? Xianxia exchanged a glance with Bai Feiyu, then turned to observe the long white jade staircase once more, responding, "A long white jade staircase lies before us. Didn't Big Brother notice?" Yet, to Ouyang's eyes, only a broken stone slab lay across the entrance, nothing else. Was this what they called a sword platform? Yet everyone around seemed to perceive it, and some daring souls were already preparing to take the leap. If one claims to have seen nothing, would it not render oneself rather foolish? Ouyang's lips curled into a dry smile as he remarked, "Hee, I was merely inquiring. How could I possibly overlook such a long flight of stone steps?" Chapter 127, The Green Robe. Truly, this trial of the Sword Immortal has already imparted upon me a palpable sense of oppression emanating from these steps. The ascent appears daunting. Merely approaching invokes a sense of trepidation. With so many steps, could it be that the pressure intensifies with each tier? The cacophony of discussions around him reached Ouyang's ears, causing his lips to twitch slightly. Could it be that he alone was blind to this? Was it solely due to his inferior cultivation? Is this not an affront to the earnest? Senior brother, the pressure from these steps weighs heavily upon me as well. Do not feel overly burdened. If it becomes too much, you may step aside and wait for us. Xianxia, noticing Ouyang's pallor, offered with understanding. This staircase has 99 tiers. I fear that only a select few sword cultivators will manage to reach the top. Bai Feiyu remarked with a hint of lamentation. Indeed, this trial appears to carry a certain gravity. Meanwhile, Ouyang regarded the two lamenting disciples with a look of consternation. Do they look down upon me? Ouyang glared at Xianxia, who merely scratched his head and chuckled. Around them, sword cultivators began to advance towards the seemingly endless stone steps. As their feet touched the stairs, it felt as though a colossal weight pressed upon their hearts. Those of wavering resolve found themselves collapsing to the ground. Yet, none uttered a word of surrender. As solitary cultivators, they had strived to reach this point. How could they afford to miss such a monumental opportunity? All gritted their teeth and persevered, inching their way upward in a multitude of bizarre postures. They understood that this was the Sword Immortal Bai's means of testing their foundational strength and mental fortitude, determining their worthiness to inherit the legacy of the Sword Immortal. Exchanging glances, Xianxia and Bai Feiyu prepared themselves. Bai Feiyu was the first to step onto the staircase. As he ascended, he too felt the weight of despair. Yet he quickly regained his composure. With a light step, he continued upward, traversing more than half the 99 tiers in the blink of an eye. Xianxia cast a worried glance back at Ouyang, who reassured him with a confident gaze, prompting him to proceed onto the stairs. As he placed his foot upon the first step, the overwhelming pressure surged from within, and he collapsed to the ground, his puppet-like body crumbling into fragments. Xianxia was not solely a sword cultivator. Upon ascending this sword platform, he was instantly torn apart by the sword intent that permeated the steps. This scene caught the attention of Zhao, Qian, and Sun, who had been observing Ouyang and his companions from the crowd, causing their hearts to sink. In the next moment, Xianxia appeared unscathed upon the second step. As long as one places the puppet on the second step the moment they set foot on the first, they can ascend the 99 steps of the sword ascension platform without a trace of pressure. Yet, the moment Xianxia appeared on the second step, he was instantly shattered into fragments, only to re-emerge on the third step the very next second. Thus, Xianxia surged forward, exploiting this peculiar glitch towards the highest tier. Bai Feiyu moved with grace, while Xianxia exhibited an air of enigma. Regardless of their varying methods, both had distanced themselves considerably from all other sword cultivators. Ouyang observed the solitary sword cultivators upon the azure stone beneath him, lost in contemplation. Whether it was these cultivators or Bai Feiyu and Xianxia, all were merely treading in place upon the azure stone. Indeed, you heard correctly. Everyone was stuck in place. In Ouyang's eyes, as Xianxia swiftly changed puppets, each step he took in place resulted in a new puppet, while the shattered remnants vanished from the steps. The sword cultivators, who strained to ascend, appeared comically awkward upon this azure stone, much to Ouyang's amusement. How embarrassing, Ouyang pondered, just as he contemplated testing the peculiar abilities of this staircase, which had even deceived Bai and Xianxia. As he raised his leg, he felt a slight weight on his shoulder, as if a hand had pressed down upon him. A figure clad in azure obscured Ouyang's vision, accompanied by a playful voice. Once is enough, don't try it a second time. Turning his head, Ouyang beheld a robust man, similarly dressed in azure, chewing on a root and grinning at him. Are you the master of this place? Ouyang inquired. The man glanced around and raised his hand, stating, this is not the place for conversation. Follow me. With that, both Ouyang and the man vanished in an instant. When they reappeared, they stood upon the surface of a lake. Ouyang, recognizing the familiar surroundings, widened his eyes and exclaimed, are you the lord of this celestial realm? The absence of a visible attribute panel for the man signified that he was not human. The man, still chewing on the root, chuckled and reached out to pet the dog at Ouyang's waist, who whimpered in mild protest. The man sighed, I am, yet I am no longer myself. Then who are you? Ouyang pressed. I have forgotten who I am. I might be Li Tai Bai, or perhaps merely a friend of his, the man replied, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Must you speak in riddles? Ouyang retorted, drawing the dog closer and holding it before the man. Why does this dog seem to not recognize you? Perhaps due to the passage of time. I've forgotten my own name. How could I possibly remember the dog's? The man replied nonchalantly. Did you not just reveal the name? The handsome man, lifted by Ouyang, began to bark at the man before him. Woof, woof, woof. Ouyang, uninterested in idle chatter, plopped down on the surface of the lake and inquired, will my second son ultimately receive the celestial inheritance of Li Tai Bai? How would I know? In the world of sword cultivators, it is a fair competition, and only those fated shall obtain it, the man replied with a shrug. Shall I throw a tantrum then? If my second son cannot obtain it, then let us end this charade, Ouyang declared, holding his dog toward the man. I truly am exasperated. The meticulously crafted trials you devised have been turned into utter chaos. The man retorted angrily upon hearing Ouyang's words. Then, for heaven's sake, just give me a straight answer, Ouyang urged. With a sigh, the man responded, he is indeed the most suitable and the only heir. Then why all this foolishness? Allowing so many sword cultivators to participate in this celestial secret realm? Ouyang said, displeased. This is the sword of annoyance. It is clear you are to be given it. Yet you must navigate through convoluted paths, exhausting yourself to finally obtain it, the man remarked, chewing on a blade of grass while gazing meaningfully at Ouyang. Swords that are not used for an extended period will rust. Chapter 128. Past event swords, if left and used for too long, will indeed rust. How does one remove the rust and restore a sword's cold brilliance? Of course, by honing it with a whetstone. Having once served as a representative in a language class in a past life, Ouyang instantly grasped the underlying meaning. With a stern expression, he looked at the man and asked, are you suggesting we use the lives of sword cultivators as a whetstone? The man nodded, then shook his head, saying not exactly. Rather than using their lives as a whetstone, it would be more accurate to say we utilize their sword intent. A multitude of swords converging into one can sharpen the celestial blade, It's quite a splendid notion, is it not? The casual manner in which the man spoke of the need to kill so many individuals was as if he were merely squashing a few ants. Celestial blade? I see it as a demonic sword. Ouyang retorted with a cold laugh. Celestial or demonic, what difference does it make? In the end, it is all about becoming one's own singular entity, the man replied, seated cross-legged upon the lake's surface, smiling at Ouyang. Cultivators are inherently selfish. For the sake of their own path, they may resort to any means necessary. Look at those sword cultivators vying for Li Taibai's inheritance. Are they not the same? The man stared unyieldingly at Ouyang. Such actions are the realm of demons. True cultivators seek to pursue their path with integrity. Ouyang countered. The two remained locked in a stalemate for a moment until the man ultimately relented, leaning back with his hands braced on the water surface, languidly stating, "Whatever. It's all the same. It is merely a matter of donning a facade of grandeur. Are you a sword spirit? Is this scheme of yours merely to sharpen your own blade?" Ouyang's heart raced, realizing that his second son indeed sought Li Taibai's inheritance, which meant he too must inherit this sword. Such a sword, capable of slaughtering like a butcher, poses no threat to the second. I am not the sword spirit. Well, that statement is somewhat misleading, for I am indeed the sword spirit. After contemplating for a moment, Xianxia spoke. As soon as Xianxia's words fell, the dog of the handsome lad had already reached the man's face. "Reveal all your secrets, or I shall end your life right now," Ouyang declared, standing before the man. Upon facing Ouyang's menacing threat, the man smiled and replied, "You seem rather concerned about that fellow, don't you? Very well, I shall speak." Ouyang began to channel his vital energy into the handsome lad, prompting the man to immediately raise his hands in surrender. The man stood up, chewing on a root, his blue robe slipping off to drape over himself. Gazing into the unchanging scenery in the distance, he softly confessed, "I was a close friend of Li Taibai. To fulfill his ambitions, I immersed myself in the sword furnace and forged the most powerful celestial sword in this world. Because of this sword, Li Taibai successfully ascended to the realm of immortals." Ouyang, upon hearing of the man's past friendship with Xiaobai, sensed a significant revelation unfolding and, with a slight tremor in his hand, produced a miniature recording stone. Yet the man continued to speak, lost in his own thoughts. "Originally, I believe I had perished as well, but upon regaining consciousness, I discover myself trapped within that very sword. At that moment, I was indeed the sword spirit you just mentioned. However, my awareness awakened only after the fall of Li Taibai. My dear friend had vanquished all the immortals of the world, and in the end, I too met a tragic demise. I once thought I would remain buried there forever, but the small world Li Taibai created as an immortal enveloped me, leading to my disappearance from this realm. The passage of time has been exceedingly long, long enough to drive one to madness. As a sword spirit, I suddenly realized I could manipulate the small world left behind by Li Taibai. Perhaps it was due to my status as Li Taibai's destined sword that this small world automatically recognized me as its master after his death. What can a sword accomplish? Nothing at all. Possessing consciousness yet remaining helplessly confined within the sword, I endured countless epics. A sword spirit does not sleep, requires no sustenance, and does not even breathe. In this endless passage of time, I was anchored in this small world, utterly immobile. After replaying all the memories, all my frenzied fantasies, countless times in my mind, I lost my sanity. The man turned to Ouyang, a dazed expression on his face, and uttered, "I have gone mad. I cannot recall when it happened, but indeed, I was truly insane." I began to harbor resentment. Resentment towards this world, towards Li Taibai, towards myself, towards everything. Yet, such resentment proved futile. I remained ensnared within that sword. My waning sanity was gradually consumed by endless hatred, until the last vestiges of my cautious reason were cast out of the sword, resulting in the being you see before you. The man's voice deepened, seemingly ensnared in peculiar recollections, his words flowing incessantly. It was undeniably the case that bound within the sword, an endless resentment had arisen. Yet, in the end, what departed from the sword's body was merely my remaining sanity, which is rather laughable when one reflects on it. The sanity that was expelled, which now stands before you, began to wander within the world left behind by Li Taibai. After countless years of drifting, every blade of grass and every tree in this realm had been indelibly etched into my memory, granting me the ability to manipulate everything at will. However, I found myself unable to leave, as if I had become one with this world. Thus, in my idle time, I constructed a tomb for my old friend. Although Li Taibai's remains dissipated into the cosmos after his demise, his clothing and storage pouch were preserved, while the sword remained embedded deep within the grave. What do you think of this tale? Xianxia inquired, tilting his head as he regarded Ouyang. Ouyang nodded and responded. It sounds utterly absurd. Indeed, it was preposterous, yet it had truly transpired. Xianxia expressed his agreement, albeit with a gesture of helplessness. What about the legacy of the Sword Sect? How did Li Taibai become the ancestor of the Sword Sect? Ouyang asked. Xianxia shot a surprised glance at Ouyang and pointed to the dachshund he was holding, saying, "You might want to ask the handsome fellow here about that." The dachshund, named Handsome, gazed at Xianxia in confusion, suddenly seeming to comprehend something, and softly spoke, "Ah, I was merely a sword sheath. A sheath meant to protect the sword. Once a young boy stumbled into this place by chance. The familiarity he exuded made me believe he had returned, and he carried the unique sword intent of Li Taibai's lotus sword. Thus, I entrusted him with my notes. Yet after that boy departed, he never returned. When I saw him again, he was an elderly man with white hair. It was then that I recognized him. He was the tassel of the sword's hilt. When Li Taibai perished, the tassel was left behind in the mortal realm, transforming into a youth, until his hair turned white in his twilight years. When he returned, I found myself speechless before the elderly man who had withered away. Chapter 129. When the immortal speaks, he can slay dragons. After hearing the dachshund's tale, Ouyang's mind felt as though it had crashed. He began to count on his fingers, attempting to untangle their intricate relationships. The dachshund was the sheath of that sword. The founder of the sword sect was the tassel of that sword, and the man before him was the manifestation of the sword spirit's sanity, while the sword still contained a mad sword spirit. After Li Taibai's death, the tassel fell to the mortal realm, taking on human form and becoming the founder of the sword sect. The sheath transformed into the form of a dachshund. Yet something felt amiss. Why could Xiao Bai comprehend the Tao in front of the dachshund? Ouyang voiced the doubts that lingered in his heart. The man, his hands clasped in front of him, pondered for a moment before responding. The sword of Li Taibai was crafted by my own hands, thus this dog, in essence, is also a creation of mine. Have you preserved your own legacy? Ouyang inquired. The man nodded, a proud expression gracing his features as he replied. You may find it hard to believe, but although I did not ascend to immortality before my demise, I was but a step away from it. Ouyang glanced around and asked, So, is this space your little world of immortals? The man's face flushed as he stammered, Did I not mention? I was merely a step away from becoming an immortal. It is merely that I have extracted a fragment of Li Taibai's space. Is this lad really pilfering from his own master? Ouyang mused, realizing that the sword spirit of Li Taibai had clandestinely carved out a patch of land from Li Taibai's little world for himself. However, compared to the absurd tales he had just heard, this revelation seemed far more intricate, as if one could weave 100,000 words into a novel. Thus, it appeared that his own second son would inherit Li Taibai's path, while Xiao Bai would inherit the path of Li Taibai's closest friend. Did this mean Xiao Bai would also become the sheath for his own second son? Ouyang sensed a cyclical force, as if a great hand of reincarnation was orchestrating all of this. The coincidences were almost too remarkable, stirring a flicker of concern within him. The charming little dachshund stealthily wriggled free from Ouyang's grasp and positioned itself beside the man in blue, squatting there, gazing at Ouyang alongside him. The dachshund appeared torn, one master being the one who brought it into this world, and the other a new master who provided it comfort. Although reluctant, the dachshund ultimately chose to follow the man in blue, with whom it had shared countless years. Ouyang was not surprised by the dachshund's betrayal. Even though he had gained recognition from this little world, the true master's emergence rendered that acknowledgement meaningless. Ultimately, what belonged to others would always remain theirs. After deep contemplation, Ouyang finally lifted his gaze to the man and the dog, asking, So, what are your intentions? The man in blue, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, regarded Ouyang with curiosity and queried, What is your name? Ouyang, he replied, his expression settling into calmness, though his hands had already retrieved the tome titled Fundamentals of the Five Elements Magic. Is your surname Ouyang? It sounds familiar, the man remarked, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. My surname is Ouyang. I possess no given name, Ouyang responded, flipping through the pages of the Fundamentals of the Five Elements Magic. Is that so strange? Never mind, this world is rife with peculiarities. The man in the azure robe sighed, then leaned forward and spoke. The reason I summoned you here privately is to ensure that you do not disturb your junior's inheritance of the immortal legacy. My sole intention is to eliminate the madness that resides within that sword, Your junior possesses the capability to accomplish this. By vanquishing the sword spirit, he shall attain the complete legacy of the Sword Immortal, becoming the sole immortal in this world. Is this not a mutually beneficial arrangement? What one obtains through their utmost efforts is truly deserved. If it is merely a scheme from the outset, then what one gains is akin to a poison confection. Ouyang closed the book, tucking it into his bosom, his expression as serene as still water, and with a forceful clap of his hands, he declared, "If you dare to plot against my kin, even if you are an immortal, I shall wrench your teeth from your mouth." Ouyang glared fiercely at the man and the dog across from him. In an instant, the lake beneath Ouyang surged with tumultuous waves, and dozens of water dragons erupted from its depths, their massive forms undulating and coiling behind him. Each water dragon was vividly lifelike, their scales increasingly defined, exuding a unique aura of divine beasts that enveloped the entire surface of the lake. Roaring in unison, the water dragons, once devoid of spirit, began to shimmer with life, their eyes sparkling with vitality as they commenced the awakening, unhindered by Ouyang's interference. What a remarkable turn of events! To bestow life upon inanimate beings is something even immortals cannot achieve. This lad truly possesses extraordinary prowess. The man in azure, with hands tucked into his sleeves, calmly observed the water dragons summoned by Ouyang and remarked to the dachshund beside him, "If you do not take action soon, we shall surely perish here." The dachshund exclaimed, addressing the man in azure, who still had time to comment, "What concern is it of mine? I am, after all, indestructible." The azure-clad man replied with a tilt of his head, perplexing the dachshund. Previously confident, the dachshund's expression faltered in shock, having anticipated that the man in azure, now presumed to be an immortal, would unleash some celestial technique to swiftly overpower Ouyang. To his astonishment, this fellow had chosen to do nothing. Although he was a treasure of the Tao, facing a multitude of awakened pseudo-dragons could indeed spell his doom. "Are you even human, scheming against a mere dog?" The dachshund snapped, baring its teeth at the man in azure, but the latter merely laughed heartily and kicked the dachshund away. "It is merely a sword sheath. Can something I created truly slay its master?" In his mind, as long as he could confine Ouyang here, preventing any disturbance to Lung Qingsong's acceptance of Li Taibai's inheritance, it would be a splendid outcome. Yet, one point perplexed him, despite his transparency and goodwill, his sole desire being to assist Lung Qingsong in ascending the immortal path, an endeavor beneficial for both Ouyang and Lung Qingsong. Why did Ouyang draw his blade against him? Was it a scheme? Yet all these individuals, including the four from the small peak, had approached of their own accord. In his era, to be a piece in the immortals game was the utmost honor. He could not fathom why Ouyang opposed him so vehemently. Yet in this realm, where he was akin to a celestial being, he dismissed Ouyang's tactics with disdain. After all, he was the sovereign of this world. The man in the azure robe slowly withdrew his hand from his sleeve and softly intoned, "Slash." Instantly, dozens of water dragons behind Ouyang were severed, their bodies dissolving into a puddle that sank into the lake. An immortal could indeed slay dragons with but a word. Chapter 130, I shall test it. The man in azure could have simply retreated with the sausage dog, avoiding confrontation altogether. Ouyang was left to seethe impotently within this space. The endless passage of time was tediously monotonous, prompting him to make Ouyang realize the fundamental disparity between immortals and mortals. In this realm, he could effortlessly command reality, enacting laws at will. Even if one could enlighten sentient beings, this world was of his own making. The water dragons, without uttering a single cry, transformed into mere water that fell into the lake. The kicked sausage dog, with its head hung low, approached Ouyang and said, "I know you do not trust me, but the only way to escape this space is through my forceful intervention." Ouyang paid no heed to the sausage dog at his feet, his gaze fixated solely on the figure of the man in azure. "What other means do you possess? Will you continue to enlighten sentient beings?" The man in azure inquired curiously. Ouyang remained silent, his hands hanging limply, yet his eyes never strayed from the azure-clad figure. "Choose not to respond. I can do the same, should you doubt it." The man in azure raised a hand, and once again, several water dragons surged forth from the lake's surface, only to be instantaneously transformed into sentient beings. The unique majesty of divine beasts enveloped the air as the newly animated water dragons soared freely, seemingly reveling in their newly acquired forms. Yet, in the next moment, as the azure-clad man clenched his fist, All the transformed dragons were effortlessly reduced back to mere water by a tremendous force, cascading like a torrential rain from the sky. The man in azure, momentarily taken aback, caught the falling water with his hand and patiently explained, "An immortal is indeed an immortal. The mastery over the life and death of sentient beings lies within an instant. Hence, immortals are the ultimate beings in this world." After a prolonged silence, Ouyang finally stirred, resembling a deflated balloon as he sank to the ground. With a pallid complexion, he looked up at the man in azure and smiled. "You know, I've been meaning to say, you keep insisting that the spirit within that sword has gone mad. But have you ever considered that perhaps you are the one who has lost your sanity?" The man in azure regarded Ouyang with confusion, unable to comprehend his words. He had patiently elucidated the might of immortals to Ouyang, yet Ouyang perceived him as a madman. The fearless ignorance of self-proclaimed extraordinary mortals was indeed a sight to behold. Defaming an immortal can lead to a most tragic demise. The man in the azure attire gazed coldly at Ouyang, threatening him. "You have constantly proclaimed yourself an immortal. Yet in truth, you are merely a madman, ensnared for countless years, who has deluded himself into believing he is divine. That sword, as you described, is wielded by a lunatic, and you are but a rational madman." Unfazed, Ouyang stepped forward and spoke. "You, despicable," the man in azure hissed. "When an immortal speaks, their words manifest as law." The moment he uttered that Ouyang should perish, it was meant to signal Ouyang's demise. Yet, Ouyang remained utterly unfazed, observing Ouyang's nonchalance. The man in azure felt an unsettling shift. As he attempted to tear through the fabric of space to escape, he discovered he was unable to do so. Witnessing the sudden bewilderment of the man in azure, Ouyang's face curled into a derisive smile. He stepped closer, delivering a fierce kick to the man's abdomen. The man in azure regarded Ouyang with disdain, seemingly unperturbed, for he had no physical form. Such a rudimentary attack could not possibly harm him. However, before he could finish his thoughts, Ouyang's kick struck his abdomen, inflicting a sharp pain that forced the man into a contorted position, akin to a shrimp. Coughing, he gasped, "Why? How could Ouyang inflict pain upon me?" The man was still in shock. Yet Ouyang seized him by the hair, delivering a brutal knee strike to the man's face. After endless eons and the sensation of being formless, the man had forgotten what pain felt like, but now he was reminded. The relentless assault left him cradling his head, utterly at a loss for how to retaliate. "I am an immortal. How dare you?" the man in azure exclaimed, but was quickly overwhelmed by Ouyang's onslaught. Ouyang, embodying the demeanor of a rogue, mounted the man in azure, unleashing a flurry of blows upon him. The once proud man, who had feigned superiority, was now left dazed, merely clutching his head and wailing in agony. Nearby, the dachshund stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Ouyang was mercilessly beating an immortal? Even with his own eyes witnessing the event, he questioned whether he had lost his mind. What manner of world is this? Someone riding an immortal and beating him? Moreover, the immortal could only curl up and whimper in pain. The dachshund, feeling regret for having sided with the man in azure, raised his paw and struck himself twice in reprimand. After a relentless barrage, the man in azure lay on the ground, gasping for breath, utterly defeated and unable to move. Ouyang, feeling slightly fatigued from the exertion, stood up and spat upon the man in azure. "It seems that the only recourse left is to unleash a good beating to vent my frustrations. The thought of eliminating the man in the blue attire before me remains an impossibility." Ouyang crouched down to examine the now slightly swollen figure of the blue-clad man, grasping his hair to lift him up while smiling warmly and saying, "Do you know, in my hometown, there's a saying, villains perish due to excessive chatter. Not only do you talk too much, but your ineptitude is also quite pronounced. If you don't die, then who will? Had you merely asked for your own demise at the very onset, perhaps you would have truly met your end." Yet, the blue-clad man, resembling a stone-headed fool, continued his foolish antics, one after another. This is akin to a scene from a novel, merely waiting to be countered by the protagonist. "What on earth have you done?" The blue-clad man, with his panda-like eyes, no longer exhibited the earlier grandeur of a celestial being defeating dragons. He muttered incoherently at Ouyang. At this moment, Ouyang felt no trepidation regarding the blue-clad man's potential tricks, instead chuckling as he remarked, "Didn't you say I could only enlighten living beings? In fact, I owe you my gratitude for all your rambling and inept moves just now. They afforded me ample time." The blue-clad man's heart sank in disbelief as he gazed at Ouyang. Upon witnessing the man's ghostly expression, Ouyang's smile grew even brighter as he leisurely continued. Thus, I decided to see if I could enlighten this little world. Chapter 131. Father. The water dragon technique was merely a ruse, while Ouyang was covertly saturating this small world with his true energy. Indeed, I must thank this blue-clad man for his ostentatious display, as it granted me sufficient time to permeate this realm with my energy. How utterly incompetent he must be, unable to sense my energy being released for such an extended duration. If even a celestial being is so lacking, then am I truly invincible in this world? The blue-clad man had previously spoken with such arrogance towards Ouyang, and now the tables had turned, with Ouyang nonchalantly grasping his hair. The reversal of fortunes was astonishingly swift, so rapid that the blue-clad man, bewildered, was left pondering how he had ended up being so thoroughly beaten by Ouyang, even as his head was being held aloft. Ouyang glanced at his attribute panel. Over 900 million in true energy had dwindled to 800 million, expended in the process of assimilating this small world, nearly costing him an entire objective. If this blue-haired fool truly was a celestial being, then he could contend with 8 such individuals. Yet, it remained uncertain whether this blue-clad man was indeed a so-called immortal. If so, then immortals are hardly to be feared, although my offensive capabilities are rather limited. Even failing to target souls, akin to that Lin Feng I encountered in the mortal realm, whose physical form I shattered into fragments, I was unable to perceive anything regarding the soul, allowing it to escape. However, the blue-clad man stands before me. Is he not courting death? If I cannot strike what is unseen, so be it. But if it is visible, then it is akin to an old man hanging himself. Regrettably, aside from delivering a thorough beating, I found no other recourse. Not only had I enlightened this realm, but I had also inadvertently bestowed enlightenment upon the man in the azure attire before me. Given that he lacked a panel, it was evident that he was no mere being. My attempt to enlighten this enigmatic figure was a mere experiment, yet astonishingly, it proved successful. However, this man appeared to be intricately bound to this small world. Unless I obliterated the entire realm, he would remain indestructible. Did I ever anticipate that matters would unfold in such a manner? Ouyang inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he tugged at the man's hair. What exactly are you? How is it that you can usurp a world fashioned by the immortals? The man in azure exclaimed, a tempest of fury and astonishment in his voice. What I am is of little importance. What truly matters is your intent, Ouyang coldly retorted, scrutinizing the man before him. After expending countless hours strategizing, all merely to eliminate a deranged sword spirit, such a notion was utterly preposterous. The man's gaze faltered momentarily, and, as he prepared to speak, a resounding slap struck his face. Do not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, I shall end your existence right now, Ouyang warned, retracting his hand. For the reopening of the immortal path, the man in azure struggled briefly before he let out a resigned sigh. Reopening the immortal path? Are you not a close confidant of Litaibai? He personally dispatched numerous immortals and obliterated the immortal path. Now you seek to restore it? Ouyang questioned incredulously. The man's demeanor shifted to one of madness as he shouted frantically at Ouyang. He was mistaken. The significance of immortals to this world is paramount. The current state of this world is all his fault. Had he not insisted on this course, things would not have devolved into chaos. With a series of sharp slaps, Ouyang brought the man back to a more subdued state. Do you wish for my second to transform back into an immortal, and then open the immortal path? Ouyang queried. The man remained silent, yet his silence spoke volumes. In Ouyang's mind, the answer was already taking shape. So many had warned him of an impending calamity, which surely bore a connection to the immortals. Perhaps the very pursuit of immortality had precipitated this catastrophe. Fuming at the thought of his naive second being ensnared by this wretched creature, Ouyang delivered 2 more stinging slaps. What precisely is an immortal? He pressed on. An immortal is an immortal, the supreme existence. The man in azure's eyes gleamed with fervor once more. With another slap, the fervor in the man's eyes diminished. Speak plainly, Ouyang threatened, cradling his aching left hand. I cannot say, but an immortal is indeed an immortal, the supreme existence in this world, the man in azure answered earnestly. After an extensive exchange, it dawned on me that this man in azure was not, in fact, an immortal. In this moment, Ouyang found himself overwhelmed with indignation. With a swift glare, he struck the man in the blue attire twice across the face. Stop! Please stop! The man pleaded, his visage now swollen and disfigured. At that juncture, the man had wholly surrendered any hope of resistance. He felt his body slipping from his grasp. The youth before him had somehow seized control of this miniature realm and, inexplicably, his own corporeal form. What manner of sorcery was this? This space, once his dominion, had been usurped by the very boy standing before him. Even in ancient times, it was unheard of for one immortal to commandeer the realm of another fallen deity. To put it frankly, he had become naught but a pawn in Ouyang's game. Holding the worthless figure in his grasp, Ouyang felt a swell of frustration. How could his offspring be manipulated by this feckless individual as if he were inconsequential? Striking him had proven futile, beyond delivering a few slaps to vent his ire. He was at an impasse. If he withdrew his vital energy, the man could flee the moment they exited this small world. Yet retaining it meant he could not vanquish him. Casting the man aside, Ouyang noticed the dachshund, lingering in the shadows, inching toward him with a submissive demeanor. Initially, Ouyang contemplated ending the creature's existence, but upon reflection, he deemed it a pity to waste the newly acquired epic enhancement. He nudged the dachshund away with his foot, signaling it to keep its distance. Rather than disheartened, the dog's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Ouyang's indulgence in sparing its life indicated that it was not yet doomed. The prospect of keeping a safe distance today and inching closer tomorrow filled the dachshund with optimism, envisioning a day when it would once again be tethered to Ouyang's belt. Ouyang's actions ignited a flicker of hope within the dachshund, prompting it to stand and wag its tail, cautiously retreating. Ouyang gazed upon the world before him and spoke coolly. "So how long do you intend to hide?" To the astonishment of the man in blue, the very fabric of this realm began to rotate, revealing an immense visage in the sky. Despite the features being somewhat indistinct, they remained discernible. A thunderous boom resonated throughout the small world. "Father." Chapter 132. Is that all there is? Suddenly, the colossal face in the heavens bellowed, rendering Ouyang utterly speechless. He had anticipated that the beings he enlightened would not heed his commands, yet he had not expected this newly awakened consciousness to address him as father. In previous encounters, the entities he had enlightened had all been rebellious. Now, encountering one that called him father left Ouyang momentarily disoriented. Stammering, he pointed at himself and inquired, "Did you just call me father?" The nascent consciousness of this world appeared rather dim-witted, struggling to articulate its thoughts clearly, and thus resorted to calling out to Ouyang with great fervor once more. Ouyang, having set aside his hands, confirmed that this emerging consciousness was indeed addressing him. What a predicament! Who was he to seek justice from? Unexpectedly thrust into the role of a father? Beside him, a man clad in blue grasped Ouyang's sleeve, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, "What have you done to my little world? Why has it come to this?" With a sharp slap, Ouyang did not even turn around, delivering another stinging blow to the man's face. The sound was crisp and melodious. Instantly, the blue-clad man snapped back to reality, sitting on the ground like a chastised spouse, casting a resentful gaze at Ouyang. This little world was something he had painstakingly stolen from Li Taibai's realm after countless years of labor. He had never anticipated that one day it would serve as a wedding garment for Ouyang. Li Taibai, if it weren't for you, if you hadn't insisted on slaying the immortals, I wouldn't have ended up like this. You truly did kill an immortal and cause my current predicament. Cursed be it, cursed be it. Dark energy began to envelop the blue-clad man, his once clear eyes turning crimson. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Ouyang turned to confront the enraged man, furrowing his brow as he approached. Another resounding slap brought clarity back to the man's eyes, momentarily dispelling his fury. "What is this? You wish to rage? To transform into a formidable villain, amplifying your power, only to ultimately turn against me?" Ouyang inquired with a bemused smile. The blue-clad man hurriedly protested. I do not. I am merely filled with hatred for Li Taibai. It's all his fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be in this wretched state." As Li Taibai's name was mentioned, the man's eyes clouded once more, dark energy surging forth again. Another sharp slap echoed, restoring clarity to his gaze once more. The transition from chaos to clarity seemed to hinge upon the forceful slaps, and it appeared that the number of slaps the blue-clad man had endured today far surpassed any in his lifetime. Ouyang, rubbing his slightly aching palm, noted the man's remarkable resilience. Despite the numerous slaps, his hand throbbed from the impact. In light of his sudden paternal role, Ouyang found himself at a loss for words. merely waving his hand to suggest that his newfound son take a step back. Gripping the collar of the blue-clad man, Ouyang demanded, "What you mentioned about that deranged sword spirit, does it still reside within the sword, or is it an intrinsic part of you? Spare me the endless riddles, or I shall have no qualms about ending you right here." The blue-clad man stared at Ouyang, his eyes devoid of light. He had lost everything. Because of Ouyang, all his carefully laid plans were now in ruins. Moreover, the small world that he had constructed was seized by Ouyang, and with it, his aspiration to stand alongside the immortal he revered so deeply was utterly shattered. The man in the azure robe, held by Ouyang, began to show signs of disintegration, with the vital energy that had animated him gradually returning to Ouyang's own being. How could this young man possess such frail fortitude? Is he truly on the verge of demise? In a fit of anger and desperation, Ouyang delivered a flurry of slaps, attempting to revive the azure-robed man. Yet the man, devoid of any will to live, offered no response, his form increasingly ephemeral. "I know where Li Tai-bai is," Ouyang declared to the azure-robed man. He sought to ignite a flicker of hope within him, for it was not as little by merely the reincarnation of Li Tai-bai. Such a statement bore no falsehood. Yet, the azure-robed man's body was nearly transparent at this juncture. With a gaze as lifeless as ash, the azure-robed man replied, "Little Bai, perhaps it will be best to let it go. Ouyang, we shall meet again." Upon uttering these words, the azure-robed man instantaneously transformed into a multitude of shimmering fragments, vanishing before Ouyang's eyes. Is this truly it? Just like that, he is gone? Ouyang remained in the act of gripping the man's collar, watching him dissipate, a pang of regret stirring within him. After all, this fellow was quite adept at being slapped around. Rising to his feet, Ouyang turned towards the motionless dachshund, who was cowering at a distance, and beckoned him over. The dachshund's eyes brightened, its tongue lolling as it wagged its tail vigorously, sprinting towards Ouyang. A resounding thwack echoed as Ouyang's hand met the dachshund's face. With a heightened sense of regret, Ouyang felt the difference between this slap and the one delivered to the azure-robed man. The dazed dachshund stood there, its gaze fixated on Ouyang's belt, longing to be tethered there, if only to escape the unwanted slaps. "You are the sheath of Li Tai-bai's sword. What then, pray tell, was that azure-robed man?" Ouyang inquired. His eyes locked on the dachshund. Hearing his master's question, the dachshund promptly responded, "Report. That individual must be the one who created me. Somehow, he has transformed into a sword spirit." The dachshund recounted the details with unwavering honesty. Ouyang stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked, "What is his ultimate aim? Why orchestrate such an elaborate scheme?" The dachshund shook his head, replying, "Master, it has been far too long. I have even forgotten my original name. What he intends to plot remains a mystery to me, despite being a dear friend. The mere mention of Li Tai-bai's name sends him into a frenzy. What could evoke such extreme hatred?" Ouyang murmured in confusion. The dachshund, cautiously observing Ouyang's distress, ventured softly, "Master, I believe I might have an inkling." Ouyang glanced at the dachshund, observing the canine's handsome face as it opened its mouth with a sigh. Endless years, boundless solitude, can drive thinking beings to the brink of extremity, only to thrust them from one extreme to another, ultimately transforming them into a complete madman. Chapter 133, The Immortal. The dachshund's face bore the weight of countless experiences, as if it had seen through the illusions of this mortal realm. Suddenly, the dog took flight, and the pain radiating from its rear brought an unexpected sense of comfort. "What are you doing, pretending to be a philosopher, you mere dog?" Ouyang retracted his foot, snorting disdainfully. No one enjoys being lectured by a dog, especially someone as astute as Ouyang. As Ouyang withdrew, his mind began to weave all the threads together. The entire immortal secret realm appeared to be a grand deception concocted by a madman, trapped for countless years in pursuit of immortality. All this scheming, just to achieve transcendence and become an unrivaled existence. Truly, a pitiable creature blinded by power. Yet Ouyang remained unfazed, for he had faith in his offspring. If his child, the scion of dimensions, could not overcome such trivial challenges, then the very reputation of the dimensions' progeny would crumble. Another source of immense confidence for Ouyang was his perpetually unconventional master, Ouyang. Reflecting on the events he and his companion had experienced in the mortal realm, coupled with their current venture into the immortal secret realm, it was likely all orchestrated by his erratic master, ensuring their success. After all, his master possessed a rather dubious system with a dual evaluation. Although his own system was admittedly quite subpar, the vast reservoir of true energy and the ambiguous attribute panel had allowed him to stand invincible from the outset. If that old fellow were to return this time, I would undoubtedly hang him from a tree on a small peak for 3 days. Ouyang felt a surge of indignation. Yet a smile graced his face. Within a lavish palace, a middle-aged handsome man knelt on one knee, bare-chested on the bed, professing eternal promises to a captivating woman enveloped in a blanket. Suddenly, his nose itched, and he sneezed. Achoo! The enchanting woman, holding the blanket, raised her delicate brows, glaring at the middle-aged man. He quickly began to soothe her. Darling, it was your irresistible charm that overwhelmed my senses and caused the sneeze. Thankfully, it was merely a sneeze. Otherwise, gazing at you would surely make me bleed. The sweet nothings were somewhat nauseating, yet the alluring woman seemed quite taken with them, narrowing her beautiful phoenix eyes at him, while a delicate foot emerged from the blanket, brushing against his chin. Instantly, the air was thick with romance. The red curtains swayed softly, and the atmosphere was charged with passion. Drawing from his previous experience of leaving the immortal secret realm, Ouyang did not hesitate to lift the dachshund, aiming it towards the sky for a spectacular leap. As the space shattered after the fateful strike, Ouyang found himself tethered to his waist, content as he gazed at the slowly healing sky. He retrieved his copy of Fundamentals of the Five Elements techniques, and, after a brief search, clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Water column." The lake beneath him surged, lifting Ouyang skyward towards the fragmented heavens. However, as he stepped into the rift, an indescribable sensation of weightlessness caused him to lose his balance, plunging headlong into the void. Upon entering, Ouyang's vision was engulfed in darkness, but in an instant, the scene brightened, revealing a completely unfamiliar place. It was a vast square, shrouded in ethereal clouds. Countless individuals sat cross-legged on cushions, facing east with fervent expressions, their eyes fixed on a massive stone in the distance. Upon that stone sat 2 elderly men, one stout and one slender, engaging in a game of go atop a board before them. "Senior brother, where are we?" Ouyang inquired, curiosity piquing as he glanced around. He raised his hand to tap a nearby young man's shoulder, only for his hand to pass through the young man's body, nearly causing him to stumble. A phantom? Ouyang waved his hand, moving effortlessly through the young man's form. It was evident that while he could see, he could not touch, indicating that the figures before him were mere echoes from an unknown time. If they were phantoms, did that not grant him the freedom to do as he pleased? A smirk curled at the corners of Ouyang's mouth as he boldly traversed past the seated individuals, making his way toward the enormous stone. Upon reaching it, he discovered that the stone itself was solid and climbable. Yet, an instinctual sense of danger arose within him regarding the 2 elders seated atop, one plump and the other lean. As he bent down to retrieve his copy of Fundamentals of the Five Elements techniques, he was startled to find his hand passing through his own body. His hand penetrated his chest. Was he also a phantom? To his dismay, the charming figure that had once adorned his waist had vanished entirely. What manner of place was this? Ouyang turned to behold the countless individuals seated on their cushions, their faces alight with fervor as they gazed at the 2 elders on the stone, murmuring to themselves. Although he could not discern their words, the cacophony of voices swelled around him, akin to the crashing of ocean waves against the shore, flooding his ears. He yearned to summon the true energy within him, to unleash a force that would obliterate all before him. Yet, Ouyang was astonished to realize that the once vast reservoir of true energy within him had dwindled to a mere trickle. Stripped of access to his Fundamentals of the Five Elements techniques, bereft of his abundant true energy, and rendered a mere apparition. He climbed the immense stone using all 4 limbs. Just as he prepared to catch his breath, he overheard the 2 elders conversing. "In the city of Chaogu, a sword immortal has descended. Shall we strike? No, better to assimilate. How shall we proceed? A sword must have a sheath, and it requires a person to become that sheath. Is this feasible?" Indeed, the 2 elderly men engaged in their game, conversing intermittently, while Ouyang crouched beside the chessboard between them, only to discover that it was devoid of any pieces. Yet, the 2 old men occasionally furrowed their brows or burst in a hearty laughter, pointing at the non-existent pieces on the board and guffawing. Below, a cacophony of voices surged like the tides, prompting one of the old men to frown slightly and softly utter, "Silence." The previously boisterous noise ceased immediately, as all present reverently knelt on the ground, awaiting the old man's words. He scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on a figure clad in a green robe, who was fervently kissing the earth before him. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes as he inquired, "Who are you?" The figure in the green robe rose, and Ouyang recognized him as the man in green from the celestial realm. The green-clad individual trembled as he gazed at the celestial being, having merely been kissing the hallowed ground in a pilgrimage, unaware that his sincere heart had captured the attention of the immortal. "I am Ouyang, esteemed immortal," he stammered, trembling all over. "Ouyang? One can tell from the name that you are a swordsmith. Are you willing to be my piece?" The relatively frail old man stroked his beard and asked. Ouyang's eyes blazed with fervor as he gazed at the immortal, rising to bow deeply, exclaiming with excitement, "I am willing, revered immortal." "Immortal? These two old men are immortals?" Ouyang marveled at the sight before him, his eyes darting as he lay down on the ground beneath the standing old man's robe, curious to see if the immortal's legs were as furry as they appeared. After a glance, Ouyang stood up, a smug smile spreading across his face. Immortals are not so different from ordinary people, after all. They even have embroidered little animals on their garments. Chapter 134. The game begins. Upon rising again, Ouyang wore an expression of understanding. This was likely a space of recording, a chronicle of ancient events, wherein he could observe as a spectator. He clasped his hands in front of him, quietly watching everything unfold before him, akin to experiencing a 5D movie. Countless individuals sat cross-legged around a massive stone, above which stood the two immortals and the fervently excited Ouyang. This lad evidently lacked ambition from a young age. Is he truly so easily stirred by merely being called by name? Ouyang smirked at Ouyang, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. The two old men exchanged glances, and the leaner of the two addressed the still quaking Ouyang, saying, "Ouyang, go to Chowga and find the descending Sword Immortal. Become his sheath. If you fail, break that sword. As you command, revered immortal." Ouyang bowed his head, prostrating himself on the ground, kissing the earth before him, to receive the immortal's decree rendered even the soil beneath him sweet. As he rose to his feet once more, the immortal upon the great stone had vanished, leaving behind the nearly tangible, envious gazes of those surrounding him, causing Ouyang to instinctively straighten his posture. In accordance with the immortal's decree, I shall become the Sword Immortal's sheath. The swordsmith clan shall heed my command above all else. Those who defy shall face execution, Ouyang proclaimed, channeling the energy from his dantian, his voice resonating with solemnity and gravity, a stark contrast to his previous trembling demeanor. The individuals seated on their mats around him showed no sign of resistance, bowing their heads in reverence to Ouyang. Once the immortal had spoken, Ouyang became the immortal spokesperson. His every word and action mirrored the immortal's will. Their fervent belief in the immortal led them to consider this all as a matter of course, convinced that Ouyang possessed extraordinary talents to have garnered the immortal's favor. Ouyang then realized that the so-called close friend of Xiaobai in his past life was merely a pawn in the hands of the immortal. It was all a ploy to restrain Xiaobai's growth, and even to stab him in the back when Xiaobai was beyond control. How could it be that under such circumstances, Xiaobai could still ascend to become a sword immortal, vanquishing all other immortals? Suddenly, Ouyang's perspective shifted, revealing a massive furnace before him. Ouyang was loudly directing his clansmen in the forging of something, his gaze fixated on a sword sheath taking shape within the furnace. To adorn the sharp sword with a sheath, to enshroud the path of the sword as well. If I can become his friend and bide my time, I shall surely aid the immortal in eliminating any threats to his existence. Ouyang's voice resonated in Ouyang's ears. These words were not spoken aloud, but rather were the silent musings of Ouyang's heart. Ouyang was astonished to discover that he could hear Ouyang's innermost thoughts. To sheath Xiaobai's sword, to envelop Xiaobai's path with a sheath, these chains of servitude were indeed robust. Ouyang sighed inwardly. In a subsequent vision, Ouyang appeared with a simple smile beside Li Taibai, the former self of Bai Feiyu, saying nothing, yet attending to Li Taibai's every need, delivering whatever he required without delay. Fetching water, cooking, washing clothes, driving carts, and training in swordplay. Like a 24-hour domestic aide, Ouyang accompanied Li Taibai in all his endeavors. Gradually, Li Taibai began to rely on this seemingly confident friend, feeling that all his troubles were laid bare before Ouyang, who always knew how to serve as the perfect outlet for his frustrations. From an initial state of enduring blows without retaliation and silence in the face of insults, they eventually became inseparable companions. Years passed in what felt like a fleeting moment, with these years flashing before Ouyang like a slideshow, enduring for so many years, solely for the Immortal's decree. Indeed, Xianxia's success was a testament to his remarkable capability. Observing the scenes before him, Ouyang couldn't help but express his admiration. As the imagery of the slides gradually slowed, the exceptionally gifted Li Taibai embarked upon an extensive journey of exploration, seemingly beginning to comprehend his path. He witnessed the Immortals seated high above in the heavens, casually orchestrating the fates of mortals. He observed the lengths to which humans would go to capture the attention of these celestial beings, even at the cost of their families and lives. The entire world existed under the oppressive and terrifying influence of the Immortals, yet the common folk remained oblivious, akin to swine being herded. Foolishly convinced that their actions were justified, Li Taibai attained enlightenment. He realized his purpose. He aspired to forge a world devoid of Immortals, liberating humanity from the perpetual threat of a sword poised above their heads, allowing them the autonomy to choose their destinies and preventing the Immortals from interfering in mortal affairs. At last, Li Taibai drew his sword, confronting the celestial beings above. "I shall be the sword, cleaving a path of hope for the world." In that very moment, Ouyang also took action. After decades of companionship, Ouyang understood Li Taibai's swordsmanship all too well. Whether it was the Qinglian sword technique or the purity of Li Taibai's sword heart, Ouyang was acutely aware of his flaws. In the astonished gaze of Li Taibai, Ouyang sheathed his own sword, and before Li Taibai's eyes, he committed self-termination, transforming into a blood curse that tainted Li Taibai's pristine sword heart. Before Li Taibai could confront the Immortals, he was rendered vulnerable, suffering a significant depletion of his strength by the machinations of the celestial beings. Under the immense pressure of their overwhelming might, Li Taibai, who was destined to become the Sword Immortal capable of vanquishing all celestial entities, perished before the face of Ouyang, entirely obliterated from existence. Ouyang, witnessing the demise of Li Taibai, furrowed his brow in confusion. This did not align with his understanding of ancient lore. His master had clearly stated that in his previous life, Xiao Bai had indeed vanquished all Immortals before meeting his own end. Why then, in this unfolding spectacle, did Xiao Bai fail to slay the Immortals and, instead, was betrayed by an ally, just as he prepared to confront the ultimate foe? Or had the missteps occurred? The surroundings of Ouyang gradually succumbed to darkness, engulfed by an endless void. Suddenly, a golden frame illuminated before him, and a long-forgotten, seemingly useless system activated. Presenting a panel, side quest minigame activated. I'm a good friend of the Sword Immortal. Task, become Li Taibai's dearest friend. Reward, none. Conditions for activation, 50 years of lifespan. Host lifespan, 150 years. Remaining, 132 years. Shall the game commence? Ouyang contemplated the task panel before him, and a resolution formed in his mind, a slight smile gracing his lips. Is the ancient Sword Immortal so formidable? This naive little Bai was betrayed in his previous life without me? Truly a pitiful fool. Ouyang spoke without the slightest hesitation. Commence. Now, it is my turn to showcase my skills, everyone. Chapter 135. I must have been here for centuries. How adept they are at manipulating me. Not even a hint of reward to be found. This system, stingy as ever, takes years to issue a single task and still expects to reap the benefits without investing. Ouyang's perspective shifted rapidly as countless vistas stretched before him like ribbons of light. The system dares to ask him to amend the timeline? What a trivial game. It's a perilous endeavor. Yet, how could he possibly refrain from engaging, especially concerning his younger brother's affairs? As the eldest disciple, could he simply stand by? This wretched system has completely seized hold of his fate. 50 years of lifespan will be sufficient to share among his 6 junior siblings? While other systems strive to prolong their host's life, this pitiful one seems fearful of his longevity. Ouyang vented his frustrations at the attribute panel before him, even extending a middle finger in disdain. Once his perspective stabilized, he realized he stood beneath a great stone, directing an obscene gesture at 2 elderly men atop it, one stout and one lean. Goodness, that was swift. Ouyang hastily retracted his gesture, bowing his head in submission to the ground. Ouyang, I ask you, are you willing to become a pawn in my hand? The lean elder inquired, somewhat displeased. Initially, he had been moved by the sincerity of the man before him, who was fervently kissing the earth, thus granting him an opportunity. Yet, he had not expected to be asked twice, nor to be met with an unknown gesture. With his head bowed, Ouyang felt a jolt as he realized he had become possessed by Uyazi, destined to become a pawn in the hands of an immortal tasked with hunting Li Tai Bai. He had just witnessed this scene and was quite familiar with it. Ouyang lifted his head, feigning a quivering excitement as he bowed deeply to the immortal atop the stone, declaring, "I abide by the immortal's decree." The lean immortal nodded in satisfaction, then exchanged a glance with the stout immortal, both vanishing from the stone. Only then did Ouyang straighten, surveying the multitude of envious gazes around him. With a cold smirk, he flung his hands wide and proclaimed, "The immortal has departed. I apologize, but I am now your father." At his words, the surrounding expressions shifted from envy to astonishment, then to irritation, all due to Ouyang's mere utterance. Undeterred, Ouyang continued, "Discontent? If you have the capability, go seek the immortal." With his bravado, Ouyang transformed the simmering ire into palpable fear as the onlookers bowed their heads in submission. The humiliation of his words, coupled with their long-standing reverence for the immortal, stifled any urge for rebellion. A flicker of a sigh crossed Ouyang's eyes, yet he persisted, "Uyazi? Such a common name. From this day forth, I shall be known as Atizi, a slight improvement over Uyazi. Do you understand?" A harmonious chorus resonated all around. Suddenly, Ouyang's perspective shifted once more, revealing the imposing furnace before him. Within the furnace, a sword sheath was slowly taking shape before Ouyang's eyes. This scene was reminiscent of the second vision Ouyang had just witnessed. It implied that he could only seize control over Uyazi's body during pivotal moments, when Uyazi was about to make historically significant decisions. Was this the contingency plan Uyazi had devised against Li Tai Bai? Pondering this as he gazed at the furnace, Ouyang noticed a clansman preparing to add materials to the fire. He pulled the person back and declared, "This is utterly unsightly. Meld it down and start anew. I shall draft a design." Recalling a certain charming figure, Ouyang swiftly sketched a crooked dachshund on the paper. With a hint of pride, he tossed it to the astonished clansman, stating, "Redo it according to this." "But," Chief addressed me as young master. "Very well, young master. However, if we proceed with your design, we will have excess materials," the clansman remarked, his expression darkening as he scrutinized the drawing. "Then embellish it a bit, perhaps with a sword tassel or something." Ouyang responded casually, though every word resonated with the trajectory of the future. Correcting history to his former position was, after all, an inadvertent decision. As the swordsmith clan buzzed with rumors, it was noted that ever since Uyazi had received the celestial decree, he had ascended to the position of clan leader. Yet, it was also from that moment that Uyazi began to exhibit signs of a split personality. At times he would identify as Uyazi, and at other moments he would refer to himself as Atizi. His demeanor was typically cautious and reserved, yet he occasionally displayed a whimsical and erratic nature. It was as though two distinct souls resided within Uyazi, often leaving the clansmen perplexed. Whispers circulated within the clan. After the celestial decree, would the divine presence gradually inhabit Uyazi's body? In other words, was the erratic soul the true essence of the celestial being? Consequently, Uyazi's prudent recommendations were often overshadowed by those of Atizi, allowing Atizi's plans to come to fruition while Uyazi's suggestions were frequently dismissed. Clearly, the celestial being's directives held far greater weight than those of its representative. Under Ouyang's watchful gaze, the once intricate and exquisite sword hilt began to simplify. The dachshund-shaped hilt was gradually taking form in the furnace, accompanied by an elegantly archaic sword tassel. Everything was aligning perfectly. Ouyang observed the sword sheath and tassel within the furnace, feeling his eyelids grow heavier, the weight of drowsiness slowly eroding his consciousness. In a daze, Ouyang even heard Uyazi angrily cursing and stomping his feet. When he regained control of his body, he found himself face to face with a white-clad swordsman, a sword hanging at his waist. Ouyang instinctively summoned his attribute panel, yet this time there was no response from the system. The swordsman clad in white before him bore a striking resemblance to Bai Feiyu, but his entire demeanor exuded an aura akin to an advanced version of his own younger brother. With indifferent eyes and a chilling presence, he resembled a refrigerator on autopilot. With a swift motion, the swordsman drew his long sword, its tip aimed menacingly at Ouyang's throat. With an expression of cold detachment, he inquired, "Who are you?" Ouyang, bewildered by the situation, quickly discerned that this scene mirrored the first encounter between Li Tai and Ouyang from his previous life. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he felt the weight of his green attire. Casually shifting away from the blade poised at his throat, he boldly declared, "Do not be so tense. Whether you believe me or not, what I am about to say is undoubtedly the truth." As the white-clad swordsman looked slightly taken aback, Ouyang removed his green robe and draped it over himself. He bent down, plucked a blade of grass, and playfully bit into it, grinning at himself. Sunlight streamed down at an angle, illuminating the green-clad man who seemed to stand within its glow, almost radiant. With a cheerful gaze directed at the white swordsman, Ouyang proclaimed, "Little Bai, I can assure you, we were brothers in arms hundreds of years ago." Chapter 136. Is a swordsman who does not stand on a tree still a swordsman? Behind Li Tai stood a man draped in green, who incessantly chattered about things that were incomprehensible to him. He claimed his name was Itizi, asserting that he was slightly stronger than Ouyang. If this had been anyone else, their corpse would have begun to decay by now. Yet, Li Tai remarkably endured. Even when the green-clad man playfully struck him on the head, he did not consider drawing his sword to sever the offending hand. It was because he practiced his swordsmanship in a courtyard filled with blades, while others admired his technique and sword intent. Only the green-clad man dared to ask, "Aren't you tired after playing around for so long, little Bai?" This question astonished Li Tai, who had always kept his distance from others, like a solitary star in the heavens. The green-clad man seemed to interact with him as if they were long-lost friends, their rapport strikingly harmonious. However, this man appeared to possess a split personality. His initially carefree demeanor would suddenly shift to one of somber anxiety. At such moments, he would claim his name was Ouyang. Just like the servants who surrounded him, Ouyang served him meticulously, as if fearful of inciting his displeasure. This was the manner in which a normal person would behave in his presence. Such a servile attitude was familiar to him. Yet observing Ouyang, who poured tea and served him as a subordinate, Li Tai began to reminisce about the whimsical Itizi. That unruly yet intimately familiar Itizi seemed to embody the essence of the green-clad man he cherished. The present Ouyang, however, was defined solely by his reverence and devotion to the immortal. In regard to immortals, although Li Tai had been subtly influenced and understood the sanctity and inviolability of these celestial beings, he harbored little reverence for them in his heart. Sword cultivators have always been marked by their arrogance, often deeming the sword in their grasp as their true form of immortality. The man clad in green asserted that Itizi surpassed Ouyang by margin, yet to Li Tai, Itizi was far superior to Ouyang in more ways than one. When a man in green transformed into Itizi, Li Tai experienced emotions he had never encountered since birth. It was a tenderness that emanated from the depths of his heart, intermingled with the playful banter of daily life, even in the midst of light-hearted scuffles. Naturally sensitive to emotions, Li Tai acutely felt the unique feelings that Itizi brought forth. From a moment of his birth, he had been cultivated by his family as a sharp sword. Gifted as he was, he did not disappoint his lineage. Having wielded a sword since the age of 2, he was oblivious to the concept of a rival. Even now, with the slightest exertion, he could discern the limits of his opponents. Yet, within the high-pressure environment of training, the emotions deemed as burdens by his family were strictly forbidden from manifesting around him. Presently, Li Tai stood as the foremost swordsman in Xiaoga, embodying both the honor and facade of his entire clan. His long sword, which hung at his waist, had not been drawn in quite some time, for there were no adversaries worthy of his blade in this world. Beneath the immortals, he had already grazed the limits of his existence, and the immortals themselves were sacred and untouchable. Li Tai could sense that both his long sword and his pure sword heart were slowly succumbing to rust. Thus, the unexpected intrusion of Ouyang provided a spark of amusement for the increasingly idle Li Tai. At this moment, his family was entirely under his command, and the man in green was a servant he had personally appointed. With a crash, Ouyang hurled the basin of water to the ground, seething with anger as he exclaimed, "You wretched scoundrel, you dare make me bring you water for washing your face?" As the green-clad figure swept past, a sudden thud struck Li Tai's forehead. Should an outsider witness this, their jaw would surely drop in disbelief. Striking the foremost swordsman of Xiaoga? For an ordinary person to kneel 10 meters away from Li Tai was already an act of gratitude. The hierarchy of this world was relentlessly harsh. Li Tai was not only a noble in Xiaoga, but also the premier swordsman in the city. Such accolades demanded even the city lord's respect. Yet Li Tai, struck on the head, felt no anger. He merely rubbed his slightly reddened forehead and lazily regarded the now familiar figure of Ouyang, saying, "Ah, you have returned, Utizi." Ouyang gazed at the languid Li Tai Bai, clad in loose garments, a wine jug in hand, and his long sword slanted at his waist. He appeared as a disheveled drunkard, lacking even the semblance of a Sword Immortal, let alone the bearing of an ordinary sword cultivator that surpassed Li Tai Bai's current demeanor. Ouyang lifted his gaze to the disheveled Li Tai Bai, puzzled, and inquired, "What has become of you?" Sharing a body with Uyazi, Li Tai Bai typically awakened during pivotal moments. Uyazi remained by his side as usual, leaving Ouyang perplexed about Li Tai Bai's current disheveled state. Li Tai Bai poured a mouthful of wine and, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "I have reached the zenith of the sword path. There is nothing left in this world worth pursuing." Uyazi, do you believe it? Sometimes invincibility can be a form of solitude. Li Tai Bai spoke the most pretentious words in the most mundane tone. Ouyang, somewhat exasperated, gazed at the despondent figure of Li Tai Bai, pondering how Dong Shuzi had foretold that this very Li Tai Bai would become the sword immortal capable of vanquishing all celestial beings. In such a disheveled and dejected state, how could he possibly slay immortals? In a few years, he might struggle to even kill a chicken. After a moment of contemplation, Ouyang suggested, "Shall Bai, let's step outside." "Step outside?" Li Tai Bai asked, bewildered. "Yes, let us explore this world. I shall accompany you. I need a glass of water. I am parched." Ouyang hoisted Li Tai Bai up and settled into a reclining chair. Li Tai Bai awkwardly retrieved a teapot from the table and clumsily poured a glass of water for Ouyang. Ouyang accepted the tea and drank it in one go, then remarked, "Shao Bai, you lack the aura that a sword cultivator should possess." "What is the aura that a sword cultivator should have?" Li Tai Bai asked, intrigued. "Is a sword cultivator still a sword cultivator if they do not carry an air of superiority? Look at your current disheveled state. You did not take the time to tidy yourself up, yet you dare to look down on others? Can you still call yourself a sword cultivator?" Ouyang stated earnestly. Li Tai Bai contemplated seriously and asked, "What should I do then?" A mischievous smile crept across Ouyang's lips as he replied, "Begin by keeping a journal. Write down all your pretentious thoughts and tackle them one by one. Once you accomplish this, you shall embody the essence of the world's foremost sword cultivator." Li Tai Bai Nudda, realizing that after dedicating himself to the sword path and having reached its endpoint, he indeed ought to exude the aura of the foremost swordsman. "Bring me paper and pen," Ouyang proclaimed grandly. Like a dutiful spouse, Li Tai Bai obediently fetched paper and ink from the study. Ouyang's brush danced across the paper, scribbling a crooked line. "Who am I? I am the Invincible, the most admired, the most handsome and powerful sword cultivator, Li Tai Bai." He handed it to Li Tai Bai with satisfaction, saying, "Now, go recite it atop a tree." "Why recite it from a tree?" Li Tai Bai questioned as he received the paper. Ouyang rolled his eyes and replied, "Come on, is a sword cultivator still a sword cultivator if they do not recite from a tree?" Chapter 137. In my next life, I shall be your senior brother. Such foolish words might make even a fool hesitate. Yet Li Tai Bai chose to believe them, for in his view, there was no need for deception in matters such as these. Li Tai Bai, believing it to be true, leaped onto a tree, standing upon its branch, and recited aloud the words inscribed by Ouyang. As his voice escaped, imbued with genuine energy, it resonated far and wide. "Who am I? I am the unparalleled and most admired, the most handsome and strongest, the sword cultivator Li Tai Bai." His voice echoed throughout the entirety of Chaogasit. Countless individuals momentarily halted their actions, casting awkward glances towards the sky. The sheer embarrassment of such a proclamation made them fidget uncomfortably. What peculiar whim had possessed the most esteemed swordsman in the city to recite such ludicrous poetry? After finishing his declaration, Li Tai Bai felt an inexplicable shame wash over him. Yet a peculiar thrill began to stir within his pure sword heart. This left him bewildered. He had believed he had reached the pinnacle of the sword path, gazing down from the mountain's summit upon the essence of swordsmanship. Yet, why did this utterance provoke such a disturbance within his untainted heart? It seemed these words, which he found somewhat humiliating, might indeed hold some value for his sword path. Could they even propel him further along a journey he felt he had already mastered? If he were to advance any further, he might transcend the realm of mortals. Li Tai Bai gazed into the depths of the sky, where an unknown terror lurked. Merely glimpsing, it sent a shiver down the spine of one who stood at the zenith of the sword path. Yet, the restless heart of the sword ignited a flicker of hope within him. Could he genuinely ascend to an exalted existence? Those celestial beings he had revered since childhood, yet always felt a sense of defiance against. With this thought, Li Taibai repeatedly proclaimed that somewhat embarrassing line. Who am I? I am the unparalleled and most admired, the most handsome and strongest, the sword cultivator Li Taibai. As he recited this shameful phrase countless times, he found himself teetering on the edge of self-hypnosis. Meanwhile, the entire Chaoga city was enveloped in an inexplicable awkwardness, as all its inhabitants navigated through an extraordinary day, fraught with this overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Ouyang, reclining on a chaise beneath the tree, was utterly delighted. This was perfect. What sword cultivator does not indulge in writing melodramatic diaries? What sword cultivator does not stand upon a tree? It was he who had taught Little Bai to pose upon the trees. Could it be that every day, as Little Bai stood atop that tree, he was silently reciting those melodramatic phrases? Ouyang nodded in satisfaction, but soon felt his eyelids growing heavy, accompanied by a premonition that when he next awakened, it would likely mark the end of this chapter. In other words, after this conclusion, Ouyang would occupy the body for an extended period. Fortunately, it seemed that everything he had done was steering history back on course. His gaze fell upon the sword sheath at Li Taibai's waist, a brown sheath resembling a dachshund, which Ouyang had personally gifted to Li Taibai during his occupation of the body. Under his own intervention, Yazi, who initially intended to reclaim Li Taibai's long sword with its scabbard, now voluntarily bestows the scabbard upon Li Taibai. This marks a transformation. Yazi, who once seemed poised to betray Li Taibai, now appears to be engulfed in confusion. During the time Ouyang occupied Yazi's body, he intentionally and unintentionally left behind remnants that could overturn Yazi's devout beliefs, gradually impacting and reshaping Yazi's inner world. Moreover, due to Ouyang's presence, the relationship between the two, previously that of master and servant, has evolved into a bond of close friendship. Even if Li Taibai regards Yazi merely as Oji, it adds a layer of bewilderment to the pitiable soul who wishes to dedicate his life to the immortals. Ouyang's ongoing endeavor has been to deepen the connection between Li Taibai and Uyazi. This becomes Ouyang's final choice left for Uyazi, to become a pawn in the hands of the immortal and betray Li Taibai, or to follow the historical narrative he knows and immerse himself in the sword furnace, thus achieving the status of the sword immortal who vanquishes all other immortals. Li Taibai. Ouyang, struggling against drowsiness, beckoned to Li Taibai perched in the tree. As Li Taibai approached, he noticed the weariness etched on Ouyang's face and instantly understood that Oji must depart, and the rigid Iyazi would soon return. "You're aware of my split personality, right?" Ouyang said earnestly, looking at Li Taibai. Li Taibai nudda, fully cognizant of the intricacies surrounding Oji and Uyazi. He then inquired, "How can I erase the one called Uyazi from your body?" This question was the most urgent concern for Li Taibai, a query he had long sought to answer through countless sorcerers. Ouyang, exasperated, thought to himself how sword cultivators seemed to be perpetually embroiled in conflict, lacking any broader perspective. Shaking his head, he responded, "Uyazi is also Oji. I am him, and he is me. We are merely different facets of the same self. Thus, I must entrust you with a request." Realizing that this conversation might lead to a long separation, Li Taibai stepped closer, grasping Ouyang's hand firmly, and said in a cold yet pleading tone, "Do not speak such sentimental words. You are not allowed to leave this body." His voice, though authoritative and somewhat tyrannical, characteristic of a sword cultivator, betrayed a tremor of desperation. In a voice as frigid as ice, tinged with a hint of pleading, the foremost swordsman of the first song implored Ouyang, hoping Oji could eternally inhabit this body. However, Ouyang felt his drowsiness intensifying, and with great effort, he lifted a hand to grasp Li Taibai's ear, pulling it sharply as he declared, "Treat me as him, and befriend him, truly connect." This too was Ouyang's final choice for Li Taibai, a test that would determine Li Taibai's ultimate fate. If Li Taibai and Uyazi could genuinely empathize with one another, Uyazi would ultimately assist Li Taibai in achieving the status of a sword immortal. However, if Li Taibai insists on distinguishing himself from Xianxia and continues to interact as master and servant, he may ultimately face betrayal from Xianxia. The fates of the two will culminate in death, leading to the absence of Bai Feiyu, Li Taibai's junior, and the non-existence of that celestial secret realm. Thus, Ouyang can only do so much. The remainder is left to Li Taibai and Xianxia, one a pawn of the celestial, the other a sword that cleaves through immortals. Whether they can sever their respective shackles through their bond depends on their destinies. Nevertheless, Ouyang is confident. He hails from the future, where Li Taibai's reincarnation, by Feiyu, exists, suggesting that they will eventually succeed. Yet, in this lifetime, the burdens they bear are destined to bring them suffering. Observing the dimming gaze of Li Taibai, Ouyang inexplicably feels a pang of sorrow. Gently closing his eyes and summoning his last vestiges of strength, he softly declares, "You little rascal, in the next life, I shall be your elder brother." Chapter 138. Return. Ouyang closed his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, they opened again. As if only a fleeting moment had passed, he found himself once more as a mere specter, floating amidst the heavens. Before him lay a battlefield, or rather, a realm where immortals had perished. Countless meteors, engulfed in smoke and flames, plummeted from the sky, crashing violently to the ground, only to be pierced and dissipated by blooming azure lotuses. The sky appeared as though it had been rent asunder, with immense scars from swords crisscrossing it like battle wounds. This place had already endured a fierce conflict, heralding the end of an ancient era. Beneath the sky stood a diminutive figure clad in white, wielding a slender sword. His garments as white as snow and his blade glistening like frost. With a casual wave of his hand, an abundance of azure lotuses bloomed around him. This figure was none other than Li Taibai, who had ascended to the realm of the Sword Immortal. Ouyang felt a sense of relief. It seemed that Li Taibai and Ouyang had indeed followed the path of history. This indicated that he had successfully corrected the timeline. At this moment, Li Taibai's eyes were replaced by two azure lotuses, his face devoid of emotion, standing like a sharp sword between heaven and earth. Though merely a solitary man, he resembled a colossal sword, poised between the realms. It was as if he had severed the connection between heaven and earth. The world, beneath the heavens. There is no earth, for Li Taibai remains. Li Taibai slightly raised his head, sword in hand, and called out to the heavens. "I dare ask the celestial beings above. Who else shall descend to the mortal realm?" In the sky, countless distorted whirlpools arose, and a cacophony of furious voices resonated throughout the firmament. Arrogant, ignorant, despicable. Those once exalted immortals now cursed the Sword Immortal standing between heaven and earth as if he were a mere mortal. Amidst the thunderous roars of the heavens, ferocious winds surged, and amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, myriad otherworldly phenomena inverted. From those innumerable distorted whirlpools emerged countless enormous eyes. Before him loomed countless colossal eyes of heavenly retribution. In comparison to the solitary eye plucked by Ouyang atop a small peak, the multitude before him dwarfed it by innumerable magnitudes. The distinction was akin to that between a basketball and a grain of rice. Under the indifferent gaze of these immense eyes, Li Taibai laughed heartily. He had become the enemy of the world, surveying his surroundings and finding no allies. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he was not entirely alone. He still had himself and the sword in his hand. Unfastening the wine gourd at his waist, he took a hearty swig, gazing at his slender blade, murmuring softly, "Since I have become the enemy of the world, today I shall truly be invincible." The countless eyes of heavenly retribution could no longer contain themselves, unleashing a torrent of rumbling thunder upon Li Taibai. Dense waves of blue and white plasma twisted the very fabric of space, as innumerable blood-red lightning serpents, with gaping maws, lunged at him. The most ferocious lightning in all the realms surged toward Li Taibai's diminutive figure. In the eye of the storm, he calmly twirled his sword, wielding it with one hand, positioning it before him, and softly intoning. The way of the sword flows like a river. The waters of the great river must descend from the heavens. Beneath his feet, the 36 petals of the azure lotus rose, enveloping him in boundless azure energy infused with ultimate sword intent, instantly dispersing the encroaching plasma serpents. The 36 petals of the azure lotus transformed into 36 flying swords, piercing toward the myriad eyes of heavenly retribution above. In an instant, the flying swords penetrated countless eyes, eliciting a multitude of muffled groans from the heavens. The 30 flying swords, akin to aircraft, trailed azure streaks behind them, intertwining to form a colossal azure waterfall in the sky. Accompanying this spectacle, the eyes of heavenly retribution vanished from sight. The once azure sky turned ominous, as blood rain poured down in torrents from above. The fall of celestial beings heralded a bizarre omen. The heavens wept blood, calamity loomed ahead. The sky folded at an uncanny angle, seemingly descending ever closer to the earth. The entire firmament appeared to be crashing down. The heavens were collapsing. The celestial beings, with their last resort, sought to drag the entire world down with them. These immortals, who had reigned from the heights for countless years, would not permit themselves to be defeated, especially by a mere mortal. From birth, they had been immortal, the sovereigns of this realm. Even in death, they resolved to take the world with them into the abyss. Witnessing this scene, Li Taibai, too, discerned his fate in that moment. Releasing his sword, he stepped forward into the void and proclaimed loudly, Li Taibai is willing to be the backbone of heaven and earth to uphold the world for all living beings. As his words echoed, a cacophony of thunder erupted, and streams of mysterious yellow and black energy gradually stretched and straightened the folded sky. As Li Taibai's form began to dissipate, he transformed into countless specks of starlight that collided with the folded sky above. The sky, once bent at an eerie angle, gradually returned to its former state. Just before Li Taibai vanished completely, he raised his hand to grasp the lamenting longsword, severing its tassel and casting it down to the mortal realm. Then, with a peculiar twist, he turned his head slightly towards Ouyang and bestowed upon him a faint smile. This smile sent a shiver down Ouyang's spine. The profound expression on Li Taibai's face seemed to suggest he had glimpsed into Ouyang's very soul. A scabbard landed before him. The grotesque scabbard, reminiscent of sausage dog, appeared to be smiling at him. Ouyang stood in a daze, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. At that moment, he finally comprehended that it was he who had initially transformed into a specter, and now he found himself in the era of ancient immortals. His utterly useless system had transported him back to this primordial time in an attempt to alter Li Taibai's fate. He was meant to amend the timelines of the past. No wonder the system only enhanced his true energy. Perhaps without it, he could have been an unparalleled genius. It was no surprise that when he encountered Lin Feng, the system had malfunctioned. Lin Feng was an anomaly outside the timeline, something beyond the world's temporal boundaries, which the system simply could not register. This meant that his system was undoubtedly flawed. Moreover, it was a card of significant status. Ouyang gazed at the longsword before him, and with a flicker of inspiration, he kicked the scabbard, releasing a trace of true energy from within. Thud! A resounding heartbeat echoed through the heavens and earth. Before Ouyang appeared a heart. It was none other than Li Taibai's pure sword heart. It seemed to perceive Ouyang radiating joy. So this is how it was? Ouyang chuckled, raising his finger to touch the pure sword heart. He softly declared, Junior brothers, I await you in the future. This was initially intended as a lengthy epilogue, but fearing you might accuse me of padding the word count, I shall write more upon completion. For now, let's advance the plot. Chapter 139, Sword Demon. The scenery around him rapidly receded, as if Ouyang stood amidst a tumultuous flow of time and space, everything stretching infinitely into countless rays of light. When he reappeared, Ouyang found himself once again before the Sword Ascension platform. Bai Feiyu and Chun Changsheng were staring at him intently, puzzled as to why he stood there motionless. Ouyang felt as though an eternity had passed, as if he'd spent 50 years accompanying Li Taibai through the fragmented journey of his life. Yet, in the eyes of Chun Changsheng and Bai Feiyu, Ouyang remained still, unchanged, gazing at Bai Feiyu, clad in white with a sword hanging at his waist. Ouyang felt a fusion with the memories of Li Taibai. The visage and essence of Li Taibai began to merge with the figure of Bai Feiyu before him. How splendid indeed! Ouyang lifted his leg and stepped onto the Sword Ascension platform, and in the next moment, he effortlessly reached the summit, standing beside Bai Feiyu and Chun Changsheng. The two stared at him, bewildered, as from their perspective, Ouyang had merely taken a single step yet found himself directly before them. The 99 tiers of the Sword Ascension platform had already eliminated 90% of the sword cultivators. Tens of thousands had been disqualified due to exhaustion, leaving only a mere few thousand at the pinnacle. Among these, every individual was a celebrated genius among the loose cultivators. Yet even these prodigies found their true essence depleted after surmounting the 99 levels, and they sat cross-legged to recuperate. After traversing the platform, all were able to once again wield their true essence, seizing the opportunity to restore their strength to its fullest capacity. Is there something on my face? Ouyang wondered, perplexed as he touched his cheek, unable to comprehend why these two youngsters regarded him with such peculiar gazes. Senior brother, how did you manage to come up here? Chun Changsheng inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Is it not obvious? I simply walked up, Ouyang retorted, rolling his eyes. Bai Feiyu gazed at Ouyang's nonchalant demeanor, lost in contemplation. Could it be that the senior brother, despite being at the chi refining stage, was actually a swordsmanship prodigy? This absurd thought crossed his mind, only for him to shake his head immediately. The senior brother had indeed practiced swordsmanship. He had once trained diligently for 3 days. However, he had inadvertently injured his own thigh during practice, leading to a fit of exasperation, and ultimately his efforts bore no fruit. From Bai Feiyu's perspective, the senior brother's talent for swordsmanship was exceedingly poor, perhaps the worst he had ever witnessed in a cultivator. Even Chen Changsheng, who did not practice sword arts, could effortlessly unleash sword energy. Yet, how was it that the senior brother could ascend the 99 tiers of the platform in a single step? Even he, who had begun to grasp the principles of the laws, had to ascend step by step. Was it possible that the vast true essence he possessed had caused a qualitative change? For now, this was the only explanation that seemed plausible. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng looked at Ouyang, who wore a smug expression, and said in admiration, "Senior brother, your talent is indeed extraordinary." In response to Chen Changsheng's flattery, Ouyang waved his hand dismissively, graciously accepting the praise as he surveyed his surroundings. The plaza was modest in size, with the grand entrance to the palace at its heart. Scattered across the square, the cultivators appeared weary, their faces pale and drained of energy, as if they had been relentlessly sparring for 3 days and nights under the watchful eyes of the imposing figures from Qingyan Sect. Ouyang's gaze settled on a cultivator clad in blue, none other than the long-lost Zhao Qiansun. At that moment, Zhao Qiansun also bore a pale countenance, sitting cross-legged to recover his excessively depleted true essence. Ouyang swiftly approached, crouching before Zhao Qiansun, and affectionately inquired, "How are you, my friend?" Upon hearing Ouyang's voice, Zhao Qiansun slightly opened his eyes and was greeted by the sight of Ouyang, the embodiment of misfortune, grinning at him. In a flurry, Zhao Qiansun sprang to his feet, eager to distance himself. The mere presence of Ouyang sent shivers down his spine. Their brief acquaintance had been nothing short of nerve-wracking, and he was certain their destinies were at odds. Yet, he could hardly blame himself. The thought of being in close quarters with Ouyang was daunting enough to make anyone shudder. As Ouyang observed Zhao Qiansun attempting to flee, he grasped Zhao's sleeve and cheerfully remarked, "Why rush off, brother Zhao? We are like old friends upon our first meeting. Let us find a moment to share some tea and converse." Inwardly, Zhao Qiansun cursed vehemently, but maintained a forced smile as he replied, "Another time, certainly." However, Ouyang refused to release his grip. Ever since being transported to this ancient era to rectify the timeline, Ouyang had sensed significant issues with his rather troublesome system. His initial task hinged precariously on finding a destined child, and although his first impression of Zhao Qiansun was not particularly favorable, it did not deter him from utilizing Zhao for the task. After all, encountering a destined child was an exceedingly rare occurrence. If Zhao Qiansun slipped away now, who knew when he might encounter another? The more Ouyang pondered, the more fervently he gazed at Zhao Qiansun, igniting a sense of panic within the latter. Why did Ouyang's gaze resemble that of a tiger eyeing its prey? "No, I must leave." Zhao Qiansun began to chant an incantation, ready to flee. Yet a mysterious formation suddenly materialized beneath him, disrupting his spellcasting. What is this? A dispelling formation. Zhao Qiansun stared in horror at the flickering array beneath his feet. "Dear brother, my esteemed master is quite hospitable. I trust you do not wish to depart just yet?" Chen Changsheng emerged from behind Ouyang, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Zhao Qiansun. When had he set up a dispelling formation around him without his knowledge? Suddenly, Zhao Qiansun's expression shifted. He tilted his head slightly as an almost imperceptible strand of true essence brushed past his hair. With a composed demeanor, Zhao Qiansun fixed his gaze on the smiling Chen Changsheng and coldly inquired, "Who exactly are you, and why do you wish to take a lock of my hair?" Chen Changsheng, taken aback by Zhao Qiansun's perceptiveness, realized this was his first misstep against someone of merely the core formation stage. Choosing to drop the pretense, Chen Changsheng waved his hand, summoning 6 puppets to encircle Zhao Qiansun and Ouyang. He then addressed Zhao Qiansun, "It seems you and my esteemed master have unfinished business. Perhaps it would be best if you stayed a while longer." Zhao Qiansun surveyed the sudden appearance of 6 cultivators around him, their auras unmistakably indicating they had reached the nascent soul stage. A cold sweat broke out on his brow, and panic washed over his face as he was about to clarify the misunderstanding. At that moment, the grand palace at the center of the square erupted as its tightly shut doors were blasted open. A series of anguished screams echoed forth. A sword cultivator, in a state of disarray, soared into the air on his sword, his face a mask of terror as he shouted to the other sword cultivators. Still in meditation, the sword demon. It's the sword demon. Run. However, before he could finish his words, a blood-red sword aura shot forth from the palace. Piercing through his chest, the unfortunate cultivator, who had just escaped, was instantly transformed into a grotesque spectacle as the blood-red sword energy, like tentacles, dragged him back into the palace. Chapter 140. A child without skills can be dealt with by a good beating. A great cultivator perished before the eyes of many, leaving them in shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Ouyang and his companions had already sprung into action. As the blood-red sword aura retreated into the palace, Ouyang, holding onto his dog, charged through the shattered doors, following the ominous energy. Bai Feiyu followed closely behind, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his expression icy. That sword energy was evidently the technique of a demonic cultivator. Why would there be a demonic presence within his own territory? Chen Changshan glanced at Zhao Qiansan. Encircled by 6 puppets, and with a swift hand gesture, he struck the ground. A protective array sprang up beneath Zhao Qiansan, who had been surrounded. Chen Changshan then dashed after Ouyang and Bai Feiyu towards the entrance. The three of them understood that after Lung Qingsong opened the secret realm, he had entered the palace a step ahead of them. This meant that Lung Qingsong was still within. With the dog in his grip, Ouyang stepped into the palace, ready to unleash a barrage without hesitation. Upon witnessing the blood-soaked black robes within, Ouyang froze. Lung Qingsong, clad in dark martial attire, wielded a blood-red sword. His eyes ablaze with fury, his visage twisted in madness, surrounded by a maelstrom of blood-red sword energy. The ground was littered with the corpses of sword cultivators, most of whom were formidable beings in the integration stage. Amidst the carnage, Lung Qingsong laughed maniacally, reveling in the destruction before him. Lung Qingsong had succumbed to madness. Bai Feiyu and Chen Changshan arrived beside Ouyang, both gasping in horror at the sight of Lung Qingsong, who appeared as a god of destruction. Chen Changshan finally comprehended why. In his previous life, only Lung Qingsong emerged from this immortal secret realm. He had slaughtered every sword cultivator who entered after succumbing to madness. Bai Feiyu regarded Lung Qingsong, his eyes reflecting the flow of Tao rhythm. In Bai Feiyu's vision, a colossal blood-red shadow loomed behind Lung Qingsong, manipulating his very being. That immense shadow was eerily familiar to Bai Feiyu. Chen Changshan raised a finger before him and called out, "Array, arise!" Countless yellow talismans burst forth from the sleeves, enveloping the once fractured gate, severing the connection between the palace and the outside world. In light of Lung Qingsong's current state, should the remaining sword cultivators outside catch sight of him, he would likely find himself facing a predicament akin to that of his previous life. After having slain numerous sword cultivators, Lung Qingsong must provide an explanation to the world. In his former existence, the sword sect's resolution was grim. The sect leader, Tai, had perished within the sword pool, his essence extinguished. In this life, as a senior brother, Lung Qingsong's thoughts turned immediately to burying the bodies to conceal the scene from the outside sword cultivators. Senior brother and second senior brother are being manipulated. A blood-red shadow is controlling their bodies. Bai Feiyu declared. Ouyang Changshu, holding the hound, breathed a sigh of relief. Upon entering, he had initially assumed that his second brother was ruthlessly slaying in pursuit of inheriting the legacy of the Little White. However, since Bai Feiyu asserted that his second brother was under manipulation, the situation seemed less dire. Ouyang could easily surmise that the blood-colored shadow was likely the mad counterpart of Yazi, the sword spirit. Should his second brother be indeed manipulated, then the burden of guilt for the corpses strewn about would be significantly alleviated. Behind them, the yellow talismans erected by Chen Changshan were under continuous assault from some audacious sword cultivators outside. Having reached this juncture, the sword cultivators outside were naturally unwilling to relent, despite witnessing the demise of a formidable practitioner before them. Who could guarantee that they would not be the next to meet such a fate? How noisy! Changshan, press the talismans tightly. Do not allow the flies from outside to enter. Bai Feiyu, you go out and secure the door. Ouyang commanded, casting a glance at his brother, who had succumbed to madness. His tone left no room for dissent, and both Xianxia and Bai Feiyu promptly complied with their senior brother's directives. Clad in white, Bai Feiyu turned toward the entrance, while talismans continued to surge forth from Xianxia's sleeves, as if infinitely abundant. The yellow talismans, which had been somewhat deformed from the outside assault, managed to stabilize. Upon reaching the gate, the talismans automatically enveloped Bai Feiyu, transporting him directly outside. The undeterred sword cultivators outside were relentlessly assaulting the gate formed by the talismans. They remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. Yet they were acutely aware that 3 individuals had seized the moment of their distraction to rush inside and erect this talisman barrier. The thought struck them. Those 3 sought to monopolize the opportunity. With that realization, the recently slain, formidable practitioner was swiftly forgotten. They had come this far. Who wouldn't desire to seize their own fortune within this celestial secret realm? Draw your swords. A calm voice resonated from within the talisman gate, causing the swords held by cultivators below the nascent soul stage to fly from their grasp. The cultivators in the plaza recoiled like startled birds, their eyes wide with horror as they beheld their swords soaring into the air. As for the cultivators above the Ouyang stage, their expressions turned peculiar as they tightly gripped their swords. Had it not been for their own forceful grasp on the long sword, it might have slipped from their hands. Clad in white, Bai Feiyu emerged gracefully from the grand yellow symbol gate. As he walked, his right hand nonchalantly drew the Qingfeng sword from his waist, the cool radiance of the blade illuminating his extraordinary figure. Bai Feiyu stood before all the sword cultivators, holding the sword at an angle towards the ground, exuding an aura of calmness. He surveyed the gathered sword cultivators and smiled warmly, apologetically stating, "I beg your pardon, esteemed guests, but those who dare to advance further shall face the consequences of life and death." His tone was gentle, modest, and courteous. Inside the grand gate, Xianxia felt a sense of relief as the atmosphere settled into silence. Even amidst the relentless assaults from so many sword cultivators, he could only endure with great difficulty. After Xiaobai stepped outside, it seemed he was engaging well with the sword cultivators, as the yellow symbol gate he had established was no longer under threat. Senior brother. Should I attempt to confront the second senior brother, who has succumbed to madness? Xianxia tentatively inquired, his mind divided. Ouyang shook his head, replying, "Xianxia, you are the third. It is not fitting for you to confront the second. What kind of junior strikes at their senior?" Changing the subject, Ouyang glanced at the possessed Lung Qingsong and declared, "With our master absent, the eldest brother assumes the fatherly role. I shall handle this matter. The second brother is under the control of some force, and that is his own failing. I will take action." Xianxia nodded, unfazed by Ouyang's criticisms of his own brother. Ouyang glanced at the dog in his hand, casually lifting the back leg of the little fellow, and remarked, "A child lacking in talent can simply be given a good thrashing." Chapter 141. The Azure Lotus protects its master. Ouyang, holding the back leg of the little fellow, strode purposefully toward the monstrous figure of Lung Qingsong. Observing the grotesque visage of Lung Qingsong, who was drooling and glaring with bloodshot eyes, Ouyang could not help but feel a sense of frustration. How could his younger brother have fallen to such a level? Easily overtaken by a frenzied sword spirit, Ouyang retrieved a recording stone from his bosom and captured Lung Qingsong's disgraceful state. Once this affair concluded, he would firmly press his older brother's head to ensure he witnessed his own foolishness at this moment. Having taken the picture, Ouyang leisurely regarded Lung Qingsong, tilting his head as he provocatively asked, "Uyazi, shall I force you out, or will you obediently emerge on your own?" The possessed Lung Qingsong, now entirely consumed by bloodlust, recognized Ouyang's presence. The resentment sealed for millennia surged forth, and the sword spirit yearned for nothing more than to unleash its fury. Countless blood-red sword energies surged forth like tendrils, lunging at Ouyang. The oppressive aura of slaughter was so thick that it became nauseating, the stench of blood hitting like a wave. Ouyang furrowed his brow, channeling his internal energy unreservedly towards the handsome youth, then gently waved his hand. The energy, magnified hundreds of times, transformed into a crescent-shaped energy blade that surged towards the torrent of blood-red sword energy filling the sky. A thunderous crash ensued as the crimson sword energy collided fiercely with the enormous crescent blade, causing the entire palace to tremble. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Cold Qingsong exclaimed, drooling as he bellowed the same word. his blood-red, long sword slicing through the void and appearing directly before Ouyang. Clang! Ouyang raised the handsome youth to block the descending longsword from Cold Qing Song. The youth turned its head, biting down on the blood-red sword, preventing Cold Qing Song from withdrawing it. Ouyang's icy gaze met Cold Qing Song's blood-red eyes, each reflecting the other's image. A flicker of fear momentarily glimmered in those crimson orbs as clarity dawned, only to be swiftly replaced by madness. It's you. It's you. The frenzied sword spirit seemed to recognize Ouyang as the one who once shared a body with it, crying out in delirium. Countless streams of blood-red sword energy suddenly emerged around Cold Qing Song, lunging fiercely at Ouyang. Yet, all the sword energy was thwarted by the aura surrounding Ouyang. The ability to restrain the blood-red longsword relied entirely on the handsome youth, who had once been a sword sheath, allowing Ouyang to exert minimal effort. Ouyang raised his hand, reaching towards Cold Qing Song's neck. The internal energy enveloped his hand, rendering him impervious to the surrounding blood-red sword energy. In an instant, as Ouyang grasped Cold Qing Song's neck, he pivoted and executed a powerful throw, slamming Cold Qing Song to the ground. The blood-red longsword slipped from Cold Qing Song's grasp, while the handsome youth clung to the sword, desperately trying to control it against the jaws of the dog. This was the perfect moment to demonstrate loyalty. Even if his teeth shattered, he would hold the sword in his mouth. Having betrayed Ouyang once, the handsome youth clung tenaciously to the sword, determined to protect it with his fierce gaze. Opportunities are reserved for those prepared. The handsome youth wrestled with the blood-red longsword. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as Ouyang released the handsome youth and delivered a resounding slap across Cold Qing Song's face. For a brief moment, Cold Qing Song's blood-red eyes filled with confusion, only to be swiftly overtaken by madness once again. Smack! This slap carried Ouyang's internal energy, directly transmitting it into Cold Qing Song's body. Ouyang's energy seemed to possess a miraculous effect. With several forceful slaps, Cold Qing Song's face swelled, and the crimson hue in his eyes diminished significantly. Within Cold Qing Song's dantian, a sea of blood-red energy had taken over. His primordial spirit clutched its life sword, safeguarded by the 12th grade lotus formed from the true essence. However, the adversary was exceedingly formidable. The moment I touched that sword, I lost control of my body, and my primordial spirit was firmly suppressed in a corner of my dantian. Even Cold Qing Song could not ascertain the identity of this mysterious opponent. It seemed that my primordial spirit had not relinquished the fight. Having comprehended the essence of the Qinglian sword, I, Cold Qing Song, was adrift in the sanguine sea of my dantian, buoyed solely by a singular lotus. Countless tendrils emerged from the blood sea, seeking to assault the Qinglian. Yet they disintegrated before they could approach, while the Qinglian, like a bane to the blood sea, commanded its retreat wherever it ventured. The azure aura emanating from the Qinglian continuously purified the surrounding sanguine waters. With sufficient patience, I would one day thoroughly cleanse this blood sea before me. Although my consciousness was confined within my primordial spirit, I could still witness the nameless monstrosity controlling my body, indulging in frenzied slaughter. Yet within the dantian, aside from rage, I felt utterly powerless. To my astonishment, each time I vanquished a cultivator, their sword intent would drift toward the Qinglian in my dantian. Upon absorbing the fallen cultivator's sword intent, the Qinglian would grow stronger. Each swordsman's intent varied, transforming into sustenance for the Qinglian, nurturing it further and simultaneously fortifying my own destined sword. The sword, once shattered by my own hand, began to solidify, conjured forth by the comprehension of the Qinglian sword's essence. I could absorb the sword intent of other cultivators. This revelation did not elate me. Instead, it filled me with revulsion. What difference was there between absorbing the sword intent of others and the monstrosity that commanded my body to kill? My proud nature abhorred the actions I was compelled to undertake, yet I found myself powerless until my brother appeared within my sight. The creature in the blood sea seemed to recognize my brother's formidable strength. The blood sea within my dantian surged violently, effectively severing my sensory perceptions. This loss of external awareness incited panic within me. What if the creature controlling my body harmed my brother? Contemplating this, my primordial spirit, seated within the Qinglian, raised my destined sword and cleaved towards the blood sea, causing the Qinglian to become disordered. Distraught, the Qinglian, which had been steadily absorbing sword intent, was engulfed by the blood sea. I felt as though I stood amidst an abyss of darkness. Had I perished? In this endless void, I was engulfed in confusion, until familiar vital energy coursed into my dantian, akin to sunlight gracing the snow. The crimson hues above my dantian dissolved entirely, revealing the Qinglian once more. As the vital energy entered the Qinglian, it appeared to flourish, sprouting slender green stalks and unfurling a lotus leaf. It anchored itself within the blood sea, voraciously absorbing its essence. My brother, Lung Qingsong, gazed excitedly at the scene before him, recognizing the familiar essence of true energy that belonged to his elder brother. It seemed that his brother was exerting his utmost energy to rescue him from afar. In the palace, the rhythmic sound of slapping echoed resoundingly. Perhaps it was due to the madness of Ouyang, Z clinging onto his second brother's body, but striking his second brother's face felt oddly effortless. Initially, it was merely an outlet for his frustration, as he was aggrieved that his second brother, bearing the title of a chosen one, had been overtaken by a frenzied sword spirit. However, as he continued, he found the act increasingly gratifying, especially when he noticed that his true energy seemed to aid in awakening his second brother. Consequently, Ouyang became even more unrestrained. On one hand, this was due to Lung Qingsong's body being enveloped in a blood-red sword intent, rendering gentle methods of infusing true energy ineffective. Thus, they had to rely on Ouyang's vigorous efforts to create a miracle. With his back to the palace, Chen Changshang focused intently on the yellow talisman door, seemingly oblivious to the commotion behind him. As Ouyang delivered the first slap, Chen Changshang feigned observation of the talisman door, turning his back to Ouyang. Despite facing away, the recording stone in Chen Changsheng's hand accurately pointed towards Ouyang and Lung Qingsong. After over 30 consecutive slaps, the crimson hue in Lung Qingsong's eyes faded entirely. When a flash of divine light sparkled in his gaze, a virtual azure lotus shattered the blood-red sword energy encircling his body. Ouyang swiftly leaped aside. The sword, gripped tightly in the mouth of a handsome figure, emitted a mournful cry, and Ouyang vaguely perceived a faint red shadow returning to the sword. The ethereal azure lotus surrounding Lung Qingsong gradually blossomed, replacing the pupils in his eyes with the azure hue. Meanwhile, his aura surged dramatically, soaring to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage in the blink of an eye. However, as he attempted to directly advance to the out-of-body stage and condense his spirit, he was forcefully held back by Lung Qingsong. The azure lotus was completely retracted into his body, and within his dantian, a misty ambience enveloped the space. In the dantian, Lung Qingsong's nascent soul sat serenely atop the azure lotus. His life sword, having absorbed the sword intent of other cultivators and most of the blood sea within his dantian, had also returned to its original state. Although it lacked the ethereal charm it once possessed, the broken life sword had finally been restored to its former glory. With a sigh of relief, Lung Qingsong exhaled slowly and raised his gaze to see Ouyang standing before him. The once imperturbable Lung Qingsong could no longer contain his excitement. Calling out to his elder brother, he wished to continue speaking, but his eyes fell upon Ouyang's slightly trembling, swollen left hand. Had he been injured while rescuing him? A profound sense of guilt welled up within Lung Qingsong's eyes as he lowered his head, resembling a remorseful schoolboy, and softly uttered, "Brother, it's all my fault." Ouyang gently shook his swollen left hand and replied to Lung Qingsong, "How do you feel?" Cold Qingsong spoke candidly, "It's nothing, just a sore face." The mere fact that the usually stoic cold Qingsong acknowledged his pain was a testament to the ferocity of Ouyang's slap. "Now, do share what transpired," Ouyang said, glancing at the dashing figure still engaged in combat with a blood-red longsword before turning his gaze back to cold Qingsong. A flicker of astonishment crossed cold Qingsong's face as he began recounting his harrowing experience in a subdued tone. After Taya brought him to the sword-forging city, it was a pivotal moment for cold Qingsong in grasping the profound sword intent left by the ancient Sword Immortal, Li Taibai. Upon fully comprehending the Immortal's notes and the lingering sword intent on the wooden hairpin given to him by Xiaobai, he unlocked the entrance to the Immortal's secret realm. Simultaneously, he found himself in this desolate place, where only a solitary longsword stood embedded in the ground. Within his mind, a voice seduced him to draw the sword, promising that by doing so, he could become the next Li Taibai. Cold Qingsong succumbed, and the moment his hand touched the hilt, he lost control of his body. His consciousness suppressed within his nascent soul, struggling within his dantian. The continuous stream of cultivators who came to him became the souls claimed by the madman's blade. Though it was not my intention, these cultivators perished by my sword, and I must bear part of the responsibility for their deaths, Cold Qingsong murmured, gazing at the corpses strewn about. Although it was the madman who wielded his body to kill, he nonetheless absorbed their sword intent after their demise. Thus, their deaths were inextricably linked to him. It was his weakness that led to this tragedy. Upon hearing Cold Qingsong's words laced with guilt, Ouyang turned to Xianxia, who was facing away from them, and inquired, "Xianxia, how many lives have been lost here?" Xianxia turned, his sleeves clasped behind his back, surveyed the surroundings, and replied, 2 at the ascendant stage, 34 at the fusion stage, and 72 at the spirit-severing stage, totaling 108. Oh, that number is quite auspicious. Has the second brother slain a portion of the water margin? Yet, this mad Ouyang possesses some skill. He managed to take down 2 at the ascendant stage while only having the body of a nascent soul. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Cold Qingsong's remorse deepened. Xianxia regarded Cold Qingsong and remarked, "Are you feeling guilty for the fallen cultivators, second senior brother? They're coming." The representative of literary lessons from the Little Mountain Peak has arrived. Ouyang, who had been running low on words, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Touched by Xianxia's timely interjection, Cold Qingsong looked curiously at Xianxia, seemingly eager to hear what he had to say. With a smile, Xianxia continued, "Setting aside the fact that my brother was manipulated into killing these cultivators, the presence of such formidable figures here warrants their demise." Ouyang and Cold Qingsong exchanged incredulous glances, awaiting the peculiar logic Xianxia was about to unveil. We, as cultivators, are inherently in conflict with the heavens and the earth. My second elder brother should be aware that those in the spirit division stage can already comprehend the essence of the Tao and have a preliminary understanding of their own path. Yet, among those who perished here, there are even formidable cultivators of the great ascension and harmonization stages. They possess their own Tao, yet they still venture into this immortal secret realm, attempting to inherit the path of Sword Immortal by, demonstrating a lack of faith in their own understanding. It is only fitting that they meet their demise. Xianxia spoke with unwavering conviction, as if these fallen cultivators were destined for death. Even if Lung Qingsong chose not to slay them now, their end would be inevitable. Between the lines, it is clear that by eliminating them, Lung Qingsong acts in their best interest. To doubt one's own cultivated path, which has been forged over countless years, is merely to delay the inevitable fall. It will be better to succumb sooner, allowing them to grasp this truth, so that in their next life, they may be more resolute in their own Tao. One must commend Xianxia for his distinctive perspective, portraying Lung Qingsong's actions as truly benevolent. Ouyang nodded repeatedly, affirming, what Xianxia says is indeed correct. After hearing Xianxia's words, the guilt on Lung Qingsong's face diminished somewhat. Ouyang then approached the handsome canine, who was triumphantly perched atop the long sword, exuding an air of a victor. "Is there a way for me to speak with him privately?" Ouyang inquired, pointing at the sword. The canine nodded its head and replied, "There is a way. Simply enter my belly." Chapter 143, A Piece on the Chessboard. The canine grasped the blood-red longsword with one paw and dramatically showcased a trick, swallowing the sword. The sword, initially a sheath, was completely consumed without issue. Ouyang, observing the display of this remarkable feat, asked, "And then what?" The canine chuckled, opening its mouth earnestly, "Just stand there and don't move, and I shall swallow you as well." The seriousness etched on the canine's face suggested it was not jesting. Ouyang turned to Lung Qingsong and Xianxia, instructing, "You two keep an eye on this dog. If anything seems amiss, do not hesitate to put an end to it." Lung Qingsong and Xianxia exchanged glances, still uncertain of Ouyang's intent, when they suddenly witnessed Ouyang being drawn into the canine's belly. The audacity of this creature to devour its master. It must be slain. In an instant, Xianxia and Lung Qingsong were at the canine's side. Lung Qingsong, using his finger as a sword, aimed for the creature's throat, while Xianxia gripped its head tightly, preparing to shatter the skull of this beast with his soul force. "Wait. The master is merely handling the sword and will return shortly," the canine exclaimed in alarm. Lung Qingsong and Xianxia halted their movements. Yet their grips remained firm on the creature's throat and head, ready to extinguish the life of this wretched dog at any moment. How long? Lung Qingsong inquired impatiently. The canine shook its head, gazing at Lung Qingsong as it replied, "The master entered for your sake. I cannot say how long it will take." Upon hearing this, Lung Qingsong fell silent. He felt acutely aware of his own frailty, which had compelled his elder brother to toil tirelessly on his behalf, even sustaining injuries in the process. If he were to become truly formidable, he might not be able to assist his brother significantly, but at the very least, he would no longer be a burden. Wasn't his decision to embark on the path of cultivation precisely for this reason? With a grim expression, Lung Qingsong bit his lip, his face a portrait of reluctance. Meanwhile, Xianxia was struck by a thought. In his previous life, the second senior brother had likely committed numerous slayings of sword cultivators, ultimately inheriting Li Taibai's legacy, but provoking a profound upheaval within the entire cultivation realm. This time, with the aid of his several fellow disciples. Although some great cultivators had perished, the lives of thousands of sword cultivators outside the palace have been spared. This could be seen as a shift in the fate of the second senior brother from his previous life. The elder brother had risked himself, presumably to eliminate the very force that had transformed the second senior brother into his former self. Contemplating this, Xianxia felt a sense of relief. In this world, apart from facing cataclysm, there existed nothing that his elder brother could not accomplish. Meanwhile, Ouyang, who had been drawn into the belly of the handsome figure, was yet to regain his bearings. He felt a dizzying swirl before he found himself once again above a tranquil lake. This was indeed the very space he had once enlightened. It was the small world crafted by the deranged Xianxia, who had pilfered Li Taibai's miniature realm. Before Ouyang floated the blood-red long sword, now devoid of its earlier arrogance that had accompanied its massacre of cultivators. Yet, the undulating blood-colored sword aura attested to the sword spirit's continued existence within. Returning here felt akin to coming home for Ouyang. He plopped down onto the water surface, where the lake graciously elevated a water recliner complete with a backrest. It was evident that his prodigious son was applying his efforts to fortify him. "Let's converse, Xianxia. We are old acquaintances. What is it that cannot be said face to face?" Ouyang addressed the long sword before him. A pale red silhouette gradually emerged from the blood-red blade, with Xianxia's upper body materializing above the sword, gazing at Ouyang with a complex expression. "Who exactly are you?" he inquired. "Who am I?" Ouyang stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before sitting upright, resting his hands on his knees and regarding Xianxia with utmost seriousness. "I am the one who has willingly expended a third of my lifespan to alter your destinies. To put it bluntly, you ought to bow to me 3 times. Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Xianxia cast a disdainful glance at him. Did he expect him to believe such fantastical nonsense? Unperturbed, Ouyang continued, "You may find my words incredulous. Yet I have indeed accomplished this. After all, having shared a body for so many years, not even the celestial beings you revere have taken notice. Do you not find that peculiar?" As Ouyang directly unveiled the secret between the two, the ethereal figure of Xianxia atop the long sword could no longer maintain its composure. Detaching from the blade, he gazed at Ouyang in disbelief and exclaimed, "Is it truly you?" Initially, Xianxia found Ouyang somewhat familiar, merely suspecting that he was the unknown soul sharing his body. The conjectures that had troubled him for countless years led Xianxia to believe that Ouyang was a test set by an immortal. However, through the passage of time spent in close companionship with Li Taibai, transitioning from being a mere servant to becoming an intimate confidant, Xianxia became convinced that Ouyang was not an immortal testing him. It was possible that Ouyang himself was an immortal. Yet, when Ouyang stood before him, openly acknowledging this truth, Xianxia found it utterly implausible. The entity capable of occupying his body at will turned out to be an ordinary cultivator standing right before him. How on earth did you achieve this? How did you traverse from that time and now? What is your purpose in doing so? Xianxia asked, his gaze fixed intently on Ouyang. You are nothing like the other version of yourself, so subtle. Regardless of how I arrived, or my motives, I simply wish to ask, do you regret it? Ouyang responded, returning the inquiry. Upon hearing Ouyang mention another self, Xianxia remained silent for a long moment before finally answering. Do I regret it? Perhaps. Throughout those interminable years, I cursed everyone, Li Taibai, my kin, you, myself, even the immortals. But what good has it done me? The ceaseless passage of time has inflicted upon me a solitude profound enough to make me forget who I truly am. I plunged myself into the furnace, transforming into the sword in Li Taibai's grasp, aiding him in vanquishing the immortals, only to end up in this fate. Had I chosen to remain a pawn of the immortals, the worst outcome would have merely been death, sparing me this endless torment. Though I exist now, what meaning does it hold? I live, yet there are no traces of my existence left in this world. How does my current life differ from death? Ouyang gazed at Ouyang, perplexed, and questioned, have you merely transformed me from a pawn of the immortals into a piece in your game? Chapter 144. Behind every coincidence lies inevitability. Ouyang stared blankly at Ouyang, and upon uttering this statement, his face bore no resentment. After such a protracted time, even resentment had become a luxury. Ouyang, unable to articulate the alteration of the past timeline orchestrated by the system, could only express a modicum of regret, saying, I am sorry. Ouyang shook his head and continued, being a pawn of the immortals and being your pawn are not fundamentally different. You have not made a decision for me. I made it myself. The worst fate of being an immortal's pawn is merely death. But being your pawn has subjected me to countless years of suffering that are even more harrowing than that of an immortal's pawn. Had I never seen the sun, I might have endured the darkness. Regret? Initially, yes, but now it is all in the past. Ouyang straightened his posture and addressed Ouyang. I must correct you. One is a pawn of the immortal, the other is merely to exist as a human. Is it not more agonizing to be human than to be a pawn of an immortal? Ouyang inquired. This statement left Ouyang speechless, unable to fathom Ouyang's suffering. He could not assess its weight. Suddenly, Ouyang broke into laughter. In fact, I am quite envious of you. Ouyang gazed at Ouyang, perplexed. Ouyang continued with a touch of wistfulness. For so many years beside Li Tai Bai, I was merely regarded as a replaceable servant, yet because of a single word from you, he considers you a friend. Even after you departed, he still perceives me as you. Upon hearing this, Ouyang shook his head. After I left, it was you who remained by his side. He truly acknowledges you. Ouyang tilted his head, gazing at Ouyang, raising his ethereal hands, and softly remarked, what you do not know is that after your departure, I became a Tizi. He forbade me from uttering the name Ouyang, and it has even until I cast myself into the furnace. Despite my efforts to become like you have become irreplaceable. It was cruel. Ouyang compelled Ouyang to reclaim human emotions. Yet this sentiment went unrecognized, ultimately culminating in self-sacrifice without gaining the respect he sought. A sudden wave of guilt washed over Ouyang. Before him stood Ouyang, once a mere pawn of the immortal, who, devoid of knowledge save for faith, had finally acquired human emotion, yet remained unvalued. His life seemed to unfold as a tragedy. Noticing the pity in Ouyang's gaze, Ouyang erupted in laughter, the sound echoing in the small space. Ha ha ha. The faint blush at the corners of Ouyang's eyes seemed to shed tears of laughter, leaving Ouyang bewildered. Ouyang stifled his laughter, and his demeanor shifted to one of carefree nonchalance as he regarded Ouyang. Did you think I was lamenting? Ouyang rose, expressionless, and raised his palm. Observing Ouyang's gesture, Ouyang quickly shook his head. No. I was merely reflecting on thoughts I had pondered at the outset. Then what are you engaged in now? Ouyang queried. Focusing on Ouyang's antics, Ouyang ceased his laughter, gazing earnestly at Ouyang. Thank you. Ouyang was thoroughly confounded by Ouyang's demeanor. Yet Ouyang, with an air of reflection, continued. Since your departure, things have not unfolded as you might envision. Li Tai Bai and I have become friends. More precisely, he is in the process of rescuing me. After Ouyang's exit, Li Tai Bai displayed remarkable patience towards the newly liberated Ouyang, even exhibiting an unusual kindness towards him. The two individuals traversed a significant portion of the world, witnessing the magnificent and breathtaking landscapes, as well as the poignant moments of human joy and sorrow. Since Ouyang's departure, their relationship did not revert to a frigid state. Rather, it resembled a newfound understanding, as they began to genuinely acknowledge each other as dear friends. Although Li Tai Bai occasionally referred to himself as a Tizi, he would promptly apologize, and a Tizi remained unperturbed. From birth, he had been indoctrinated with the notion that immortals were everything to him, and he had never lived so purely for himself. Ultimately, when Li Tai Bai's fateful sword shattered, he dove willingly into the sword furnace, fully embracing his fate. If Li Tai Bai merely regarded a Tizi as a substitute, Tizi could not have reached such depths of devotion. This was precisely what Ouyang hoped to witness, the mutual redemption of Li Tai Bai and a Tizi. In the end, Tizi transformed into a sword, while Li Tai Bai severed the immortal, both fulfilling their destinies without regret. Do you know? Throughout these endless years, what kept me lucid was the incessant recollection of the days I spent with Li Taibai. The other version of me that you encountered is but a remnant of my madness and despair, Atizi remarked with a smile. The rational Atizi is merely an embodiment of his own madness and despair. It is the madman who, over countless years, evolves into a figure of reason. Atizi raised his hand, gently stroking the blood-red long sword beside him. The crimson hue gradually faded, revealing a slender blade of pristine white. Etched upon the hilt were two characters, Tai A. With the Tai A held aloft, one grants another the hilt, the sword of might, capable of severing immortals. Sacrificing oneself to the sword is akin to holding Tai aloft. One sword to sever immortals, an act that exemplifies the might of the Sword Immortal. Batizi gazed with satisfaction upon the long sword he had forged, turning to Ouyang and saying, "People refer to Li Taibai as the Sword Immortal. I asked him what I should be called, but others hesitated. Today, I shall proclaim myself the Immortal Sword, if that is agreeable." Ouyang clasped his hands in acquiescence. Expressing no objections, Batizi laughed heartily, but, upon reaching for his wine gourd, found it absent, resulting in a regretful click of his tongue. "Truly, living as you do has revealed to me the vibrant tapestry of this world. To be human is to embrace such a life. Then why have you slain so many sword cultivators?" Ouyang finally inquired. Batizi regarded Ouyang and replied softly, "That cloaked youth poses a threat. After killing cultivators, he can seize their sword intent to augment his own, allowing him to rapidly ascend to the realm of immortality. This method is quintessentially that of an immortal. This is what I wish to convey. An immortal is an immortal. Even in death, they endure." "How so?" Ouyang asked. "Is that cloaked youth truly the reincarnation of Li Taibai?" Batizi suddenly inquired about Lung Qing's song. Ouyang paused, shaking his head as he replied, "No, but there is a connection. Thus it is, the schemes of the celestial beings have extended to the present, seemingly aware that their demise is imminent. Their plans, still unfolding, have chosen that young man in black as their pawn." Uyazi pondered for a moment before speaking. "Did you slay so many sword cultivators by the means of the celestial beings?" Ouyang inquired, astonished. Uyazi gazed at Ouyang with a hint of frustration. How could this fellow, capable of orchestrating events in the past, appear so foolish now? Angered by Uyazi's look of incredulity, Ouyang retorted, "I absolutely detest riddlers." As Uyazi's figure began to fade, he softly remarked, "Behind every coincidence lies an inevitable truth." Chapter 145, The Flower Stamen. This statement evoked memories of Ouyang's master, Ouyang. A mere jade pendant, handed over a decade ago, had set Ouyang on an unceasing journey since his entry into this world. Could it be that all that is unfolding now is still part of that old man's scheme? A chill ran down Ouyang's spine. A seemingly trivial alteration in a single matter could, after many years, unleash such a tremendous upheaval. Is this not the essence of deduction? Have the ancient celestial beings already calculated their designs to reach this present after countless ages? What is the true nature of the system that even eludes the celestial beings? Whether it was leading the second son to sever his destined sword or navigating the secret realms of the celestial beings, all of it appears to be orchestrated by his old master from the shadows. Has he truly ascended to the level of a celestial being? This cascade of questions left Ouyang with the sense of uncovering a monumental secret. It resembled a grand chessboard, where countless hands wielded black and white pieces, continuously placing them upon the board, crafting a vast and intricate game. Everyone, including himself, was a part of this chessboard. In a sense, those countless players, holding black and white pieces, had become mere pawns in each other's hands. The interwoven patterns were too complex to behold. This reminded Ouyang of the first time he had seen the panel of Ouyang, with 3 question marks in the cultivation section and that evaluation which suggested he could contend equally with a dog. If he could match a dog, what difference would it make to contend with a celestial being? When his master returns, he must bind him to a tree and demand clarity on this matter. Resolved, Ouyang turned his gaze back to Uyazi. However, Uyazi wore a gentle smile as he addressed Ouyang. "I, Li Taibai, have waited too. I shall not have another opportunity to wait. This item shall be gifted to that young man in black outside." With that, Uyazi carefully retrieved an object from his bosom. It was a green flower stamen. This represented the true essence of Li Taibai's destined sword intent, encapsulating all of his Tao. Uyazi solemnly extended the flower stamen to Ouyang. Ouyang took the flower stamen, and the moment it departed from Xianxia, the latter's body began to uncontrollably disintegrate. Why is this happening? Ouyang inquired, astonished by the sight of Xianxia's crumbling form. Xianxia shook his head and replied, "Do you not wonder why Li Taibai's small world acknowledges me? It is the essence of this flower stamen that has allowed my true spirit to endure until now. Then let it be. It is far too precious. Keep it for your survival," Ouyang said, shaking his head and nonchalantly returning the stamen to Xianxia. Despite being the inheritor of the ancient Sword Immortal's legacy, Ouyang displayed no reluctance in relinquishing it. This surprised Xianxia, yet he did not take the stamen, his figure growing increasingly faint. "Thank you for allowing me to become human and live as one," Xianxia expressed. "If only Li Taibai were alive. How delightful it would be for the three of us to share a drink together." His voice grew ever softer and more ethereal. Just as Xianxia was on the brink of losing consciousness, a hand rested upon his wrist. A gentle force surged from that hand into Xianxia's body, rapidly mending his collapsing form. His fading awareness was restored to clarity. Ouyang regarded the perplexed Xianxia with a triumphant expression, smirking as he said, "Since you have extracted Li Taibai's essence from your being, let it take on my shape." The clumsy line elicited a grimace from Xianxia. Yet the power emanating from Ouyang was indeed stabilizing him. "You are truly peculiar. Such strength is not even possessed by immortals." Xianxia marveled at the solidity of his restored body. "Do not compare me to the worthless dogs that Li Taibai discarded. Now that it is mine, follow me obediently. I shall take you to meet someone," Ouyang stated with a hint of disdain. "That fellow in black? Well, although he bears a resemblance to an old acquaintance, he is ultimately not him." Xianxia waved his hand dismissively. Both Lung Qingsong and Li Taibai possessed the pure sword heart, and Xianxia recognized this immediately. To meet again would merely evoke memories. Ouyang looked at Xianxia curiously and remarked, "I never mentioned taking you to see my second brother. There is someone you truly must meet, my fourth brother, a remarkably handsome lad." "Are you referring to the one who has inherited my path?" Xianxia asked with a hint of curiosity. In this world, he was well aware of everything. He could discern the information of all cultivators who entered the immortal's secret realm almost instantaneously. Ouyang, feeling a sense of pride, stated, "Does he seem somewhat familiar to you? I cannot quite place it, but someone capable of inheriting my path must share a similar contradiction to mine." Xianxia reflected on the figure of Bai Feiyu. In that moment, he felt once again under control, his thoughts consumed by Lung Qingsong and Ouyang, leaving little regard for the young man clad in white. Ouyang gazed with a sense of satisfaction at the still-dazed Xianxia, chuckling as he remarked, "The fact that he can inherit your path signifies he has made a choice akin to yours. Is it not rather intriguing?" Within the palace, Lung Qingsong and Chen Changsheng, poised to dismember the handsome youth, were tugging at his body, deliberating on where to strike. Meanwhile, the handsome youth, with a face devoid of hope, prayed fervently for Ouyang to hasten his end. After all, he was a treasure of the Tao, a treasure that countless individuals yearned for. Why did this group always treat him so rudely? Annihilate this world now at once. Just as despair enveloped the handsome youth, he felt that familiar sensation of fullness within him once more. Gagging, he tilted his head as he retched. A beam of azure light erupted from his mouth, heralding Ouyang's return. Lung Qingsong and Chen Changsheng simultaneously released their grip on the handsome youth, heedless of his fall to the ground, and swiftly approached Ouyang. Ouyang shook the flower pistol he had just acquired and beckoned to his second son, saying, "Come here, I wish to show you a grand treasure." Upon seeing the flower pistol in Ouyang's hand, the moment its essence registered in his sight, two azure lotuses reappeared in Lung Qingsong's eyes, and a lotus bloomed between his brows. As this extraordinary phenomenon unfolded, the flower pistol slipped from Ouyang's grasp, drawn irresistibly towards Lung Qingsong, and it directly embedded itself into his forehead. A resounding voice echoed throughout the realm. "Flowers without pistils lack fragrance. Humans without divinity lack clarity." At this moment, Lung Qingsong truly began to embrace the path of the ancient Sword Immortal, Li Taibai. In the instant the flower pistol merged with Lung Qingsong's brow, it became one with the azure lotus nestled there. Meanwhile, within Lung Qingsong's dantian, a lotus platform gradually ascended, resting beneath the nascent soul seated upon the azure lotus. The sword of his destiny emanated. A sword grew from its hilt to its tip, seemingly coming to life, resonating in harmony with the nascent soul. Lung Qingsong's consciousness was transported to a realm of pure white, where azure mist swirled and nothingness surrounded him, leaving him lost in an expanse unknown. The crisp sound of wooden clogs echoed, prompting Lung Qingsong to instinctively reach for his longsword. However, this time he grasped nothing but air. The sword, which had always been his constant companion, was absent from his embrace. With a finger as his sword, Lung Qingsong swiftly turned, striking out toward the intruder's throat. A slender hand seized his wrist, accompanied by a languid voice that remarked, "Such youthful impulsiveness." Upon raising his gaze, Lung Qingsong beheld a middle-aged man clad in white. His cloak flowing open, curiously assessing him. "Wait, why are you the only one here?" The middle-aged man inquired, furrowing his brow at Lung Qingsong. "Who are you?" Lung Qingsong demanded. "You are destined to accept my legacy, yet you inquire about my identity? I am your father. Do you believe it?" remarked the middle-aged man with a smirk. Before him stood the ancient Sword Immortal, Li Taibai. Upon hearing Li Taibai's words, Lung Qingsong immediately erupted in fury. In this world, no one besides his elder brother could dare to insult him. With his right hand restrained, Lung Qingsong leveraged the situation to leap, entwining his legs around Li Taibai's neck. Although a sword cultivator, he possessed some knowledge of physical techniques. If he could seize Li Taibai's neck and twist with force, even if he couldn't sever the spine, he could at least topple Li Taibai to the ground. Li Taibai regarded the constriction of Lung Qingsong's legs around his neck with indifference. Success. Lung Qingsong tightened his grip and exerted tremendous force, yet his legs unexpectedly passed through Li Taibai's neck, crashing violently together. Pain. Lung Qingsong collapsed to the ground, his legs colliding with such force that he nearly fractured them. Li Taibai, at a loss for words, released Lung Qingsong's wrist and gazed at the curled-up figure on the ground, pondering with a furrowed brow. What on earth is happening with Ouyang? Did half of me reincarnate? This lad hardly seems intelligent. As Lung Qingsong regained his composure and attempted to rise, he was met with the weight of Li Taibai's foot pressing down upon his head. Li Taibai, looking down from his elevated position, said, "You should behave yourself. This is your consciousness space, and I am merely a fragment of spirit. How could you ever hope to strike me?" Upon hearing Li Taibai's words, Lung Qingsong struggled even more fiercely, howling, "Get out of my body. Do not think you can use it for anything else." Having just been overtaken by blood-red sword energy to slaughter hundreds of cultivators, and with his elder brother still outside, the very thought of Li Taibai manipulating his body again was unbearable. "What a pitiful little wretch you are. Li Taibai skulda, exasperata." He then sat down heavily on Lung Qingsong, casting a wistful glance around. Suddenly, he noticed a flickering red thread weaving through the pure, white consciousness space. Pausing momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, how intriguing. What era is this, that it has reached such heights, even fooling me? Ha ha." His raucous laughter echoed throughout the consciousness space. When he turned to face Lung Qingsong again, astonishment escaped his lips as he stood, gripping Lung Qingsong's head and lifting him effortlessly. "TSK, TSK, TSK. You dare to break your own destiny sword? You truly have audacity, but it aligns perfectly with my intentions. Who orchestrated this?" Ouyang. The name of Ouyang surfaced in Li Taibai's thoughts, for this peculiar friend had never revealed his true nature, even until Li Taibai's demise. A tempest of suppressed rage brewed in Lung Qingsong's eyes. Never in his life had he felt so helpless as he did on this day. Initially, he was suppressed within his dantian by a blood-red sword chi, rendered immobile as he helplessly witnessed the merciless slaughter of his fellow cultivators. Ultimately, it was only through the sacrifice of his elder brother, who bore the wounds, that he managed to rescue himself. Yet, he found himself at the mercy of Li Taibai, who toyed with him effortlessly. If he had truly grown stronger, none of this would have transpired, and his brother would not have been injured. Reflecting on this, the azure lotus blossomed in Lung Qingsong's eyes, strands of Tao rhythm intertwining within the lotus, suddenly erupting with a defiant sword intent upon the lotus pedestal. The azure lotus unfurled, with a firm declaration, "I am the sword." Lung Qingsong transformed into a sharp longsword, breaking free from Li Taibai's grip, and in the instant of liberation, launched a fierce thrust towards Li Taibai's face. The audacity of this lad to condense Tao rhythm in such circumstances startled Li Taibai, who raised his hand to block the attack, only to follow it with a swift kick that sent Lung Qingsong flying. Although immensely powerful, Even in his current state, with but a sliver of his divine soul, Li Taibai was not a match for Lung Qingsong. Li Taibai gestured to the rising Lung Qingsong, stating, "No more games. My time is limited, and I will not toy with you. I have a few words for you." Lin Qingsong alta, Ouyang Li Taibai barili. Though filled with trepidation, he recognized that everything unfolding before him was a gift from his brother, who would never harm him. Thus, he was eager to discern Li Taibai's intentions. Observing the paused Lung Qingsong, a glimmer of appreciation crossed Li Taibai's eyes as he sighed. "Young one, you are stronger than I. Unbeknownst to you, there are those paving the way for you in silence. Unlike my closest friends, one vanished to assist me. The other sacrificed himself to save me." At this juncture, Li Taibai's voice turned melancholic, as though he were the sole being left in a desolate universe. Yet, this ancient Sword Immortal smiled at Lung Qingsong, saying, to transcend emotions, is only in the end that I comprehended this truth. I hope you do not realize it too late." Having delivered this enigmatic remark, Li Taibai lifted his head and whispered, "Do you not see?" His form then dissipated within the realm of consciousness, and Lung Qingsong was abruptly expelled from this space. The entire celestial realm began to twist violently, surging toward the lotus nestled between his brows. Lung Qingsong was absorbing the essence of this immortal secret realm. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Sword Sect, he felt a jolt of realization as he grasped the unfolding events, lowering his head with a bitter smile. "Huiyun, oh Huiyun, I never imagined I owed you such a monumental debt of karma." Meanwhile, atop a mountain peak, a melancholic yet handsome middle-aged man stood, gazing expectantly. It was Huiyun, the master of Ouyang and the others. Suddenly, the once raven-black hair of Huiyun swiftly turned gray, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Huiyun, however, laughed heartily, disregarding the gravity of the situation. He seized a jug of wine and mixed it with his own blood, pouring the concoction into his mouth. The metallic tang of blood mingled with the fiery essence of alcohol, causing him to cough violently. After taking a couple of deep breaths to regain his composure, he gazed dreamily toward the direction of the Qingyun sect and murmured softly, "Is it time for the new year? Perhaps it is time to return home for a visit." Chapter 147, Outside the Palace. The entire realm of the immortal was collapsing and twisting. The azure lotus nestled between Lung Qingsong's brows was voraciously absorbing everything around it like an endless abyss. Damn it! Who mentioned that Li Taibai's legacy was this immortal realm? Ouyang, in a fit of anger, shouted at Chen Changsheng, who was holding up the still-absorbing Lung Qingsong as they both made their escape. The charming lad obediently tethered himself to Ouyang's belt. "Big brother, don't rush." Chen Changsheng, trailing behind Ouyang, held up Lung Qingsong with one hand while using the other to fling out a yellow talisman. The talisman transformed into a golden light that enveloped the two of them, instantly augmenting their speed tenfold. "Third brother, why can't you just let us fly directly? What good is this acceleration?" Ouyang found it impossible to control his legs as they propelled him forward, turning back to scold Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng paused for a moment before responding, "Big brother, you never mentioned flying. I thought you had some profound intent when you lifted second brother." "Profound intent, my foot." Ouyang, eyes shut, barreled through the golden talisman gate, bursting forth from the palace alongside Chen Changsheng, who still held Lung Qingsong aloft. Outside the palace, Bai Feiyu was slightly out of breath, one hand gripping the incapacitated Song Mu, while the other brandished a sword, threatening the eager sword cultivators. Scattered around by Feiyu's feet lay over 100 sword cultivators who had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Was this white-clad sword cultivator a monster? He had stood before the newly erected gates of the palace for so long. Weapons of sword cultivators below the nascent soul stage were directly confiscated, while those above the nascent soul stage could not even manage a single strike against him. A mere ordinary nascent soul rogue had managed, single-handedly, to keep thousands of sword cultivators at bay outside the palace. Such terror, strong individuals command the respect of all, especially among sword cultivators, who have always revered the powerful. This white-robed sword cultivator, with a single sword, instilled fear in all gathered outside the palace. Bai Feiyu, still holding Song Mu, took a moment to catch his breath and steady his somewhat chaotic true essence, his warm smile unwavering as he addressed the sword cultivators before him. "Which of you esteemed brothers wishes to offer guidance?" At that moment, Song Mu, held captive in Bai Feiyu's grip, began to understand why his master had advised him against provoking the brothers of the Qingyan sect. They were formidable, truly formidable. Initially, he had intended to leverage his nascent understanding of the Azure Lotus Sword intent to surpass Bai Feiyu and directly breach the palace to seize his own opportunities. Nature took the lead as the first to charge at Bai Feiyu with a sword. In an instant, Song Mu found himself grasped in Bai Feiyu's hand. Bewildered and unaware of how it had transpired, he witnessed in awe how Bai Feiyu, with a single hand, fended off 10, then 100 opponents, resembling a celestial swordsman as he dispatched all adversaries before the grand yellow talisman gate. This senior brother, Song Mu murmured to Bai Feiyu, hoping that this esteemed disciple of Qingyun's sect might release him. Being tossed about in such a manner was undeniably humiliating. Bai Feiyu glanced at Song, pondering the boy's sanity for employing his former life's Qingyun's sword intent against him. Capturing Song Mu proved to be even simpler than dealing with other nascent soul cultivators. Initially, he intended to use Song Mu, the direct disciple of the Sword Sect's leader, to intimidate the eager swordsmen opposite them. However, amidst the ferocity of battle, he had entirely forgotten that he was still holding someone in his left hand. Yet, the intimidation factor of brandishing a direct disciple of the Sword Sect while confronting the swordsman had already been established. Consequently, the tool in his hand had outlived its purpose, and he casually discarded Song Mu back into the throng of swordsmen like refuse. As Song Mu soared through the air and landed, he felt utterly humiliated by the manner of his return. He executed a swift maneuver, turning his back to Bai Feiyu coolly and declaring, "Our Sword Sect has always upheld fairness and justice. I voluntarily surrender to provide the esteemed brother an opportunity to fight with one hand, granting all scattered cultivators a fair chance. Your strength has earned my respect, esteemed brother. Farewell." With that, he left behind a bold silhouette, departing without a trace of regret. What is this kid on about? Bai Feiyu pondered, still processing Song Mu's actions. Meanwhile, the swordsmen expressed their enthusiastic approval. Indeed, the Sword Sect, one of the 9 sacred grounds, shows no interest in the immortal secret realm, willingly putting themselves at risk to allow the white-clad swordsman to fight with one hand. Remarkable. That white-clad swordsman can defeat so many of us with one hand. Yet Song Mu managed to restrain him with just one hand. His prowess is truly unfathomable. Moreover, this Song Mu shows no attachment to the immortal secret realm. Truly, he is the direct disciple of the sect leader. Were they truly taken in by his act? The swordsmen seemed to have lost their senses. As Song Mu walked amidst the cheers, his expression remained stoic as he coolly vanished from their sight. Following this brief interlude, the remaining swordsmen appeared to hold Bai Feiyu in high esteem. Xianxia, standing among the swordsmen, noticed the collective lack of discernment and swiftly exclaimed, "Everyone, let us maintain our rationality." The crowd turned to see Xianxia, standing poised in a shimmering scattered spirit formation, exuding an air of righteousness. What brings this fellow, who speaks for the scattered cultivators, to this place? It appears that he was cast in by the master of Teia. It seems that his speech outside the sword-casting city also moved the Sword Sect's leader, thus granting him special permission to enter. Truly, he is the pinnacle of the sword path, possessing a remarkable breadth of spirit. Yet, with the master of Teia absent, why the flattery? Chaotic voices erupted among the sword cultivators. Xianxia paid no heed to the surrounding murmurs and continued to speak. "Esteemed guests, just moments ago, a formidable cultivator shattered the palace gates and met his demise right before our eyes. This white-clad sword cultivator and his companion enter the palace, only to return and stand before us. What could this signify? Is it a desire to hoard the treasures of the secret realm? Do we not hear the fallen cultivator's final cries of sword demon? There must be great terror and peril within. This white-clad sword cultivator stands before us, not to seek glory, but to prevent our untimely deaths." Xianxia's words were like a clarion call, awakening the sword cultivators who sought their fortunes within the immortal's secret realm. Indeed, that formidable cultivator, seemingly at the nascent soul stage or above, perished before our very eyes. What strength do we possess to confront the great horrors lurking within the palace? The sword cultivators, reflecting on this, turned their gazes back to Bai Feiyu, their expressions now filled with gratitude. Bai Feiyu regarded Xianxia, who subtly sought his favor with keen interest. This lad is quite perceptive. In Chapter 148, Flight of the Hounds, Xianxia with an acute sense of timing, stood alongside by Fei Yu, earning his approval. Having wandered among scattered cultivators since childhood and witnessing the intricacies of human nature, Zhao Qiansun had a profound understanding of the adage that those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Seeing by Fei Yu's approving gaze, Zhao Qiansun secretly sighed in relief, only to inwardly curse himself. He had divined his fate multiple times, each indicating that entering the immortal's secret realm would lead him to great fortune. Yet, from the gates of the sword-casting city to now, he had encountered no fortune. His life was nearly lost, and now he remained trapped here at the mercy of others. Had he exhausted his childhood luck? Despite his extraordinary strokes of fortune, finding a cultivator's storage bag, discovering spirit herbs while climbing mountains, and even inheriting a great cultivator's legacy after accidentally falling into a valley, these fortuitous events had propelled him to the golden core stage by his 20s, a feat unattainable for most wandering cultivators in a lifetime. With such extraordinary luck, Zhao Qiansun became even more cautious, and upon acquiring the ancient secret technique, Heavenly Transformation 6 changes, he grew increasingly convinced that one's fate is shaped by one's own actions. The one who seeks to read fortunes is often the least inclined to believe in fate. Thus, after assessing the situation, Zhao Qiansun decisively extended an olive branch to Bai Fei Yu. The effects appeared remarkably impressive. With the assistance of a half-witted sword cultivator, it seemed that I had successfully garnered the favor of the formidable swordsman clad in white. Just as I was preparing to take advantage of the moment and administer some enchantments to these sword cultivators, a thunderous sound erupted from within the palace. Under the gaze of all present, Ouyang and Xianxia emerged from the palace, carrying the unconscious Xianxia aloft. As Ouyang sprinted, he shouted to Bai Fei Yu, "Little Bai, we must flee. This place is doomed." Bai Fei Yu, sword in hand, turned to find the elevated Xianxia absorbing the essence of this celestial realm. The very legacy of his previous life was embodied in this entire secret domain. Without a moment's hesitation, he glanced at the fallen sword cultivators around him, waved his sleeve, and sent them tumbling into the bewildered crowd on the opposite side. No longer maintaining his composure, Bai Fei Yu bellowed at the sword cultivators, "If you wish to escape this place forever, take them and run quickly." The sword cultivators, still processing the chaos, were met with the sight of Ouyang and another carrying something as they raced toward them. Behind Ouyang, the space seemed to contort under the force of the entity he bore, voraciously consuming everything in its wake. "What on earth is that? Don't come any closer. Run. You fools. If even the space itself can be devoured, what kind of being are we dealing with?" Thankfully, Bai Fei Yu was blocking the entrance. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I might perish. At this moment, the sword cultivators exhibited an extraordinary unity, lifting their unconscious companions and fleeing on their swords, as if spurred by an arrow lodged in their hindquarters. The mass of sword cultivators swiftly vanished from the plaza outside the palace, racing toward the initial entrance of the secret realm. Ouyang, still carrying Xianxia, sensed that even with Xianxia's talismans aiding him, his speed could not match the rate at which Xianxia was absorbing everything. The pull was growing stronger, as if it aimed to draw him into the azure lotus nestled between Xianxia's brows. Ouyang was uncertain of what would happen if he were to be absorbed into that space, but he understood that avoiding such a fate was paramount. Damn it! If only I could fly on a sword, I wouldn't be in such a predicament. "Master, flying on a sword is not feasible. Why not ride me instead?" "I can help." The charming little spirit tethered to Ouyang's belt immediately recognized that his moment to shine had arrived. Upon hearing the spirit's suggestion, Ouyang's eyes lit up. Indeed, this little spirit was the manifestation of the sword sheath, and surely, flight was merely a gesture away, channeling his vital energy into the little spirit at his waist. It leaped down and began to sprint with fervor. A faint golden aura enveloped the Dachshund spirit, and its form began to undergo a rapid transformation. Ouyang, witnessing this familiar scene, jubilantly shouted, "Here we go! Dachshund Beast Super Evolution." With a flash of soft golden light, the slender Dachshund, once as thin as a soda can, swiftly expanded into a colossal creature over 2 meters in length. Though enlarged, its appearance remained largely unchanged. The 4 short legs of the Dachshund created illusory shadows as it hurriedly approached Ouyang, abruptly turning to exclaim, "Master, leap onto my back." Could it finally soar through the skies as well? Ouyang, brimming with excitement, shouted aloud, and, alongside Xianxia, leaped onto the Dachshund's back. From the dog's mouth, a cone of true energy, reminiscent of a rocket's exhaust, erupted forth. Propelled by this conical energy, the dachshund soared into the heavens. At that moment, Ouyang fulfilled a long-held dream of over a decade. He was finally flying amidst the clouds. While others rode swords to glide through the air, he rode a dog, a trivial distinction, yet a shared experience nonetheless. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu, soaring on his sword, spotted Xianxia, ensnared within the dispersive spirit formation. Frantically pacing like an ant on a hot stove, unable to escape. With a swift gesture, he pointed his finger like a sword toward Xianxia, instantly shattering the surrounding formation. Bai Feiyu glided to his side and extended his hand, calmly stating, "Grab hold." Great. Xianxia glanced at Bai Feiyu and took hold of his outstretched hand, vaulting onto Bai Feiyu's flying sword. Just as Xianxia stepped onto the sword, a distorted object emerged from the warped space behind him, crashing into his hand with considerable force. The impact stung, and as he looked down, he found a red sword tassel quietly resting in his palm. "What is this?" Xianxia pondered, bewildered by the sword tassel in his grasp. "What is the matter?" Bai Feiyu's voice suddenly echoed from ahead. Xianxia quickly concealed the tassel within his sleeve and replied, "Nothing, my friend. I merely experienced a momentary disruption in my true essence and require a brief adjustment." Although he was uncertain of the nature of the sword tassel, his extensive experience with treasures suggested it was likely a valuable item. Perhaps the significant opportunity foretold in his divinations lay within this very tassel. Ouyang, riding the dachshund, had his thoughts lingering on Xianxia. Upon witnessing the sword tassel land in Xianxia's hand, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. This expedition into the immortal's secret realm had yielded varying rewards for everyone. Lung Qingsong had acquired an immortal's legacy, while little Bai's belongings remained safely tucked in Ouyang's embrace. Xianxia had obtained an unknown sword tassel, and Qingsong neither gained nor lost, save for a few puppets. Yet here he was, having gained merely a dachshund, while simultaneously forfeiting 50 years of his lifespan. This journey had cost him a third of his life. Just as Ouyang was about to voice his lament, Qingsong, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up, "Senior brother, Ling Feng and I have emerged from our retreat." Chapter 149. An explanation? Qingsong and Ling Feng had been contemplating within the Qingyun's secret realm for quite some time. Initially, it was believed they would remain in seclusion until Ouyang's return. Thus, it was quite unexpected that they had already emerged. Ouyang turned to Qingsong, their eyes meeting in a moment of shared understanding. "It is troubling." The calm demeanor of the third brother signifies a brewing malevolence. The last encounter in the Grand Hall, where Ling Feng faced off against Dong, Shuzi, and myself, was skillfully navigated. Yet, the abrupt transformation of this once amiable character has kept Ouyang on high alert. Ling Feng's performance was so impeccable that it left no room for doubt, which only heightened Ouyang's vigilance and even aroused Dong Shuzi's suspicions. Otherwise, Dong Shuzi would not have ultimately beseeched me to spare Ling Feng in the future. The world is inherently imperfect. An excess of perfection invites scrutiny. Ouyang merely nodded in response to Qingsong's remarks, refraining from further commentary. From the moment he descended into the mortal realm until now, every event has borne the shadow of his master. To be outmaneuvered by one's own master is not a source of shame. However, this capability instills a sense of trepidation within Ouyang. What his master can achieve does not guarantee that others are incapable of similar feats. For instance, he had just rewritten the past with his own hands, albeit aided by a somewhat erratic system. Yet, did not the ancient immortals possess the ability to do the same? They have long since fallen, yet still conjure countless fortuities to attain their desired outcomes. To pave the way for his second brother's resurgence on the celestial path, intricate schemes have been set in motion even until this moment. Thus, the drastic change in Ling Feng's temperament naturally reminded Ouyang of Lin Feng, whom he encountered in the mortal world. He had inquired of his master, Hu Yun, yet Lin Feng's emergence was absent from his master's prognostications. Lin Feng's appearance became an unpredictable variable. This left Ouyang hesitant to engage with the present Ling Feng, rendering him somewhat apprehensive. Ouyang inadvertently glanced at the sky, suddenly feeling that the azure expanse had grown unfathomably profound. Upon his master's return, he would inquire about the appropriate course of action regarding that lecherous old man. Though the thought of his whimsical and lascivious master often brings him a headache, he remains surprisingly dependable. Ouyang's mind raced with myriad thoughts. Yet the voracious, cold Qing song continued its relentless consumption within the realm of the immortals, seemingly intent on absorbing the entirety of the immortal domain into the azure lotus nestled between his brows. It was as if a single point within a balloon was being tugged inward, causing the entire balloon to contort. All the sword cultivators gazed in horror as they beheld two youths atop a colossal dachshund, hoisting a figure aloft, who was in the process of absorbing everything around them. It appeared that even a moment's delay would result in being consumed by that individual. The scene was simultaneously absurd and terrifying. Good heavens! It is that dog-wielding war deity. Please, do not approach me. Hurry! Faster! We are almost free from this place. Do not underestimate me, you fiend. Mother, this place is too terrifying. I long to return home. All the sword cultivators frantically raced towards the beam of light, howling in despair. Fortunately, among all the cultivators, sword cultivators are inherently distinguished by their swiftness. Although Lung Qingsong's absorption rate was remarkably rapid, it still paled in comparison to the full-speed flight of a jet-on-stage cultivator. By the time Ouyang and Xianxia emerged from the immortal secret realm, carrying the unconscious Lung Qingsong, all the other cultivators had already departed. Just as they exited the realm, the entire immortal's secret had been completely consumed by the azure lotus nestled between Lung Qingsong's brows. He had succumbed to a profound state of unconsciousness. Bai Feiyu landed before Ouyang, approached to inspect Lung Qingsong, and upon ascertaining that he was unharmed, signaled to Ouyang, who then heaved a sigh of relief. However, upon seeing the peacefully slumbering Lung Qingsong, Ouyang was overwhelmed with ire. Throughout the entirety of the immortal's secret experience, his second son had merely lain there, coasting through the ordeal while he himself had fought valiantly. Ironically, the one who had merely rested emerged as the greatest victor, leaving Ouyang with naught but a dog. As this realization struck him, Ouyang contemplated raising his hand to deliver a couple of slaps to his second son, seeking to quell his frustration. Suddenly, a droplet of water fell onto Ouyang's face. Frowning, he lifted his hand to wipe away the moisture, only to discover its unusual stickiness. Lowering his gaze, he was met with a vivid crimson stain on his palm. The heavens began to weep, but this was no ordinary rain. It was a downpour laced with blood, accompanied by the sound of countless heavy objects crashing to the ground. Thud! 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 Ouyang looked up, stunned into silence. Each sound of a heavy object hitting the earth signified a body plummeting to the ground. These were the corpses of the formidable cultivators, controlled by the deluded Uyazi, who had slain Lung Qingsong within the palace. All stood amidst this sanguine rain, their garments drenched in the metallic scent of blood. The atmosphere grew increasingly grave, as numerous sword cultivators turned their gazes toward Ouyang and his companions, particularly focusing on the still unconscious Lung Qingsong, who was shielded by the trio. Surrounding them, the sword cultivators formed a dense circle, encasing Ouyang and his companions at the core. Hundreds of sword cultivators above the out-of-body stage had perished in such a gruesome manner. As sword practitioners, they could not stand idly by in the face of such atrocities. Even those of lesser strength would rally together, united in purpose. When faced with the slaughter of their kin by malevolent forces, sword cultivators would be the first to charge forth. For even if they remained silent, their swords would not abide the injustice. Bai Feiyu, clad in white, bore flecks of crimson, his gentle and refined demeanor now tinged with an otherworldly allure. Xianxia's silver mask was nearly drenched in blood, resembling a specter from the underworld. Ouyang, his clothes soaked in blood, hoisted the handsome youth onto his shoulder. Not just the three of them, but the entire city of sword cultivators refrained from using their true essence to disperse the blood, allowing it to drip upon themselves. This signified their acceptance of the blood debt. The sound of countless swords being drawn echoed throughout the city, as all the sword cultivators unsheathed their blades. The atmosphere thickened with an overwhelming intent to kill, a palpable aura of slaughter enveloping the entire city. The sword cultivators demand an explanation. Bai Feiyu wielded the Qingfeng sword, while Xianxia clasped his hands within his sleeves, and Ouyang lifted the handsome figure with one hand. The three of them formed a protective triangle around Lung Qingsong, standing resolutely against the horde of sword cultivators before them. Whether by choice or not, it was undeniable that these individuals had been slain by their own brethren. At this moment, to deny it would be a bitter pill for their proud hearts to swallow. Ultimately, they could simply break through the forges of Jian City with Lung Qingsong in tow. Ouyang, gripping the handsome figure tightly, felt the warm blood trickle down his face to his lips. With a disdainful spit, he wiped the blood from his face, tightened his grasp on the figure's hind leg, and sneered, "An explanation? I dare anyone to provide me one." Chapter 150, Tai A to the rescue. The atmosphere in Jian City grew increasingly tense. The scent of blood mingling with the rain, adding a brutal edge to the already oppressive ambience. Ouyang and his companions formed a triangular barrier, with Lung Qingsong sheltered behind them, regarding the ragtag group of opponents before them with disdain. Conversely, the sword cultivators across from them appeared on high alert, hesitant to make any rash moves. A mysterious masked figure capable of summoning countless puppets. An unfathomable swordsman clad in white. A fierce warrior, known as the Dog Warrior, who had carved a path through the ranks of sword cultivators. Each was a formidable adversary, and the idea that these mediocre rogue cultivators could confront them for an explanation seemed utterly delusional. All cultivators above the out-of-body stage had perished within the immortal secret realm, and the one who could absorb its power was undoubtedly tied to these events. They sought but one explanation, one that could at least pacify their ire. Otherwise, it would be a fight to the death. Among sword cultivators, there has always been a mutual disdain, yet, when facing a common enemy, even passers-by would instinctively come to aid their kin. This has long been an unspoken public secret among sword cultivators. Already, some had torn their robes, binding their swords tightly to their hands, prepared for a desperate struggle. On the streets, rooftops, and city gates, countless sword cultivators stood armed, silently observing Ouyang and his companions. Their stance unambiguously clear. Ouyang had initially intended to craft some grandiloquent excuse to deceive these half-witted individuals before him. However, the attitudes of Changsheng and Xiaobai had made it evident that they scorned such lies. Indeed, it was Lung Qingsong who had slain those eminent cultivators, and regardless of the reasons, they were willing to bear the consequences of this cause and effect. As the elder brother, Ouyang naturally refrained from uttering a word, instead choosing to confront the sword cultivators with an audacious demeanor. The three of them faced the entire city of sword cultivators, their presence commanding respect and asserting dominance. Esteemed friends, the only reason we emerged alive from the secret realm is due to the valiant efforts of these three comrades before you. Why draw your blades against your benefactors? Zhao Qianxuan's voice resonated once more. All eyes once again converge upon Zhao Qianxun, clad in blue attire. With a pained expression, Zhao Qianxun lamented, "The demise of hundreds of esteemed sword cultivators within the immortal secret realm is an unbearable truth for any of us. Yet, have you contemplated how, regardless of the prowess of the three friends opposite us, it could be plausible for them to slay so many grand cultivators in such a brief span of time? Furthermore, let us not forget that before these three entered the Grand Hall, a powerful cultivator had already fallen victim to a blood-red sword aura." Zhao Qianxuan's words indeed alleviated some of the tension in the air. He spoke the truth. Prior to Ouyang and his companion's entrance, a cultivator had already perished within the palace. While the suspicion surrounding Ouyang and his two companions might be dispelled, the matter of the black-clad cultivator they brought out from the palace raised significant concerns. Why was it that all other cultivators met their end within the palace, leaving only this black-clad figure? Zhao Qianxuan's remarks softened the expressions of the gathered sword cultivators. Yet their gaze sharpened anew upon the cold and aloof Qingsong behind Ouyang. The notion that this black-clad youth bore no responsibility for the deaths of the sword cultivators was utterly implausible. Zhao Qianxun ceased to speak. From the outset, Bai Feiyu had single-handedly confronted the sword cultivators, and now Ouyang and his companions found themselves encircled by the entirety of the city's swordsmen. Zhao Qianxun skillfully conveyed his goodwill, recognizing that Ouyang and his companions were no ordinary wandering cultivators. Although some misunderstanding had led to Ouyang targeting him multiple times, he believed that uttering a few kind words at their most desperate moment might win their favor. Offering support in times of dire need is far more precious than mere embellishment. Nevertheless, Zhao Qianxun understood that mere words would not suffice to dissuade these sword cultivators from their intentions regarding the lives of hundreds of grand cultivators. Ouyang, in response to Zhao Qianxuan's gesture, inclined his hand in acknowledgement of the favor, but opted for a more straightforward and forceful approach to resolve the standoff. He would boldly step forward. "Let us go. I shall take the second back home. Let us see who dares to obstruct us," Ouyang declared, tossing aside his companion and striding forward with determination. The assembled sword cultivators immediately drew their swords to confront him, just as Ouyang prepared to unleash his fury and carve a path through them. A voice from the heavens resonated. I, Tai, shall bear the consequences of these sword cultivators. His voice boomed like a mighty bell, shattering the tense atmosphere. All gazes turned skyward, where Tai stood, arms crossed, gazing down at the crowd with an air of tranquility, while Song Mu, behind him, coolly clutched his sword. Was the Sect master truly favoring those who had slaughtered his fellow sword cultivators? The voices of the sword cultivators rose in unison, their eyes fixed upon this arbiter of the sword path in the sky. They were fiercely obstinate, insisting on a rationale even in the face of death. Tai remained silent, raising his hand to summon hundreds of golden coffins that materialized in the air, crashing down towards the ground with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, thousands of heavy golden coffins struck the ground, sending up great plumes of mud. Tai spoke softly. Gather the bodies, it is still raining, and they will catch a chill lying on the ground. The sword cultivators, in solemn silence, reverently collected the corpses of the unfamiliar cultivators, their actions imbued with gravity. Once all the bodies were gathered, every sword cultivator turned their gaze toward Tai, hoping that this esteemed leader of the sword sect would provide an explanation. As one of the 9 great sacred lands, the sword sect was inherently unreasonable, acting with a domineering and capricious nature. Yet today, Tai's demeanor was unexpectedly gentle. He quietly surveyed the assembly of sword cultivators in the sword-forging city and spoke. Since we embarked on the path of cultivation, we have contended with heaven and earth. The number of lives lost is countless, yet so too is the number of those who follow in their footsteps. To die in the pursuit of the Tao is to die without regret. The sword-forging city shall erect the monument of 10,000 swords. Those who have fallen shall be inscribed upon it for all sword cultivators to pay their respects. Although that cultivator did not intend to harm us, it remains of great significance. The sword sect shall seal the sword pool for 10 years as a warning. Such righteousness from our sect leader. The sword cultivators in the city chorused in unison. Ouyang sneered, questioning the rationale behind isolating his second brother for a decade. What a foolish dream. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng rolled his hands within his sleeves, rapidly shaping a figure resembling a cold green pine. Bai Feiyu, however, was not concerned about the cold green pine. Instead, his eyes gleamed as he looked at Tai. The establishment of a monument of 10,000 swords was indeed splendid. Henceforth, even in death, cultivators would have a place to go. It was a deed of great merit. With a gesture akin to wielding a sword, Tai casually slashed at the overcast sky, which split apart as if cleaved by a sharp blade. The heavy clouds were rent asunder, revealing a clear blue sky in an instant. Tai raised his hands toward the heavens in a respectful salute and intoned. We sword cultivators honor heaven and earth, but heaven and earth must also honor us. Chapter 151. The 8 trigrams of Heaven's Evolution. Tai's resolute words resonated throughout the city, winning the hearts of the sword cultivators. Truly, the sword sect handled matters with clarity between public and private interests. How admirable. Among the crowd, Zhao Qian's son pondered Tai's figure against the sky. Everyone was satisfied, and the dignity of the sword sect was preserved. Was this what the sect leader meant by being forthright and just? Meanwhile, Chen Changxing observed with a peculiar gaze. In his past life, the second senior brother had slaughtered over 100,000 sword cultivators, forcing Tai to take his own life in front of the world. Could a group of wandering sword cultivators truly compel the leader of the 9 great sacred lands to end his own life? How absurd. This was a testament to the degradation of the once peaceful cultivation world. It also served as evidence that, in the face of impending doom, no one could turn the tide. Yet now, Tai seemed to have emerged with both fame and fortune. With a wave of his hand, Tai made Ouyang and the others vanish from sight. Just as Ouyang was about to disappear, the rope tethering his companion slipped from his grasp. In deep contemplation, Zhao Qiansun suddenly felt a chilling sensation around his neck, as a noose ensnared him. Before he could react, the rope tightened abruptly, pulling him into a distorted realm. Coughing, he realized he had narrowly avoided becoming the first Dan-stage cultivator to be strangled. Gasping for breath, he rubbed his neck, puzzled by the strange rope that immobilized his true essence. With a benevolent smile, Ouyang, while retracting the rope, addressed Zhao Qiansun, "My dear brother Zhao, Your steadfastness in such perilous moments truly moves me. Zhao Qiansun quickly responded with a contrived smile. I feel an immediate kinship with you, my friend, and could not bear to witness my companions ensnared in such a quagmire. Observing Zhao Qiansun's earnest expression, Ouyang stepped closer, playfully pinching Zhao's cheek as if searching for something. What are you doing? Zhao Qiansun asked, bewildered by Ouyang's antics. Ouyang, still fiddling, inquired with curiosity, I wonder if this mask on your face can be removed. A cold sweat broke out on Zhao Qiansun's back, panic flickering in his eyes as he hastily replied, I do not comprehend your meaning. Releasing Zhao Qiansun's face, Ouyang locked eyes with him and said, wearing a mask for too long makes it difficult to remove. Shouldn't your thoughts be directed towards delivering a couple of punches to my face? Ouyang's gaze was calm, yet penetrating, seemingly piercing through Zhao Qiansun's innermost thoughts. This unnerved Zhao Qiansun, who had always prided himself on his perceptiveness, as if no facade could conceal his true feelings from those eyes. Strike me, Ouyang suddenly commanded. Donnotiest, my friend. Zhao Qiansun forced a smile. Hurry, hit me. You worthless wretch, still groveling at my feet. Are you not ashamed? Ouyang's tone intensified, becoming stern. Zhao Qiansun maintained his cheerful demeanor, replying, I truly mean no offense. I merely feel an instant connection with you. Ouyang tilted his head, questioning, an orphan, was it? Lacking love and care as a child, and now reduced to this pathetic state? You smile even as your wife runs off with another? In an instant, countless coins were hurled towards Ouyang. Clang, clang, clang. All were effortlessly deflected by Ouyang's vital energy. Zhao Qiansun, shedding his smiling facade, stood resolutely with a finger raised to his chest, coldly declaring, rise. From beneath Zhao Qiansun's feet, a faint blue bagua formation materialized, with the 64 hexagrams spinning rapidly. Heavenly transformation command. Heaven and earth. The surrounding scenery began to whirl madly, as Ouyang felt himself and Zhao Qiansun transported to an unknown dimension. A celestial realm? Before him, Zhao Qiansun possessed a small world of immortals. Truly, he was the favored child of destiny. Ouyang continued to lament, while the indifferent Zhao Qiansun issued commands without pause. Water mine formation. Instantly, the space was enveloped in swirling mist, and countless currents of electricity appeared within it, resembling a network of water and electricity. Ouyang raised his aura shield, which was soon covered in a dense array of lightning, wind, and earth observation. In an instant, Ouyang found himself suspended in midair, as powerful gusts of wind surged from beneath, assaulting him with fervor. Fire in the heavens. Suddenly, the confined space was filled with the elements of wind, water, thunder, and fire, as if they were insatiably consuming everything around them. Zhao Qiansun stood at the center of the bagua, resembling a deity, his expression icy as he regarded Ouyang, who had fallen into an endless torrent of elemental chaos. Although he was a cultivator at the core formation stage here, even a spirit-severing stage cultivator would find themselves at his mercy. He had endured to this extent, yet this Ouyang relentlessly pressed forward, forcing him toward a desperate situation. Even a lion, when hunting a hare, would exert its full strength. Since he had been driven to a dead end, he resolved to eliminate Ouyang. In an instant, Ouyang's presence vanished within the tempest of wind, water, thunder, and fire, like a natural disaster. Within the bagua, I am a deity. This was the unparalleled technique he had acquired after plummeting from the cliff, the heavenly transformation technique. The 64 hexagrams were all at his disposal. As long as he remained within this bagua realm, he was an omnipotent being. This was his greatest trump card for surviving until now. No one knew of this card. For those who had seen it were all dead. In that moment, Zhao Qiansun shed all pretense, his face devoid of joy or sorrow, as if he were judging the life and death of a being. As the elements of wind, water, thunder, and fire gradually subsided, a grinning face emerged before the astonished Zhao Qiansun. Is that all? Bring it on. Ouyang provocatively beckoned Zhao Qiansun with a finger. Water and fire harmonized. Heavenly thunder unforeseen. Zuffing overwhelming. Earth fire bright. Zhao Qiansun raised a single finger, issuing 4 commands, each consisting of 4 characters. The ferocity of the elements surged even more violently, causing the entire space to convulse under their extreme influence. The once stable bagua began to show signs of cracking. Zhao Qiansun's eyes reflected the apocalyptic scene, his expression turning frenzied, his madness laid bare as he cast aside all facades. It was unclear how much time had passed when Zhao Qiansun, utterly exhausted, knelt on the ground, his hands propping him up as he gasped for breath, his mind throbbing with pain from complete mental fatigue. The sound of footsteps echoed beside him, steady and powerful, driving Zhao Qiansun to the brink of despair. To hell with great fortune. After calculating so many hexagrams, I never expected to meet my end here today. As Zhao Qiansun yearned to take action, the depletion of his true essence rendered him momentarily paralyzed. Move! He cried out in desperation. I cannot perish here. Yet his body seemed utterly unresponsive, as if it had completely forsaken his commands. A hand pressed upon his crown, and a gentle force swiftly coursed through his limbs. Ouyang's soothing voice echoed, "Channel your anger, for the weight of your thoughts only dulls the essence of life. Overthinking can lead to harm, young one." Just as Zhao Qiansun intended to lift his head and curse, his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 152. The Sword Sect's Inquiry at the Sword Pool? Bring it forth if you dare. The hand Ouyang placed atop his head felt akin to the warmth he had experienced at the precipice of a cliff, receiving the teachings of an immortal. The gentle flow of vital energy nourished his veins, mending the damage wrought by his reckless exertion. This sensation transported Zhao Qiansun back to that singular moment when he was compelled to leap into the abyss, the only warmth he had received then. The immortal supports my crown, my hair entwined with longevity. Thus began his journey of cultivation, achieving the golden core stage within a mere 3 years. With no burdens to tether him, he found himself enduring less hardship, fortune showering upon him as his wealth was amassed through happenstance, and his prowess cultivated through serendipity. Yet, he surpassed the majority of loose cultivators, attaining the esteemed golden core stage. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, a fatigue that words could scarcely convey. Zhao Qiansun felt a fog enveloping his mind. Never before had he been so drained. Vaguely, memories of his childhood resurfaced. A melodious female voice rang in his ears. I heard there exists a realm where one need not cultivate, and all live as equals. Such a wondrous place. What do you think exists in the mortal realm? Are there candied hawthorns to enjoy? Zhao Qiansun, you are truly a wicked scoundrel. I shall never play with you again. A wave of annoyance washed over him as the ethereal voice persisted even in death. Just as clarity began to return to Zhao Qiansun's consciousness, a cacophony of noise drowned out the incessant chatter of the girl. Suddenly, the sound sharpened into a piercing shriek, rousing him from his stupor. Old man, don't even think about it. We'll leave as soon as my brother awakens. Ouyang's boisterous voice rang in Zhao Qiansun's ears. Leave? You must be joking. Can you even see him leave? Teia's equally defiant voice retorted. I'll take you down. Ouyang bellowed in indignation. I'll pierce you with my sword. Teia's voice echoed with equal ferocity. Zhao Qiansun sat up, bewildered, watching as Ouyang and Teia clashed in the distance, uncertain whether he was still ensnared in a dream. The Sword Sect's leader, Teia, wielded his longsword, while Ouyang brandished a slender dagger, entangled in a struggle that resembled a brawl more than a duel. With neither employing true essence or sword intent, merely relying on brute strength to strike. On the opposite side, Ouyang skillfully wielded his sword, creating dazzling sword flowers that left the handsome youth entranced. In the midst of this deadly display, the handsome youth, mouth agape, lunged toward Teia, synchronizing his movements with Ouyang's flourish. Meanwhile, Chun Changsheng observed the still unconscious Lung Qingsong with an expression of indifference. During their time at Qinyan Sect, it was nearly a routine for his senior brother to engage in such antics with the sect leader every few days. Amidst their raucous shouts, the sounds of the handsome youth's barking added to the cacophony as they began to spar near the sword pool. Awake now? Bai Feiyu's voice drifted from behind Zhao Qiansun. A copper coin instinctively appeared between Zhao Qiansun's fingers, but as he prepared to act, he remembered the person behind him was none other than the white-clad swordsman. Turning his head, he donned a smile and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your concern, esteemed brother. I am quite well. Indeed, just as my senior brother remarked, you in here shamelessly taking a disproportionate share," Bai Feiyu chuckled, gazing at the insincere Zhao Qiansun. However, there was no malice in Bai Feiyu's demeanor. He extended his hand, revealing a white jade vial. "This is a gift from my senior brother for you, a second-grade enlightenment pill. Regardless of the intent behind your earlier words, consider this a token of goodwill. A second-grade enlightenment pill? Just one tier below the first-grade spirit pills? Who on earth are these individuals to be so extravagant? Zhao Qiansun smiled and politely declined, saying, I merely spoke a few words. I cannot accept such a precious pill. I implore you to take it back. Bai Feiyu regarded Zhao Qiansun with a gentle tone. Do you feel that this second-grade enlightenment pill is insufficient to repay your favor? Zhao Qiansun shook his head, realizing that even the thought of accepting such a treasure was daunting. Who could predict what awaited him afterward? Just as he contemplated speaking, the white jade vial had already found its way into his grasp. Rest assured, this pill is solely to reciprocate your kindness. There are no ulterior motives. Bai Feiyu stated as he passed by Zhao Qiansun without looking back. Gazing at the second-grade pill in his hand, Zhao Qiansun swallowed hard and inquired, May I ask? Esteemed friend, are you truly wandering cultivators? Bai Feiyu did not respond, but instead walked directly toward the still brawling Ouyang and his opponent. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Qiansun followed suit. Old rascal, take this, a powerful canine strike. Ouyang screeched, lifting the handsome youth and hurling him toward Taya. Taya erupted in laughter, his voice dripping with menace. You little beast, taste my sword. One was the head of the Sword Sect, while the other was the foremost disciple of the Qinyan Sect, one of the 9 great holy lands. They cast aside their pretenses and engaged in a spirited tussle. As they wrestled, they suddenly began to drink, competing in their capacity for alcohol. Before long, Taya was intoxicated, his cheeks flushed and his gaze unfocused. Pointing at the snoring Ouyang, he laughed heartily. I truly cannot fathom how you came to be. No wonder Shengazai and Dong Shuzi dote on you so. After only a few days in your company, I find myself unable to resist liking this scamp. Upon hearing the title Neurochild, Bai Feiyu and Chen Changsheng couldn't help but flinch. For this was indeed the title of their own master. If their master were to hear Tai calling him by this name, he might very well pull out his beard in indignation. Their master detested being addressed by that title. However, Tai remained utterly unconcerned, gazing contentedly at the slumbering Ouyang before him. This lad acted without a care in the world, relying solely on his own whims. He was spontaneous yet steadfast in upholding his principles. Such qualities are truly rare. The elder generation, having occupied high positions for too long, had grown weary of the timid and overly respectful demeanor of their juniors. Suddenly encountering a carefree, unambitious rascal like Ouyang brought them considerable amusement. A person devoid of desires possesses a certain strength. When one seeks nothing, there is little to fear. Such individuals are indeed precious. Even those who primarily cultivate the path of non-action ultimately aspire to the supreme Tao, are they not? Enough of your charade. Wake up, Teo Excellerment. His irritation directed at the still feigning Ouyang. Ouyang sat up, instantly purging the alcohol he had consumed earlier, wiping his mouth. Had he not been evading liquor all along, he would have surely been inebriated today. Tai, casting a disapproving glance at Ouyang, remarked, Young man, your junior brother is cultivating the essence of my sword sect's innate green lotus sword intent. He must endure countless trials of sword intent to refine himself, enabling him to master the ultimate offensive green lotus sword intent. Remaining in my sword sect's questioning sword pool is for his own benefit. Here's the deal. I can reluctantly accept him as a named disciple, which would make it legitimate. Upon hearing this, Ouyang immediately rubbed his hands together in excitement, exclaiming, If you're accepting my junior brother as a disciple, then what is the distinction between yours and mine? Surely relocating the questioning sword pool to the small peak of Qinyan Sect shouldn't pose much of a problem, right? The sword sect's questioning sword pool? Bring it on. Chapter 153. The sword possesses spirit, yet one blade remains. Tai, slightly dazed from drink, stared incredulously at the audacious Ouyang before him, bursting into laughter. His disdain palpable. That's quite the ambition. If you can manage to move it, then it's yours. But if you cannot, he must remain here for 20 years. Tai pointed at the still unconscious Lung Qingsong, revealing his ulterior motives. Let us not even mention that the questioning sword pool encompasses countless innate sword intents, Tao rhythms, and even laws left behind by mighty cultivators since the founding of the Sword Sect. The questioning sword pool itself is akin to a live volcano. The notion of relocating this pool without damage is nothing short of fanciful. Even one capable of traversing space like myself can only enter and exit freely. Moving this questioning sword pool is beyond my capabilities. Before Tai could finish contemplating these thoughts, Ouyang leaped up in excitement, having not anticipated that Tai would be so generous. offering to give away the questioning sword pool so readily. If others cannot move it, does Ouyang lack the ability? Ouyang patted the handsome young man beside him, who sluggishly rose to his feet and gradually floated into the air, opening his mouth in a disenchanted manner. His master had a penchant for feeding him the most inexplicable things. As his mouth moved, the surrounding space began to fracture like it had been cleaved by a blade, and the entire sword inquiry pool vanished before the eyes of the onlookers. Even the unconscious Lung Qingsong disappeared from his spot. What in the world? Where's the sword inquiry pool? Such a grand edifice has simply vanished. Tai A's eyes widened in disbelief as he scanned the area, now reduced to a barren expanse of roiling magma, leaving him utterly speechless. You mutt, return my sword Sect's sword inquiry pool. Tai A glared at Ouyang, storming toward him with determination, lifting him with one hand and spitting words in frustration. Once it's in my belly, you'll have to wait until I visit the restroom to get it back. Ouyang, with a shameless demeanor, clapped his hands. Chen Changsheng, who had been squatting beside Lung Qingsong, quietly stood up and flipped his hand to reveal a recording stone. The stone played back Tai A's boisterous laughter. As long as you can carry it away, it's yours. It's yours. Chen Changsheng repeatedly replayed Tai A's grand declarations, while Tai A, now disregarding his status as the sword sect's leader, pointed at Chen Changsheng, causing the recording stone in his hand to shatter into dust. Quickly return my sword sect's sword inquiry pool. I never uttered such words. Tai A growled menacingly at Ouyang, holding him before him. It's yours. It's yours. Tai A's voice echoed again from the remnants of the recording stone in Chen Changsheng's grasp. Another pristine recording stone appeared in his hand. Ouyang, still held aloft, grinned innocently and remarked, my junior disciple has this one good trait. He enjoys keeping multiple copies of everything. Surely the sect leader wouldn't want these recording stones scattered everywhere, would he? Are you trying to deceive Tai? And managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth. Uncle Master, what are you saying? You are now the named master of my little brother, and thus my uncle. I, Ouyang, have always respected my elders, cherished the young, and honored my teachers. How could I ever commit such an act? Ouyang promptly denied the accusation. As Zhao Qian's son approached, intending to inquire Tai A about the righteous path, he hesitated upon witnessing Ouyang's antics, his expression shifting to one of sudden clarity. Beside him, Bai Feiyu covered his face, seemingly still unaccustomed to the audacity of his senior brother after all these years. Tai A shook Ouyang's neck vigorously, anxiously wishing for him to regurgitate the precious sword inquiry pool. This was a treasure inherited by the sword sect for countless years, rivaling even the immortal writings enshrined in the main hall. To lose it now would be a disgrace. If he were to perish one day, how could he face the ancestors of his sword sect? Ouyang rolled his eyes dramatically, embodying a lackadaisical attitude, as if he had nothing to lose. This unyielding demeanor nearly brought the haughty Tai to his knees in desperation. The handsome figure descended from the air, surveying his now enlarged physique, feeling a sense of indigestion. After all, he was merely a sword sheath. What strange entities was he now consuming? One spatial compartment was insufficient, and yet more items continued to be forced into this space. Indeed, the small world that Ouyang had awoken now resided within the belly of the handsome figure. As a treasured artifact in the form of a sword sheath, it was hard to believe that Ouyang could exist without some means of storage. Upon completing the system's task, Ouyang pried open the mouth of the dog, allowing the space that had been pursuing him to enter the handsome figure's body. Who could boast of having a world as their progeny? Upon discovering this extraordinary gift within his handsome companion, Ouyang naturally set his sights on the sword sect's questioning sword pool. Having experienced Li Taibai's past life, Ouyang understood that Li Taibai had reached the pinnacle of the sword path. To swiftly attain the zenith of swordsmanship without traversing countless miles and witnessing myriad sword techniques was simply unattainable. The sword sect's extensive heritage over the millennia would serve as a solid foundation for his second child. However, persuading his second child to remain within the sword sect was another matter. Regardless of Ouyang's willingness, even Lung Qingsong would not consent. For the sake of his second child's path, Ouyang felt it was worthwhile to be a bit shameless. Did Tai truly dare to end his life? If he were to perish, the questioning sword pool could not operate without his command, nor could it yield anything from the dog's mouth. Meanwhile, within the small world nestled in the handsome figure's belly, a colossal mountain peak abruptly materialized, crashing onto the water surface. It seemed as though this half-mountain had been prepared specifically for this small realm, fitting seamlessly into the space that originally belonged to the lake. Lung Qingsong lay unconscious in the waters of the questioning sword pool, while countless sword intents converged toward his second child. The profound legacy of the sword sect, accumulated over countless years, was being rapidly absorbed by his second child. Countless sword intents coalesced around that pure heart, leaving behind faint scars upon its surface. The expressions on Lung Qingsong's face fluctuated between pain and relief as he, in his unconscious state, underwent the refining trials shared by Li Taibai and innumerable sword cultivators. As the handsome figure landed beside Ouyang, instinctively preparing to tether himself to Ouyang's belt, Tai A, who had been gripping Ouyang's neck, finally noticed the culprit behind the theft of his questioning sword pool. He reached out toward the wiener dog, whose lazy eyes turned to meet Tai A's gaze. In that moment of seemingly disordered time and space, Tai A halted his hand. The wiener dog appeared to recognize him, evoking an inexplicable sense of reassurance. The handsome figure softly spoke. The sword possesses a spirit. Alas, it is but a single blade. As Tai seemed to be struck by a bolt of lightning, it appeared as though he grasped something intangible in the depths of the universe. Releasing Ouyang, he clutched the sides of his neck with both hands and pulled fiercely. With a resounding crack, reminiscent of metal clashing, it echoed like the sound of chains breaking. In that moment, the sound of shattered chains seemed to resonate solely within Tess' ears. He muttered to himself, and then suddenly erupted into a frenzied laughter that lasted an indeterminate time, bringing tears of mirth to his eyes. How intriguing! I initially believed I owed Ouyang a mere debt of fate, yet unexpectedly, this debt is far more profound, he mused, wiping away the tears that formed at the corners of his eyes with a smile. Upon finishing his reverie, Tai turned his gaze towards Ouyang, who stood there, dumbfounded. Although Ouyang had conjectured Tai's identity, he was astonished to realize that Tai had also perceived his own, given his ability to enlighten sentient beings. How could the immortal sword forged by the ancient master Ouyezi, renowned as the most formidable swordsmith, not awaken its own consciousness? When Ouyezi revealed that the celestial sword he crafted was named Tai, Ouyang immediately thought of the current sword sect master, Tai. Surely, a sword of such caliber must possess at least the essence of a Dao treasure, right? If such a treasure could endow even its sheath with sentience, there was no reason why the sword itself would not possess awareness. It was at the moment of the sword's formation that its consciousness was awakened. After Ouyezi infused his essence into the sword, he became its spirit. The awakened consciousness was then expelled from the sword's body and reincarnated as Tai. In comparison to the reincarnated by who retained his memories, what recollections could the nascent consciousness of the Tai sword possibly hold? Ouyang speculated that had he not intervened in the timeline, the day his second brother accepted the legacy of the Sword Immortal Tai would have signaled Tai's demise. Yet, the fact that Tai stood before him unscathed indicated that his alterations to the timeline were still in effect. Whether this intricate web was disrupted by the celestial beings or his own master remained uncertain. He would simply have to bind his master to a tree upon his return and inquire. With an air of ease, Tai regarded Ouyang and declared, "Given such significant karma, lending you the sword pool for your contemplation poses no issue." He emphasized the word lend with a pronounced nasal tone, making it clear that his intention was absolute. Upon hearing Tai's consent, Ouyang sighed in relief and flatteringly remarked, "Master Uncle truly exemplifies righteousness, a benefit for the ages." He was more than willing to lavish praises if it meant reaping rewards. Lending? I have always relished borrowing things. When will I return them? That is of no concern to me. Tai composed himself once more, casting a lingering glance at the sausage dog hanging from Ouyang's waist, who had closed its eyes. He continued, "I shall make a brief return to the sword sect. After a few days, once that cloaked lad awakens, I will escort you back to Qingyun's sect." With that, he tore through the fabric of space, departing from the now desolate sword pool, which lay strewn with molten rock. Ouyang remained rooted in place, watching Tai vanish, his mind swirling with countless thoughts, overwhelmed by the tumultuous experience at the sword sect, feeling as if his very CPU were about to overheat. How many contingencies has Li Taibai truly left behind? The scabbard, the tassel, the blade, the spirit of the sword, the heart of the sword, and himself. This Li Taibai thinks he is Pangu, dividing all things as if it were child's play. Clearly, he is but a reincarnation of Li Taibai. Why then has he left so many contingencies? while his own little Bai remains blissfully ignorant, akin to a white lotus. Ouyang felt as if his head were filled with porridge, unable to untangle the confusion. Turning to glance at Xiao Bai, he was instantly consumed by rage. Having sacrificed 50 years of his life to save this prodigal child, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Ouyang leaped forward, lunging at Xiao Bai, tightening his grip around the boy's neck, and delivered a vigorous rub on his head with a clenched fist. Not one of these ungrateful offspring brought him any peace. While Ouyang reprimanded Xiao Bai, he did not hold back his actions. Unprepared, Bai Feiyu found himself caught off guard. He had always been mindful of his image and was about to use his true essence to send this dim-witted senior brother flying. However, before he could gather his energy, Ouyang's overwhelming qi suppressed him completely. This fellow was truly serious. Bai Feiyu instantly lost his courage the moment Ouyang wielded his qi to subdue his true essence. It was evident that Ouyang was genuinely enraged. Confused, Bai Feiyu wondered how he had innocently been caught in this turmoil when he had merely been an onlooker all along. Casting a glance around, his eyes landed on the smiling Xianxia, whose expression was particularly entertaining. Cold Qingsong remained in a deep slumber. With only Xianxia by the senior brother's side, undoubtedly, this rascal had said something to conspire against him. Gritting his teeth, Bai Feiyu glared at the smiling Xianxia, thinking resentfully, "Just wait, you scheming Taoist." Xianxia, who had been enjoying the heartwarming scene, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as his keen intuition sensed a threat looming over him. Just as he and Ling Feng were emerging from their retreat, could it be that Ling Feng harbored ill intentions towards him? Xianxia's smile faltered for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. In a hidden chamber within the small peak, Xianxia opened his eyes, his fingers moving swiftly. After a playful tussle, with Ouyang re-establishing his senior brother's authority, he finally released Xiao Bai, looking toward Zhao Qiansun with a smile, and inquired, "How do you feel?" "Thank you for your concern, Brother Ouyang. I am quite well." Zhao Qiansun replied leisurely, revealing a perfect set of 8 teeth as he bowed in respect. Ouyang sighed, observing Zhao Qiansun's tilted head, and said, "To be honest, I would really like to hear you scold me just once." Zhao Qiansun chuckled awkwardly and replied, "What are you saying, brother? We have grown so close. How could I ever scold you?" Yet, in his heart, Zhao Qiansun had already unleashed a torrent of curses. He was certain Ouyang was harboring some ill intent, and he knew that should he dare to speak, a slap would swiftly follow. Now, he was like fish on a chopping board, while Ouyang wielded the knife, truly finding himself under the eaves and having to bow his head. Ouyang gazed at Zhao Qiansun, whose face bore a smile, yet was brimming with vigilance, and nonchalantly inquired, "Would you like to join us?" "Join? Where are we going?" Zhao Qiansun asked, puzzled. Ouyang replied earnestly, "I am the chief disciple of the 12th peak of the Qingyun sect, and these are my junior brothers. Would you consider becoming one of us?" Zhao Qiansun, taken aback by Ouyang's candid revelation of his identity, was astonished yet understood the implication. The mannerisms of Ouyang and his companions were markedly different from those of ordinary wanderers. They were either scions of illustrious families or esteemed lineages. To his surprise, they were disciples from one of the 9 great sacred grounds, the Qingyun sect. Despite his accustomed freedom, Zhao Qiansun, with rare seriousness, shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kind offer, but I, Zhao Qiansun, am of humble talent and cannot aspire to the lofty heights of the Qingyun sect." For a wandering cultive, gaining entry into the Qingyun sect was akin to an unparalleled opportunity, yet Zhao Qiansun rejected it without a moment's hesitation. However, Ouyang anticipated this response and regarded Zhao Qiansun with a steady gaze, saying, "Since you do not wish to join the Qingyun sect, how about the Sword sect?" Zhao Qiansun smiled wryly and waved his hand, meeting Ouyang's gaze as he replied, "Ouyang, I have been a solitary star since childhood. Accustomed to my freedom and the carefree life of a wandering spirit, I cannot abide by the rules and regulations of prestigious sects. Then, may we meet again by fate," Ouyang said, bowing without a hint of reluctance. "Next time we meet, I shall express my gratitude to you, Brother Ouyang." Zhao Qiansun returned the gesture. As Zhao Qiansun vanished from sight, descending the mountain, Bai Feiyu finally spoke up, "Eldest senior brother, he truly is a promising talent." Xianxia approached as well, inquiring, "Eldest senior brother, shall we eradicate this potential threat?" After the star, gifted by Dongzi following the slaying of the moon, vanished from his hand, Ouyang calmly replied, "Do not worry, we shall meet again. It is his destiny." Chapter 155, the Azure Bird. At the moment Ouyang extended his invitation to Zhao Qiansun to return with them to the Qingyun sect, the star bestowed by Dongzuzi reappeared in his hand. It seemed to signify that Zhao Qiansun was destined to become Dongzuzi's next disciple. This star had fallen into Ouyang's palm when Dongzuzi had plucked it during the slaying of the moon, and its sudden appearance during his invitation confirmed that Zhao Qiansun was indeed the disciple Dongzuzi sought. Such a cunning, self-serving individual was to become a disciple of the Qingyun sect's leader? One could not help but ponder the nature of Dongzuzi's choices and apprentices. First, there was the enigmatic Ling Feng, then the demonic progeny Ziyuan, and now, yet another child of fortune who made even a righteous person like Ouyang feel a tinge of shame. Could it be that the old man's underlying buff is merely recruiting disciples? If Dongzuzi were to pen a novel titled My Disciples Are All Great Fiends, it would undoubtedly become a bestseller. What astonished Ouyang was that Zhao Qiansun not only rejected him, but did so with remarkable decisiveness, seemingly harboring an innate aversion to esteemed families. He preferred to remain a solitary cultivator rather than join any sect. Although he was a refined egoist, he possessed his own convictions and a proud spirit. Indeed, he was quite the paradoxical child of fortune. However, considering his extraordinary luck, one might assume he was the type to stumble upon wealth at every turn and inadvertently acquire powerful techniques by mere chance. While he felt a twinge of envy towards the abundant cultivation resources of the major sects, he would not relinquish his principles for such gains. Zhao Qiansun was a rogue with boundaries and ideas. This was Ouyang's assessment of Zhao Qiansun, and due to this initial impression, he found it difficult to take a liking to him, doubting Zhao Qiansun's potential to become the sect leader's disciple. For the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 sacred lands, having a refined egoist as its leader would undoubtedly spell disaster. But what concern was that of his? At worst, when the Qingyun sect faced annihilation, he could flee with his little mountain peak. The world was vast, and surely he and his rebellious progeny could carve out their own destiny. Putting aside such trivial thoughts, he remembered that his second brother was still solidifying his foundation within the confines of a dog's belly, uncertain how long it would take for him to awaken. This time, Lung Qingsong truly became the sole victor. Not only did he inheritly Taibai's celestial realm and the legacy of the Qinglian sword intent, but he also benefited from countless predecessor sword intent at the sword pool, even bearing the consequences of having unintentionally harmed many great cultivators due to being controlled. Had it not been for Zhao Qiansun's extraordinary luck, Ouyang might have suspected that his second brother was the true child of fortune. With this thought, Ouyang smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling that he had yet to present a gift to Xiaobai. Cautiously, he opened the front of his robe, revealing a quiet bluebird nestled within the inner lining. Ouyang exhaled a sigh of relief. This creature was still alive. After his prolonged engagement with Tai A and a brief commotion with Xiaobai, the bird had remained peacefully in his embrace, remarkably unharmed. The true identity of this bluebird was that it had transformed from Ouyang after being enlightened by Ouyang. Having waited in the sword for countless years, Ouyang accepted Ouyang's proposal and, upon receiving his vital energy, astonishingly materialized into a tangible bluebird. It seemed that this bluebird had lost Ouyang's memories, becoming an ordinary little azure bird. Ouyang could only enlighten inanimate objects, but could not grant them physical form. Had he been able to do so, his third brother's artistic skills would have proven immensely valuable. It was likely that Ouyang had employed some method to transform himself into a living, breathing bird, perhaps having been trapped within the sword for endless years. The current Ouyang merely wished to live freely as an unburdened bluebird. Ouyang gently retrieved the bluebird from his bosom. The creature appeared utterly unafraid, peacefully nestled in the palm of his hand, its tiny head tucked beneath its wings as it slept. The gentle rise and fall of its diminutive body symbolized that, despite Ouyang's unreliability, the bluebird remained resilient and full of life. The moment Ouyang unveiled the bluebird, Bai Feiyu's gaze was instantly transfixed upon it, unable to divert his attention even slightly. As a reincarnated Sword Immortal, he distinctly sensed the familiar aura emanating from the bluebird, a scent that evoked profound guilt from his past life that he could never forget. Bai Feiyu, the eldest senior brother, gazed at the enchanting bluebird with palpable excitement. His words faltered, leaving him a loss to articulate the overwhelming joy that rendered him speechless. Observing Bai Feiyu's fervor, Ouyang, with a playful glint in his eye, declared, "Ah, this is something I found in the belly of a handsome fellow. It seems quite delightful, so I thought I'd bring it home a raise." Bai Feiyu, typically composed and refined, gestured animatedly towards himself, momentarily unsure how to request the bluebird from Ouyang. Meanwhile, Ouyang held the bluebird aloft, feigning ignorance to Bai Feiyu's anxious demeanor, and mused aloud, "At home, my fox is named Handsome, and my dog is called Pretty Boy. What shall we name this bird? With all its feathers, how about Featherhead?" A splendid name. It's easy to sustain and vividly represents its essence. Ouyang felt quite proud of his naming prowess, considering himself a veritable genius in the art. The bluebird seemed to respond to the name Ouyang had given it, suddenly taking flight from his hand and mischievously pecking at his forehead. Ouyang, flailing his sleeves and cradling his head, cursed at the audacious bird. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu, regaining his composure, gazed at the bluebird, his memories seemingly drifting to distant realms, his countenance revealing a bittersweet expression. Just as Ouyang could no longer restrain himself and was prepared to unleash his true energy to pluck the bluebird's feathers, the creature, sensing the impending threat, gracefully soared into the air, leisurely circling before landing softly on Bai Feiyu's shoulder. Its azure claws firmly grasped the fabric of Bai Feiyu's attire as it resumed its tranquil slumber. Bai Feiyu's expression softened considerably as he observed the bluebird on his shoulder. He extended a finger, gently tapping the bird's head, silently murmuring, "We meet again, Uyazi." The bluebird, with its eyes closed, seemed oblivious to Bai Feiyu's presence, yet its small claws clutched his clothing tightly. Chapter 156. Ling Feng emerges from seclusion. Ouyang regarded Bai Feiyu with a paternal gaze, exuding warmth akin to that of a caring father. Oblivious to the fact that Chun Changsheng had long since disconnected from the scene, all of Chun Changsheng's thoughts were now fixated on the newly emerged puppet. For standing beside him was Ling Feng, the elder brother whom he had been warned to be wary of. Both Chun Changsheng and the freshly emerged Ling Feng simultaneously appeared in the grand hall of Qinyan Peak. Dong Shuzi gazed at the two before him, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. One was his cherished disciple, while the other was the holy son of the Qinyan sacred land. Neither of these individuals offered him any comfort. Recalling the scene from that day when Ouyang confronted Ling Feng, Dong Shuzi felt utterly drained. Over the years, none of his disciples had been a source of ease, and he could only hope that Ouyang would return with a worthy apprentice. "Have you both gleaned any insights from the Qinyan's secret treasure?" Dong Shuzi inquired, observing the two seated contemplatively in the hall. Ling Feng respectfully rose and replied, "Disciple has gained much, yet requires more time to assimilate." Chun Changsheng, in turn, also stood to speak. Disciple shares the same sentiment as senior brother Ling. The understanding is profound. The two had been contemplating the Qinyan's secret treasure for quite some time, although the vast luminous orb remained indistinct. It emanated the essence of countless great practitioners who had left their marks since the inception of the sect. The intricate and myriad paths contained within were sufficient to occupy their minds for an extended duration. They were certainly not the sort to doze off during a discourse on the Tao, and thus had garnered substantial insights. In his previous life, Chun Changsheng, of average talent, had never even glimpsed the Qinyan's secret treasure before his demise. Now, even the resonances of the treasure were an invaluable opportunity for enlightenment, even for one who had already reached the tribulation stage in his past life. Dong Shuzi cast a glance at the two, his gaze lingering briefly on Ling Feng before he spoke in a measured tone. "In that case, you both should return and thoroughly digest your gains from this experience." Qin Changsheng and Ling Feng bowed in acknowledgement and subsequently exited the grand hall. As they walked together along the path of Qinyan Peak, Ling Feng appeared calm, yet subtle ripples stirred within his heart. From Dong Shuzi's tone and emotional fluctuations just moments ago, Ling Feng could distinctly sense the lingering wariness directed at him. This implied that even with his oath to the heavenly Tao, Ouyang had not relinquished his suspicions. It seemed prudent to devise a well-considered plan. Fortunately, he had uncovered secrets regarding the demonic clan that had led their own holy son to infiltrate the Qinyan sect. This revelation added yet another trump card to his hand. Chun Changsheng observed the serene countenance of Ling Feng, yet despite his mastery over spiritual perception, he could discern no anomalies within him. The perfect harmony of body and spirit suggested that he was not a vessel possessed by another. Even the nearly flawless soul possession of the renowned demonic lord from a later era could not compare to Ling Feng before him. However, what was the nature of the demon cultivator his elder brother had encountered, who could seize the bodies of others? Why had he instructed Xianxia to remain vigilant towards Ling Feng? In this moment, Xianxia found himself ensnared in confusion, unable to clarify his thoughts. He resolved to prepare for multiple contingencies. Just as he contemplated discreetly taking action against Ling Feng, the elder brother before him remained an enigma. Suddenly, Ling Feng turned to Xianxia and said, "Junior brother Chun, I must descend the mountain to attend to some matters. Would you care to accompany me?" Taken aback by Ling Feng's unexpected invitation, Xianxia momentarily found himself at a loss for words. However, recalling the elder brother's instruction to keep a close watch on Ling Feng, he promptly replied, "Since it is brother Ling's invitation, I would not dare to decline." Xianxia was not concerned that Ling Feng might turn against him. If it came to it, he could merely sacrifice a puppet. Ling Feng, observing Xianxia, suddenly broke into a smile, gazing at the serene mountain scenery of Qinyan Peak. He mused, "Junior brother Chun, why do we as cultivators still find ourselves classified into ranks based on innate talent?" Xianxia was momentarily stumped by Ling Feng's question, unsure of how to respond. The root bones of cultivators are predetermined. Those with superior talent cultivate at a swifter pace and comprehend the Tao more readily. Conversely, those with inferior root bones face a slow cultivation speed and find grasping the Tao to be exceedingly challenging. Of course, one cannot dismiss the extraordinary resolve and determination of certain practitioners who, despite lacking innate talent, still ascend to the ranks of the most formidable, even outshining natural prodigies. After contemplating for a moment, Xianxia replied, "Though our starting points differ, the Tao is impartial. Each individual possesses their own opportunities. Is there not a saying, 3 parts are determined by heaven, 7 parts depend on oneself?" This adage equally applies to us cultivators. Ling Feng nodded in agreement, seemingly resonating with Xianxia's words, and sighed, "Indeed, everyone has their own opportunities, but why can we not all stand on the same starting line and compete fairly? Why must the gifted forever shine, while the rest are relegated to mere embellishments?" Xianxia found himself momentarily speechless by Ling Feng's inquiry, a question that countless souls have lamented, cursing the heavens for their perceived injustice. Yet, beyond mere words of grievance, such complaints bear little weight. Ling Feng turned to Xianxia earnestly and said, "I have a thought, one that arose unexpectedly while I was contemplating the Qinyan's secret treasure. If I express it, you may find it childish." Xianxia shook his head, equally serious. "Brother Ling, each person's path is unique, yet none should be ridiculed." Ling Feng erupted into laughter, turning back to face the majestic view of Qinyan Peak, his laughter echoing across the mountain. When his laughter subsided, Ling Feng, with a resolute expression, stated to Xianxia, "Junior brother Chun, I aspire to create a world where all are equal, where everyone can soar like dragons. I shall pursue this goal with unwavering determination." His voice was firm and sincere. At that moment, Ling Feng seemed poised to challenge the inequities of the world. In the grand hall, Dong Shuzi let out a slight sigh, only to soon wear a more relaxed expression. Meanwhile, Xianxia observed Ling Feng, resplendent in his ornate Taoist robe, with hair flowing elegantly, and felt a twinge of comfort. Whether he had preemptively slain Zhu Yuan had transformed into a lingering question, yet before him, Ling Feng had altered his fate through his own actions. Witnessing Ling Feng's grand aspirations, Xianxia found himself momentarily contemplating the notion that altering the timeline to vanquish Zhu Yuan might not be an ill-conceived endeavor. He admired his senior's lofty ambitions and expressed his hope that centuries hence, they would meet at the pinnacle of their respective paths. With a respectful gesture, Xianxia bid farewell to Ling Feng after being inspired by his words. As Ling Feng observed Xianxia's receding figure, a peculiar expression crossed his face, and he fell into a contemplative silence. His previous statements were devoid of falsehood. They genuinely reflected his desires, thus rendering any notion of deceit unnecessary. A junior clad in a gray robe passed by Ling Feng, casting a disparaging glance at his resplendent attire. Was it truly necessary to flaunt such ostentation simply for being the direct disciple of the sect leader? The murmurs reached Ling Feng's ears, prompting a smile as a surge of energy stirred within him. The gossiping onlooker suddenly felt his body propelled backward, as if caught in an unseen force. When their gazes met, the junior felt a palpable sense of dread, as if Ling Feng's eyes were deep pools capable of consuming his very soul. Ling Feng, observing the disparaging remarks directed at him, momentarily struggled to recall the junior's name. "Do you recognize that I am your senior?" He inquired calmly. Yes, I'm aware of Senior Ling. The junior stammered, swallowing hard in a bid to ingratiate himself. You need not acknowledge me, Ling Feng replied, shaking his head dismissively. The youth hastily attempted to clarify. Senior Ling, I didn't mean, but before he could finish, Ling Feng's cold voice interjected. To speak ill of one's peers is a sign of ill intent. You are hereby expelled from the mountain. Chapter 157. A distinctive Qingyun peak during the days that Ouyang and his companions awaited the awakening of Lung Qingsong. Qin Changxing's thoughts remained largely occupied with the distant Qingyun sect. He found himself ambivalent regarding Ling Feng's invitation, as his memories of this newly transformed senior were scant. After being betrayed by Zhu Yuan, Ling Feng had vanished from his recollection. Now, due to Qin Changxing's intervention in Zhu Yuan's demise, Ling Feng, who was meant to perish, was alive, making him a variable in this unfolding narrative. In a secluded chamber atop a small mountain, clad in a purple robe, Qin Changxing gazed thoughtfully at the paper effigy upon the altar. After much contemplation, he resolved to accompany Ling Feng on his journey. He believed that by eliminating all uncertainties, events would align with his envisioned outcome. Having been granted a second chance at life, he was determined to avert catastrophe and save the world. Even if Ling Feng intended to turn against him, it would merely cost him a puppet, a trivial loss in the grand scheme of his aspirations. With his resolve solidified, Qin Changxing received Ling Feng's message 2 days later and joyfully accepted the invitation. As Qin Changxing once again traversed the mountain path of Qingyun Peak, he keenly discerned a notable shift from the past. The disciples of Qingyun Peak, walking along the path, wore expressions of haste, their brows furrowed with an urgency and agitation the likes of which Chun had never witnessed before. Suddenly, on the plank road ahead, one disciple unsheathed his sword and attacked another, piercing the unfortunate soul's shoulder with a swift thrust. Apologies, junior brother, the assailant declared, devoid of remorse. A glint of excitement flashing in his eyes as he seized the other's waist token and dashed toward the summit. The wounded disciple, filled with trepidation and resentment, shot a fierce glare at his retreating senior before clutching his injury and preparing to descend the mountain. What could have transpired among these brothers? Qin Changxing intercepted the unfortunate disciple, politely inquiring about the unfolding events. Upon seeing Chun, his visage concealed behind a silver mask, the injured disciple's expression rapidly shifted, desperately managing a forced smile as he recited with precision, "Greetings, senior brother Qin Changxing of Qingyun Sect." Each word was delivered with a mechanical precision that echoed the formality of a long-rehearsed script. Furrowing his brow, Qin raised a hand to assist the hapless disciple, but the latter hastily lowered his head further, humbly stating, "Senior brother, this is a requirement from senior brother Ling Feng. One must bow and pay respects upon encountering you, remaining bowed until you depart." This excessive deference, bordering on subservience, astonished Qin Changxing, yet he continued to inquire, "Why did that individual attack you?" With his head bowed, the unfortunate disciple dared not raise his gaze as he replied, "Senior brother Ling Feng has stated that we have been too complacent. Since the day before yesterday, Qingyun Peak has implemented an elimination system for the lowest-ranked disciples. I ranked lower than that senior brother. Having lost the contest, he won my waist token, compelling me to challenge others for theirs, lest I be expelled from Qingyun Peak, or even from the Qingyun Sect." Qin's brow furrowed deeper as he posed a question. Does the sect master truly condone such internecine strife among disciples? The sect master has consented, but only for the purposes of competition, the hapless disciple explained. Thus, that senior brother held back. Had he not, it would have been my throat he pierced. The disciple bowed even lower, the pain in his shoulder causing him to tremble. Upon hearing that the sect master had indeed acquiesced, Qin let out a soft sigh, murmuring, "How could fellow disciples resort to such cruelty?" To Qin's surprise, the unfortunate disciple defended Ling Feng, stating, "Senior brother Qin, senior brother Ling Feng is actually in the right. This is for our own good. After all, Qingyun Peak does not support the inept." Qin Changxing urged the disciple to tend to his injury. The disciple, still bent low, respectfully passed by Qin before daring to straighten up, applying his vital energy to heal his wound while scanning for potential opponent from whom he might seize a waist. The atmosphere throughout Qingyun Peak was thick with tension and vigilance. Once familiar comrades now seemed to have transformed into adversaries in this moment of strife. Without the waist token, the frenzied struggle to seize it from fellow disciples weaker than oneself ensues, while those who possess it remain ever vigilant against potential theft. Throughout the journey, Qin Chongqing's steps appeared heavy until he heard the sound of a crane's call. He looked up to see Ling Feng, dressed in an opulent golden silk robe, standing atop a celestial crane, smiling down at him and saying, "Junior brother Chun, it is time for us to depart. Isn't this approach of yours a tad too cruel?" Qin Chongqing inquired, standing on the stone steps and gazing at Ling Feng in the sky. "Cruel? Are you referring to the rules I have just established?" Ling Feng replied, knowingly, feigning ignorance. Noticing that Qin Chongqing remained undaunted in his gaze, Ling Feng then burst into hearty laughter before lowering his head. Looking earnestly at Qin Chongqing and asking, "As fellow cultivators, we are inherently engaged in a struggle against heaven and earth. We must remain vigilant in our pursuit of the Tao. The Qinyun sect has sheltered us, allowing us to cultivate in peace. But what awaits them once they reach the out-of-body stage and depart from the sect? How naive will they be in the world?" Qin Chongqing understood Ling Feng's words all too well. In his past life, as a mere golden core cultivator, he bore witness to the annihilation of the Qinyun sect and survived only under the protection of his senior brother, Ouyang. Without the Qinyun sect's guardianship, his path of cultivation was fraught with peril. Surviving the tribulations of the nascent soul and integration stages, he narrowly escaped death each time. Moreover, the outside world was rife with dangers. After the sect's fall, order disintegrated, and everyone scrambled for the scarce resources available. Murder and plunder became the norm among cultivators, and forsaking clarity for darkness became the only means of survival. Countless tragedies unfolded before Qin Chongqing's eyes, with many cultivators succumbing to despair and taking their own lives. The future promised a brutality far beyond what he could fathom, and this was the greatest torment weighing on his heart. Ouyang repeatedly advised him that his words merely served to elevate the baseline of his resolve. Was life now pleasant? Indeed, it was delightful. In his past life, Qin Chongqing wouldn't have dared to dream of such a reality. Yet, all of this would evaporate, swallowed by the darkness when catastrophe struck. And the more harrowing the future loomed, the more fervently Qin Chongqing yearned to preserve the beauty before him. Ling Feng perceived Qin Chongqing's internal struggle, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light, and softly yet firmly declared, "My stringent treatment of them is intended to equip them with the means to survive in the future. After all, we are not the protagonists of destiny, but why must we not strive for it? At the very least, we must fight for our survival, mustn't we?" Chapter 158, I intend to make a great move with a hand of poor cards. Deep within his heart, Qin Chongqing began to resonate profoundly with Ling Feng's philosophy. The law of the jungle was vividly exemplified in the apocalypse. It was indeed the way of the world. He continuously reminded himself that Ling Feng's words bore truth. "Chongqing." Suddenly, Ouyang's voice resonated within Qin Chongqing's mind, sweeping away the extreme thoughts like a tempest dispersing clouds. Qin Chongqing's eyes regained clarity as he lifted his gaze towards the sky and respectfully acknowledged, "Brother Ling Feng speaks truthfully, yet I remain unconvinced." Ling Feng, perched upon the white crane, felt a tinge of regret. He had not anticipated that Qin Chongqing could extricate himself from his words. Even the esteemed sect leader, Dong Zuzi, would be somewhat swayed by his own rhetoric. Yet here was Qin Chongqing, managing to completely liberate himself from the snare of Ling Feng's discourse. This ability was a gift acquired upon reclaiming his body, as though it were innate. His voice and words possessed an inherent persuasive power, capable of leading others to not only agree with him, but to become devoted followers. The higher one's cultivation, the less susceptible they were to such influence. Even the resolute Dong Zuzi would experience a moment of hesitation when Ling Feng spoke. However, Qin Chongqing, despite initially appearing on the verge of complete submission, inexplicably broke free in an instant. Was he truly a prodigy emerging from a small peak? As Ling Feng sat upon the celestial crane, he clapped his hands, summoning another yellow crane to his side, and gestured for Qin Chongqing to ascend. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Chongqing leaped onto the yellow crane, and the two soared away from the gates of Qinyun sect. Upon exiting the sect's gates, in front of the grand hall atop Qinyun Peak, Dong Zuzi, holding a whisk, observed the two distant figures of Ling Feng and Qin Chongqing, now mere specks against the horizon, his expression inscrutable. The moment Ling Feng stepped beyond the mountain gate, the oppressive weight that had pressed upon his heart vanished, replaced by a liberating lightness of spirit that elicited a hearty laugh from him. With one hand resting on his forehead, Ling Feng tilted his head back and laughed uproariously, exuding a wild charm. "Brother, why the sudden laughter?" Chun Changsheng inquired, perplexed. "I have just recalled some delightful thoughts," Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. After a while, Ling Feng resumed, "Chun Shitty, during this descent, you may encounter an old acquaintance." "Old acquaintance?" Chun Changsheng looked at Ling Feng in confusion, sensing an unsettling aura emanating from him since their departure from the sect. Ling Feng smirked enigmatically and stated, "Indeed, an old acquaintance. It might be my disciple from the demon clan whom you vanquished." In an instant, thousands of yellow talismans materialized before Ling Feng, obscuring him from view. "You saved him?" Chun Changsheng's voice turned as frigid as ancient ice from the abyss, his gaze fixed on Ling Feng with intensity. Ling Feng shook his head and replied, "Ziyuan is dead. A remnant of the demon clan is hardly worth my effort to rescue. Brother Ouyang surely did not inform you of my slaying of the heart demon, did he?" "Heart demon?" Chun Changsheng regarded Ling Feng, his expression one of utter bewilderment. "Indeed, after you vanquished Zen, I found myself engulfed in confusion, even questioning whether I should continue my cultivation. Yet, ultimately, I triumphed over my inner demons and successfully achieved the out-of-body stage." Ling Feng, seated upon the celestial crane, spoke with an air of tranquility. "What does that have to do with Ziyuan?" Chun Changsheng inquired calmly, though the 7 arrows of the nail-headed book in his hand was poised for action. Ling Feng regarded Chun Changsheng with curiosity and remarked, "Ouyang has ventured into the mortal realm. Are you aware of this? He mentioned encountering a man resembling Zin, yet bearing the name Lin Feng. Indeed, Lin Feng of the Doublewood." In an instant, Chun Changsheng grasped Ling Feng's implication, gazing at him with astonishment as he queried, "Are you suggesting that your inner demon has taken possession of the deceased Ziyuan's body?" Ling Feng nodded and responded, "If Ouyang's observations hold true, then I believe that is indeed the case." Furrowing his brow, Chun Changsheng recalled that his senior brother had indeed spoken of encountering a demonic cultivator capable of seizing others' bodies upon returning from the mortal realm. Only the Ziyuan of later generations possessed such abilities. Thus he found himself momentarily unsettled, even directing his ire towards his junior sister, which resulted in a reprimand from his senior brother. Initially, he had intended to secretly follow the tracker placed on his second brother to locate that individual in the mortal kingdom, only to unexpectedly uncover the reason here with Ling Feng. "Was your descent from the mountain to eradicate the disruptive inner demon?" Chun Changsheng inquired, his brow still furrowed. Ling Feng gazed at Chun Changsheng, his thoughts seemingly drifting back to the day he regained control over his body. The once timid self had intended to use a golden needle to summon his spirit, yet firmly admonished himself, "I know not what schemes you harbor, but should you dare to misuse my body for nefarious purposes, I shall annihilate you, even at the cost of becoming one with the demon clan." This warning suddenly resurfaced in Ling Feng's mind, prompting him to erupt into laughter, a mad cackle that echoed around him. Once the mirth subsided, he regarded Chun Changsheng earnestly and declared, "Junior brother, those of the demon clan must be slain by us cultivators, correct? And having committed such heinous acts, I shall ensure his demise, even if it costs me my life." Chun Changsheng observed Ling Feng's earnest demeanor, nodding in agreement, yet an inexplicable sense of foreboding stirred within him. Ling Feng, undeterred by Chun Changsheng's vigilant expression, sat brazenly upon the celestial crane, his thoughts swirling as he beheld the sun rising above the clouds. He found himself ensnared in a predicament. Ouyang did not trust him, and even his master, Dong Shuzi, had begun to harbor doubts. His performance that day had been too flawless, leading to suspicion. Now, with Chun Changsheng added to the mix, what difference did it make? I, Ling Feng, shall act in accordance with the will of heaven, pursuing my path with integrity and zeal. As long as I stand upright, and I am the truest and most perfect version of Ling Feng. My pursuit is perfection, a refinement of countless years that bestows upon Ling Feng an innate sense of pride. Having endured so much suffering, why should I not ascend to the pinnacle under the watchful eyes of the public? I, Ling Feng, shall triumph over all with a hand of poor cards. Only the weak succumb to cowardice. I, Ling Feng, have returned to become the most exalted being in this world. The sun leaping out of the sea of clouds, unshackled and radiant, instantly bathed the entire sky and sea of clouds in golden light. Chapter 159, Departure. Xiaobai, how much longer do you think it will take for the second one? Ouyang, in a state of boredom, tugged at his dog's ear while observing Bai Feiyu, who was entertaining a fluffy white creature. Bai Feiyu, simultaneously feeding the azure bird perched on his shoulder, replied, "This will be a lengthy process. For the inheritance of immortals cannot be fully absorbed in a short span, not to mention the countless years of accumulation from the sword sect. Each sword within the sword pool embodies the sword intent of a great cultivator. For an ordinary practitioner, acquiring even one would be a lifelong boon. Ouyang, however, had taken them all at once, not to mention the even greater nourishment offered by the Sword Immortal's legacy. The abundance given was so overwhelming that Lung Qingsong remained in a deep coma, showing no signs of awakening. Ouyang turned to Chun Changsheng, who sat vacantly beside him. For days, the third brother had appeared as if his soul had been lost, often sitting for hours in silence. Chun Changsheng expressed that he had recently gained some insights, requiring most of his focus to return to his true self, rendering the puppet following Ouyang somewhat lethargic. Their trio had been left unattended for 3 days since Tai's departure. As if they had been forgotten, did he intend to confine them within the sword sect? The thought ignited a fire within Ouyang, causing him to leap up as if his rear were ablaze. This was no mere metaphor. His clothes were indeed on fire. The sword sect sword pool was constructed atop an active volcano, and when Ouyang had severed the upper portion of the mountain while holding his dog, only a landscape of molten lava remained. A moment's inattention led to the edge of his garment falling into the lava, igniting spontaneously. "Damn it! Xiaobai! Xiaobai!" Ouyang cried out in distress, frantically shaking his garment and calling to Bai Feiyu. Bai Feiyu, wearing a defeated expression, raised his hand and unleashed a sword chi that swiftly severed the flaming edge of Ouyang's attire, finally allowing him to calm down. Yet, Ouyang found it impossible to remain still. His curiosity about the lava surged as he contemplated whether it would scald his hands if he picked up his dog. In the distance, a radiant beam of light approached the trio, halting to reveal Song Mu, clad in white, appearing cool and composed before them. Although he felt somewhat embarrassed by Feiyu's presence, Song Mu maintained his aloof demeanor until he beheld the devastated state of the once pristine sword pool. His meticulously curated expression could no longer remain intact. "What on earth happened to my sword sect's sword pool?" Song Mu exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock as he surveyed the chaotic scene of rolling lava and destruction. "Old Song, you're here. Have you eaten? Hurry, take us away." Ouyang's enthusiasm surged upon seeing Song Mu as he waved his hand and spoke. Song Mu, suppressing his astonishment, glanced at Bai Feiyu, who was feeding the birds, before turning his attention to Ouyang, puzzled by their apparent familiarity. Why did Ouyang act as if they had known each other for many years? Leaping down from his flying sword, Song Mu performed the Su Qin back sword gesture, sheathing his long sword, rubbing his eyes in disbelief while scanning the surroundings. Stammering, he exclaimed, "My sword sect's questioning sword pool, such a vast expanse of it. How could it be gone? Ah, you wouldn't believe it, but it got eaten by a dog." Ouyang casually waved his hand, as if it were the most natural thing. Eaten by a dog? Song Mu was taken aback, looking at the sausage dog Ouyang was holding, about to inquire further when he suddenly recalled his master's admonition. "Do not engage with them too much. Send them on their way swiftly. Then, return to me immediately." Bai Feiyu remained indifferent to Song Mu, yet he felt an immense pressure emanating from him. Despite everyone wearing white garments, why was Bai Feiyu so impressive? Song Mu glanced at the Qing Feng sword hanging at Bai Feiyu's waist, then touched the long sword strapped to his back, wondering if the way he wore his sword was somehow incorrect. Admittedly, a sword at the waist did appear more dashing than one on the back. Shaking his head, Song Mu spoke, "My master has been in seclusion, and during this time he specifically instructed me to bring several senior brothers back to Qingyan Sect." Ouyang, somewhat displeased, retorted, "How can we return without the sect leader? Walk back." With a look of astonishment, Song Mu replied, "What are you saying? In the 9 great holy lands, we have established teleportation gates among ourselves. Surely, my senior brother is aware of this?" "Oh, is that so? How come I didn't know?" Ouyang inquired with interest, surprised to learn of such advanced teleportation devices existing between the various sections. At that moment, Chun Changsheng, who had been in a daze, regained his senses. Hearing Ouyang's words, he tugged at Ouyang's sleeve and whispered, "Senior brother, the teleportation gate is the protective mountain array where you often borrow spirit stones." Ouyang's expression stiffened. No wonder there was a restriction set by Dong Zuzi around that circle of holes. So it was a teleportation gate. As Song Mu led Ouyang and the others toward the main hall of the Sword Sect's peak, he activated the array before their eyes. The disciples nearby instantly entered a state of high alert, standing with swords drawn, guarding the teleportation gate as if an invasion by outsiders were imminent. Senior brother. There was once a transcendent cultivator whose teleportation was interrupted and has been lost in the chaotic flow of time and space ever since. Xianxia quietly informed Ouyang. That sounds rather perilous. Why have I never seen the Qingyun's Sect's teleportation gate illuminate? Ouyang pondered, even beginning to suspect that Dongzuzi might be targeting their small peak. Xianxia awkwardly rubbed his hands together and said, Senior brother, have you forgotten? You rarely visit Qingyun Peak. If you were to go, you would have to strike the protective array with a pickaxe, disrupting the formation, making it impossible for it to activate. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, even the thick-skinned Ouyang couldn't help but feel embarrassed, chuckling as he clasped hands in farewell to Songmu before stepping forward. Just as Bai Feiyu prepared to enter the portal, Songmu abruptly halted him, declaring coolly, I will surpass you in the future. Without allowing Bai Feiyu a chance to respond, Songmu turned and left, leaving behind a resolute silhouette. Bai Feiyu, puzzled by Songmu's sudden bravado, shook his head and stepped into the portal. As the three companions, along with a dog and a bird, emerged from the other side of the portal, Ouyang glanced around, realizing he was indeed at the protective array where he often sought treasures. Today, I shall make you stew. A robust, male voice bellowed, filled with exasperation, countered by the cries of Crane. The trio turned to see a handsome middle-aged man, exuding an air of melancholy, entangled in a fierce struggle with a plump crane nearby. It was evident that the crane held a considerable advantage. The crane, nurtured by Qingyun Peak and standing over 2 meters tall, was no match for an ordinary person. Observing the middle-aged man's transition from furious to despairing, ultimately pleading for mercy, it was clear that the crane was exceptionally formidable. The trio regarded the spectacle of the man-bird battle with an expression of indifference. Their gazes focused inward, as if they were complete strangers to the middle-aged gentleman grappling with the crane. Eventually, the man's attire was reduced to tattered shreds, and he lay powerless on the ground, unable to resist any longer. Only then did the crane, proud and defiant, depart the scene. Who is that? One asked. You don't know this esteemed uncle? He was once the master of Tianyin Peak. Have you lost your mind? How dare you mention that name? A companion swiftly covered the other's mouth, whispering a reprimand. The master of Tianyin Peak? Formerly? Indeed. It is said he was expelled from Tianyin Peak for offending the sect leader. Oh, what did he do to incur the leader's wrath? It's rumored to involve the master of Yinu Peak. Goodness, do elaborate. The middle-aged gentleman on the ground was none other than Hu Yun, who had just returned today. After reporting to the sect leader, he was on his way back to inspect his own mountain when he was intercepted and soundly beaten by the crane. Is it really necessary to hold a grudge for something that happened in my childhood, like tying 100,000 firecrackers to your tail? Hu Yun nonchalantly rummaged through his storage space, changing clothes before the gathered crowd. Once Hu Yun donned his gray robe anew, he emanated an ethereal presence, with an air of authority that was both serene and formidable. The Tai Chi Bagua emblem emblazoned on his back lent him the aura of a master of celestial transformations. Among cultivators, there exists an unspoken consensus. While sword cultivators are deemed the most formidable in combat, the ones to be most wary of are the masters of celestial transformations. This peculiar group possesses an uncanny ability to foresee the demise of their opponents, often without them realizing it until it is too late. It is not the act of dying at their hands that instills fear, but rather the bewilderment of not comprehending how it came to pass. Celestial masters focus solely on refining their essence, employing the intricate art of divination and the calculation of fate, eschewing conventional offensive techniques in favor of exceptional mastery over formations. A prevailing adage aptly captures this. When a celestial master stands before you, your fate is already sealed. Hu Yun, bearing the additional identity of a former peak master of the Celestial Transformation Summit, had relinquished his title for reasons unknown, establishing a new stronghold that eventually became the current small peak. In stark contrast to his earlier chaotic skirmish with the white crane, as he stood amidst the crowd, the pressure he exuded gradually intensified. Are you all merely here to spectate, instead of engaging in your cultivation? Hu Yun's calm voice resonated. The onlookers, previously engrossed in the spectacle, suddenly found their legs as heavy as lead, collapsing to the ground in unison. Hu Yun remained poised, surrounded by a sea of kneeling figures, exuding an undeniable charisma. The crowd, who had just witnessed a lively exchange between Hu Yun and an opponent who barely reached the foundational stage, were now left in utter bewilderment as he effortlessly commanded their submission with but a single utterance. Feigning incompetence to deceive is one thing, but this is an entirely different level. Is this merely a means for you to vent your frustrations after losing face against the White Crane? The corners of Ouyang's mouth curled upward as he turned to acknowledge Ouyang and his companions with a slight nod. With a flourish of his sleeve, he proclaimed, "Each of you shall recite the Qingyun introductory Qi technique 300 times and present it before the sect leader by tomorrow." The erstwhile spectators, still kneeling, were suddenly swept away by a wave of gentle force, their faces drained of color. The Qingyun introductory Qi technique is the foundational practice of the Qingyun sect, and due to its basic nature, it is elaborated upon with meticulous detail. The entire compendium consists of 3 volumes, comprising over 1,000,000 words. 300 repetitions by the Moro? It would be more merciful to end their lives. Amidst the lamentations, Ouyang strode purposefully toward Ouyang and his companions. With measured steps that quickened to a jog, he leapt toward Ouyang, exclaiming, "My dear disciples, I have missed you dearly." However, the envisioned heartwarming reunion was abruptly interrupted as Ouyang brandished a peculiar dog from his waist, lifting it toward Ouyang. The advancing Ouyang was unexpectedly bitten on the hand by the exuberant creature. "Ouch, you ungrateful wretch! Make this beast release me!" Ouyang cried out in agony, collapsing before Ouyang, attempting to shake off the tenacious grip of the creature. Ouyang regarded Ouyang with a bemused expression, revealing a golden panel that displayed in full view. Name: Ouyang cultivation level. Root bone. Luck. Charisma. Talent. Exclusive skills. Evaluation. A man who can hold his own against a dog may not be the strongest of this era, yet he is undoubtedly one of its most remarkable prodigies. Is it extravagant? This was the scene when Ouyang first beheld Ouyang's panel, where, apart from the name and evaluation, everything else was a mere enigma. Initially, Ouyang presumed that Ouyang's attributes were beyond recognition due to the limitations of his own realm. However, upon arriving at the Qingyun sect and witnessing the panels of countless individuals, he increasingly comprehended the implications behind the series of question marks that shrouded his elder. Ouyang stepped forward, seizing Ouyang by the throat with a filial grip, pulling him close and growling, "Elder, what on earth are you doing? Why can't you speak plainly? You've caused us to run around aimlessly." From a moment he and Lung Qingsong entered the mortal realm until the conclusion of the immortal secret territory, there had been, to some extent, the elder's influence behind the scenes. Today, if Ouyang failed to clarify matters, Ouyang was resolute in suspending him over the cliff of the small peak to be subjected to the winds for a few days. "Come on, I've just returned. And so many are watching. Show me some respect." Unfazed by the grip on his throat, Ouyang even managed to wink at Ouyang, feigning a plea for mercy. Ouyang released him, and Ouyang rubbed his neck, glancing at Bai Feiyu and the puppet of Chun Changsheng, nodding in satisfaction as he remarked, "It seems you 3 truly were mere bystanders. You've gained nothing at all. Have you forgotten the rules during my absence?" Bai Feiyu and Chun Changsheng exchanged glances with Ouyang, with Chun gently tugging at Ouyang's sleeve, whispering, "Senior brother, we are still on Qingyun Peak. Give him some faith." Eyes from all around were fixed on this scene, eagerly anticipating how the creatures of the small peak would handle their sect leader. Indeed, they hoped the peculiar beings would teach Ouyang a lesson, yet their gazes were tinged with disappointment. Ouyang shook his head, his expression serious, as he stepped in front of Bai Feiyu and Chun Changsheng. Together, they bowed to the boisterous Ouyang, and in unison, they greeted him. "We humbly welcome our master back to the mountain.